Upon awakening in the Marvel Universe, one finds oneself transformed into a dimensional deity, existing in a liminal space between being and non-being. In a bid to disrupt the fabric of reality, this enigmatic entity summons players from the unknown dimensions. In New York City, the notorious Black Hand Valon orchestrates a grand heist, targeting none other than the playboy of Stark Industries. Meanwhile, a new establishment, Yukihira Dining, opens its doors in Hell's Kitchen, as the dark culinary world schemes to control the globe through the senses of taste. Jean encounters new adversaries, with an Italian family expanding its influence. Stranded on the streets, Miko Kikyo meets the fearless denizens of Hell's Kitchen, and as they investigate the case of the missing shadows, what sparks might ignite between them. Chapter 1. The suit-clad thug, Black Hand Valon. In the heart of New York City, the Four Seasons Hotel stands as one of the most prestigious establishments, renowned for its romance and unparalleled service. With its 18th century crystal chandeliers, gently swaying tassels, reflective polished floors, and sumptuous blue velvet drapes, the ambience exudes opulence. On the 52nd floor, in what is deemed the most extravagant penthouse suite in America, guests mingle amidst clinking glasses and lively chatter. The sound system better be fixed. Let's get started. Everyone is here, calls out the wedding host, a man seemingly in his 30s, as he pats a technician named Joe, who is responsible for the hotel's maintenance. Everything's ready, no need to worry, Joe assures with a grin, having infiltrated the gathering for some time, sensing that now is the perfect moment to commence. As the music begins, the wedding officially unfolds. The celebration adopts a buffet-style format, with an array of exquisite pastries and sumptuous dishes adorning the sides, allowing guests to indulge at their leisure. Just as the atmosphere reaches its zenith, a resounding gunshot echoes through the hall. Panic ensues, with frightened screams filling the air as esteemed guests duck for cover. Everyone remains still. Raise your hands, crouch and cover your heads. Move, and I will shoot, a man named Efen declares, brandishing a firearm atop a table, a grin spread across his face. At that moment, outside the banquet hall, Valon, dressed in a sharply tailored dark green suit and wielding a black gold cane, strides into the room with an air of elegance. Capturing the attention of all, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. I am Valon, the leader of the Black Hand organization. You need not fear, we are merely here to collect what is ours. Money is all I desire. So, I implore you, do not resist. If you cooperate, I shall spare your lives. However, should anyone act foolishly, the outcome may be dire. Valon ascends the stage, seizing the microphone from the host, his smile disarming as he seeks to calm the terrified crowd. I possess a list with the names of everyone present, therefore, do not entertain thoughts of evasion. Now everyone, please stand up and remember to raise your hands above your heads. The guests, reduced to hostages, trembled as they complied, none daring to utter a word, nor disobey. Their only desire was to appease their captors in hopes of surviving the night. What has transpired? At that moment, a woman clad in a white wedding gown burst through the door. This venue was meant to be her stage tonight, yet alas, the script had shifted dramatically. The future bride, please step forward. Everyone else, remain in your positions and refrain from moving. Valon beckoned with a casual flick of his finger, leaning on his cane as he spoke with a light-hearted tone. Since the departure of that insufferable archaeologist, his spirits had soared. Hurry, stand aside, move quickly. Joe and Efen brandished their firearms at the hostages, herding them into designated spots. Under the pressure of the guns, none dared to resist, though a few among the crowd stifled fearful sobs. Point one after another. Swiftly now, everyone, form a line, approach this side to collect a plate, then place any burdensome possessions upon it. Efen approached the serving table, picked up a white porcelain plate, and demonstrated for the guests present. Cash goes into this ice bucket. Joe followed closely behind Efen, placing a small flag labeled cash beside the bucket as a marker. Checks belong here. Efen set down a second ice bucket. Jewelry goes here. Necklaces here. Rings here. Other valuables, such as gold pens and lighters, should be placed in the miscellaneous section. Once all the ice buckets were lined up, Efen took the microphone and issued a stern warning. Listen carefully if anyone attempts to conceal valuable items. At that moment, Lasso, fixated on the hostages, racked the slide of his gun. Bang! A shot rang out, shattering a white porcelain vase at the corner of the dining table. A few timid women shrieked in panic, instinctively covering their heads and crouching down, while others trembled in fear, casting nervous glances at the fierce Lasso. Boss, we are ready. Once everyone had lined up willingly, Efen approached Valon and spoke in hushed tones. At the tea that moment, Valon stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the distant skyline of New York, a glass of red wine in hand, savoring the moment with a relaxed demeanor. Upon hearing Afin's words, Valron turned. Since we are prepared, let us commence. Meanwhile, at the New York City Police Department. What did you say? The mob is making moves again. Understood. We are heading to the scene immediately. George Stacy hung up the phone and promptly summoned the on-duty officers, preparing to rush to the location. Dad, what's happening? Is there a case unfolding? In the office, Gwen Stacy curiously observed her father. Today, being a school holiday, she had come to deliver documents to Director George and fortuitously witnessed the unfolding scene. Indeed, there's been an incident at the Four Seasons Hotel that damn mob is up to no good again. Director George replied while putting on his coat. In the past month, several kidnapping and jewelry theft cases in New York have been linked to the mob. And their leader is this man, Valon. He revealed a file from his desk, and Gwen leaned in to catch a glimpse of a man clad in a dark green suit. We have dispatched professionals to keep watch, and just moments ago, the mob infiltrated a lavish wedding to execute a robbery. This time, we cannot let them escape. From the photograph, he hardly resembles a thief. Yet please exercise caution. I shall await your return for dinner tonight, Father, Gwen remarked, tilting her head as she scrutinized the image of the masked assailant. She had encountered numerous masked marauders, yet a gentlemanly thief in a suit was a first for her. I understand, my dear daughter. Return home and wait for me. I shall finish work shortly. George smiled as he embraced Gwen in farewell, then hurriedly departed the office. Hurry up, one after another. Don't hesitate to part with that emerald necklace. Set it down quickly. Zhou incessantly urged the hostages to act swiftly while warning them against causing trouble. Dear, wealth is merely a material possession. Please, give it to them, a woman sobbed, having lost all her jewelry. Beside her, a man in a suit continually comforted her, dabbing her tear-stained cheeks with a tissue. Yes, the woman nodded, her spirits seemingly lifted. However, in the blink of an eye, the ice bucket brimming with valuables was nearly overflowing. Boss, today has been a bountiful harvest. Tonight, we shall surely see a substantial influx of riches, haha, making money and gaining fame simultaneously. Indeed, it has been years since we last experienced such joy. Leisu and Afin clustered around Valon, their faces betraying their excitement. Hey, sir, I have nothing on me. You may search me if you wish. That moment, a minor altercation at the table collecting valuables caught Valon's attention. The center of the dispute was a young man, held at gunpoint by Zhou. To attend a wedding of this caliber and claim to possess nothing of value? Do I appear easily fooled? Zhou scoffed while donning sunglasses. I warn you, do not play tricks. Quickly produce anything of worth, or be prepared for a bullet in your head. What is going on here? Afin approached, frowning as he inquired. This young man insists he has no money. Zhou prodded the young man before him with the barrel of his gun, causing him to stagger slightly. The issue is, I truly have none, sir. If you don't believe me, just look. Peter Parker took a couple of steps back, steadying himself before revealing his empty pockets with a look of helplessness. He had merely been dragged along by Harry to join in the festivities. A mere freeloader indulging in the food and drink, he genuinely lacked funds, yet the apparent kidnapper seemed unconvinced. Peter, feeling somewhat disoriented, lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of Valon on the stage. Sir, believe me, this venue is equipped with the most sensitive automatic alarm systems. The New York police must have already been alerted and are en route. The hotel will soon be surrounded. I advise you to reconsider. Peter was attempting to persuade his captor, hoping that this seemingly sophisticated and amiable leader would spare everyone present, including himself. Oh, noticing Peter before him, a flicker of interest crossed Valon's eyes. Your courage is commendable, young man. Come up to the stage, let us converse. Valon clasped his hands over his ornate black and gold cane, smiling as he spoke. Since you claim to have no money, why not enlighten me on how you managed to infiltrate this lavish gala? It was me. Before Peter could respond, Harry Osborn stepped forward, asserting, I brought him here, I can attest. He indeed has no money. MM? Valon raised an eyebrow. And who might you be? Harry Osborn. That name. Valon squinted slightly, feeling as though he had heard that surname before. Boss, the chairman of Osborn Corporation is named Norman Osborn. His name is on the guest list for tonight's wedding. Afun glanced at the list in his hand, quietly reminding Valon. Oh, young Mr. Osborn is here? Then where is the esteemed president? Valon realized he had caught a significant fish, his eyes gleaming as he scanned the crowd. No need to search, it is only Peter and I who attended tonight's wedding. I used my father's invitation. Norman Osborn had no time for any wedding. He was preoccupied with overseeing research projects at Osborn Corporation. IT was Harry, who had used his father's invitation to enter the venue. And as for Peter, he was the +1 allowed on every invitation. What a pity, I had hoped to meet your father. Trust me, we would have much to discuss. Valon feigned disappointment, then turned to Harry with a smile. Now, Let us see what treasures this young scion of Osborne Corporation carries. As he spoke, Joe brought the ice bucket before Harry. Quickly, don't keep our boss waiting. Harry's expression, his demeanor was rigid as he faced the gun barrel aimed at his head. After a prolonged search of his person, he finally produced a gold pen and tossed it into the ice bucket. Are you jesting with me? You arrive at such a scene with only a gold pen? Your father must not care for you at all. Valron's incredulous expression, laced with sarcasm, only served to infuriate Harry further. How dull served the young master of shrimp. Valron raised his glass of red wine, took a sip, and then waved his hand dismissively. Here, Joe seized an ice platter from the table, grabbed a fresh French blue lobster, and thrust it into Harry's hands. Harry glanced at Valron and then at the gunman, often pointing his weapon at him. Eating a blue lobster seemed hardly a punishment. Humph, he'll eat it. Harry pinched the lobster's head and was about to peel it when Valron interjected. I meant for you to eat shell and all. You. Harry's hands froze momentarily, his face flushed with indignation, yet he dared not retaliate. Didn't you hear our boss speaking? Offing lightly tapped Harry's head with the barrel, completely disregarding the fury in his gaze, his expression menacing as he glared. Eat. Humph. Harry stuffed the blue lobster, shell and all, into his mouth, gritting his teeth as he chewed vehemently, his gaze fixed on Valron, seemingly intent on memorizing his visage. Good eye, but remember to bring something of value next time you venture out. Valron remarked nonchalantly, tea that moment. The roar of a propeller echoed from outside, and a spotlight illuminated the room. George, finally arriving at the scene, shouted through a megaphone. Valron of the Black Hand, you are surrounded. Release the hostages and surrender immediately. Surrender. Valron set down his wine glass, grasped his black golden cane, and turned, as if striding along a red carpet awash in light and applause. Oh no, Director George, if I were you, I wouldn't say that. You remind me of an old acquaintance, Sheriff Blake from District 13, that bald fellow. Both of you are equally tiresome. Valron shrugged. District 13? George furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications of Valron's words. Hey, Joe, Lasso, Offing, are you ready? Valron turned to his three subordinates. At that moment, the latter had already packed all the jewels from the ice bucket, each of them bearing large, bulging bags. Boss, we could depart at any time. Offing grinned. Excellent. Valron nodded slightly, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at Director George and the New York skyline. Amidst the brilliant white lights, he resembled the most dazzling figure on stage. In this place, there is no limping old man, no annoying little brat, and certainly no wretched archaeologist. Yet I still have the Holy Lord. Oh, how I adore this splendid world. In the shadowy recesses of the banquet, a masked black knight slowly emerged, and Valron revealed a delighted smile. It is time to depart. Chapter 2. Sovereign of the Void Dimension in a Realm of Utter Void. Tang Feng smiled as he observed Valon and his subordinates retreating safely under the protection of the saint, while Director George, who led the charge into the banquet, found himself thwarted, nearly overturning the banquet table in his frustration. Valon's maneuver was masterfully executed. The elegant suit-clad rogue would undoubtedly make headlines when the media reported the incident, creating a sensational uproar. It seemed that a bountiful harvest was imminent. Indeed, splendid. This tale begins 2 months prior, when Tang Feng awoke from slumber, only to find himself in an unknown location. He discovered himself in a confined space resembling a shoebox, where he could only curl his body to avoid colliding with the barrier akin to an air wall. Once he acclimated to the reality of his translocation, Tang Feng gradually comprehended the nature of his surroundings, a dimension suspended between existence and non-existence. Though this dimensional space was indeed constricted, it was a legitimate dimension in its own right, having become entirely integrated with him. In essence, within this diminutive box, he existed as a godlike entity, comparable to the sovereigns of the dream dimension, such as Nightmare, the ruler of the hellish dimension, Mephisto, or the master of the dark dimension, Dormammu. While the scales of their respective dimensions could not be equated, their essence shared a commonality, all being regarded as great entities known as dimensional demigods. Through his experiments, Tang Feng discovered that whenever he disrupted the fabric of the reality dimension, he could harness a fragment of energy. This energy, akin to a universal remedy, could expand the dimensional space, allowing Tang Feng to enlarge his dominion, and could be molded into various abilities or even creations according to his will. He termed this energy derived from disrupting the reality dimension as jade. In pursuit of abundant jade, Tang Feng naturally set his sights on Earth, a realm teeming with superheroes and supervillains. Regrettably, with his current capabilities, breaching the 3 sanctuaries of Kamartaj to invade the reality dimension of Earth was beyond his reach. Fortunately, as the sovereign of the void dimension, Tang Feng's power resided in the liminal space between existence and non-existence, enabling him to discreetly exert influence and infiltrate Earth, an undoubtedly fortuitous development for him. Thus, from a distant unknown realm, through the gravitational pull of the void dimension, Tang Feng orchestrated a large-scale summoning. The embodiment of the void, known as the player, was born. Based on the personalities of the participants in this game, Tang Feng categorized them into three major factions: the Empire Foundation, the Natural Returners, and the Mundane Folk, corresponding to the black, red, and white factions, three interbalancing player alliances. As long as the players could alter the course of the reality dimension, Tang Feng would derive energy from it, the omnipotent jade. The vast majority of jade was collected by him, while a small portion was returned to the players as rewards. Moreover, he would take on the role akin to that of a game system, providing these players with accurate guidance. As for Valon and his three subordinates, they naturally belonged to Tang Feng's players and were now members of the Natural Returners faction. The red jade, previously mentioned by Valon's underlings, could be exchanged for items relevant to their original world or used to purchase daily necessities from the Union, much like experience currency in many games, thus holding immense significance. The red jade, represented by the red faction, the black jade by the black faction, and the white jade by the white faction, could circulate freely within the same faction, but inter-faction exchanges were prohibited. To prevent detection, Tang Feng updated information related to the three factions when introducing players into the real dimension. This information was embedded within ancient texts on Earth, and for those who sought to delve deeper, they might uncover traces of the three great factions within obscure records. At that moment, Tang Feng suddenly raised an eyebrow, intrigued, as his gaze shifted to Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan, New York. In a modest detective agency, Jessica Jones stifled a yawn and rubbed her sleepy eyes, lazily resting her head on the desk. Her stomach growled audibly in protest, reminding her that she had not eaten all day. After a long day, she thought it would be a fine idea to treat herself. Stretching languidly, Jessica made her way outside the agency. Recently, a new restaurant had opened in Hell's Kitchen, and the food was quite delectable. Though she had not indulged in high cuisine, Jessica believed that the dishes prepared by the father and son duo were undoubtedly world-class. Even a single bite could bring about a euphoric delight that almost felt like an urge to burst from her attire. Even after dining there for an entire month, she had yet to tire of any dish on their menu. Indeed, this was true culinary art. Compared to the fare at other establishments in Hell's Kitchen, their offerings were nothing short of swell. It was utterly unpalatable. The contrast was catastrophic. The calamari and peanut sauce were laughable. It was truly dreadful, filled with a cacophony of roaring laughter and strange chuckles emanating from the back courtyard of the restaurant. As Jessica stepped inside, she immediately recognized that familiar sound and, upon seeing the empty counter, took a step back silently. Surely, that fellow wasn't attempting to concoct another bizarre dish, was he? Oh no. She had arrived at the wrong moment. Hastily, she turned on her heel and left. As I frequented this establishment, the renowned Kingpin tea house, throughout the month, I inevitably gleaned a plethora of intriguing insights. The young chef, Kingpin Soichiro, possesses an undeniable charm. However, he occasionally concocts peculiar dishes that he insists the regular patrons sample. If they were palatable, it would be one matter, but alas, they are often inedible to the point of absurdity. One could assert that they are so distasteful that they induce nightmares after a single encounter. Perhaps it is merely her imagination. But Jessica has the distinct impression that Kingpin Soichiro takes great pleasure in subjecting her to these culinary horrors, which is quite unbearable. Lost in her musings, she suddenly became aware of something being thrust into her mouth. Do taste this, it's laughably dreadful. In the next moment, the radiant smile of Kingpin Soichiro appeared before her. Ugh! Jessica doubled over, covering her mouth, unable to suppress the upheaval in her stomach. The flavor was so atrocious it could bring one to tears. The taste of the squid legs veered disastrously awry, rendering her as if ensnared by the tentacles of an octopus, devoid of hope. Jessica samples the nightmare dish, gaining a small amount of white jade. Simultaneously, a system notification materialized before Kingpin Soichiro. Success! A glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. He had recently discovered this expedient method to rapidly acquire white jade. With Jessica Jones, who now bore a ghastly pallor from the grilled squid legs, as the unwitting centerpiece. For heaven's sake, do not subject me to such horrifying cuisine again. Returning home to nightmares is truly torturous, Jessica lamented while rinsing her mouth. Oh, very well, Kingpin Soichiro replied nonchalantly, feigning disinterest. Not allow you to taste? That is utterly impossible. Chapter 3. A Duel of Fate. Breaking news is now being reported. This evening, a high-profile wedding banquet in the Four Seasons Hotel, located in the heart of New York City, was besieged. The melodious voice of the female news anchor emanated from the antiquated television, which was broadcasting the evening news. Xingping Chuangi was in the kitchen, diligently preparing dishes, occasionally glancing up to observe the happenings. The kitchen and the dining area were interconnected in an open layout, allowing patrons to witness the exquisite culinary creations in their genesis. The orchestrator of this chaos was none other than the leader of the Black Hand organization, Valon. The television showcased a man clad in a dark green suit. Reports indicated that the Black Hand organization had perpetrated numerous kidnappings and jewelry heists in New York City, with victims suffering substantial financial losses. Yet the New York Police Department remained "This place is indeed chaotic," Xingping Soichiro remarked as he entered the kitchen with a menu in hand, coincidentally overhearing this statement. However, upon witnessing the live footage on the television, he could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Father, look at this Valon. He appears to be a player too. But why is his name in red while ours are in white? Is there a distinction among players?" Sakurai Shoma pondered, scratching his head, momentarily perplexed. Sakurai Saikuro's expression also darkened slightly, and after a brief pause, he exhaled deeply, seemingly easing his tension. "I had previously refrained from allowing you to speak in the faction channel due to concerns about such matters. But it now appears that we do not belong to the same faction. The perpetrator of such a sensational heist must undoubtedly be a person of immense audacity. Such an individual would never remain silent in the faction channel." For the father and son duo, this was undeniably good news. After all, their goal was to survive until the conclusion of the main quest. At that point, upon completion of the main quest, they might have the opportunity to return to their original world. The shop's operating hours were drawing to a close, and at this hour, few patrons would come through the door. A moment ago, the supplier called, indicating a problem with the order. "I need to investigate and inquire further." Sakurai Saikaro patted his son's shoulder, changed into casual attire, and departed. He needed to find a reliable supplier swiftly. Despite the daily yield of white jade at the diner being modest, its consistency promised substantial rewards over time. Watching his father hastily leave, Sakurai Shoma sighed. A month ago, he had inexplicably received a gaming package. Upon opening it while at the shop, both he and his father were transported into this world, penniless and without direction. Had it not been for his father's slight special maneuver that secured some white jade, they would have lacked the initial capital to establish the Sakurai diner in this gaming realm, and they might have found themselves homeless. White jade is a special currency for players, redeemable for items from their original world. On their first day in this realm, they were assigned to a faction known as the Dustbound, which had an exclusive faction channel, yet it seemed devoid of conversation. It was uncertain whether they were the only players in this game or if others hesitated to speak in the channel. Sakurai Shoma surmised it was likely the latter. After all, in such a vast world, how could there be only two players? Just as he was lost in thought, the diner's door was suddenly kicked open. Flynn Tamer Marco, clad in a green striped shirt, swaggered in with his gang of thugs. "The Magia gang is here. Those who do not belong should scram." Upon hearing this, the remaining diners promptly rose, for those who survived in the hellish kitchen knew that the wisest choice at such a moment was to refrain from meddling. Flint revealed a cold smirk, firmly believing that within this hellish kitchen, no one would dare meddle in the affairs of the Magia gang. In a matter of moments, the once bustling establishment transformed into an empty space, save for a woman in the corner, seemingly oblivious to their conversation, continuing her meal undisturbed. "Hey, you there? Can't you hear me? Get the hell out." Flint strode arrogantly toward Jessica, declaring with brash confidence, "Hey, you're here for the restaurant, right? This isn't about her. Let us settle this with me." Sh Ma interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Jessica, his gaze fixed warily on Flint. "You must be Sh here." Flint raised an eyebrow, his scrutinizing gaze assessing Sh. "I'm his son. My father isn't here. What do you want?" Sh replied, "What do I want? Are you unaware that this is our Magia territory? Your establishment is severely disrupting the business of the surrounding restaurants. And you haven't even bothered to pay the management fee." Flint narrowed his eyes, threateningly. "Do you even understand how bothersome your establishment is?" "Management fee?" Sh replied, feigning innocence with a shrug. "Are you from the municipal office?" "Hey, kid, I advise you not to play dumb with me. What is the municipal office to us?" Flint boasted, asserting that to survive in Hell's kitchen, one must adhere to their rules. Sh scratched his head, tilting it in confusion. "I truly don't know what your rules are." "Good, then today I shall show you what true Hell's kitchen is," Flint declared, kicking over a nearby table, plates crashing to the floor in disarray. In the chaos, he reached out to grab the insolent young man before him. Bang! Before Sh could react, Jessica slammed a wine bottle onto the table, the sharp sound silencing the room instantly. "Hey, do you want me to help you drive him away?" Jessica raised an eyebrow, her disdainful gaze not even gracing Flint. "No need." Sh shook his head, exhaling deeply. "I will handle this my way." Since you claim we VE disrupted the restaurant's rules, how about you sample my culinary skills? Perhaps then you'll understand why the restaurant is struggling. He unwound the white cloth from his hands in a spiral and tied on a white apron. Swear to me that you won't set foot in this establishment again, and I shall create a dish that will delight your palate. Let us settle this. Hay pointed assertively at Flint. Although Flint sensed a discrepancy between this young man and the rules he spoke of, he nodded in agreement. Fine. I'm curious to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Flint casually pulled out a chair, reclining with his legs crossed, provocatively watching Hay in the kitchen. Chapter 4. Spicy pork chop with sweet potato mash. Chapter 5. The towel boy in the dock alley. Hey, wait a moment. Just as Yukihira Soma found himself at a loss, contemplating whether his small limbs could maneuver past the group of intimidating youths before him, Jessica, who was sitting nearby with an air of satisfaction, suddenly spoke up. You've taken him away, so what will happen to my meals from now on? Lady, do you really want to meddle? Flint furrowed his brow. He had heard of this woman, Jessica, who had established a detective agency in the chaotic streets of Hell's Kitchen. While he lacked detailed information about her, anyone who could maintain a foothold in Hell's Kitchen was certainly not to be trifled with. Hey kid, I'll help you out of this predicament. Consider it my payment, Jessica remarked, disregarding Flint entirely. Instead, she raised an eyebrow at Yukihira Soma and smiled this way. We both come out unscathed. Next time you whip up something delicious, I'll be back. Lady, are you trying to oppose our boss? Flint did not wish to escalate the situation with the woman before him, hoping to invoke fear by mentioning their boss, the hammerhead. Get lost. Jessica abruptly seized the solid wooden table before her and forcefully slammed it down towards Flint and his companions. My goodness. In an instant, Yukihira Soma was left dumbfounded. The wooden table was heavy enough that it took several people to lift it, yet this Jessica seemed to possess the strength of a legendary strongman. The small diner erupted with the sounds of crashing, as if a home was being ransacked. Is there truly no other way? Beneath the dim streetlight, Yukihira Joichiro gazed at Mr. Thompson, his brow furrowed. Wasn't the dock functioning well before this? There's nothing we can do. Thompson replied with a resigned shake of his head. This is the territory of the Magia gang. To survive here, we must adhere to their rules. I understand. Yukihira Joichiro sighed heavily after a prolonged silence. Watching the supplier's figure fade away, he turned towards the shop, feeling an immense weight of pressure. He had not anticipated the Magia gang's sudden intent to reclaim the dock, which had previously served as a hub for cargo and vessels. These ships only needed to pay the corresponding protection fees to remain unharmed, while the Magia gang's contraband operations exclusively originated from their own dock. From Thompson's earlier words, it seemed the Magia gang had plans for expansion and had forcibly halted the transportation business at this dock. It appeared they were preparing to transport a shipment of goods. One could only wonder if something significant was about to transpire. This situation was likely to become rather troublesome. In the realm of gastronomy, the greatest fear of a restaurateur is the unreliability of suppliers. Mr. Thompson, after an exhaustive search, had finally managed to find a supplier deemed somewhat dependable. However, to his dismay, merely a month had passed before the dock ceased to receive shipments. It appears that he must invest time in seeking a new supplier. Contemplating this, Yukihira Soma felt a slight heaviness in his heart. After a month of observation, he discerned that this world starkly contrasted with their original one. It is a realm that venerates the establishment of status through violence. Particularly in the Hell's Kitchen, only those with a strong fist can survive, otherwise, one must conform to the whims of others. This was entirely different from the rules they were accustomed to, where culinary duels determined the victor. Living in Hell's Kitchen, one witnesses death almost daily, as various individuals wreak havoc and sporadic shootouts occur. It is evidently not a safe haven. Yet, even contemplating a relocation proved challenging. At the very least, until they acquired a sum of capital, they were bound to remain. The question of when they might return to their original world as part of the main quest loomed ominously in his mind, amplifying his inner turmoil. At that moment, he suddenly heard a mournful cry emanating from a darkened corner by the roadside. Yukihira Soma paused, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. Having lived in Hell's Kitchen for even a month, he understood the unspoken rule of survival, to refrain from meddling in others' affairs. Nonetheless, he gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and turned to venture into the shadowy alley. Is anyone there? I am starving. Where's this place? How did I end up here? Enveloped in a tattered towel, Tsuneyoshi Sawada was engulfed in despair. The curse of the Rainbow Seven had been lifted. Reborn returned after a week, bearing the approval of the 9th generation's leader, and he had promised Reborn to establish a new generation of the Vongala family, thus becoming the first of the new Vongala. Everything seemed to progress positively. In the evening, his mother had prepared a lavish feast to celebrate Reborn's return. He had intended to indulge in a warm bath before joyfully dining with everyone. Yet as he emerged from the water, swathed in a towel, He inexplicably found himself transported to this chaotic world. It was a disorderly neighborhood. A glance revealed him witnessing a violent robbery unfold. As the assailants laughed maniacally and strutted away, leaving behind the victims sprawled on the ground, uncertain of their fate. Most alarmingly, he noticed that the onlookers appeared utterly desensitized to such occurrences, not even casting a glance at the scene. As the passers-by scurried away like frightened creatures, it seemed they feared becoming the next targets of the ruffians, perhaps due to the fact that he was clad only in a bath towel. The thugs paid him no heed and brushed past him without a glance, trembling and steadying himself against the wall. A gang cautiously made his way towards the distant flicker of orange light. At that moment, Yukihira entered the alley and happened upon this scene. What is this? Yukihira immediately noticed a gang's white name, indicating that this young man was also a player belonging to the same faction as them. Indeed, his earlier analysis proved correct. There were other players in this world besides them. Observing a gang, who was leaning against the wall with a look of evident confusion, he noted that the youth appeared to be around the same age as his own son. A flicker of compassion crossed Yukihira's eyes as he made a decision. You are a player as well, aren't you? About the same age as my son. If possible, come with me. A gang looked up at the middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared before him, especially noticing the matching color of the name above his head, which felt like a beacon of hope. Thus, Yukihira led a gang away from the dim and foul-smelling alley. Chapter 6. Yukihira and a gang. What transpired? As Yukihira pushed the door open, he was met with a scene of chaos, his expression darkening as he coldly remarked, "It seems someone has caused trouble." Jessica explained. It was a group from the Magia gang. The leader came to collect protection fees, but was driven off by me. Thank you, Yukihira said, turning to Jessica, who leaned awkwardly against the doorframe. Having spent a month in Hell's Kitchen, he understood the unwritten rules for conducting business peacefully. One must honestly pay the management fees, which were more aptly termed protection fees. The Yukihira diner was situated right in the territory of the Magia gang, and he had long been prepared for an encounter with them. Initially, he had only intended to chase off those thugs. He hadn't anticipated that it would escalate into such a mess. Jessica waved her hands apologetically. It's nothing. I'm just glad to have helped. Yukihira regarded her with a deep gaze, saying little more. A woman who could run a private detective agency in such a chaotic environment and gain a reputation was undoubtedly more formidable than she appeared. Thanks to her assistance, Yukihira knew that trouble might have befallen them that night. However, with tonight's incident, the Magia gang had now openly declared war against them. Yukihira first took a gang to change out of the filthy bath towel, and together they tidied up the mess in the diner. Yukihira then prepared a simple late-night meal. Uncle, your cooking is truly delicious. A gang had never tasted such exquisite cuisine before, though it was merely a simple bowl of char siu ramen. The experience felt akin to entering paradise. He embraced the bowl, eagerly consuming every drop of the broth. After setting the bowl down, he exhaled deeply, a warm sensation enveloping his stomach, and this overwhelming sense of satisfaction was simply blissful. Ramen, indeed, is supreme. In this moment, a gang felt as if he had transformed into the younger brother of the kind-hearted Uncle Sijuru, who not only cooked deliciously, but also possessed a benevolent spirit. Where could one find such a remarkable uncle? It was truly fortuitous to encounter Uncle Sijuru. During the meal, Sijuru introduced a gang to the others present. Soma, curious about this peer who appeared to be of similar age, refrained from probing too deeply due to their initial meeting. Once everyone was satiated and Jessica had departed the diner, Sijuru finally spoke. Soma, please recount in detail what transpired during my absence. Soma relayed the events that had unfolded, emphasizing that his dishes had been validated by others, yet that group of individuals had acted unreasonably, attempting to forcibly take him away. Were it not for Jessica's assistance, the evening could have ended quite differently. I see, Sijuru responded, noticing the concern reflected in the eyes of the two young ones. And he too felt a weight of pressure. For now, you both should refrain from getting involved. I will devise a solution. How infuriating. I had already won that competition. Yet they refused to play by the rules. Their audacity is utterly abhorrent. Soma exclaimed, clearly agitated by the events of the evening, which had shaken his worldview. Although Jessica had managed to defuse the situation with the hostile group, the mere thought of the ruffian named Flint left him seething with indignation. To praise his cooking while simultaneously plotting to abduct him for their leader, did this man not comprehend the most basic of principles? Sighing heavily at his son's naivety, Sijuru replied, Soma, this place is unlike our former home. Culinary skills alone cannot determine victory. To survive here without yielding to threats, one requires a more tangible form of strength. A steely resolve flickered in Sijuru's eyes. Upon hearing such candid remarks, coupled with the prior incident involving Flint's raucous behavior, Soma appeared dazed, sitting in his chair, fixated on the empty ramen bowl before him. evidently affected by the profound impact of the revelations. All right, both of you have had a long day. It would be wise to retire early. A gang. I have prepared a room for you on the left side of the second floor. Let Soma guide you there. Yukihira smiled before rising to leave the hall. His intentions unknown. Come with me, Soma said, his demeanor towards a gang friendly. By the way, it seems we are of similar age. Which high school did you attend? I was at Busei High School in my second year. A gang scratched his head, appearing rather bashful. I haven't heard of it, but now we'll be together. Soma shrugged playfully, smiling at a gang. He had swiftly recovered from earlier setbacks, not allowing a mere meal to weigh heavily on his heart. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to pursue his dreams. Do you know when I can return to my original world? A gang inquired softly, testing the waters. He truly wished to escape this chaotic place. From what Uncle Jutira had mentioned, this environment was rife with turmoil and fatalities occurred almost daily. He yearned to live, having just navigated numerous challenges, only to find himself inexplicably thrust into this game after a simple bath. He swore he would never bathe again. Well, it seems that after completing the main quest, we would all belong to the same faction, and thus the primary tasks are merely survival missions. If we endure until the end, we should clear the game, or something along those lines, Soma articulated, though he too was uncertain about how to fulfill the main quest. Oh, a gang nodded in understanding. After all this, it turns out we're just low-level players in a game, aiming for a happy ending. That is not too daunting, I suppose. However, the only pressing issue now is that Magia gang. I never anticipated their ruthlessness to the extent of kidnapping. It has left me utterly bewildered. Soma furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting a hint of contemplation. It appeared Jessica's words had rung true. To survive in this prison kitchen, one must grow stronger. Here, the principle of might dictating authority was starkly evident. A gang nodded again, his gaze downcast, seemingly touched by emotion. Following Soma, they arrived at the guest room. After a brief conversation to foster familiarity, a gang eventually changed into clean pajamas and settled onto the soft bed, slowly regaining his composure. Not only had he found himself inexplicably in this game, but he had also been taken in by a kind-hearted uncle whose establishment was now threatened by a gang. The gangsters are akin to the mafia, a complex glimmer passing through a gang's eyes. Regarding these nefarious individuals, it seems that uncle and the others possess less knowledge than they themselves do. A sigh escaped the gang's lips as he cast a glance at the still zero, white jade. Then at the exchange interface, his heart heavy with despair. Such exorbitant prices render any hope of exchange utterly futile. It is likely that he will never accumulate such wealth in this lifetime, though merely living well suffices to complete the main quest. He cannot help but long for Libayan to be by his side at this moment. Whether in self-pity or soliloquy, a gang drifted into slumber amidst his muddled thoughts. Meanwhile, downstairs, Keihei Aikir sat alone in the front hall, contemplating the shop door, which had been cracked open. Silence enveloped the night, shrouding the small establishment in darkness. When suddenly, someone in the mortal realm faction channel broke the stillness. Hello, is anyone there? Dad is hungry. He desires a cup of hot tea. Xiaoyu, along. Where are you? Chapter 7, The Priestess in the Night. Fuji Nelson, clutching a briefcase, meandered out of the bar's alleyway. He had just completed a lucrative commission, and with the generous consultation fee from the client, he decided to celebrate at the bar that evening. As he strolled down the dimly lit street, a flash of red caught his eye as he passed a narrow alley. A girl dressed in a red and white shrine maiden's attire? Her lustrous black hair cascaded down, secured by a pristine white headband. Just from her silhouette, it was evident that she belonged to the realm of beauty. However, whose young lady was out wandering at this late hour? This area is notorious for chaos. A girl should not be roaming the streets at such an hour, especially in this shadowy alley, where the potential for danger is high. Fujin took a deep breath, his righteous spirit surging within him, and without a second thought, he moved towards the shrine maiden. Hey, I say. Yet before he could finish his sentence, the scene before him caused his eyes to widen, the remnants of intoxication vanishing in an instant as he collapsed to the ground. Those are the living dead. They resembled fragmented corpses stitched together, akin to monsters crawling out from a horror film, writhing and howling as if they were eager to consume flesh and blood. The number of these creatures was considerable, densely packed in the narrow alley, with no fewer than 20 monsters. These living dead gazed greedily at the shrine maiden, as if under some enchantment. Reaching out to seize her, Kikyo regarded the living dead before her, a chill seeping into her gaze. She, who should have perished, had been reborn from the grave and resentment, inexplicably arriving in this peculiar place, brimming with bizarre entities. In this place, she felt no trace of malevolence, yet the atmosphere was permeated with an unusual heaviness of death. The souls collected by the Soul Eater were sufficient to sustain her for a considerable time. Here, each day brought forth new corpses, and their numbers were not insignificant. Moreover, the presence of the living dead before her instilled an unsettling sense of dissonance. It was as if souls were forcibly thrust into lifeless bodies, an aura of discord evident in every aspect. Why did these living dead appear here? Who was responsible for their creation? As Kikyo pondered these questions, a voice filled with terror broke through her thoughts. "Run!" Fukuji shouted, his legs trembling beneath him. Beside the girl clad in priestess attire, pale green insects emerged abruptly, glowing faintly as they swirled around her. What were these creatures? He had never seen anything like them. Fukuji widened his eyes, beginning to doubt whether he had truly indulged too much the previous night. Simultaneously, a long bough, almost as tall as the priestess herself, materialized in her hands. With a swift pull of the bowstring, a sharp sound pierced the air. One by one, the horrifying living dead collapsed to the ground, as if purified, transforming into heaps of black ash that scattered into nothingness with the breeze. Fukuji's complexion turned pale, the effects of alcohol fading rapidly as he gazed at the girl, stammering, "What were those things?" "The corpses have acquired souls that do not belong to them. The dead have returned to life," the priestess spoke, devoid of any emotion, before departing. Quaking, Fukuji rose from the ground and, without a word, turned and dashed toward the apartment. He sensed an urgency. This matter must be conveyed to Matt Murdock without delay. The priestess and the living dead. Something significant was about to unfold in Hell's Kitchen. "Tell me, have you had too much to drink?" Matt asked, observing Fukuji, who was visibly inebriated and gesticulating wildly as he attempted to recount the events of the night in the alley. With a weary sigh, Matt rubbed his forehead. Seated in front of a vast network diagram, upon closer inspection, it became evident that, apart from a few individuals, the majority were entangled with members of the Magia gang. "Oh, this cannot be true. I remember it distinctly," Fukuji insisted, his brow furrowed. "I absolutely did not misinterpret. The dead have risen, and that priestess, she possesses spiritual power. You know, akin to what one sees in films." Recalling the chilling scene from earlier, Fukuji paused and shuddered. Yes, that priestess even mentioned something about the corpses possessing souls that do not belong to them, which transformed them into living dead. At least, that was the gist of her explanation before she suddenly left. Fukuji added, "The dead have returned to life?" Matt squinted his eyes, lost in thought as he murmured to himself. He was skeptical of the notions of death and rebirth. Lately, a significant number of individuals in Hell's Kitchen had been reported missing their shadows. Literally, their shadows had vanished. These individuals would huddle in dark corners during the day, only emerging after sunset, and their behavior appeared unremarkable. However, through his investigations, Matt had uncovered a web of victims, all pointing towards the Magia crime family. Suddenly, he pondered whether the young woman referred to as the sorceress by Fuji might provide some clues. A girl clad in sorceress attire traversing the night, resolving the issues of the living dead. If Fuji's claims were indeed true, it seemed imperative for him to meet this sorceress. A shadow of contemplation crossed Matt's face. Things were becoming increasingly intriguing. From a dimension of ethereal existence, a light chuckle echoed. It appeared that the returners were indeed a collection of troublemakers, and he found it delightful. Tang Feng sensed a gradual increase in his power. Although the progress was slow, he could now harness this energy to effect further changes. It was time to prepare to join the fray. He wondered, however, whether the players were ready. A radiant smile graced Tang Feng's face as he envisioned something amusing, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The following day, on the outskirts of Manhattan, a taxi traversed the highway. Wade Winston Wilson, clad in a tight red suit, shouted in exasperation. "Oh, damn it. I forgot my ammo bag. Are we turning back?" Dowfinder remained unfazed. As a taxi driver, he had encountered a myriad of individuals, each with their own peculiarities. This fellow in the red suit shared a surprising amount of common ground with him, particularly in matters of love. He was eager to befriend this Deadpool brother. Chapter 8. Wade Wilson's Grand Offensive. "There's no time. Forget it. I can manage," Wade exclaimed, tapping his head as he loaded the remaining bullets into his firearm. 9, 10, 11, 12 bullets, plus 1 life. "Stop the car." "Huh." Dowfinder instinctively slammed on the brakes, causing the taxi to screech loudly as the tires protested. "Total is $27.50. I never carry a wallet while I'm working. It would ruin the aesthetic of my battle suit," Wade remarked, patting his form-fitting attire, which offered no apparent storage for a wallet. He turned with a serious expression and suggested, "How about we give a quick high five?" With a successful high five executed, Wade declared, "Merry Christmas," as he swung open the taxi door, ready to disembark. "Wishing you a joyful Tuesday and a splendid April, Mr. Deadpool." Dowfinder grasped the steering wheel, flashing a radiant smile as he waved his hand. This was in response to the prior advice given by Mr. Deadpool regarding Jitara and Cousin Ban. He believed that $27.50 was rather insignificant in this context. After all, he and Mr. Deadpool were kindred spirits, weren't they? On the bustling Rayfield Road, near Nisiaza Road, Wade, clad in a tight red suit, perched himself on the railing, swinging his legs as he sketched what he considered a remarkably similar portrayal of his arch-nemesis, while music emanated from a nearby radio. Hey yeah, tonight I want a boom boom boom, boom boom hey hey boom boom. In the distance, several sleek black Mercedes-Benz 500s sped towards him. Oh, the baddies are here. Wade beamed. Unleashed the firepower. In the blink of an eye, he leaped into action, arms outstretched, and the force of his descent shattered the upper windows of the vehicle. Hey, where's Francis? Wade waved, his demeanor amicable. Inside the car, the occupants initially appeared taken aback, but soon their expressions hardened with menace. A burly man on the left unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Wade's head. What do you want? Wade chattered incessantly, yet his body swiftly twisted to the left. His left foot pivoting forward as he unleashed a right hook straight at the burly man's nose. With a resounding crack, the sound of a shattered nasal bone echoed within the car, accompanied by a pained scream. Simultaneously, the other assailants lunged at Wade. He deftly sidestepped, his right arm sweeping outwards, and just as it was about to connect with the hefty man on his right, he executed an elbow strike that landed squarely on the man's chest. The hefty man felt a sudden pressure in his chest, darkness clouding his vision as he collapsed into the back seat, unconscious. At that moment, Wade sensed a grip around his left leg, accompanied by a rush of wind by his ear. He bent his left arm to block, using his grounded left leg as leverage, while his right foot delivered a fierce kick towards his assailant below, producing a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig that resonated throughout the vehicle. Meanwhile, the unconscious hefty man became a useful tool. Wade hoisted him up, hurling him towards the burly driver, a strike akin to a baseball pitch. Following that, he executed a backward flip, sending the hefty man crashing into the rear compartment of the car. It was unclear whether the trunk was already ajar or if it had been flung open by the hefty man's impact, but he clung tightly to the rear bumper, crying out for help. Help me. Hearing the desperate cries, Wade couldn't help but chuckle at the poor fellow's misfortune. Suddenly, a bald giant lunged at him, pinning Wade's head firmly against the luxurious Corinthian leather of the driver's seat. Undeterred, Wade maintained his composure and, in the next moment, delivered an elbow strike that sent the bald giant flying. I am in search of Francis. Have you seen this individual? Wade retrieved the freshly painted portrait. However, this group of individuals surged forward with the relentless fervor of cockroaches, frantically leaping towards him. Oh no, did I forget to turn off the stove when I left? Wade pondered while effortlessly dealing with these fools. Amid the chaos, a Mercedes-Benz collided with the guardrail of the nearby highway, followed by a cacophony of successive crashes. In the blink of an eye, a dozen vehicles collided, sending plumes of dust into the air. Above, the whir of helicopter blades reverberated, and the voice of a female anchor permeated every television and radio. The breaking news reported a multi-vehicle collision on the Cross-City Highway this morning, escalating into a gunfight, which resulted in traffic congestion that hindered police access to the scene. Citizens were advised to remain indoors as armed assailants, clad in red, posed a significant threat. All entrances and exits to the highway were temporarily closed. Damn it, Deadpool. At the moment Steel Force saw the shooting news, he was having breakfast. When the figure in the red bodysuit appeared, he instinctively clenched his fists and slammed them onto the table, his expression darkening considerably. Bullet, let's go. We have a mission. Steel Force urged. Wait, what's the rush? Bullet inquired, trailing behind. I've given Deadpool so many chances to join us, yet he prefers to act like a childish fool, albeit a heavily armed one. When will he mature and comprehend the benefits of being part of the Warriors? Steel Force was nearly beside himself with frustration. If only Deadpool could behave a little better and refrain from causing significant trouble, Steel Force could enjoy a bit of peace. But Deadpool was like a ticking time bomb. Trouble was bound to ensue if left unchecked. Only by bringing him into the Warriors could Steel Force feel at ease, observing the madness daily. As he opened the villa door, he suddenly recalled something, halting his steps abruptly before turning towards the backyard. Where are you going? Bullet asked, bewildered by Steel Force's erratic behavior. I'm going to find Tina. Her abilities might prove invaluable. This time, I will not let Deadpool slip away, Steel Force declared earnestly. Moreover, if we fight alongside her, perhaps she will come to understand us better, leading her to abandon her previous affiliations and join our ranks. Join us, Bullet replied skeptically, curling his lip. Tina is part of an organization. How could she possibly join us? What about that Emperor Foundation? Steel Force scoffed dismissively. I've never even heard of it. Besides, becoming a member of the Warriors comes with numerous advantages. What advantages? With a raised eyebrow, Deadpool could not help but remark on the ubiquitous tight-fitting attire and the houses that seemed to explode every few years. Please, Steel Force earnestly explained. The explosions at school only serve to fortify us. By the way, have you had breakfast? It is the most important meal of the day. As he spoke, Steel Force offered a protein bar to Deadpool. Here, take this protein bar. It's beneficial for your bones. Deadpool, perhaps, intends to break them. I think you're overthinking it, Deadpool replied, bemused, as he pocketed the protein bar. Chapter 9. Peach White. In the wake of a shooting incident, the highway was filled with the frantic screams of the crowd. Make way. Clear the path for us. Black-clad figures emerged from the speeding car, wielding Italian-made Beretta 86 pistols, seeking cover while cautiously surveying the vehicle that concealed unknown assailants. Just as Wade peeked out, the sound of gunfire intensified alarmingly. Observing Wade retreating back into the vehicle, a group exchanged glances before cautiously adjusting their formation and inching closer. Suddenly, a shout erupted from the car, and Wade thrust both hands out of the window, appearing to surrender. You might wonder why I wear red. It's so the bad guys can't see me bleed, he quipped, gesturing towards a man in a black knit cap at the forefront. He shares a similar philosophy, given that he is in brownish red pants. The man instinctively looked down, then raised his weapon to fire at Wade. Rat-a-tat-tat. Wade swiftly withdrew his hands back inside the car. All right, just so you know, I only have 12 bullets, so you'll have to share. Let us start counting down, Wade declared, brandishing his gun. He leaped out of the car, executing a mid-air spin while squeezing the trigger. The first and second bullets flew out in rapid succession, striking two individuals squarely in the left chest, both collapsing. Wade then ducked back behind the car for cover. Meanwhile, other members of Francis's crew opened fire as a helmeted thug on a motorcycle revved the throttle, attempting to maneuver behind the car to turn the red-skinned obstacle into Swiss cheese. The sound of gunfire erupted, and Wade rolled on the ground, narrowly evading the bullets. Damn it, he muttered, loading his gun. 10. The shot went astray. Curse it. 9. The helmeted adversary drifted sideways, skillfully dodging once more, even tauntingly circling back on his motorcycle, charging directly at Wade. 8. However, before Wade could pull the trigger again, he witnessed the foe riding away, not sparing a glance back, thus denying him any opportunity to retaliate. Bah, damn it, Deadpool's being mischievous. Wade set his arms down, turning his head in exasperation. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of an enemy hiding behind the car. A gunshot rang out, and the adversary collapsed. He shrugged nonchalantly, his tone relaxed. Oh ho, Deadpool, behave. Meanwhile, Francis sat in the vehicle, observing the intriguingly dispassionate Tao Bai beside him, his brow furrowed as he urged, damn it. That person was supposed to ensure my safety, not to spectate. Are you not going to take action? Tao Bai, clad in a pink robe emblazoned with the character for kill on the front and an exclamation mark on the back, nonchalantly shrugged, his tone indifferent. I merely need to ensure your survival. As long as you remain alive, everything else is inconsequential. Francis was taken aback by the audacity of the man before him. What do you mean by that? Aren't you concerned about your accountability to that person? Accountability? Tao Bai smirked slightly, speaking with a casual air. You must understand. I am not his subordinate. My price is quite high. Accompanying you on this venture is merely a source of amusement for me. Francis was incensed, yet he lacked the courage to confront the man before him. In their initial encounter, his specially trained tactical squad appeared as vulnerable as caged rabbits in the presence of this individual who effortlessly dispatched them in mere moments. He claimed to be the world's foremost assassin, exhibiting monstrous strength. Don't be hasty. Your subordinates are not all dead yet, are they? Tao Bai observed with a grin as he watched Deadpool rolling amidst a hail of gunfire, sustaining multiple bullet hits, yet still brimming with vitality, clearly capable of continuing the fight. The sound of gunfire echoed incessantly. Wow. Wade glimpsed the enemy across the way through the car window, and it was evident that the adversary had spotted him as well. In the next instant, the enemy pressed the trigger of his firearm, the dark muzzle belching flames. Wade ducked for cover while the opponent leaped onto the car's hood, aiming his gun at Wade. At this moment, Wade lay horizontally under the vehicle, resting his head on his left hand, appearing utterly at ease. Got you, the man in the black jacket exclaimed, a glint of excitement in his eyes as he squeezed the trigger. However, the anticipated gunfire did not follow. Damn it, the magazine is empty, he cursed. And before he could reload, Wade, lying on the ground, chuckled. Oh ho, someone miscounted their bullets. Simultaneously, Wade lifted his weapon. 6. With that proclamation, the man in the black jacket fell to the ground. As the two individuals seized the opportunity, they attempted to encircle from the side. One of them, a man of African descent, brandished an explosive device, pulling the pin and preparing to hurl it. At that moment, with a resounding gunshot from Wade, the explosive detonated instantaneously, engulfing both in flames. Wade's grin widened, and he began to prance about, executing little slides as he leapt from behind the car's cover. I relish this. The cacophony of gunfire erupted, and Wade fell face down, having been struck multiple times. One of Francis's underlings, observing Wade's fall, cautiously approached him. Yet, unexpectedly, Wade retaliated from the ground, firing and swiftly taking down his assailant. Huh, got you, Wade exclaimed, clutching his rear as he gradually rose from the ground. Ouch, my backside. He limped towards the corpse of the enemy who had shot him. 3, 2, such foolishness, but worth it. Indeed, being shot in the rear is absolutely intolerable. Even though he was left with merely 3 bullets, having wasted 2 on a now-deceased adversary, it was still worthwhile. Wade surveyed his surroundings. Only 3 enemies remained, all advancing towards him. At that moment, Wade leapt into the air, vaulting over the front of a car, and as he rolled in midair, the 3 adversaries lined up perfectly. 1. The final bullet was discharged. It pierced through the chest of the first, the lower rib of the second, and ultimately struck the abdomen of the third. They all fell, wailing in agony. Oh yes, the battle concludes. Wade inhaled the acrid scent of gunpowder from his firearm, feeling a surge of exhilaration. Ah, delightful. I'm feeling quite invigorated. Francis, swaying his hips in a dance, watched as Wade skipped to the center, beside an intact vehicle, yanking the door wide open. The interior was empty. What in the world? Wade's expression soured instantly, and he became irate. Where are you, Francis? Meanwhile, not far behind, the man clad in a black leather jacket, who had seemingly succumbed to a gunshot wound to the forehead, began to rise slowly from the ground. Chapter 10. The Mouthy Mercenary, the Ultimate Assassin. Wade threw his head back and howled, turning to fixate his gaze upon the man in the black jacket. You are not Francis. What do you think you're doing rising up? The man rolled up his sleeves, glaring intently at his opponent. He understood all too well. The individual before him was out of ammunition. The man in black shrugged his shoulders and then drew a dagger from his waist, advancing menacingly towards Wade. Oh, are we playing for real? Rolling up your sleeves, are we? Wade retorted, unsheathing twin blades from behind his back. At the moment his adversary charged forward, Wade crouched low, plunging his twin blades into the enemy's chest. With a swift motion, he hoisted the man up before casting him aside, sending him crashing against a nearby overturned vehicle, which crumpled under the impact. Wade executed a stylish sheathing of his blades, returning them to their scabbard on his back, and exhaled deeply. Now, let me ponder. If I were a 90-kilogram scoundrel named Francis, where would I be? Just then, a thunderous roar of a motorcycle erupted from behind. Wade slowly turned, his expression sharpening, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Oh, look what I've stumbled upon. It's Francis. Hey, don't look at me. Your foe is him. From a distance, Francis's voice boomed with audacity. Oh, you've got an accomplice? Before Wade could comprehend the situation, a fierce gust of wind surged from behind. He sidestepped just in time, catching a glimmer of silver as the man in the black jacket, previously impaled by Wade's blades, rose again, still brimming with combat spirit. What on earth is happening? Oh, I'll sue you for infringement. Immortality is my trademark. Wade raised an eyebrow at the black-jacketed man, who had once more risen from the ground. Instead of blood, a thick, black liquid oozed from the 2 wounds in his abdomen, reeking with a foul stench. What is this? Goodness, how long has it been since you last bathed? Wade waved his hand dismissively, as if to fan away the odor, reminiscent of the rotten smell emanating from a week-old pizza left in the kitchen. Let me see if you're truly like me. No sooner had he spoken than his blades were drawn once more. In a flash of silver, the man's head was severed. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing yet still defiantly twisting toward Wade, clearly not dead. Oh, Wade, intrigued, struck again. The gleam of his blade severed the man's legs, sending him to the ground in spasms, yet he remained alive. Observing the black-jacketed man, who appeared unable to reassemble his bodily form and could only fracture into pieces while retaining a vigorous life force, Wade whistled in realization. A failed experiment, you are. I have no time to play with you. Wade sprinted toward the motorcycle, speeding away in the distance. But after just a few strides, a pink figure obstructed his path. I am the world's #1 assassin, Tao Bai. With hands clasped behind his back, Tao Bai regarded the adversary clad in a red bodysuit with keen interest, declaring, I've come for you. Oh, a pink little rabbit? Could you be Francis's new beau? When did his taste become so extravagant? Has your alluring little mustache worked its charm? Wade whistled at Tao Bai, scrutinizing his pink robe before suddenly realizing. Are you here to plead for your little lover? That simply won't do. This is a personal vendetta, and I advise you to keep your distance. Wade recalled that before he left that damned laboratory, Francis seemed to have rather conventional tastes. How had he suddenly taken to such peculiar amusements after a brief absence? Could this be a consequence of his desensitization to pain? It made sense, after all. If one could not feel pain, it would be more comfortable to indulge. Francis, it seemed, was quite the playful spirit. With this thought, Wade nodded knowingly, as if he had come to a profound realization. Tao Bai wore a stern expression, clearly displeased by Wade's tone. I am temporarily employed by Francis to ensure his safety. Your presence is somewhat distracting. Queer, I knew you two were involved. Come on, little rabbit, hit me, Wade exclaimed, brandishing dual blades as he charged towards Tao Bai with great speed. A light chuckle escaped Tao Bai's lips. He made no move to attack or evade, merely standing still with his hands behind his back, watching Wade rush toward him with knives drawn. Hey, rabbit boy, have you been frightened into silence? Wade leaped into the air, performing a flourish with his blades, which glinted ominously as they descended. A clean slice. Just as Wade believed he had dispatched his opponent, Tao Bai sprang into action. With a swift kick, he propelled himself upward, legs raised high in an acrobatic maneuver, delivering a powerful strike to Wade's chin. Thud. The force of the kick sent Wade sprawling several meters away. He found himself tumbling uncontrollably through the air, ultimately crashing into a nearby, overturned vehicle, which buckled under the impact. Little Rabbit's kick. Now that's quite a force. Before Wade could gather himself from the ground, Tao Bai had already closed the distance, delivering a swift palm strike to his abdomen. With a sickening squelch, what appeared to be a mere flesh hand pierced through Wade's flesh as if it were a sharp blade. Wade's abdomen was torn open, and he spewed forth a torrent of crimson. Now I finally understand why Francis fled. He wanted to escape from you, didn't he? Who could withstand your strength? Oh. Tao Bai regarded Wade, who wobbled unsteadily yet seemed unfazed by his injury, rising once more. His interest intensified. Since arriving in this realm, he had encountered numerous so-called superhumans on Francis's side, but they were merely trivialities. Their abilities, though superficially impressive, proved ineffective, often dispatched with just a few blows. Before him stood a remarkable specimen, one who could seemingly endure the most grievous of wounds, despite what should have been a fatal injury. Wade's extraordinary self-healing capabilities were continuously mending the damage, as if he were destined to never perish. Fascinating. Yet, Tao Bai remained skeptical. He did not believe there existed a being that could not be slain. Those who know me are aware that every bone in my body harbors no prejudice against anyone, even if that person happens to be an eccentric rabbit-like individual. In essence, I embody the true essence of a saint. Indeed, that is the case. Wade rambled on, brandishing his blade as he executed a sideways slash aimed at the neck of Tao Bai. Yet, I believe your choice of Francis reveals a grave error in judgment. Perhaps you might consider abandoning him and indulging in my company instead. Before Wade could finish his thought, Tao Bai swiftly maneuvered to Wade's side, seizing his head and forcefully slamming it down, violently driving Wade's face into the asphalt, leaving a spiderweb of cracks in its wake. Have we touched upon the sore points of you and your little lover? Have you truly not contemplated discarding him for a dalliance with me? Wade, bloodied and battered, pulled himself up from the ground, chattering incessantly. Trust me, each bone within me possesses a charisma far surpassing that of Francis. A glimmer of shock flickered in Tao Bai's eyes. A penetrating abdominal wound and severe cranial compression. How could he still be standing? It was unfathomable. This individual's self-healing abilities were astonishingly formidable. If I could procure his body, that person should be quite interested in his shadow, and a handsome reward would surely follow. Tao Bai's eyes sparkled as he gazed upon Deadpool, as if he were beholding a fortune of $100 million along with a bounty of red jewels. Although wealth held no value for him, he simply relished the idea. Behold, the world's most formidable assassin. Chapter 11. Wade. Oh ho, Flame Knight. After a previous flurry of blows, Wade was now smeared in blood, yet his spirits remained remarkably high. He retrieved his fallen dual blades and executed a flourish. It was now the second round. Let us see the prowess of Deadpool. Wade lunged forward, his blades whirling, emanating a cold gleam. A testament to the killing techniques honed throughout his mercenary career, combined with Wade's reckless, fearless approach, which truly put him on the offensive against Tao Bai. Not too shabby. Far superior to Francis's toys. I must take you back. Such acrobatics are hardly advisable. In the face of Wade's ferocious onslaught, Tao Bai maintained a composed demeanor, his hands casually resting behind his back, exuding an air of tranquility as he evaded Wade's frenzied strikes with almost ghostly agility. Wade launched a relentless barrage. Yet amidst the clashing of blades, not even the hem of Tao Bai's attire was grazed. You are quite adept at evasion. I hope you demonstrate such speed in the bedroom, for otherwise, Francis may find himself deprived of enjoyment. As he spoke, Wade reversed his grip on the knife, executing a diagonal slash, thrusting both blades towards Tao Bai's face from two different angles. A curious smile crept across Tao Bai's visage. If you enjoy leaping about so much, let us see how you fare against this. Confronted by Wade's blade, Tao Bai did not retreat. Rather, she advanced. evading the dual strikes aimed at her while colliding directly into Wade's embrace. "My, how exuberant you are," she remarked, as Wade, startled, exclaimed in surprise. In an instant, Tao Bai Bai seized Wade's wrists with lightning speed, simultaneously pinning his feet to the ground, their bodies mere inches apart, engaging in a fierce struggle. "Now you cannot move. Can you?" Wade writhed, attempting to break free, but found himself ensnared by Tao Bai Bai's overwhelming strength, akin to a fly trapped in amber, utterly powerless to resist. "This is against the rules, do you realize? How dare you control my body?" he protested, sensing her confidence in her abilities. With a slight release of her grip, she smirked, "Then I shall not hold back in my assault." In the next heartbeat, Tao Bai Bai vanished from Wade's sight, only to reappear behind him. Wade's expression shifted dramatically. This was dire. Before he could react, he felt a crushing blow to the back of his head. A jarring sound resonated in his brain, and a momentary haze clouded his vision, leading to an overwhelming sense of dizziness, forcing him to bow and collapse. Tao Bai Bai seized Wade by the neck, pivoting gracefully in a flawless 360-degree maneuver that sent him soaring through the air, followed by a brutal impact as he was hurled against a distant stone pillar of a bridge. The force of his collision created a deep, human-shaped indentation in the stone. Ah, the pain. No wonder Francis fled like a rabbit. He must have been trying to escape you. With such strength, there's no joy for him in bed. Wade groaned, clutching his head as he struggled to extricate himself from the pit. He grimaced, unleashing a furious roar. Tao Bai Bai let out a cold chuckle and instantly appeared before him, transforming her left hand into a blade, and struck fiercely at Wade's waist. A sharp crack echoed as his left ribcage shattered. Oh, a delightful meal of ribs. Yet, contrary to expectations, Wade did not emit the anticipated scream. Instead, a jubilant voice reached Tao Bai Bai's ears. "Look, I've got you." In the blink of an eye, Wade discarded his dual blades, grasping Tao Bai Bai's left arm while his right hand produced a lit incendiary device. This explosive would unleash a rapid, searing heat blast, burning intensely for 40 to 60 seconds, capable of melting anything in its wake. Not good. Tao Bai Bai's martial instincts screamed in alarm. The imminent explosion at such close range would be unbearable even for her. Acting swiftly, she executed a powerful maneuver, breaking free from Wade's grasp while forcefully slamming him back into the ground, then vanished from sight. Boom. The incendiary device detonated explosively, flames erupting in a furious blaze. Standing at a distance, Tao Bai Bai clasped his hands behind his back, squinting his eyes as he fixated on the very heart of the flames. "Can you still survive this searing heat, little toy?" From the raging inferno, a figure staggered to its feet. The red bodysuit worn by Wade was tattered and charred, revealing skin marred with burns, his entire being engulfed in intense flames, presenting an exceedingly grotesque visage. As the fire enchantment completed, the fiery mode was activated. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Wade, enveloped in flames, charged towards Tao Bai Bai, declaring, "Prepare to face the wrath of the Flame Knight." The roaring fire, bolstered by the winds, became even more ferocious. This madman. Tao Bai Bai's expression darkened. He yearned to evade, yet the dignity of the world's #1 assassin forbade him from doing so. Confronted by Wade's accelerated charge, Tao Bai Bai grounded himself in a horse stance, stabilizing his base while his fists clenched, arms crossed in defense. "Oh ho, let the flame party commence." Wade madly collided with Tao Bai Bai, flames instantly enveloping him, the high temperature reducing his pink robe to tatters in the blink of an eye. "How dare you scorch my attire? Die!" Tao Bai Bai erupted in fury, delivering a powerful kick that sent Wade flying, while he raised his finger, concentrating energy upon it. Hollow wave. In midair, the flames on Wade began to extinguish. Just as he contemplated enduring Tao Bai Bai's next assault, a steel-like figure appeared just in time, crashing into Tao Bai Bai like a battering ram, with a resounding thud. "Oh, Steel Titan, my good brother, you have finally arrived." Wade, who had fallen from the sky, brightened at the sight, defiantly raising his middle finger at Tao Bai Bai, taunting, "Look, my reinforcements have come. And you, little rabbit man. Francis enjoyed his time and then discarded you. Now it's 2 of us against you alone." Wade, catching a glimpse of another figure following Steel Titan, surmised they were allies, which only heightened his excitement. "Oh no, it's 3 against 1. You might want to consider surrendering. I have always been kind to captives." Feeling assured of victory, Wade's tone grew increasingly arrogant. "More toys, regardless if it's 1 or 3, matters not to me." A glimmer of disdain flashed in Tao Bai Bai's eyes. A hulking mass of steel and a petite woman had seemingly presented themselves, and he was prepared to accept the challenge. Chapter 12. Steel Titan. Do not panic. Reinforcements are on the way. Hey, I don't care what grievances exist between you two. You have both caused severe public danger. Hence you will both accompany me back. Steel Titan shook his head, having just interrupted Tao Bai's assault, feeling a slight tingling sensation in his body. Yet he continued to advance towards Tao Bai. However, in the next instant, before Wade and Bullet could even perceive Tao Bai's movements, the steel titan soared through the air like a frisbee, tracing a flawless parabolic arc before crashing into a pile of vehicles. Oh, I misspoke earlier. I do not recognize this giant. Wade grimaced in distaste, pursing his lips and turning away to shield his eyes. Observing this, Bullet was instantly engulfed in a fiery crimson glow, roaring as he charged towards Tao Bai. Yet, with a mere shift, Tao Bai vanished from sight. What in the world? Where did he go? As Bullet stood there in bewilderment, Tao Bai had already materialized behind her. Bullet, watch out behind you. The steel titan struggled to extricate himself from the wreckage, rushing towards Tao Bai while bellowing at Bullet. Bang! Bang! Two resounding thuds echoed as Steel Titan and Bullet both landed beside Wade. Where's Tina? Where has she gone? Bullet clutched her chest, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth as she attempted to rise from the ground. If reinforcements did not arrive soon, she feared she might be beaten to death. Trust me, she will be here shortly. Steel Titan, having endured 2 blows from Tao Bai, was equally discomfited. Hey, I thought you two came to save me. Are you really this weak? Wade sprawled on the roadside, observing Steel Titan's incessant grumbling. I genuinely feel sorry for you two, with such feeble abilities. How can you even dream of filming a cop action movie? Shut up, this mess is your fault. Steel Titan was nearly choked to silence by Wade's retorts. Had it not been for the imminent threat, he swore he would have silenced Wade for good. Now, let's proceed with Plan C. Having gained a moment of respite, and with his injuries nearly healed, Wade sprang back to life, brandishing his twin blades. What do you mean by Plan C? Steel Titan looked utterly perplexed. He often felt out of sync with this insufferable character due to his own normalcy. Deadpool has resurrected. I'll charge in. You two provide cover. Before Steel Titan and Bullet could fully comprehend the situation, Wade was already dashing towards Tao Bai. Tao Bai remained composed, hands clasped behind his back. Exuding an air of superiority, aside from his charred and tattered attire, everything appeared flawless. In the next moment, a resounding thud echoed. A crimson figure zipped past Steel Titan and the others before crashing violently into a nearby stone pillar, perfectly illustrating a face-down, rear-end elevated pose reminiscent of a dog digging in the dirt. My meticulously crafted plan has been ruined by the two of you. What kind of cover was that? A pair of weaklings. Wade expressed his disdain. Be quiet. How did he not kill you just now? Steel Titan glared at Wade, feeling as though he might be driven mad by this insufferable individual. Huh. The projectile mocked Wade, dashing out with great speed and returning just as swiftly. Regret filled him. Why had he followed to rescue this fool? Could he retreat? After a brief contemplation, Steel Force shook his head honestly, suggesting it might be too late. Oh damn. Despair crossed the projectile's face. You know, I can distinctly hear your conversation, both of you. Wade rose from the ground, limping towards the two, tilting his head to scrutinize the projectile. Who are you? The Black Queen's boy. The projectile regarded the wretched individual before him with an impassive expression. Black Queen's boy? What a ridiculous name. That's the coolest name I've ever heard. So, are you the muscle's sidekick? Wade raised an eyebrow, perpetually fixating on the oddest details. No, merely a trainee. Steel Force corrected him with utmost seriousness. Are you done? Tao Bai stepped forward, already feeling a surge of impatience. It was time to conclude this. 3 little toys, you've nearly said your farewells. As for this hulking brute and the explosive woman beside him, you may as well perish. And as for this chatterbox, I shall tear off your limbs and take you back. I am quite intrigued to see if you can grow new ones. Look at this. Wade smugly flaunted towards Steel Force and the projectile. Deadpool is eternally adored. Even if the opponent is a pink-clad bunny boy, they shall kneel before my crimson suit. That is charisma. Why on earth did I follow you to rescue this idiot? The projectile was utterly exasperated by Wade. Fear not, we have another ally. I believe Tina will arrive shortly, Steel Force assured. Listening to the exchange among the three, Tao Bai's patience reached its zenith. He no longer wished to engage with these 3 toys. At that moment, he raised his right hand, extending his index finger. Suddenly, he sensed an anomaly. Wait. Tao Bai's expression shifted as he leaped. Simultaneously, a sharp gust of wind surged. A pitch-black iron spear abruptly appeared in his line of sight, hurtling towards him with the speed of a released arrow. Clang! The iron spear embedded itself deep into the ground, the explosive force shattering the earth. In midair, Tao Bai caught a glimpse of a figure not far off. The assailant was a woman with striking light pink hair styled in a sharp middle part, adorned with purple-tinted sunglasses. This is Tao Bai's eyes widened in surprise. Tina. He could see her name, indicating that she, like him, belonged to the players. However, the hue of her name was different. She belonged to the opposing faction. See, I told you Tina would come to our rescue. Steel Force let out a fervent roar, for if she did not arrive soon, their demise was imminent. The head of the team quipped, "Oh ho." Upon catching sight of the stunning beauty before him, Wade sprang up from the ground with vigor. "I knew it. The charming Deadpool has an irresistible allure. The legendary damsel has come to rescue the hero." He continued, "Though I am already in a relationship, I shall not deter a beautiful woman from pursuing me." "Silence. She is my recruit." Steel Force bellowed in a frenzy. "Oh, I believe you've truly lost your mind. Why on earth would such a beautiful woman wish to join the war police?" Wade scoffed. "What a couple of weaklings." In a brief moment, Tina executed a rapid succession of steps, propelling herself with explosive force, moving with a speed that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye, as if she had vanished into thin air. "What remarkable agility," thought Peach White, suspended in midair, alarmed and attempting to reposition himself. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Tina appeared unexpectedly behind him. How is this possible? She has anticipated my every move. In that instant, Peach White's heart raced uncontrollably. Tina extended her arms. An iron bar shot forth, encircling her adversary. "Anything that passes through my body shall be ensnared. There is no escape." As she brought her arms together, the metallic bars clashed, emitting a cacophony of noise. "Tina has you." Panic set in as Peach White found himself trapped by the iron rods, his expression shifting to one of distress. Chapter 13. Tina furrowed her brow, gazing at the man before her, his crimson name glaringly conspicuous. "Peach White, where do you hail from?" "Hey, quick, ask me. I know the answer to that," Wade interjected, sidling up to Tina with a playful gait. "He is Francis's new companion. Although he claims to be an assassin, I suspect that is merely a pseudonym from his days as a gigolo. Now that this matter is resolved, I must seek out Francis." Tina, perplexed, inquired, "And who are you?" She blinked at Wade, momentarily taken aback. You've come specifically to rescue me, yet you are unaware of my identity?" Wade lamented, feigning sorrow as he covered his face. "Oh, how heart-wrenching. Woe is me." Tina was left speechless, her forehead adorned with exasperation. "Is this imbecile truly the one I am meant to save?" Steel Force, struggling to rise, grasped Wade's shoulder tightly, exasperatedly addressing Tina. "Indeed, it is this fool." Although there were a few minor interruptions during the process, the outcome was quite satisfactory. It was evident that we had maintained control over both parties. At this moment, Tina's attention once again focused on Tao Bai Bai as she scrutinized the man before her. A killer? Tina surveyed the surrounding chaos, where the remnants of exploded vehicles lay strewn about, the entire area ravaged, a scene too grim to behold. "Did you kill all these people?" Tao Bai Bai raised an eyebrow. Despite being bound by metal rods, he displayed no signs of being subdued. "One must not speak recklessly. I have no qualms about taking lives. But this destruction is not my doing. Indeed, it was I who orchestrated this," Wade interjected, bursting forth with an air of confidence, his thumb raised in self-approval, appearing rather proud. "Tina does not harbor any fondness for you," she replied, her brow furrowing in disapproval. She was uncertain of this loquacious individual's identity. But he certainly did not appear to be a man of virtue. "They all deserve to die. I assumed you were aware of that," Wade shrugged nonchalantly. "Many have perished at the hands of these villains. I merely repaid them in kind. Deadpool never slaughters the innocent. I only offered this explanation because you are a beauty. Had that hulking figure over there asked, I would have ignored him," Deadpool remarked dismissively, casting a glance at the nearby Colossus. Tina chose to disregard this chatterbox, refocusing her gaze on Tao Bai Bai. "You comprehend what Tina is inquiring about. What faction do you currently belong to?" They could not divulge their true identities. Any information regarding their origins from another world was strictly prohibited. Only the new identities forged by Jade could be freely discussed, and Tina was well aware of this. She sought to uncover the factional allegiance of the man before her. It was an opportune moment for insight. "Naturally, I am a member of the returnees," Tao Bai Bai replied after a moment of contemplation, simultaneously countering. "You should afford me the chance to learn as well." "The Empire Foundation," Tina responded coldly. "Wait, did I mishear that?" Wade, now restrained by Colossus, seemed to have discovered a new revelation, turning to his companion. "Didn't you just tell me she was part of your reserve team? When did the war police change their name to whatever foundation? I merely attempted to recruit her. Besides, you've never heard of this foundation, have you?" Colossus explained earnestly. "I knew it. Who in their right mind would want to join the war police?" Clearly, she had no such intention. "Two weaklings." Wade scoffed, rolling his eyes in disdain. "Is this your friend?" Tina inquired, still wishing to interrogate Tao Bai Bai further. But her train of thought was once again interrupted by Wade, who turned to Colossus, clearly exasperated. "Tina wants you to be quiet for a moment." "Hey, beautiful." Wade interjected before Colossus could respond, striving to assert his presence. "This marks our inaugural meeting, thus your understanding of me remains superficial. At times, One should not judge solely by appearances. I can offer you an opportunity to explore my inner self, contingent upon your willingness to seize it. Silence. Steel Titan bellowed, gripping Wade's throat with a fierce intensity. Clearly, amidst Wade's incessant prattling akin to a machine gun, the thread of reason within Steel Titan had finally snapped. He needed to return promptly, to educate Wade, ensuring that this individual would exhibit more decorum. Hey, I say. At that moment, a sinister voice emerged from behind them. You lot seem to be somewhat carried away with your own importance. Tao Bai glared furiously at the four individuals before him. This group had the audacity to disregard him. Where could he, the world's foremost assassin, place his pride? Such insolence was utterly unforgivable. No one could escape Tina's binds, she declared with confidence. Is that so? I initially intended to extract some valuable intelligence from you, but if you remain so uncooperative, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. No sooner had she spoken than a violent wave of energy erupted from Tao Bai, his aura surging with ferocity. With a resounding crash, the seemingly indestructible black barrier shattered as if it were made of mere glass. What? Tina's eyes widened in disbelief. Her powers had been violently overcome. Just then, the freed Tao Bai lunged toward her. Black spear. Tina's arm swerved, and a long iron spear materialized in her grasp. Dark energy coiled around the spear, its formidable presence amplified by the armed color, rendering it even more menacing. The black spear was launched forth. In midair, as Tao Bai descended, he deftly evaded the speeding spear, his descent unimpeded, closing the distance between him and the others in an instant. Die! Tao Bai, consumed by rage, struck with lethal intent, targeting Tina's vital points with claw-like hands and deadly kicks, seeking to extinguish life itself. Simultaneously, Tina's arms darkened, crossing them to continually deflect Tao Bai's relentless assault. In that moment, Tina and Tao Bai became locked in a fierce struggle. Strange. What is happening? It seems as though every one of his movements is anticipated by the opponent. A frown creased Tao Bai's brow, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Meanwhile, Tina was not without her own struggles. Despite the defensive enhancement of armed color and the subtle foresight granted by observation color, she could distinctly sense the escalating force and speed of Tao Bai's strikes. She intended to utilize her barrier fruit abilities to subdue him. Yet Tao Bai's ceaseless barrage left her no opportunity to counter. A heaviness settled in Tina's heart. She had come to realize that she faced a formidable opponent who stood on the foundation of pure physical prowess. Just as the two were locked in an increasingly intense battle, Tina's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a furtive red figure. Deadpool had arrived. In the next instant, Wade lunged forward, brandishing dual blades. Get lost, Tao Bai exclaimed, delivering a powerful palm strike that landed squarely on Wade's chest. With a grunt, Wade's lips bled slightly. Such a minor injury was inconsequential to him. Ignoring it completely, he discarded his blades, seized Tao Bai's arms, and leapt, wrapping himself around her from the side. Beautiful girl. Quickly, use your black gun to shoot him dead, don't spare me. Tina was deadly serious. With a quick tremor of her hand, the black gun appeared. The sound of the gun piercing Tao Bai's abdomen echoed. You. This time, it ignited Tao Bai's fury completely. He had been wounded by a toy and a woman. Unforgivable. Tao Bai roared. Boom. A shockwave surged forth. Tina and Wade were instantly thrown back, and even the distant bullets and steel muscle were affected. Bang, bang, bang. A series of collisions resonated on the highway. The four were hurled by the shockwave, crashing heavily to the ground. Tao Bai's expression was dark, nearly dripping with ink from his suppressed rage. Raising his right hand, he aimed at the four and extended his index finger. A piercing white beam shot forth in an instant. Upon contact with Tina and the others, a deafening explosion erupted. As the light dissipated, bullets lay motionless on the ground, while steel muscle, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, leaned weakly against a stone pillar. Wade was in a similarly dire state, teetering precariously. Tina, standing at the forefront, found her magenta professional attire and navy justice cape in tatters. Despite utilizing her armed color to defend fiercely, she had evidently sustained significant injuries. Now, I've changed my mind. I shall kill all of you, leaving none behind. The malice in Tao Bai's voice was unmistakable. Let us see how you can defend against this. A fierce aura began to coalesce again as he raised his finger, targeting the defenseless quartet. Just at that critical moment, Tina noticed a communication from the faction channel. A smile suddenly gracing her lips. She knew reinforcements had arrived. Poison pufferfish. Chapter 14. Poison fruit Magellan. Poison pufferfish. Accompanying the deep voice were numerous purple liquid orbs, a potent venom converging that could suffocate anyone who merely glanced at it. I must evade. A surge of alarm gripped Tao Bai as an acute sense of danger warned him that the consequences of being struck would be dire. He abruptly leaped to evade the assault of the peculiar orbs. As he landed once more, a colossal figure, adorned with horns reminiscent of a demon, emerged on the battlefield, standing before Tina and her companions. A hissing, corrosive sound penetrated the air, invading the ears of Tao Bai Bai. What was that sound? He furrowed his brow and followed the direction of the noise. Not far away stood Magellan, his body oozing with a thick, purple venom, and the once smooth ground had become pockmarked due to the dripping toxin. Each droplet of purple liquid not only eroded the earth, but also released a cloud of toxic white smoke. Is this poison? Is the enemy of being filled with lethal venom? A grave expression settled on Tao Bai Bai's face. Magellan? Tao Bai Bai assessed his opponent. This man was significantly taller than the average person, resembling more of a giant than a human. While such a massive physique might typically suggest clumsiness for Tao Bai Bai, a practitioner of martial arts, a bulkier opponent was often easier to overwhelm with rapid strikes. Yet, Tao Bai Bai's countenance darkened. His instincts warned him against any contact. Should his fists or feet strike the enemy, it would be he who fell in defeat. This marked the third time Tao Bai Bai had his offensive rhythm disrupted, and he began to realize that the battle had dragged on too long, the tide of fortune turning against him. This is bad. I cannot remain here. Upon witnessing the spreading toxic mist, Tina's smile froze in place. She understood that this battlefield was no longer safe for them. Tina decided to flee. Otherwise, she risked being accidentally harmed by Director Magellan. Gripping the head of the projectile in one hand and dragging the steel warrior with the other, she sprinted away without looking back, ignoring the incessant chatter of a certain indestructible fool. Tina, is that your companion? Have you made contact? Steel warrior inquired curiously. Your director? He seems much more reliable. We should feel safe now. Bullet let out a sigh of relief, feeling considerably lighter, yet still puzzled. Since reinforcements have arrived, why should we retreat? Shouldn't we be charging in to confront him? Oh, how very much like a righteous warrior you sound. Charging in, eh? Quite impressive. Wade interjected, raising an eyebrow in mockery. And that director of yours, is he akin to a position that manages the risks of excessive soda consumption leading to obesity? Wade taunted as he trailed after Tina, grinning mischievously. Looking at that director's bulk, I suspect he has indulged in more than his fair share of cola. Your foundation should investigate him. Really, director, please wait. Do not engage just yet. Tina had no time to entertain Wade's banter. She shouted back, without glancing over her shoulder. Once Tina is far enough away, you may act, or else everyone will be ensnared in the deadly poison. The toxins within Magellan pose no immediate threat to him. They merely induce an incessant bout of diarrhea. However, for others, once contaminated by this venom, death may not be instantaneous, but rather a prolonged torment leading to eventual demise. It is a potent poison. Once ensnared, we would all meet our end. Tina turned to her companions and explained briefly. Oh no. Despair clouded the countenance of Tosaka. Are we to be affected by his venom as well? What on earth am I doing here? This is madness. It appears your poison is far more formidable than I had anticipated. Nevertheless, do you truly believe you can vanquish me in this manner? It is utterly laughable. Tosaka, observing Tina and the others retreating, furrowed his brow in confusion. He detested such flamboyant abilities. In a straightforward brawl, he was confident he could defeat anyone. His words were filled with bravado. Yet from this moment forth, your fate is destined to end here. The capabilities of the poison fruit began to envelop his exterior. Purple sweat dripping to the ground, accompanied by the hissing sound of corrosion, as Magellan spoke slowly. Poison dragon. His entire form was shrouded in a purple toxin, releasing 3 colossal dragon-shaped venoms. He had no desire to engage in a prolonged struggle. Capturing his opponent and extracting the information he possessed was Magellan's goal. He aimed to conclude this battle with utmost swiftness. What is this? Is it all poison? The poison dragon spiraled through the air, a vast volume of toxins surging toward Tosaka, compelling him to leap and evade continuously, darting through the gaps in the dragon's assault, his figure even leaving behind afterimages. The poison was a nerve-paralyzing venom. Once contaminated, one would endure excruciating pain, ultimately succumbing to death. Have you not realized the futility of your efforts? Magellan observed Tosaka's relentless evasion, a chilling expression emerging on his devilish visage. Is that so? Tosaka retorted with a cold smirk. While he indeed found himself at a loss against this poison wielder, it was impossible for him to be struck by such trivial tricks. This was the confidence that came with being the foremost assassin. Hey, why has this guy suddenly gone soft? Where's the ferocity he displayed when he attacked us? Wade scoffed, pursing his lips in disdain, as he clasped his hands and called out to Tosaka, Little bunny, think of your France. Go on, take him down. Director Magellan, a user of the poison fruit, was cloaked in lethal toxins. If Tosaka dared to engage him in close combat, he would only suffer a more disastrous defeat. Tina understood Tosaka's capabilities and was acutely aware of the constraints he faced at this moment. Director Magellan, with his body overflowing with toxins, was a veritable nemesis in close quarters. Striking him would only hasten the demise of the attacker. If you possess no other skills, then this is where it ends. Magellan smacked his lips, expelling a purple bubble that slowly drifted towards Peach White. A toxic gas bomb. The bubble burst in midair, releasing a noxious purple mist that began to envelop the surroundings. Peach White shielded his eyes, tears welling up in his orbs. What is this? Tear gas. At that moment, the swirling poisonous dragon suddenly halted, its head aimed directly at Peach White. A toxic passage. Magellan swiftly propelled himself along the serpent's body, reaching Peach White in an instant. No matter how fiercely you struggle, you cannot escape my grasp. A broad hand, saturated with venom, extended from the toxic dragon, reaching out to seize Peach White. If Magellan's grip were to ensnare him, the outcome would be indisputable, succumbing to the corrosive potency of the poison. Ridiculous. Faced with Magellan's ferocious onslaught, Peach White sidestepped and retreated, emerging from the cloud of gas to stand upon a protruding stone bridge, his expression grim. The intensity of this poison exceeded his expectations, and an overwhelming sense of crisis rendered him unable to strike back, leaving him entirely on the defensive. Peach White shot a glance at Wade and the others in the distance. Were it not for Magellan's interference, he would have undoubtedly secured victory even against 4 opponents. But now, the battle had reached an impasse, and the risk of a catastrophic failure loomed large. It was time to withdraw. Just a mere poison wielder. I shall no longer squander my time playing with you. Consider yourselves fortunate this time, but do not let our paths cross again. With those words, Peach White vanished from sight. Chapter 15. Coulson's Investigation Report. Hey, it's finally over. That giant managed to defeat the little rabbit man. Can I continue my pursuit of Francis now? Honestly, had it not been for your meddling, I would have caught up to that fellow long ago. Wade dusted himself off, rising from the roadside, rambling as he intended to find a vehicle and continue his chase after Francis. How dare you say that? All this trouble is of your own making. Steel Titan seized the handcuffs handed to him, snapping them onto Wade's left wrist with an exasperated expression. We cannot allow such behavior to continue, Wade. Please, come along quietly with us. Oh, you fool. While it may not be polite to say, you are truly ruining my plans. Wade kicked a nearby piece of car debris in frustration, speaking indignantly. Trust me, that scoundrel Francis deserves every bit of this. He is nothing short of a devil. Wade, believe me, coming with me now is your best option. Look at all this mess. It's all a result of your actions. Steel Titan relentlessly dragged Wade along, following Tina as they approached Magellan. Director Magellan, thank you for your timely support. Tina saluted the man before her with respect. Director, Tina previously discovered this object, and it appears quite familiar. She approached a severely damaged car and carelessly lifted the severed head of a man who had previously been dismembered by Wade. The nauseating stench was all too familiar to Tina, whom it repulsed. Although uncertain if anyone else in this world possessed similar powers, she harbored a foreboding sense of dread. Magellan furrowed his brow, his expression grave. This is of no consequence, Tina. There is an exceedingly important mission I must assign to you. Tina hesitated momentarily, but upon seeing the faction channel, she quickly regained her composure. Yes, I assure you I will complete the task. She had previously heard rumors that due to his toxic abilities, Director Magellan exhaled poisonous air, contaminating any food that approached his lips, leaving him in a perpetual state of distress from the overwhelming toxins. Though it would not lead to his demise, he suffered daily from debilitating diarrhea. It seemed that after the fierce battle just fought, Magellan was nearing his limit. Very well, let us proceed. Magellan nodded and hurriedly departed with Tina, disregarding the steel giant and others trailing behind her. TSK, who was it that claimed that stunning beauty was his recruit? Yet she has abandoned you without a second thought, Wade taunted mercilessly. Believe me, I will persuade her to join our family, just as you did, Steel Giant replied earnestly. Hey, that's revolting, please do not involve me. I have pressing matters to attend to, Wade retorted, visibly disgusted. Look at Tina's companion. He and I are both large and distinct from the average person. We share a common language, Steel Giant explained with a serious demeanor, seemingly sincere in his belief. Hey, who gave you the audacity? You hunk of metal, Wade rolled his eyes, exasperated. Did you not hear? She is a poison user, and what about you? I believe this is merely a difference in terminology. I could be described as a steel user, Steel Giant nonchalantly pointed to himself before addressing Wade. For instance, Head could be called an explosion user, and you, a mouth user of the insipid fruit. See how apt that is? After making his point, Steel Giant nodded solemnly. I think you should not be a warrior. Rather, you should become a psychologist. Your self-comforting abilities are quite remarkable, Wade scoffed at Steel Giant, uninterested in the notion of being a warrior, finding it utterly pointless. This is irrelevant, Wade. You must cease causing trouble and learn to wield your abilities wisely. Join us and use your powers for good, to become a true superhero. It was rather fortuitous that the day I resolved to become a villain combating crime, and to share a residence with a group of disgruntled souls in the Dreamland Manor. The manor's proprietor was an elderly, unattractive baldy. On that very day, Wade pointed a finger at Steelman and spoke coldly. I shall send you a heartfelt friend request. However, before that, I must accomplish what I came here for. If you hinder me, I shall strike you down with a single slap. Are you certain? Steelman shook the rattling handcuffs in his hand. Oh damn. Wade covered his face and let out a mournful cry. Subsequently, he raised his leg and retrieved a small knife from the sole of his shoe. Without further ado, he began to slice at his own wrist, preparing to sever the tether of his existence. The sight of the small blade cutting into his flesh was nothing short of unbearable. Oh heavens, how revolting! Bullethead remarked disdainfully as he watched Wade, feeling as though the energy bar he had consumed for breakfast was churning violently in his stomach. What are you doing? Steelman raised his hand and, upon seeing Wade's wrist being brutally cut, felt a wave of nausea wash over him, gagging involuntarily. I didn't expect this to be so difficult. Wade's expression mirrored his frustration. Seizing the moment while Steelman was distracted, he leapt up, severing his own wrist with a swift motion, using the momentum to flip himself to the edge of the bridge, plummeting down onto the interstate below. Beneath the highway, a freight truck passed, providing Wade with an opportunity for a fortuitous escape. All that remained was Steelman and Bullethead, gazing blankly at the severed handcuffed wrist, lost in contemplation. Though they knew of Wade's remarkable self-healing abilities, they had not anticipated such a decisive act of self-mutilation. What an unfortunate day. At that moment, Wade, lying atop the truck, reflected on his circumstances. The Bureau of Strategic Homeland Defense and Logistics, colloquially known as SHIELD. Nick Fury stood before a large screen displaying footage of the battle on the interstate. Agent Coulson placed two documents on the table, introducing them in a somber tone. These two individuals are unregistered superpowered beings, with scant information available. All we know is that they hail from an organization known as the King S Foundation. Is there any data regarding this organization? Nick Fury inquired, his gaze falling upon the documents with a hint of gravity. Currently, we have yet to uncover pertinent details. However, I have instructed the intelligence team to investigate further, and results will emerge shortly. As Coulson spoke, he retrieved another document. As for Peach White, our investigation indicates that this individual has been quite active in the mercenary world lately, claiming to be the world's foremost assassin, affiliated with the Natural Returners organization. Coulson manipulated the mouse, enlarging a close-up of Peach White's face on the screen. According to intelligence, Peach White professes to be a martial artist, skilled in the use of a particular form of energy, and is a master of combat. However, the Natural Returners to which he belongs appear to be in opposition to the Imperial Foundation. They have dispatched agents to investigate and follow up, striving to uncover traces of these two organizations as swiftly as possible. It is noteworthy that Coulson's tone grew significantly more serious as he produced a new document, considerably thicker than the previous three reports. There exists an employment relationship between Peach and Francis. Francis, also known as Ajax, serves as the assistant to Dr. Gilbrew, primarily tasked with handling lost experimental subjects and prisoners within the weapons program. Investigators discovered that Francis had been secretly stealing and profiting from the sale of deceased experimental subjects, all of which were transported to Hell's Kitchen, a dock controlled by the Magia crime syndicate. The leader of the Magia gang, Joseph Harrow, is a notorious supercriminal known as Hammerhead, who has undergone significant cranial modifications. As Coulson laid out the fourth document on the table, detailing the criminal records of the Magia gang, he pointed out a concerning report indicating the presence of an entity known as the Living Dead in Hell's Kitchen, with various clues pointing to the Magia gang. Coulson placed the final document on the table, the thinnest of them all, which he deemed the most crucial. This file pertains to the Living Dead incident, involving an enigmatic sorceress of unknown origins and the renowned daredevil. These events are intricately connected, yet there appears to be no obvious transactional relationship between the Magia gang and Francis, suggesting that there might be an unseen puppeteer behind the entire affair. Fury, with a serious expression, scrutinized the row of documents on the table and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. Continue to monitor them and unearth more valuable information. But remember not to alert the snakes in the grass. Chapter 16, Matt's assignment in the void of the null dimension. Tang Feng gazed at the three exquisitely crafted player cards in his hand, feeling immense satisfaction. Player, Magellan. Source, One Piece. Title, The Strongest Man in Prison. Current skills, Poison Passage, Poison Gas Bomb, Poison Pufferfish. Poison Dragon. Background, a paramecia-type devil fruit user with poison abilities, former director of the great undersea prison Impelled Down, possessing a strong sense of responsibility. The figure resembling Satan, adorned with horns and bat wings, is Magellan. A man of great responsibility is indeed the most admirable. Holding the card, Tang Feng smiled and remarked, perhaps it would be wise to assign some personal tasks to the esteemed director. He might stir up other significant events. Simply perfect. Before he finished speaking, Tang Feng picked up the second card. A stunning beauty with pink hair leapt into view. Player, Tina. Source, One Piece. Title, Black Slope Tina. Current skills, Black Gun, Feather Prison. Background, as the wielder of the Slope fruit. She takes great pride in her abilities, continuously honing her skills, which serve as the foundation of her confidence. Third card. Player, Tao Bai. Source, Dragon Ball. Title, The World's Greatest Assassin. Current skills, high-speed movement, whole wave. Background, Tao Bai, adheres strictly to the assassin's code. Payment is simply out of the question for me, now and forever. So tell me, who do you wish to eliminate? His life is as plain as it gets. Although Tao Bai faced the so-called nemesis of close combat, Magellan, after taking on 4 opponents, he managed to escape unscathed from the latter's venomous onslaught. At least not suffering a humiliating defeat. It seems the title of the world's greatest assassin is indeed well-deserved. Moreover, due to his involvement in this incident, Tao Bai acquired a substantial amount of red gems, marking a significant gain, apart from a slight loss of face during his hasty retreat. It can be said that this was a highly profitable venture. Meanwhile, Tang not only secured a large portion of the gems, but also planned to fan the flames further. With the accumulated gems now sufficient, it seems the time has come to introduce some excitement and liven up the reality dimension. A smile crept across Tang Feng's face as he observed a multitude of gems converging, seemingly on the verge of manifesting something remarkable. Now is not the time. His gaze then shifted to the location of Hell's Kitchen. On 10th Avenue, Matt Murdock stood at the intersection of 10th Avenue and West 39th Street, gazing across at the chaotic and filthy living quarters. After losing his sight, he developed extraordinary and enhanced supersensory abilities, which he refers to as radar perception. This allows him to perceive his surroundings with heightened acuity, leaving no minute detail overlooked. While he may be blind, his clarity regarding the sordid aspects of life is unparalleled. The distant roar of motorcycles was deafening, interspersed with the raucous laughter from nearby alleys and the quarrels of drunken individuals returning home. The residents in this vicinity had long grown accustomed to such disturbances, becoming numb and indifferent, or perhaps they had simply become part of the commotion themselves. Matt shook his head, dismissing the cacophony of information. He had a mission to undertake today. He needed to locate Jimmy, a 30-year-old Irish man implicated in a recent bar robbery. Jimmy is a habitual criminal, yet it is evident that his recent escapades have gone awry. The bar he attempted to rob lies within the territory of the Magia gang, and the unfortunate victim of his robbery is one of the notorious members of the local motorcycle gang, according to intelligence previously gathered by Matt. On the night of the bar incident, Jimmy was taken away by individuals associated with the Magia gang. After a night's absence, he returned to the inexpensive apartment he rents. Since then, however, Jimmy has not been seen for 3 or 4 days. Matt, assuming the role of a lawyer hired by other victims of Jimmy's robbery, has arrived at the modest apartment to gather more information. Upon entering the building and before proceeding to Jimmy's room, he decides to inquire with the landlady for some insights. "Excuse me, ma'am, is Jimmy still residing here?" Matt inquires politely to the woman in front of him, who is clad in a greasy apron. "Young man, let me kindly remind you, this is not a place for the likes of you." Mrs. Amy, the proprietor of the low-cost apartment and a woman in her 40s, frowns at the young lawyer, who is wearing sunglasses and a suit, and speaks in a loud voice. "Mrs. Amy, I have been commissioned by a client to locate Jimmy, who is embroiled in a robbery case. I need to speak with him to gather some information." Matt replies calmly. "I knew that scoundrel Jimmy was no good. But who in their right mind would stay in my cheap apartment but miscreants like him?" Mrs. Amy scoffs, seemingly disdainful of such lowly individuals. The trouble Jimmy caused was significant. Not only did he create a ruckus at the Magia gang's bar, but he also pilfered money from a motorcycle gang member right after a transaction. It's a miracle he is still alive, finally finding someone to vent her frustrations to. Mrs. Amy begins to complain incessantly. "Since my husband passed away, I have been renting this apartment out to lowlifes like Jimmy. After all, who else would come to stay here? My rates are quite reasonable, and there is no need for registration. Where else can you find such affordable housing?" But that rascal Jimmy has not only defaulted on 2 months' rent, but has also angered the Magia gang. Ever since that night he was taken away, when he returned, he seemed utterly deranged. "What do you mean?" Matt asks, his expression revealing his confusion. "He has gone mad." "Yes, ever since that day, he has locked himself in his room, refusing to come out. I've pounded on his door with no response. I know he is still alive, but I doubt he can last much longer. Magia gang? Matt seizes upon a key term and the implication of Mrs. Amy's words regarding Jimmy's madness begins to conjure unsettling associations in his mind. He had been conducting a thorough investigation into the recent incidents of shadow disappearances in Hell's Kitchen. Most of the victims he could locate, who had lost their shadows, were intricately connected to the Magia gang. Reflecting on what Foggy had previously mentioned regarding the living dead, Matt pondered whether this could indeed be a manifestation of madness. After all, it was implausible that a scenario involving the resurrection of zombies could genuinely occur. Yes, that bar belonged to the Magia gang, and the stolen motorcycle gang was also linked to them. In my opinion, Jimmy brought this upon himself. Why provoke anyone else when he could have avoided crossing paths with the Magia gang? He should consider himself fortunate if he manages to survive this. Mrs. Amy remarked in a hushed tone. Thank you for the information, ma'am. May I ask which floor Jimmy resides on? Matt inquired politely. Just upstairs, on the second floor, Mrs. Amy began, but her words were abruptly interrupted by the roar of motorcycles approaching from outside the apartment building. Is that? The familiar sound of the motorcycles resonated in his ears. Wasn't that the very group of bikers he had just overheard on the corner? Were they here to cause trouble? Matt furrowed his brow, his expression turning serious. In the next moment, the front door of the apartment building was forcefully kicked open, revealing a muscular young man, seemingly in his 20s, clad in a tight black outfit that accentuated his formidable physique. Where the hell is that bastard Jimmy? One of the motorcycle gang members bellowed. Second floor, Mrs. Amy stammered, retreating a couple of steps in fright. Let us go, the leader of the gang ordered with a wave of his hand. After which they surged toward the second floor like a swarm. The next instant, loud banging echoed through the hall, accompanied by Jimmy's piercing screams, followed by the sound of shattering objects and the gang members' curses. Oh no, my furniture. That bastard Jimmy can't possibly afford to pay me back. If he survives this time, I will surely evict him, Mrs. Amy exclaimed, slapping her thigh in distress. Chapter 17. Matt, Miss Witch, please wait. That bastard Jimmy has truly lost his mind. He took the biker's money and broke the rules of this place. If he survives, I will absolutely throw him out, Mrs. Amy shouted in frustration, her ears filled with the chaos from above, before turning back to her room and slamming the door shut. She had no intention of standing up for Jimmy and provoking those troublesome bikers. Her only outlet for her anger was to slam the door. Matt shook his head, intending to ascend to the second floor to assess the situation, when he suddenly heard a cacophony of hurried footsteps above, followed by someone descending the stairs. Do not take me out of this room. I will perish, Jimmy wailed, being dragged by several individuals. Huh. Do you really believe that having the Magia gang's backing allows you to hide safely at home? One of the members of the biker gang retorted, his tone exceedingly irritable. I warn you to cease your tricks. Today, you will pay, and we will unleash our fury. If we do not teach you a lesson, how can we continue to operate on this street? Release me. This is murder. If I die, you won't receive a single penny. I implore you, let me go. Damn it, behave yourself. The gang members, observing Jimmy's desperate attempt to grasp the railing and resist being dragged outside, responded with a few vicious kicks, eliciting harrowing cries from him. Drag him out. Let everyone witness the consequences of provoking us. One of the assailants, while intermittently beating Jimmy, cast a glance at a man standing below, wielding a cane and wearing sunglasses, clearly a blind individual. The man was gazing upward at them, which struck Matt as peculiar. A blind man, what could he possibly see? At that moment, Matt had no time to ponder the thoughts of this man. All his focus was on the battered Jimmy. In his perception, he could discern that Jimmy cast no shadow. This sudden realization altered Matt's expression drastically. He felt a surge of urgency. The loss of Jimmy's shadow was undoubtedly linked to the Magia gang's abduction of him. What had transpired that fateful night after the robbery at the bar was undeniably crucial information. Just as Matt resolved to intervene and rescue the beleaguered Jimmy, he found that Jimmy had already been forcibly dragged out of the apartment building. The moment sunlight struck Jimmy, a chilling scream reverberated down the entire street. Jimmy curled on the ground in a frenzied state, as if genuinely deranged. His demeanor resembled a vampire confronted with a cross, his throat-tearing shriek sending shivers down one's spine. Jimmy's appearance startled the gang members as well. Brother. One of the previously exuberant assailants stammered, now visibly shaken. Why do I feel as if he is ablaze? Don't be absurd. He is not wood. How could he ignite? Before his companion could finish, they witnessed Jimmy, convulsing on the ground, suddenly engulfed in spontaneous flames. The searing fire consuming him entirely. Help me, Jimmy cried, crawling toward the shadows in the corner of the apartment. His nails splintered, skin scorched. The sight was truly harrowing. What is happening? Matt was taken aback by Jimmy's sudden transformation and hurriedly prepared to attempt a rescue. Alas, he was a moment too late. Jimmy, before the eyes of the crowd, was consumed by the sun and reduced to a pile of ash. The members of the motorcycle gang were utterly horrified and dared not linger, hastily fleeing to their vehicles. The unforeseen turn of events left Matt feeling increasingly despondent. Jimmy had vanished, entirely scorched by the sun. As he stepped forward, bending to touch the ground where the ashes lay, he felt the gravity of the situation for the first time. It seemed his earlier assumptions had been misguided. Those who had their shadows stolen did not descend into madness. Rather, their reluctance to venture out during the day stemmed from the knowledge that exposure to sunlight would bring about such a tragic fate. A figure emerged around the corner of the street, slowly approaching. At that moment, Matt's radar sensed someone gracefully walking behind him. A woman bearing a long bow, or perhaps a priestess. He paused, breath hitching slightly, as he turned to behold her beauty through the lens of his radar. She appeared adorned in a red and white ensemble, her pure white top paired with a red kimono skirt. Cascading black hair framed her face, gently bound with a pristine white ribbon. The long bow resting on her back gave her an ethereal quality, as if she were a celestial being descended from the heavens, untouched by the mundane world. This must be the priestess that Fuji mentioned last night. It seemed that he had not been intoxicated. He had indeed encountered a fairy. Yet, a flicker of astonishment and confusion crossed Matt's mind. His radar revealed that a peculiar, serpent-like creature floated beside the priestess. Yet those around them seemed entirely oblivious to its presence. Could it be that no one else sensed this but him? And why did he faintly detect a subtle earthy scent emanating from the priestess? Was it merely an illusion? Arriving a moment too late, it appeared that the soul had already dissipated. Kikyo lowered her gaze tenderly upon the death worm resting on her hand. Upon her resurrection, due to the reincarnation of her soul, she had only brought a fragment of it with her. Lacking a complete soul, she could only rely on the death worm to gather souls to fill her body before she could act. However, since her arrival in this place, she no longer needed to worry about the source of souls. For here, in this exaggerated locale teeming with people, death occurred daily. With no souls remaining, her presence became futile. Shaking her head, Kikyo turned to leave. Please wait, Miss Priestess. At that moment, a man with dark-tinted glasses, wielding a cane, caught up to her. Kikyo paused momentarily, glancing at the man before her. Unlike the vagrant she encountered during the night, the man before her was impeccably dressed in a sharp black suit. Leaning on a cane, the glasses perched on his face suggested he might be blind. Yet how could a blind man discern her identity as a priestess? Kikyo felt a flicker of confusion, but chose not to ponder it deeply. She sensed that this man was distinct from the others in the vicinity. Being a being that was not entirely human, her soul incomplete, her body composed of remnants of her own spiritual essence intertwined with bones and earth, allowed her to keenly perceive the hearts of others. Greed, apathy, brutality. Yet this man emanated a different aura, one of acceptance, justice, and resolve. It was a peculiar sensation. He was the first exceptional individual Kikyo encountered in this unfamiliar realm, reminiscent of a unique spirit she had once met in her village. I am Matthew Murdoch, an attorney currently handling matters related to Mr. Jimmy. I have a few inquiries I would like to discuss. Might the priestess have a moment to join me at the CAF nearby? Chapter 18. Kikyo remarked, CAF? What is that? She was somewhat bewildered, unfamiliar with the term. Following Matthew's gesture, she noticed a shop across the street, its sign depicting a white cup filled with a dark liquid. This must be coffee, she surmised. If it involves drinking, then yes. Kikyo blinked in realization and nodded slightly. The man before her appeared out of place in this realm saturated with malice and violence. Furthermore, considering his profession as a lawyer, it likely paralleled a role concerned with matters pertaining to the deceased. Kikyo mused internally. Meanwhile, Matthew's perceptive instincts detected Kikyo's expression. Upon mentioning coffee, she displayed a fleeting moment of confusion. This astonished him. Hadn't modern priestesses become professionalized? Yet, this particular priestess seemed entirely oblivious to what coffee was. Had she secluded herself in the mountains for far too long? Matthew pressed his lips together, a tinge of gravity crossing his face. He had felt something amiss earlier. He could detect no heartbeat or pulse from this priestess, not even the faintest breath. The sensation was akin to confronting a corpse, sending an eerie chill down his spine. If he were to describe it, the only term that emerged in his mind was living dead. Yet, according to Foggy, this priestess was indeed a genuine witch with spiritual power, known for hunting the living dead at night. What, then, could explain this corpse-like priestess? What secrets lay hidden within her? Currently, the clues presented to Matt are rather scant. In order to untangle the threads of this mystery, he requires further observation. Harboring doubts in his heart, Matt, accompanied by Kikyo, approached the coffee shop and elegantly raised his right hand. Ladies first, he declared. Kikyo, gazing at the transparent glass door, tentatively pushed against it twice. The glass door remained steadfast, of course. as it was designed to remain shut unless a promotional card from the coffee shop was inserted into the slot beside it, allowing the door to open automatically. This coffee shop, in an innovative bid to attract customers, devised a creative scheme involving a daily themed magnetic card when patrons inserted the card to enter. They could also discover the day's special beverage. Moreover, the beautifully packaged magnetic cards could serve as delightful gifts for customers, and since the cards were part of a set, some guests would intentionally visit this establishment to collect them all. It was a splendid concept, though Kikyo found it perplexing. Matt, standing behind her, keenly observed Kikyo's futile attempt to push the door, noting the clear sign that read "Please insert card to enter." Why was she trying to push the door? His suspicions deepened. The only thing that troubled him was what Fuji had said that night. This priestess possessed the power to purify the undead. Yet, if she herself were an undead, how could she remain unscathed while purifying others? This certainly demanded a coherent explanation. "Welcome. Please come in." Just as Kikyo was at a loss, a staff member from the coffee shop noticed the beautiful woman at the door and promptly approached to assist her in inserting the card to unlock the door. "Thank you," Kikyo said, offering a slight nod, before following the staff member to a seat by the window. "Just call me Matt." "May I be so bold as to inquire how to address you, Miss Priestess?" Matt inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Kikyo, wary of missing any detail. "Kikyo," she replied. "A lovely name, Miss Kikyo. Would you like something to drink?" Matt smiled, handing her the menu at his side. Kikyo opened the menu, her confusion evident as she blinked in bewilderment. "What is cheese? And what is caramel cheese?" As a player, she automatically understood the language, recognizing every word. Yet the specific items eluded her comprehension. After much hesitation, she ordered a cup of the dark liquid she had seen advertised on the shop's sign. It must possess a decent flavor if it was featured prominently at the entrance. Matt, noticing Kikyo's hesitation, feigned ignorance and ordered a cup of coffee as well. Seizing the moment while they awaited their drinks, Matt casually asked, "May I inquire if you work at that shrine?" Kikyo shook her head. She could not disclose information about Keed Village, as it was a prohibited matter for players. Was it ignorance, or simply an unwillingness to speak? The author, Fushi, reminds you that players in the Marvel Universe updates the latest chapters on conks. Calm, Matt narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. "May I inquire about the origin of Miss Kaiki?" Kaiki fell silent once more. Just when Matt assumed the priestess would shake her head in refusal like before, she unexpectedly replied, "The Imperial Foundation." "What is that?" It clearly did not sound like a geographical location, but rather the name of an organization. Yet, he had never heard of such an entity. Matt silently committed the Imperial Foundation to memory, intending to investigate this organization thoroughly later. "Sir, madam, your coffee," the server announced as they brought over the drinks. "Thank you." Matt nodded slightly, then smiled at Kaiki. "Miss Kaiki, do try it." Following the example of other patrons, Kaiki lifted her cup and took a small sip. "It's quite bitter." Her elegant features contorted momentarily as she struggled to swallow the bitter liquid. "If you find pure coffee too bitter, you can add a bit of sugar or milk," Matt kindly suggested. "Oh, can this bitter liquid have sugar added?" Kaiki inquired, searching the empty table for a sugar container. "But where is the sugar?" Matt sighed inwardly, then rose to retrieve a box placed beside the table, taking a sugar cube and placing it into Kaiki's coffee cup. With the sugar, the bitterness was tempered, making the coffee less harsh. "Thank you," Kaiki smiled and nodded, grateful for the gesture. She had encountered her first kind-hearted person since arriving in Hell's Kitchen. "May I ask where Miss Kaiki is currently residing?" Matt casually inquired as he returned to his seat. "Nowhere," Kaiki shook her head. "If I tire, I simply find a place to rest." "I see." Matt nodded, successfully concealing his astonishment at her plight of being homeless. It was clear that she could not be left to her own devices. "By the way, I want to thank you for your help last night." Fuji was very grateful after he returned. "Fuji?" Kaiki tilted her head, displaying confusion. "Who is he? Have I met him?" "Last night, not far from here in a small alley, Fuji was attacked by a bizarre creature resembling the living dead. It was you who intervened and saved him, was it not?" "Ah, I see," Kaiki replied, realization dawning upon her. "It was nothing. I was merely pursuing those living dead. Saving him was just a coincidence. Regardless of the circumstances, both he and I are very thankful, Miss Kaiki," Matt smiled. "As a token of gratitude, how about I assist Miss Jeking in finding a temporary place to stay? Moreover, regarding the matters of the living dead, I believe a friend of mine would be quite intrigued. His name is Night Demon, and he has recently been investigating these very issues. I am confident that you two will find common ground." As soon as Miss Jeking expresses her thoughts, Matt hurriedly adds that he hopes she will not decline. For finding a place to stay would indeed be quite beneficial. If it is not too much trouble, I would be most grateful. After a moment of hesitation, Jeking nodded in agreement. The two exchanged smiles, and suddenly, a notification appeared before Jeking. Encountering and becoming acquainted with Matt Murdock has granted you a small amount of black jade. Chapter 20. The enrollment notice from Mid-City High School. The exquisite Italian cuisine crafted by Kohei Siru was a delightful experience for Thompson, who reclined in his chair, wiping the corners of his mouth, savoring the moment. Kohei, your culinary skills surpass even those of Michelin-starred chefs. It is truly a shame to find such talent in a humble establishment like this. The dishes prepared by those so-called chefs are merely edible, lacking the refinement you exhibit. In comparison, they pale significantly. With a chuckle, Thompson remarked, "Perhaps I shall be a frequent visitor henceforth." "You are always welcome," Kohei Siru replied, feeling a sense of relief as a smile graced his face. Given Thompson's satisfaction with the dinner, the prior request he had entrusted should also be secure. "Ah!" Thompson suddenly exclaimed, as if struck by inspiration, sitting up straight and retrieving his briefcase from beside him. He produced 2 documents and placed them on the table. "Kohei, the matter you entrusted to me has been successfully completed. Here are the enrollment notices for Mid-City High School, 2 copies, all duly signed. They commence tomorrow." "You have truly assisted me immensely," Kohei Siru expressed his gratitude, then beckoned to the side. "Agang, come here and take these 2 notices." Uncle?" Agang hesitated momentarily, then accepted the 2 enrollment notices into his embrace, a hint of complexity flickering in his lowered gaze. Having only recently arrived, he too lacked a formal identity. It was Kohei's previous kindness in transferring a sum of white jade that had allowed him to barely secure a semblance of residency. No longer a nameless entity, he genuinely wished to repay Kohei's kindness, yet his culinary skills were lacking, and he struggled with menial tasks, often causing trouble. On several occasions, he had unintentionally offended rude patrons. Had it not been for his father's martial prowess to chase them off, Agang would have been at a loss. Despite assisting in the shop daily, Agang earned little white jade, merely subsisting on the meager income of the establishment, with daily settlements amounting to almost nothing. However, if one were to speak of attending school, his academic performance was indeed something he felt embarrassed to mention. Whether it was Chuangjin, Uncle Kingpin, or his father, none of them had ever criticized him. He had always been the one receiving care. This mixture of emotions only deepened Agang's sense of indebtedness to Uncle Kingpin. He yearned to read the 20th chapter of Players in Marvel penned by Fush, which contained the enrollment notification from CHCH High School. He hoped to swiftly earn some Baiyu, as perhaps he could assist Uncle Kingpin with the issue concerning the Magia gang. Yet, the thought of the meager sum of Baiyu in the system caused Agang to lower his head even further. At that moment, his father, stationed at the cash register, suddenly called out, "Come help me turn on the TV. I can't figure this out." Agang snapped back to reality and hurried over to the counter. Searching for the remote control, lost in thought, he searched for quite some time without success, and his father, noticing Agang's distraction, spotted the 2 enrollment notifications on the counter and immediately understood. "Listen, son," his father advised, "don't overthink it. Just do what you need to do. Chung Aikir arranged the enrollment procedures for you and Chuangjin. Isn't that a good thing?" Agang opened his mouth, intent on expressing his thoughts, but found himself at a loss for words. His father, exasperated, brought his fingers together and gave Agang a light rap on the head. "Never doubt what I say." "Oh." Agang rubbed his head, pondering, and began to see the wisdom in his father's words. Remaining in the store was not only unhelpful, but also a source of unnecessary trouble for everyone. Perhaps after leaving for school, he might discover new sources of Baiyu, allowing him to repay Uncle Kingpin. With clarity in mind, Agang's gloom lifted and a smile graced his face. "Father, I think I understand." With that, he felt a surge of motivation and turned to ascend the stairs to the 2nd floor. However, just as he took a step, his father called out again with a swift gesture. "You little rascal, there's one more thing. The TV," his father reminded him, "is still not on. I can't comprehend how this works." "Do not worry, my younger brother Kingpin. My son and your boy are in the same class. They are of similar age and will surely become good friends in no time." The auspicious serpent reminds you that Players in Marvel updates first on the group novel website. Remember to visit Kongs.com for the latest and complete chapters. My son, named Flays Thompson, is a member of the school's football team. This evening, he attended a party, and I took the opportunity to call him over, allowing the boys to meet and get acquainted. Thompson seemed to sense Aishi Joy's concerns and repeatedly offered reassurances. "Thank you, my friend," Aishi Joy smiled, knowing he had not misjudged Thompson, who had indeed been a reliable ally. Previously, Thompson had assisted in resolving the supply issues at the store, and now he was proving invaluable once again, for which Aishi Joy was profoundly grateful. As the 2 engaged in light conversation, the shop's sliding door swung open from the outside. Just as they mentioned that mischievous boy, he arrived. Thompson cast a disdainful glance at his son, Flays Thompson, who boldly strode in and stood beside his father. "Let me introduce you. This is your father's good friend, Uncle Aishi Joy. Starting tomorrow, his 2 sons will be your new classmates, so you must help take care of them. After all, They are transfer students and will undoubtedly need time to adjust to school life. Don't worry, Dad. Flays puffed out his chest and confidently assured Aishi Joy. With me looking out for those two boys, no one at school will dare to bully them. However, before Flays could finish his grand proclamation, a rumbling sound emanated from his stomach. Embarrassed, he rubbed his nose and explained, I was just drinking at the party and didn't get a chance to eat anything. Aishi Joy stood up and called towards the kitchen, "Sh Ma, come here for a moment." At that moment, Sh Ma, who had been busy in the kitchen, had just learned from a gang that he would be attending school tomorrow, which left him feeling somewhat discontent. He preferred to remain in the shop and hone his culinary skills, showing little interest in anything else. Upon hearing his father's call, Sh Ma wiped his hands with a towel and stepped out of the kitchen. "Meet your new friend, Flays. Take him to the kitchen and let him have something to eat," Aishi Joy said with a smile. "All right, follow me." Sh Ma was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized, looking at the tall blonde lad before him, and loosened the white silk ribbon from his wrist. "How about a hamburger? I can make one for you." "Wow. You're quite the hefty fellow. It seems you can eat a lot. A regular hamburger might not suffice to fill you up." "That sounds fantastic." Flays had no particular demands and nodded eagerly, following closely behind Sh Ma as they made their way to the kitchen. If it's a hamburger, could you make it a bit larger? I tend to eat quite a bit." "No problem. I guarantee you will be satisfied." It appears that the boys are getting along well. As Thompson leaned back in his chair, he expressed his delight to Yukihira Soma. Chapter 21. Soma Yukihira's Player Invitation. "This is the beef I finally chopped during my practice this afternoon. How do you like the beef burger?" Soma turned to the towering figure by the refrigerator and inquired earnestly. "I'm not picky," replied Fries, nodding. He felt a twinge of curiosity towards Soma, who seemed to be of similar age. Could he truly craft a delicious burger? It was worth noting that Fries couldn't even manage a simple fried egg sandwich at home without making a mess. Nevertheless, even if the burger turned out to be unappetizing, as a younger brother, he would swallow it down without complaint. The son of his father's good friend was naturally his comrade, and now that they would be attending the same school, he felt compelled to show respect. That makes sense, Soma mused as he grabbed a handful of black peppercorns and placed them into the grinder, turning them into a slightly coarse powder. He then sprinkled it over the ground beef, followed by a pinch of salt. After mixing thoroughly and kneading the meat, he shaped it into an oval and flattened it into a patty. Next, he finely diced an onion, his movements fluid and graceful, the knife creating an almost ethereal blur on the cutting board. Fries stood by, utterly astonished. "My goodness, what in the world is this speed?" he exclaimed, having never witnessed such swift knife skills before. Even his mother, a seasoned cook, would surely concede to Soma's dexterity. Impressive. Fries suddenly realized he might have underestimated his new friend, who was evidently quite remarkable. From Fries Thompson's astonishment, a small amount of white jade was acquired. What is this? Soma paused momentarily in his actions, a hint of surprise in his eyes as he glanced at Fries. "What's wrong?" Fries, feeling somewhat awkward under Soma's curious gaze, rubbed his nose. "Is the black pepper to your liking?" Soma shook his head. "Not at all." Fries waved his hand dismissively, thumping his chest with a resounding thud. "As long as there is plenty to fill me up, I'll eat whatever you make." Soma nodded in agreement and added the onions to the pan, sauteing them until they turned a light golden hue. He then tossed in some thyme and a sprinkle of salt, stirring a few times until the onions caramelized, before removing them once more. Sizzle. The bacon danced in the skillet, filling the kitchen and the entire establishment with the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat, making Fries' stomach protest even more insistently. He evenly coated both sides of the patty with olive oil and placed it in the skillet that still held traces of bacon fat, cooking it on low heat until it developed a rich, brown crust. Simultaneously, incorporate the crushed garlic for flavor enhancement, then flip the patties. Take a small amount of butter, which will impart a subtle creaminess to the meat. Toast both sides of the hamburger buns, then spread a layer of mayonnaise on one side, placing the patty atop it, followed by a sprinkling of Gruyere cheese. Ignite a kitchen torch to melt the cheese, allowing it to perfectly adhere to the patty. Next, lay the bacon over the melted cheese, evenly spreading the previously sauteed onion sauce, followed by fresh tomato slices. Toss arugula with balsamic vinegar and arrange it atop the tomato slices. Finally, add the last patty and crown it with the other half of the bun. This is truly a paradise for meat lovers. The ultimate, extra-thick cheeseburger is now ready for tasting. A colossal burger, towering over 10 centimeters, was placed before Fries by the talented Soma Yukihira. Fries' eyes widened in astonishment. It was the first time he had encountered such a gargantuan burger. Was this really a burger? The aroma of grilled meat, the slight saltiness of the cheese, combined with a delicate creaminess, and the refreshing sense of arugula and tomato flooded Fries' senses. Terrifying. No, perhaps this was the true essence of a burger. It could be called a miraculous burger. As he opened his mouth and took a bite, the beef patty erupted with a rich, savory juice, the perfect amalgamation of cheese and meat, complemented by the slight tang of the tomato and arugula, which not only prevented it from becoming monotonous, but instead instilled an insatiable desire for more. Although he was indeed eating, his stomach still resolutely protested with hunger. It was as if this colossal burger could never satiate him. The urge to take bite after bite was overwhelming. Once Fries successfully devoured the ultimate cheeseburger, he regretfully patted his stomach, though he still desired more. He was already full and could eat no further. "Your meal is exquisite, surpassing all the food I have ever tasted," he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Soma Yukihira. From Fries Thompson's admiration, a small amount of white jade was acquired. Soma raised an eyebrow, seemingly having stumbled upon another means to earn white jade. "From now on, we are good brothers. Rest assured, as long as I am here at school, no one will dare to bully you." Fries enthusiastically patted Soma's shoulder. "I believe your cooking is far superior to the chef hired by Harry's family. When I attended his party last time, I tried the sandwiches, and they were incomparable to yours." "Who is Harry?" Soma inquired, a hint of confusion crossing his features. "A wealthy second-generation heir," Fries replied in a hushed tone, "and just so you know, I don't like that guy." As the evening descended, Sma Yukihira nodded, not deeming it necessary to dwell on trivial matters. After the Thompson father and son departed, he tidied the kitchen and approached his father, Sma Yukihira, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Father, I have no desire to attend school. I wish to remain here in the restaurant. My dream is to safeguard this establishment." "Times have changed," Sma Yukihira replied, seemingly anticipating his son's reaction. "You must engage with the world and carve out your own path." Sma clenched his fists, lowering his head, trembling with intensity. Suddenly, Yukihira pressed his fist against Sma's chest, his expression grave. "It is time for you to embark on your journey, Sma." "What?" Sma exclaimed, raising his gaze to his father. "What about the restaurant? I have accumulated enough jade during this time. It is time to." Yukihira opened the exchange shop. He selected the player invitation. "Please confirm the inviter." Upon seeing the familiar names, a flicker of complexity crossed his eyes, ultimately settling on one particular name. He clicked confirm. In the next moment, a flash of white light illuminated the dining room, revealing an elderly gentleman clad in traditional Japanese attire, wooden sandals adorning his feet, his hair and beard entirely white, and a scar gracing his right eye. "Is this T.B.J. Yukihira?" Najirai Senzaman gazed at the familiar figure, somewhat taken aback. Sma Yukihira stepped forward respectfully. "Commander, I humbly invite you to this world. I wish for you to help reconstruct Tsuki Culinary Academy." Chapter 22. Matt, a date tonight. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Matt was in his apartment donning his signature battle attire. It was a form-fitting red suit, complete with holsters on his thighs designed to carry dual batons. What appeared to be decorative horns on his head concealed antennas capable of receiving radio waves. He also wielded a weapon that had accompanied him for a considerable time. This ingeniously crafted instrument, paired with his extraordinary skills, was the key to maintaining his poise amidst countless adversaries. Though it appeared to be a simple white cane, it cleverly transformed into dual batons when the call to battle sounded. The cane's handle housed a controllable spring mechanism, allowing it to swiftly morph from an ordinary cane into two distinct functional parts. At the base of the baton was a retractable cable equipped with a launch and retrieval mechanism, demonstrating remarkable elasticity. The steel claws specially designed at the tip of the cable further ensured Matt could securely grasp his foes while anchoring his position. In the midst of the towering skyscrapers of New York City, this device is what allows one to soar through the urban landscape. The head of the short staff can be bent once more, affording Matt better control over his strength while apprehending or rescuing others, thus preventing any unforeseen mishaps. The lower half, crafted from high-tension wood that combines both hardness and resilience, offers perfect balance and serves as an invaluable tool for Matt to showcase his extraordinary throwing skills. As Matt was changing his attire, the door to the room was abruptly flung open from the outside, and strode a portly figure, his dear friend, Foggy Nelson. "Oh, Matt. It appears you are off to another date tonight," Foggy quipped, his left hand laden with fried chicken and hamburgers, while his right clutched a large cup of iced cola. Observing Matt in his crimson battle suit, "You should really cut back on these foods. Just look at how much weight you've gained." Matt frowned at Foggy, exasperated by the sight of such calorie-laden fare. "Do you even realize what time it is? Consuming all of this will add another 3 pounds. You know, this is the essence of my existence." Foggy shrugged nonchalantly. "Only hamburgers and cola can bring me joy." Matt shook his head in disbelief. "I do indeed have a date tonight. I might return quite late, so you need not wait for me." With a swift flick of his wrist, Matt sent the short staff soaring, the highly flexible cable shooting out and latching onto the railing of a rooftop not far away. He leaped from the window, Earlier in the day, he had assisted Karen in renting a modest apartment, and before departing, he reminded her that someone would be visiting her that evening, his friend, Daredevil. He was quite intrigued by the mysterious sorceress who had unexpectedly appeared in Hell's Kitchen, until he could ascertain whether the Kingpin's organization was truly sinister. He could not allow this sorceress to leave his sight. Hell's Kitchen was chaotic enough. It must not become any more disordered, he mused. 5 minutes later, as he drifted between the skyscrapers, Matt arrived at the apartment building where Karen resided. Sensing the tightly shut windows and the eerie stillness within, a wave of apprehension washed over him. Why was it so quiet and dark inside? Had the sorceress grown impatient and ventured out? With a soft click, he opened the window and entered, simultaneously illuminating the bedroom with the overhead light. In the next moment, he was startled to find Karen sitting on the bed, both hands poised on her bow. "So you are home. Why is it so dark?" he asked. "I have no candles," she explained, her gaze curiously fixed on the ceiling light, blinking in wonder. "This thing is quite magical. Why does pressing that white square on the wall suddenly make the thing above light up?" "What candles?" Matt paused momentarily, his gaze scrutinizing Kikyo from head to toe, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Although he had pondered that this priestess might lack proficiency in certain common knowledge, he had never anticipated that she would be incapable of even turning on a light. It struck him that the priestess before him seemed utterly disconnected from the modern world. "You don't appear to be very curious about me," Matt remarked, finding it rather strange. Kikyo, however, seemed far more intrigued by the ceiling above, silently observing Matt. She finally spoke after a brief silence. "Mr. Matt, we only met this afternoon." Yet, her eyes clouded with confusion. "Why are you dressed in such peculiar attire?" "Peculiar?" Matt was taken aback. He believed his battle attire was quite stylish and impressive. "And how do you know my name?" "Your aura is similar," Kikyo contemplated, attempting to articulate her thoughts in terms Matt might comprehend, before asking with some uncertainty, "Is it customary in this place to don strange clothing when venturing out at night? And why do you have 2 horns on your outfit?" "Those are not horns," Matt explained, exasperated. "They are antennas designed to receive radio waves, allowing my ears to hear sounds from afar." "Oh," Kikyo replied, her expression brightening with realization. "It appears their function is akin to that of my soul-eating insects." As she spoke, a soul-eating insect, approximately 3 to 4 meters in length, floated in through the window. "You are fortunate, as you need not conceal them during the day," Kikyo mused, reflecting on the convenience of having 2 horns to enhance her hearing, even if they were somewhat unsightly. Meanwhile, Matt's attention remained fixated on the bizarre soul-eating insect. He had noticed the strange creatures hovering beside Kikyo during the day and had been puzzled as to why the surrounding people did not find them odd. Now, it seemed that Kikyo possessed the power to conceal them. Eager to inquire further about this suddenly appearing priestess, Matt found himself hesitating, unsure whether to voice his questions. After some time spent in her company, he sensed that Kikyo was not a malevolent person. Her emotions conveyed confusion, curiosity, compassion for the deceased Jimmy, and a resolute determination in pursuing the undead, yet there was no trace of wickedness. This pure, almost otherworldly essence was unmistakable. Matt could not believe that such a priestess could harbor ill intentions. After wrestling with his thoughts for what felt like an eternity, Matt finally mustered the courage to voice the questions that had been weighing heavily on his heart. "Miss Kikyo, may I ask what this soul-eating insect is? And who exactly are you? Why do I feel as though you resemble a corpse?" Chapter 23. The Transaction of the Dragon and the Hammer. An eerie silence enveloped the room in an instant. Just as Matt believed that Kikyo would remain unresponsive, she finally broke her long silence and began to speak slowly. "It was a long time ago. I was once the priestess safeguarding the village, a place abundant with maple leaves, which also happened to be my birthplace." Kikyo divulged her original role, but she was restricted from elaborating on the village's past. "Driven by selfish desires, someone stole my spiritual bone, crafting a body from grave soil and ashes, and resurrected me through necromancy by extracting my reincarnated soul. Although my physical form has been restored, my soul remains intact. The Shurkan insects serve as my resurrected minions, capable of gathering lost souls to replenish my body." "What?" Upon hearing this revelation, Matt gasped in disbelief. Such astonishing claims, could they truly be real? Though he had mentally prepared himself, the suddenness of Kikyo's words struck him profoundly. Wasn't this akin to being a living corpse? He instinctively found Kikyo somewhat terrifying, yet as he sensed a hint of confusion and desolation in her tone, his fear dissipated. After all, she too was a victim. Moreover, since her arrival in the Hell's Kitchen, Kikyo had not committed any wrongdoing. Each night, she busied herself with the eradication of the living dead. Humanity is often divided into good and evil, and it seems that all things in this world follow suit. With this thought, Matt relaxed slightly, feigning nonchalance as he shrugged. "This sounds like a lengthy tale. Although it surpasses the bounds of imagination, I trust you." In the next moment, he swiftly shifted the conversation, continuing to inquire. But how did you locate those living dead? While I have been investigating the disappearance of the shadow recently, I have not noticed any traces of the living dead. From Matt Murdock's astonishment, he received a small amount of black jade. Is acquiring black jade this simple? Since meeting Matt, Kikyo's collection of black jade has increased rapidly, proving far more convenient than her nightly wanderings through alleys to vanquish the living dead. Wherever there is an abundance of death and resentment, the living dead shall appear. Kikyo raised her hand once more. Several shurikon insects floated in through the window, clutching small orbs that emitted a faint white glow. The orbs descended upon Kikyo like rain, penetrating her body. It seems that since your arrival here, you need no longer worry about the source of your souls. Matt let out a wry smile. Hell's Kitchen truly is a breeding ground for tormented souls. Come. I am quite intrigued by those living dead. If we can capture one alive, we may uncover some critical information. As the words fell, Matt swung the short staff in his hand, sending it flying out of the window, bouncing between the towering edifices before disappearing into the distance, shrouded in night. Truly, it is a remarkable tool, albeit rather unappealing. Standing by the window, Kaiki blinked and waved her hand once more, as several soul insects aligned to lift her, swiftly pursuing Matt into the night. Within the opulent mansion, a figure clad in a dark green suit, wielding a black and gold cane, exuded an air of elegance akin to that of a gentleman. Valon, accompanied by Leisu and followed by several enchanting women led by a subordinate, entered the mansion's reception hall. I apologize for my tardiness, Valon said with a cheerful smile, observing Hammerhead lounging on the leather sofa. Prior to this encounter, Valon had gleaned a few details about this notorious man from Hell's Kitchen. During a previous skirmish, Hammerhead had suffered a severe head injury, prompting doctors to replace his skull with an iron one, rendering him impervious to bullets. Although he survived, he lost his former memories and henceforth called himself Hammerhead. What a dreadful name, utterly lacking in sophistication, he remarked. Have you brought the items? Hammerhead squinted at Valon, cutting directly to the chase. Do not fret. The beauties are all for your enjoyment, Valon replied with an even broader smile, gesturing with his hand. The alluring women he had brought, each as delicate as a wisp, entwined themselves around Hammerhead's subordinates in the reception hall. Your suit is quite hideous. That green is as unflattering as a woman. Hammerhead drawled, puffing on a cigar. His tone critical. Is it? Valon responded, still grinning as he faced Hammerhead, showing no signs of irritation. What about the items? Hammerhead pressed, his impatience evident. Valon raised an eyebrow, prompting Leisu to produce a dazzling treasure inscribed with a serpent's head, reminiscent of a golden chalice. Behold, the treasure of the golden rooster, he declared, revealing a trove overflowing with gold and various jewels that sparkled even brighter than the lights in the reception hall. The sight left the nearby subordinates in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment. Even Hammerhead, who had appeared quite composed on the sofa, instinctively rose at the sight. The allure of wealth is undeniably potent. In the presence of true riches, no one can remain unaffected. Valon was well aware of this truth. From the astonishment of the Magia gang's subordinates, a small amount of ruby was gained. From Joseph Harrow's astonishment, a small amount of ruby was gained. Hey, this fellow is quite generous. If only he could come more often. Valon's smile deepened, and his mood was more joyous than ever before. I have brought the items. Had it not been for my urgent need for money and the difficulty of selling such treasures simultaneously in New York City, I would not have sought you out. Is that agreeable? Certainly, nodded Shuei-tu. Very well. With a wave of his hand, Valon signaled to Reizu, who presented a bottle of red wine. Here's to a pleasant collaboration. Let us raise our glasses. Valon handed his cane to Reizu, took the corkscrew, and began to uncork the wine. Where's the money? Valon inquired at that moment. Shuei-tu gestured for his subordinate to open the suitcase he had been carrying, revealing neatly stacked cash inside. Quite satisfactory, Valon nodded. Then accepted the goblet of wine from Reizu, pouring the red liquid into it before handing it to Shuei-tu. Cheers. After saying this, Valon took a sip, but Shuei-tu abruptly seized the cup from his hand. Shall we switch? I hope you don't mind. Shuei-tu, not one to be foolish, offered his own cup to Valon. The Black Hand organization had risen unexpectedly. Their interests conflicted, yet they were compelled to cooperate for certain reasons, which did not imply mutual trust. The act of poisoning wine was within the capabilities of both. Valon could just as easily commit such treachery. Haha. Valon was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head with a smile. With the crisp sound of their glasses clinking, they drained the wine in unison. Should the opportunity arise, we might collaborate again. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Enjoy yourselves. Valon signaled for Reizu to take the money and turned to depart. Upon leaving the estate and sitting in the car, Valon's expression suddenly darkened. Drive quickly. Reizu pressed the accelerator, and the black Ford roared to life, speeding away like an arrow. 3 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a narrow apartment building. Valon shed his coat and, upon entering, lay directly on the operating table. "Boss, we are ready." Afun and Joe had prepared the professional gastric lavage equipment and even brought in specialized doctors and nurses from outside. Let us commence the procedure. Chapter 24 Matt. In this day and age, even the dead are resorting to robbery? Inside the luxurious villa estate, Flint and Marco entered through the door. "Boss, they have already left. I sense that the Black Hand organization does not appear to be particularly interested in this territory. There is no need to be overly cautious of them." Naive. A cold smile crept across Chue Tu's lips as he gazed at the golden rooster treasure resting on the table. "Although I am unaware of the true identity of that holy master, the fact that it instills such fear in Moria indicates that they are certainly not an insignificant force." This is no exaggeration. He had taken the effort to investigate. Valon and his partner were both affiliated with the organization known as the Natural Returners. Behind Valon lies a mysterious entity known as the Saint Lord, whose origins are shrouded in secrecy, even instilling a profound sense of trepidation in Moria. The impending scheme orchestrated by the Black Hand is also divulged by Moria to him. This time, Valon of the Black Hand intends to abduct that infamous playboy. They must be out of their minds. Hammerhead, lifting the jewels from the golden chalice, allowed the resplendent treasures to cascade down his fingers, coldly remarking, "What?" Flint was taken aback. Have they lost their minds? If that individual is kidnapped, it would surely provoke a sweeping purge of the underground factions in New York City. Given this, why did you agree to collaborate with them, boss? You might get ensnared in the aftermath. Huh, it's rather difficult to decline, Hammerhead smirked, a hint of icy amusement gracing his features. Ever since the Black Hand stirred up a series of abductions, that old fool George has been in a frenzy, turning New York upside down in search of Valon of the Black Hand. Send a message to Director George and another to Jimmy. The rules of Hell's Kitchen are set by Jimmy, and since the Black Hand has overstepped their bounds, it is time for this king to take action. However, Flint appeared somewhat anxious. Moria, who we are collaborating with, and Valon belong to the same organization. Wouldn't this be problematic? Problematic? Nonsense. Hammerhead delivered a swift kick to Flint's abdomen, sending him tumbling until he crashed against the bookshelf. But Jimmy and I are both from Hell's Kitchen. Do you think he will treat me more favorably? Use your brain when you speak. Refrain from uttering foolishness. Just as he finished speaking, Hammerhead's expression abruptly changed. Ugh. He coughed up blood, his pupils dilating. I've been deceived. The wine is poisoned. After the gastric lavage, Valon appeared considerably more relaxed, sitting up from the operating table, tapping his knees and smiling faintly. All fun. Contact Typhoid Mary and have her prepare the necessary arrangements. We must act swiftly. The longer we delay, the more troublesome it becomes. A swift resolution is imperative. Boss, the red wine contained poison with the Saint Lord's characteristics. Could it potentially kill Hammerhead? Joe furrowed his brow, looking somewhat concerned. Moria, who stands behind Hammerhead, is not one to be trifled with. If we truly poison him, they certainly won't let it go lightly. Why worry? Valon raised an eyebrow, picking up a Vanity Fair magazine from the nearby cabinet, his eyes glimmering as he gazed at the Playboy on the cover. Akin to seeing a golden nugget. Even if the sky were to fall, the Saint Lord would bear the brunt. What concern is it of ours? Our aim is not to seize territory. Wealth is my utmost fascination. However, my current interest leans more towards acquiring the Red Jade. If this plan succeeds, we shall have both money and Red Jade, killing two birds with one stone. Why not embrace such an opportunity? Once again, a mere dose of poison would not suffice to eliminate the Hammerhead. It would merely cause him discomfort for a while. My only concern is to ensure that he does not disrupt our plans. Sigh. I truly wonder what the Sovereign is thinking. Despite our ample supply of Crimson Jade, sufficient to exchange for a charm, he insists on hoarding it. If only we possessed the horse charm, we could have poisoned that Hammerhead in his drink and put an end to him. Offing lamented, clearly discontent with certain decisions made by the Sovereign. Huh. Wallong scoffed sarcastically. Who would have thought that with this second chance, the Sovereign's courage would wane even further? He refrains from utilizing the items in the exchange shop. Fearing the old man from the slope or that a cursed archaeologist might appear in this realm, he certainly wishes to avoid being sealed once more, a fate he has endured far too long. Thus, until he possesses absolute certainty, the Sovereign will remain inactive, under the high-hanging moonlight, in a dim and narrow alley. Jeking furrowed her brow as she gazed upon the scattered corpses of the living dead, a somber expression crossing her face. This marked their third futile attempt that evening. Who could be responsible for this? Matt appeared bewildered, as the living dead had once again been cleared away, not a single survivor left behind. Only fragments of yellow paper strewn about, adorned with bizarre symbols. I do not know. Jeking shook her head, closing her eyes to deeply sense the lingering traces of magic before slowly speaking. I can feel remnants of a magical force here, but it is not spiritual energy. Just as Matt opened his mouth to respond, he suddenly heard cries for help from 3 streets away. Help! Robbery! A monster is robbing us. A robbery is in progress. Wait for me here for 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Matt's expression changed, and he hastily turned to caution Jeking before swiftly swinging away on a rope. Jeking's face displayed confusion. However, she quickly discerned Matt's direction, sensing a mixture of resentment and death energy. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as several soul insects lifted her, hastily propelling her toward Matt. In front of the jewelry store 3 streets away, a robbery was indeed unfolding. Matt halted, his keen perception revealing that the robber was enveloped in dark lines, appearing as though stitched together like a tattered doll. The living dead. Jeking arrived beside Matt at that moment. As she raised her longbow, preparing to purify the living dead before her with an arrow of dispelling, Matt abruptly halted her action. In response to Jeking's questioning gaze, Matt earnestly explained, I wish to capture one alive, to see if we can uncover any information. This had been his plan for the evening. Previously, he had encountered only slain living dead, and now, finally coming across a living one. Matt was determined to seize this opportunity. Very well. Jeking calmly set down the longbow. Matt swung the short staff in his hand, and the hook at the end of the cable swiftly latched onto the corpse of the living dead. However, at the moment the hook made contact, Matt sensed something was amiss. The sensation was decidedly wrong, akin to decaying flesh that had long lost its elasticity, which caused the hook to embed itself into the flesh. How peculiar. Could it be that the dead have taken to robbing in these times? This was hardly normal. It was not the corpse that incited the robbery, but rather the soul forcibly crammed into that shell. Jeking noticed Matt's confusion and took the opportunity to explain. Chapter 25, Fudge. Matt, you have changed. Let's take him back first. Concerned that the corpse was too decomposed and might cause the hook to slip free, Matt flicked the short staff, bending the end to ensnare the living dead's body, thereby controlling it with sheer force. Where are we going? Jeking blinked in confusion. My apartment. Matt replied with a wry smile. Initially, he had intended to conceal his identity, assuming the roles of Matt the lawyer by day and Daredevil by night to draw closer to Jeking. Yet, unexpectedly, she recognized him immediately, rendering his efforts at disguise futile. Nevertheless, there was no need for further concealment. Taking him to the apartment for questioning would prove far more convenient. With the cable retracted, Matt hoisted the living dead with one hand while maneuvering through the high rises with the other, swiftly returning to his apartment. He entered through the window into his bedroom, with Jeking following closely behind. Who are you? Matt inquired, furrowing his brow as he interrogated the living dead before him. I am William, the corpse replied, its voice trembling. Clearly, it was terrified of the man in the red suit from Hell's Kitchen. William? At this, Matt paused, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind. After a moment, he skeptically asked, Are you William Thomas? A habitual offender from Hell's Kitchen, frequently charged with robbery? Matt had encountered this criminal multiple times while handling cases on behalf of clients. Yes, that's me. William nodded vigorously. We are the failed creations cast out by Lord Moria, tasked with capturing shadows in the obscure corners for this master. Moria? Who is that? He is the one responsible for the living dead, the one who took away those people's shadows. What exactly is Moria plotting? Moreover, he had previously investigated the victims in the shadow disappearance case and discovered that nearly all of them had connections to the Maggia crime family. Rumor had it that the Maggia had recently sealed off a dock, directly managed by gang members with strict prohibitions against outsiders. What role does the Maggia play in all of this? Each detail of this matter reeked of the bizarre. It seems that the next time a cargo ship arrives, he must investigate what lies beyond the blockade established by the Maggia gang. A sense of foreboding suddenly enveloped Matt as he pondered this matter. Just then, Kikyo swiftly drew her bowstring, unleashing a purifying arrow that eliminated the thief William before Matt's eyes. What are you doing? Matt exclaimed, caught off guard by Kikyo's rapid response. He had yet to extract any valuable information from the lifeless body. Why had Kikyo chosen to purify him so abruptly? Someone is coming, Kikyo calmly explained to Matt. The vessel is of little significance. It is the whereabouts of the shadows that truly matter. The Moria we just mentioned. Only by locating Moria can we recover the lost shadows and resolve our predicament. Before Kikyo's words could fully resonate, the bedroom door was suddenly flung open from the outside, revealing a plump figure who stood frozen in astonishment at the sight of a man and a woman inside. Fuji, incredulous, rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, Oh, you are quite bold. How could you act so swiftly? I was the one who initiated this scene. It's my narrative of a beautiful woman rescuing a hero. Even if you are a fearless soul from Hell's Kitchen, I must inform you that you are cutting in line. This is simply immoral. Do you not understand? Matt felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he perceived Fuji's exaggerated performance. Please stop with the theatrics. Kikyo already knows my true identity. Oh. Fuji elongated his tone. I did not anticipate that you two would progress so rapidly. Enough nonsense. We are innocent, Matt declared with righteous indignation. I have rented a single room in the apartment building not far from here. I will give you the key shortly. You can gather your belongings and move in. What? Fuji exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief as he pointed to himself. Are you planning to evict me? That room was originally rented for Kikyo. But since she no longer needs it, we cannot let the rent go to waste. I can manage to stay there, and later I can vacate my room for Kikyo. Matt's proposal was made after considerable thought. On one hand, he remained uncertain whether Kikyo had any connection to Moriya, especially since she had acted hastily in purifying the thief before he could finish his interrogation. Although her actions were prompted by Fuji's unexpected intrusion, Matt felt it wise to proceed with caution, as Kikyo was still under his observation. On the other hand, considering Kikyo's lack of familiarity with modern living, it would be inconvenient for her to live alone. Thus, the optimal solution was for them to cohabit. After all, Kikyo was now aware of the true identity of Daredevil, and there was no need for Matt to conceal anything further. Moreover, he could keep a watchful eye on Kikyo's movements, making the arrangement seem almost perfect. Matt, you have been my dear friend for many years, and now, after just one night, you wish to cast me out? You have changed. Fuji exclaimed, bewildered. It has been decided. Hasten to pack your belongings, and I shall hand you the keys shortly. With that, Matt mercilessly shut the bedroom door in front of Fuji. How despicable. Fuji, feeling aggrieved, retreated to her room to gather her things. In that room, Matt had unilaterally decided to have Kaiki move in without consulting her, and he felt somewhat embarrassed in the presence of the priestess. I simply believe that living alone isn't safe for you, hence this decision. Kaiki, however, pondered little on this and gently shook her head. She assumed that Matt's actions stemmed from his desire to investigate the living dead, which was quite reasonable. As dawn approached, let us share a meal together. I have heard that a new restaurant has opened in Hell's Kitchen, and its cuisine is quite exquisite, Matt suggested eagerly. Very well. Kaiki nonchalantly agreed. Suddenly, a flicker of confusion and surprise crossed Kaiki's face. What's the matter? Matt discerned an unusual tone in her voice. It's nothing. A few of my death worms have gone missing. In the back of a large SUV, Zhaoli gazed at the photograph in front of him, feeling a sharp pang of toothache. In the picture, two beautiful women beamed brightly, surrounded by blooming flowers, with the blossoms outshining even the beauties themselves. King of the Underworld, ACHA. Isn't the photo of me and Esther's lovely? We've just arrived in Florence, Italy, and the scenery is delightful. How are things on your end? Zhaoli, recently, Mariah and Valon have been quite active. Mariah is assembling a zombie army, and I've heard Valon is preparing to kidnap that dandy. The commotion they're causing is considerable. King of the Underworld, ACHA, pay them no mind. Your focus must remain on your mission. King of the Underworld, ACHA. The Underworld is in dire need of revival. I require a ferryman to assist in collecting more souls. King of the Underworld, ACHA. That old hunter is your responsibility. Employ whatever means necessary to bring him over to our side. Zhaoli, that old man is as stubborn as they come. All he wants is to retreat back to the forest and find a place to hide. He is completely ignoring me. King of the Underworld, ACHA. I care not for your excuses. Find a way. King of the Underworld, ACHA. Esther's is entrusted to me. The old hunter to you. Should you fail me, I shall ensure your demise. King of the Underworld, ACHA. Very well, that will be all. I'm off to shop. Contact me if anything arises. Zhaoli. Chapter 26. The Margaret Sisters Bar. On a pitch-black, rain-soaked night, the Margaret Sisters Bar thrummed with explosive rhythms, a fervent crowd, fiery women, and boisterous revelers. The corners echoed with the clinking of glasses and uncontrollable laughter. Suddenly, a group of uninvited guests burst in. The leading man, clad in a black suit, strode forward with an air of brazen arrogance, eliciting a desire in onlookers to land a punch squarely on his face. I have heard that you know the whereabouts of a certain friend of mine. Francis tapped the bar's surface, mentioning his name, Wade Wilson. I'm sorry, I've never heard of that name. The mole shrugged nonchalantly, wiping the glass in his hand. Huh. Francis lifted his chin with a sardonic grin. It seems I can assist you in this matter. Angel Dust, the Dust Angel, with a matchstick clenched between his teeth, crossed the bar and shoved the mole aside, snatching a photograph from the cabinet and handing it to Francis. I've seen this girl, Angel declared with certainty, as the picture depicted Wade and his wife. This must be Vanessa. I've heard about you many times. As Francis scrutinized the photograph, a malicious smile crept across his face. At that moment, Angel suddenly lunged, seizing the mole by the throat and forcefully slamming him against the liquor-soaked cabinet. The sharp sound of glass clinking drew the attention of the entire bar. The mercenaries, assassins, and thugs, who had been drinking, instinctively drew their weapons. Their dark muzzles aimed at Francis and his entourage, ready to erupt into violence at any moment. "My dear, perhaps you should take a look around," the mole remarked calmly. "This is truly not the place for such antics. The Sister Margaret's bar is a den of iniquity. No upstanding gentleman ever graced this establishment. It's merely a brawl. No one here is afraid. Let us not act rashly. Angel, put our friend down." "We have what we came for," Francis stated, having acquired what he desired, and wishing to avoid further entanglements with the local ruffians. He gestured for Angel to release the mole. "Humph, consider yourself fortunate." Angel relinquished his grip, allowing the mole to collapse to the floor before following Francis out of the bar. The mole exhaled a sigh of relief, thanking his old companions for their assistance. "Tonight's drinks are on special," he exclaimed. "I thought it was free, you miser." Another chimed in. "I was ready to give that woman a piece of my mind." How dull. How dull. Let's keep drinking." Once those individuals departed, the mercenaries resumed their meals, laughing and drinking heartily. Meanwhile, the mole hastily dialed Wade's number. "Wait, we're in deep trouble. Of course, I mean the trouble pertains to you." Back in the car, Francis called Tao Bye-Bye. "Your information was spot on. We identified our assailant, Wade Wilson. He targeted you, not me. I saved your life, so don't get it twisted." Tao Bye-Bye corrected him. Francis paused, a surge of anger rising within him, yet he restrained himself and coldly replied, "Are you interested in a business deal? Have you located him?" "No," Francis remarked, retrieving an old photograph, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "However, we have located his wife, Vanessa." "A woman?" Tao Bye-Bye's tone dripped with disdain and derision. "You intend to leverage a woman to compel the other party to reveal themselves?" "Huh. I recently secured a substantial business deal and am en route to Afghanistan. Contact me once you've found Wade." Before he could finish his sentence, Tao Bye-Bye abruptly ended the call with a resounding click, devoid of any hesitation. What nonsense! As the surroundings darkened, Francis, seething with anger, smashed his phone against the car window with force. Last time, someone was reduced to a pitiful state, ultimately fleeing in disgrace. Now, they dare to flaunt their bravado, the world's foremost assassin. Is this all they amount to? "Boss," Angel, seated in the back, seethed with frustration. "Why not allow me to retrieve that woman? If we can control her, Wade will have no choice but to appear." "Unnecessary." Francis waved his hand dismissively. After a moment of contemplation, a barely discernible smile emerged as he regarded the cracked screen of his phone, his expression turning increasingly enigmatic. Tao Bye-Bye had been correct. Wade's shadow was indeed valuable. Perhaps it was time to reach out to my associates and negotiate a handsome price. In the raucous dance hall, a furtive figure lingered in the dim corner of the bar, his gaze greedily fixated on a woman by the bar, yearning to approach and embrace the one he had longed for. Yet, whenever Wade recalled his scarred and unsightly visage, that impulsive desire was swiftly doused by a wave of self-doubt. He felt utterly unworthy of Vanessa, who, despite the years apart, remained stunningly beautiful and alluring, a grand beauty far beyond his reach. Moreover, recalling the phone call from the mole, Wade's expression darkened. His exposure was imminent. Francis had already set his sights on him. For Vanessa's safety, it was best to maintain a distance. With a hint of bitterness, Wade donned his hat and prepared to leave, passing by Vanessa without a glance. Wait. It was as if a telepathic connection stirred between them, as Vanessa, spotting the familiar figure in the distance, felt her heart race. Instinctively, she donned her coat and rushed towards him. Wait. The rain continued to fall outside. Emerging from the bar's back entrance, Vanessa caught sight of the dark figure beside a trash bin, her voice trembling with excitement. Wade, is that you?" "It is I." The blinding lightning sliced through the sky, and Vanessa beheld a face that was unfamiliar to her. The person before her instilled an inexplicable sense of dread, particularly due to those sinister eyes that made her feel as though she had plunged into an ice cellar, leaving her utterly chilled. Francis gazed at the woman before him, his mood buoyant. "Vanessa, the beloved of Wade. What do you intend to do?" Vanessa took a couple of steps back, her eyes wide with terror as Francis drew nearer. "Do not fret. As long as you are in my grasp, Wade will undoubtedly appear. That is your sole value." Francis wore a radiant smile. Just as he reached out to seize Vanessa, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet pierced through the palm of his right hand. "Francis, you know I never jest. Now remove your filthy hands." A figure clad in a red bodysuit emerged in the rain-soaked alley. "See, I told you so." Francis shook the blood from his hand, feeling no pain, and upon seeing Wade's arrival, his face broke into a triumphant grin. "He has come." Chapter 27. Wade's zombie legion stepped back, Francis commanded, gripping Vanessa and pushing her toward Wade. "Look at me, how considerate I am. Now you're acting like a man. We shall settle our private grievances later." Wade took a step back with Vanessa, maintaining a safe distance from Francis. He had anticipated a struggle to rescue Vanessa, yet Francis relinquished her so easily. I am not one to threaten women. Francis squinted, seemingly forgetting his previous words to Tao bye-bye in the car. Do you see? He is a thorough man. Damn that pink bastard who only knows how to collect money. Wait. Surely, you are Wade. Vanessa's eyes widened, filled with excitement as she attempted to tear off Wade's obnoxious red mask. Hey, darling, wait. Just as Wade was about to speak, Vanessa's expression suddenly changed, and she landed a fierce punch on his face. Then, as if a torrential downpour had begun, her fists rained down on Wade's head and chest. This woman was venting her pent-up frustrations toward him. Just when Vanessa intended to deliver a kick to Wade, he hurriedly shielded himself, shaking his head like a wave. No, 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 darling, listen to me. Do not strike there. That is your happiness for the rest of your life. Explain, you must explain, Vanessa shouted, gripping Wade's neck. 2 years ago, without reason or a word of farewell, Wade had vanished from her world without warning. This scoundrel was utterly unforgivable. Tears brimmed in Vanessa's reddened eyes, swirling relentlessly in her gaze. I apologize. I should have addressed the issues sooner. The past few years have been challenging for both of us, and I regret my departure. Wade's voice trembled slightly. I should have been candid with you long ago. Yet, my dear, you must understand that the person behind the mask may no longer resemble the memories you hold dear. Are you referring to this mask? Vanessa reached out, attempting to remove it, but Wade instinctively recoiled in fear, stepping back. Vanessa hesitated momentarily before resolutely extending her hand toward Wade once more. Are you certain? Wade's voice quivered increasingly. Absolutely. A smile graced Vanessa's face as she lifted Wade's mask. Upon gazing at the face marred with imperfections, devoid of hair, she suddenly laughed. Wow. I think with a brief adjustment period and a few drinks, I could manage just fine. Before her words could fully escape her lips, Vanessa rose on her toes, wrapping her arms around Wade's neck and closing her eyes. What? Wade was taken aback, and as he felt the familiar soft sensation on his lips, the anguish that had long been suppressed within him vanished without a trace. He reciprocated by embracing Vanessa, deepening their connection. Hey, Francis raised an eyebrow. Though he was reluctant to interrupt, he couldn't help but remind them that there were others present. The romantic atmosphere was abruptly shattered, and Wade pulled Vanessa protectively behind him, raising an eyebrow in defiance. Oh, I see. It seems you've been dumped by the little bunny boy. The air is thick with bitterness. Wade waved his hand before his nose, the underlying mockery evident in his tone. Huh. Francis scoffed, relishing the banter for now. Perhaps soon they would become a pair of star-crossed lovers. Come forth, zombie horde. As those words echoed, countless shadows emerged from the narrow alleyway. The corpses, stitched together with black thread, crawled forth from trash bins, abandoned spaces, and dark corners. Souls not belonging to them had been forced into these reanimated bodies. They constituted the most terrifying legion of zombies, capable of tearing their enemies to shreds with their claws. A low growl reverberated through the air. The zombies fixated on Wade and Vanessa, encircled like lambs awaiting slaughter. This was a sumptuous feast, destined to elevate them from their former failures. What on earth is that? Wade grimaced at a nearby figure wrapped in white bandages. At least it resembled a human form. But what were the others? What kind of grotesque creatures were those? Sporting tiger heads, elephant trunks, and crocodile tails? They were far uglier than the crows Wade could have sketched. Gazing upon the unappetizing scene at the group novel website, I felt an overwhelming urge to regurgitate the sandwich I had consumed that morning. Francis, I remarked, your tastes truly ought to undergo a transformation. They are rather pedestrian. Furthermore, do you really believe that these pathetic remnants could possibly defeat me? Wade lifted his gaze to the heavens, earnestly correcting. They say that daydreaming is a foolish endeavor. Yet here we are, it is clearly night. Shouldn't one possess some awareness of the time? It seemed Wade's words had incited the ire of the zombies, as an array of grotesque figures surged towards him, howling in outrage. How dare you underestimate us? Attack him. Bite him to death. The zombies roared as they charged forward. Just watch as I slice you into pieces. Wade brandished the twin blades from his back and leaped into the throng of the undead. With his weapons dancing deftly in the air, glinting menacingly, heads were severed, arms were dismembered, and legs were cleaved. In that moment, the alley was transformed into a veritable storm of blood and carnage. The scene was nothing short of harrowing. What is happening? Vanessa, crouched against the wall and sheltered behind Wade, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the menacing horde before her. These creatures, seemingly stitched together from corpses, exuded an inexplicable sense of absurdity. To her astonishment, she recognized two familiar faces among the zombies, the elderly Jackman couple, who had succumbed to their libations while dancing at the bar, only to meet their demise on the way home. What is this? A macabre celebration of the deceased? But how can these bodies move? And they can speak? This is utterly beyond reason. Vanessa was flabbergasted, beginning to question whether she was ensnared in a dream. Everything felt too surreal. Wait a moment. This fellow seems somewhat familiar. Wade abruptly halted his assault, grasping a desiccated head, tilting it to scrutinize for a moment. A flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Cunningham? Hey, my friend, how long has it been since we last met? Ever since we parted ways in that damned laboratory. It seems we have not crossed paths again. Don't bother responding. I can surmise what you wish to say. Before the figure could utter a word, Wade mercilessly severed the head from its body. Although he was uncertain how these corpses had been reanimated, it was evident that this version of Cunningham was not the man he once knew, who had intended to return home and prepare banana pancakes for his children. That man was long gone. What remained was merely a desecrated shell. Wade felt no moral burden as he continued his onslaught. Chapter 28. Wade, 1 million, credit or cash. A swift execution. Armed with twin blades, Wade navigated through the sea of zombies, ending the battle with remarkable efficiency in the blink of an eye. The narrow alleyway was saturated with dark brown blood, the air thick with the pungent scent of carnage, causing involuntary grimaces from passers-by. The dismembered remains writhed on the ground as if infused with a grotesque vitality. Even in their fragmented state, these zombies appeared undying. Such a scene, rather than evoking a sense of resilience in life, instilled a chilling dread, as if a sinister cloud loomed over the alley, making one feel queasy and cold to the core. Do you see? Why is it that I am so enamored with my crimson battle attire? It is precisely because when the fabric is stained with blood, it becomes undetectable. Wade steadfastly shielded Vanisha behind him, his gaze fixed on Francis beneath the street lamp, exuding an air of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by the ghastly zombies. Now that the warm-up is concluded, my dear friend, it is your turn. Haha. Francis chuckled without a care. A sense of foreboding crept over me. Wade furrowed his brow, a shadow of seriousness crossing his features. Francis's demeanor was unsettling. In Wade's anticipation, Francis should have been howling in despair after his army of zombies was decimated, or fleeing in terror as he had on the interstate. Instead, he stood there, hands in pockets, leaning against the alley wall, radiating an aura of carefree indifference. Was it merely an illusion, or did he detect a hint of satisfaction emanating from Francis? This was undoubtedly troubling. Did Francis possess a hidden card up his sleeve? Wade's vigilance heightened. He instinctively recalled the previous encounter with the peculiar pink rabbit named Tao Bai Bai. Just days prior, he had enlisted the help of the mole to investigate this individual, who had inexplicably surged into prominence within the mercenary sphere over the past 2 months. Notorious for his brutal efficiency, 1 strike, 1 kill, with an exorbitant price tag. In the brief span of 2 months, he had ascended to the upper echelons of the most sought-after mercenaries, even gaining momentum towards the top spot. Moreover, this man was shrouded in mystery. With scant information from his past, it was as if he had materialized from thin air 2 months ago, unleashing a tempest of bloodshed within the mercenary realm. Wade recalled the list that the mole had presented, filled with targets that Tao Bai Bai had set his sights on. Each one, without exception, met a grisly demise. Among the names on that list were several familiar to him, titans of their respective domains, whose protection was deemed impenetrable. Yet, they ultimately fell victim to Tao Bai Bai's lethal prowess. The man who claimed to be the world's foremost assassin certainly lived up to his reputation. Meanwhile, Tao Bai Bai, en route to Afghanistan on a newly assigned mission, suddenly received an alert. Shock from Wade Wilson detected, receiving a small amount of red jade. Tao Bai Bai raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Yet, he swiftly cast the matter aside. Although he was indeed intrigued by that indestructible toy, the allure of a $300 million commission was evidently far more tempting. In the rain-soaked alley, Francis appeared exceedingly pleased with his surroundings, his smile growing increasingly radiant. Behold, such a clean and decisive act of slaughter. Moria, the price I previously offered is hardly unreasonable, is it? Your shadow will undoubtedly satisfy you. Francis spoke as if addressing the air. Hey, who are you conversing with? Wade wondered. Could it be that the annihilation of the zombie legion had driven him to madness? Or was there someone else present? The unsettling fact was that he seemed utterly oblivious to his surroundings, which was decidedly abnormal. A chilling aura named solitude enveloped the alley in an instant. After a prolonged silence, the stillness remained unbroken. Just as Wade began to relax, a cacophony of piercing laughter echoed through the air. Hey hee hee hee. Suddenly, several glaring lights shone down from above. A gigantic black figure materialized mere meters away from him. What manner of creature is this? Is it human or specter? Wade's pupils constricted sharply, instinctively taking a gasp of cold air. The monstrous apparition towered as high as a 3-story building, appearing to stand at least 6 or 7 meters tall. Its hair, resembling a fiery onion, crowned its head, rendering the entire figure akin to a colossal scallion. The face appeared unnaturally pale, exaggerated to the point of seeming as though a layer of flour had been dumped upon it. 2 enormous, aggressive horns protruded from the sides of its forehead, resembling bull horns grafted onto its skull. It bore sharp ears and teeth, and the area from its head to neck was marked by a series of cross-stitch-like seams, as if stitched with dark thread. Adorned in a shirt with bat-like collars and Gothic-style attire, it was a sight to behold. From Wade Wilson's Incredibility. A small ruby has been obtained. Upon receiving the notification from the system, Moria's spirits lifted further. Slaughter, madness, unparalleled combat skills. He had finally found a perfect shadow for number 900. How splendid. In the past, he had been filled with confidence and ambition regarding his own powers. But now he comprehended the significance of possessing exceptional subordinates. He needed not lift a finger with the strength of others. He could ascend to the throne of the Pirate King. No, this world was more suited to him. Here, he could still reign supreme. For in this realm, no one could challenge him. It was nothing short of a perfect world. He relished his surroundings. Moria smiled, and Wade felt increasingly unable to bear the sight. His grin seemed to stretch almost to his temples. How could any individual grow to possess such a disposition? My goodness, cease your gaze at once, lest your eyes become afflicted. I believe it would be prudent for you to procure a magazine, at the very least to appear somewhat human. Wade was taken aback, swiftly turning to shield Vanessa's eyes. Although I recognize the impropriety of such remarks, and you are aware that I, at my core, harbor no disdain for anyone, I must nonetheless inquire whether no one has ever remarked upon your resemblance to a rather large weeble. Wade's expression was a blend of earnestness and turmoil. At that moment, for Vanessa, cradled in Wade's embrace with her eyes covered, time seemed to stretch indefinitely. I must say, this evening has proven to be exceedingly exhilarating. This led her to question whether she was merely dreaming. For an average person, a height of 2 meters could be considered tall, yet he stands at 6 or 7 meters. Surely he is human and not a malevolent specter or a wretched soul risen from the depths of hell. Despite Wade's attempt to cover her eyes, Vanessa nonetheless caught sight of Moria, an individual who was, in every conceivable way, quite suffocating. Hey, Francis, could it be that this fellow is one of the zombies from your legion? Wade's curiosity mingled with a hint of sincere advice. I suggest you at least choose a more aesthetically pleasing outfit for him. Perhaps it wouldn't be so visually distressing. This sight is truly unbearable. Ah, no. Francis replied with a shake of his head, unfazed. The matter of zombies is not my domain. I am merely a minor player responsible for supplying corpses. The true puppeteer who animates the shadows to bring the zombies to life is none other than Mr. Moria. Incidentally, I sold your shadow for a tidy sum of 20 million. Quite a fortune, wouldn't you agree? 20 million? Wade exclaimed, astonished, and then protested with fervor. You merely sold it for 20 million? What of my dignity? Deadpool does not lack for pride. You should have commanded 100 million, not a penny less. Hey, I say, Mr. Weeble, you may settle the payment directly with me, credit or cash. Chapter 29, Deadpool under the moonlight with Moria. Wade, with utmost seriousness, retrieved his device from his pocket, who knows where he had hidden it, and earnestly regarded Moria. I prefer cash payments at this juncture. If you can swipe a card, that would be ideal. 100 million, no negotiations, just deliver the funds. Are you daft? Francis stared incredulously at Wade, his expression marred by disbelief. Could there truly be someone who earnestly considers selling themselves? Such a person must be either mad or foolish. No, I simply did not anticipate that your business acumen would be so lacking. 20 million surely implies you underestimate my worth. Wade glared at Francis, his tone rife with dissatisfaction. A series of piercing laughter echoed once more. You are quite amusing. Moria observed Wade with keen interest. It was the first time he had encountered someone so entertaining, far more delightful than anyone he had previously met. This absurd and utterly unhinged demeanor reminded him of a certain individual who proclaimed, I shall become the Pirate King. Fortunately, that straw-hatted boy did not exist in this world. Here, Moria would reign as the most formidable pirate. If he could integrate Wade's shadow into zombie number 900, he would acquire a powerful and loquacious undead, truly a masterpiece. This plan was considerably simpler than his previous intention of seizing the shadow of the renowned Toby Bai. Moria mused silently to himself. Meanwhile, Toby Bai, seated on a plane bound for Afghanistan, inexplicably sneezed. He scratched his head, bewildered. Am I catching a cold? Mr. Toby Bai, is there any trouble you are facing? We shall be arriving shortly, inquired his assistant, clad in a black suit, with a beaming smile. It's nothing. Toby Bai waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of nonchalance. Call for me once we arrive. I need to rest. Understood. The assistant nodded reverently, without further comment, and then retreated. Just 2 days prior, Mr. Obadiah had unexpectedly sought out this renowned assassin in the mercenary world. Upon offering a staggering sum of $300 million, the assassin had readily accepted the task. Initially, the assistant had looked down upon this assassin, who donned a pink robe daily. What kind of man wears pink? However, After witnessing Toby by effortlessly dispatch a professional bodyguard hired at a high price by Mr. Obadiah with nothing but his tongue, the assistant became thoroughly convinced. Or perhaps cowed into submission, daring not to voice any dissent. With Toby by on board, it was certain that Mr. Obadiah's objective would be accomplished. Damn it, my undeniable charm is quite misplaced. Although I am indeed handsome, I do not wish to be admired by a creature like you. Thank you. But that is a disgrace to me, Wade declared solemnly as he approached Moria. No sooner had he spoken than Wade sprang into action, launching a high leap and crossing his dual blades, aiming for Moria's stitched neck. Just as he closed in, a dark shadow abruptly interposed itself before Moria. What is this? Wade was taken aback. Upon contact with the shadow, his blades felt as though they had struck cotton, offering an exquisite elasticity and softness, yet inflicting no significant damage whatsoever. How peculiar indeed. This peculiar object appears to resemble an oversized cotton candy. What on earth is it? Wade exclaimed in disbelief. He. Moria laughed arrogantly. You can attempt to defeat it. This is my doppelganger, the Shadow Mage. Under the reflection of the moonlight and the feeble street lamps, the shadow behind Moria suddenly elongated, gradually taking on a three-dimensional form, as though it possessed a corporeal body, ultimately transforming into a second Moria. Ah, this must be the second version, the Wobble Doll number 2? Indeed, that name lacks sophistication. Wade scoffed, his expression one of disdain. Ha, Wade, you are doomed this time. Francis chuckled heartily, his gaze towards Wade filled with feigned pity. The Shadow Mage is Moria's shadow doppelganger, capable of disregarding any harm, akin to a specter aiding him in both defense and offense. Even if it were to be shattered, it could reassemble, much like water. Your chances of victory are negligible. Francis appeared exceedingly arrogant, having previously acquainted himself with Moria's abilities. Otherwise, he would not have been so resolutely allied with him. While profit was one aspect, there was a deeper apprehension towards Moria. However, as the saying goes, joy can lead to sorrow in the next moment. Francis was struck by Wade's bullet, which penetrated his shoulder and embedded itself in the wall behind him. Laugh, what nonsense. How does that Shadow's strength pertain to you? Wade rolled his eyes dramatically. The Shadow Mage, akin to capturing an ant, reached out to grasp Wade. Hey, you dared to launch a sneak attack. Wade dodged the Shadow Mage while voicing his protest. He. Let us see how you fare against this move. Bat swarm. The enormous shadow fragmented, transforming into a multitude of bats soaring through the air. One by one, the bats dove down like aerial bombs. Cool. Wade whistled. His twin blades whirled with remarkable speed, forming an impenetrable wall of blades, effectively keeping the bats at bay. The bats, shredded by the blades, fell to the ground, spreading out like ink before coalescing into a new Shadow Mage. Is this all you can do? If this is the extent of your abilities, how absurd to think you could take my shadow. Wade raised an eyebrow in disdain, casting a sidelong glance at Moria. In the next moment, the shadow doppelgangers once again scattered into countless bats, their wings flapping as they surged forward to bite Wade. Yet, they were swiftly chopped apart, reconstituting into a new Shadow Mage. He. Moria laughed nonchalantly, exuding extreme arrogance. An inexperienced fool, your blades cannot shatter my shadow. Moria yawned languidly, appearing quite pleased amidst the shadows of the alley. Hey, doll, Deadpool is serious now. Wade twirled the knife in his hand, gradually approaching the Shadow Mage. What can you do? Francis scoffed, mocking Wade. Your regenerative abilities are non-existent, and your proud combat skills are utterly futile. Wade, I await your downfall. I hope you won't disappoint me too much. Is that so? Suddenly, Wade charged at the Shadow Mage. Just as the Shadow Mage bent down to strike him, Wade unexpectedly curled into a ball and rolled between the mage's legs. As he circled around, Moria appeared right before him. Success. Wade beamed with a triumphant smile, launching himself at Moria with both blades drawn. Chapter 30. Jessica, when did I get an extra dad? He, Shadow Warrior. In the nick of time, Moria and the Shadow instantly exchanged places, with the Shadow Mage taking Moria's position. This fellow can switch places? A flicker of surprise crossed Wade's eyes. Yet he managed to twist in midair and angle his blade. In the next heartbeat, the blade glinted, and a flash of silver emerged. The black seam on the back of Moria's neck was forcibly sliced open by Wade. Ouch! You damned fool! Moria erupted with rage. He had been injured by someone he had deemed insignificant. It was an utter disgrace, unforgivable. Moria's fury surged as he glared menacingly at Wade. He, feeling ecstatic, huh? Deadpool's service is quite commendable. This is a special offer, no extra charge. This time, it was Wade's turn to mock. That must hurt. I'll make you pay for this. You wretched scoundrel. Moria bellowed. Scatter bats. The Shadow Mage transformed into a swarm of bats once more, but this time, instead of diving in to tear at the enemy, they surrounded Wade. Is that all you've got, Mr. Wobble? Wade raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed by the bats. Shadow box. In an instant, the scattered bats morphed into a cubic box, trapping Wade inside, rendering him unable to escape. As he frantically slashed with his blades, it proved futile. Shadow spear. The shadow materialized into a spear, piercing through Wade's chest in an instant, pinning him within the shadow box like a rag doll. Blood trickled from Wade's lips, his breath becoming increasingly labored. The sharp laughter echoed once more, shaking the ground as Moria, with heavy steps, approached the shadow box and yanked the imprisoned Wade out. Meanwhile, the enormous spotlight that Francis had meticulously prepared illuminated the narrow alley from above. Wade's shadow became strikingly distinct at that moment. Now your shadow belongs to me, Moria cackled, as he wrenched Wade's shadow from the ground with his bare hands, a pair of specially crafted giant scissors appearing in his grip. With a sharp snap, the struggling shadow was severed from beneath Wade. Wade's pupils constricted suddenly, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Your shadow is now mine. The world's most formidable special zombie has been created. Moria triumphantly raised the still struggling shadow of Wade, his smile growing increasingly arrogant as he envisioned the impending spectacle. Wade. Vanessa rushed forward in disbelief, enveloping Wade in her arms, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. A word of caution, Francis, who had been merely spectating, interjected unexpectedly. Do not let him be exposed to sunlight, or he will perish. What? Vanessa's heart raced with alarm. Instinctively, she looked up to find that in the pitch-black, rain-soaked night, both Francis and the giant creature who had called himself Moria had vanished. In Hell's Kitchen, at the pseudonymous detective agency, Jessica Jones slumped wearily over the table, feeling her entire body ache to the point where even the slightest movement of her fingers seemed an arduous task. She was so exhausted that she had lost her appetite entirely. In truth, she had never anticipated being worn out to such an extent prior to accepting that assignment. However, considering the generous remuneration offered, she could overlook this trivial discomfort. Jessica silently retrieved a thick envelope from her jacket pocket, her fingers brushing against the bulging cash within, a smile of contentment blossoming on her face. With such a sum, she could pre-order meals at Lucky's Diner for half a year. This fortune far surpassed what she had earned from trailing cheating spouses and capturing mistresses. If only she could land a few more jobs like this. She might even cover her expenses for the year ahead. Enough of these fanciful dreams, she thought, dismissing them from her mind. Such good fortune was as rare as a pie falling from the sky. Encountering it even once was a stroke of luck. Jessica shook her head, banishing these daydreams from her thoughts. Ugh, after eating that swill in that wretched place for half a month, I've nearly lost my taste for food. I should seize the opportunity to indulge a little. It would be a fitting reward for my weary body. She realized it had been a while since her last visit to the diner and wondered if they had introduced any new dishes. As Jessica contemplated, a pang of hunger struck her, accompanied by a timely protest from her stomach. Stretching languidly, she casually grabbed a coat from the back of her chair and turned to leave the office. The dawn was just breaking, mingled with a hint of morning rain, as Jessica arrived at the Yukihira Diner. However, upon stepping inside, she perceptibly sensed an atmosphere of tension within the establishment. Her surprise deepened when she noticed the diner, usually bustling with patrons, was eerily empty. Where had Yukihira gone? At this hour, he should have been in the kitchen, busy preparing breakfast. Why were he and his son absent today? What was amiss? Furrowing her brow, a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. And who was the old man sitting at the counter? After some time away, she found unfamiliar faces in the diner. Hello, I'm sorry, but we're closed today, came a timely explanation from a gang, who had just descended the stairs after packing his bag, noticing Jessica's bewildered expression at the entrance. Instinctively, Jessica sensed that something was amiss. Recalling the previous encounter with Flint from the Magia gang, her heart sank. What had transpired? Could it be that the ruffians from the Magia gang had returned to trouble them again? A gang paused, slightly taken aback. Jessica, it's been a while. Uncle Yukihira and Chef Nikiri went out to investigate some matters. Ma and I are preparing to attend Goku High School, leaving only my father here. Therefore, Uncle Yukihira decided to take the day off and close the diner. Who is Chef Nikiri? The two young men are going to school? And who is your father? Jessica found herself filled with questions. My father is. Jessica turned to look at the old man in the diner, her curiosity piqued. A gang pursed his lips and stepped closer to introduce. We all call him father. Jessica opened her mouth, gazing at a gang's nonchalant demeanor, feeling utterly baffled. When did she acquire a father? She had merely come for breakfast. Why this sudden familial recognition? What about the other gentlemen? Jessica decided to shift the topic. Since entering, she had noticed a middle-aged man seated at the table closest to the entrance, dressed in attire resembling that of a Taoist priest. Perhaps that was the term. Her knowledge of Eastern mysticism was limited. The priest appeared quite serious, yet curiously, there was a large jar of wine placed upon the table. She had encountered such jars, adorned with red paper, in the old shops of Chinatown before, but who would bring a jar of wine for breakfast? She felt a mix of surprise and intrigue. Little did she know, the moment her words were uttered, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the entire dining establishment. Chapter 31, Butterfly, Target Discovered. This was a gang, wearing a mournful expression. He could not divulge the players' matters to Jessica, as it was equally forbidden. The man dressed as a Taoist, Lin Jiao, bore a name in black above his head. He, too, was a player, yet belonged to a different faction. This marked the gang's first encounter with players from another camp, and the same was true for his father and Sakai. If only Uncle Sakai were here. He hesitated to approach the Taoist before him, whose attire clearly suggested he was no ordinary individual. Who could fathom the intentions of this person? In the establishment, only he, Sakai, and his father were present, with both the young and the old. What if a conflict arose? How could they possibly defend themselves? Darn it, how could I ever save enough for such exorbitant prices? Contemplating this, a gang opened the exchange shop. Gazing at the lengthy list of prices for the Vongala ring, which only darkened his mood further. What's wrong? Jessica noticed the gang's troubled expression and paused momentarily. Then deduced something. This fellow must be looking for trouble. No worries, I'll help you deal with him. With that, Jessica rolled up her sleeves and prepared to confront Lin Jiao, ready to take action. Wait. Don't be impulsive. A gang grasped Jessica firmly. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had previously heard from Sakai that Miss Jessica could be quite violent when provoked, often shattering establishments over trivial disagreements. It was best to avoid her unleashing her fury unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, Mr. Lin Jiao, since entering, had merely requested a bowl of noodles without displaying any hostility. Despite their differing factions, there had been no conflict. It would not be prudent to leave in such a manner, as it could lead to unnecessary animosity. Just as a gang was caught between pulling Jessica back and explaining the situation, a savior finally arrived. Jessica, it's been a while since I've seen you. Care to join me for breakfast? Sakai emerged from the kitchen, holding a tray with 4 bowls of clear soup noodles. Saved at last. A gang muttered a silent expression of gratitude towards Sakai, who was somewhat puzzled. He had no idea that had he delayed by even a moment longer to usher Mr. Lin Jiao out, Miss Jessica would have undoubtedly wreaked havoc upon the establishment. Let us eat first. I'll go make another bowl for myself. Sakai placed the 2 bowls of noodles for himself and a gang on the table, gesturing for Jessica to enjoy her meal first. He then approached the counter, placing a bowl of noodles before his father, leaving the final bowl for Mr. Lin Jiao. Suddenly, a gang's father called out from behind the counter, "Put the noodles down. I'll take it to him." However, upon hearing this, Yukihira Soma was momentarily taken aback. Lin Jiao and his companions were not of the same faction, and he could not fathom their intentions. His father, being of advanced age, suggested he deliver the noodles. But what if the recipients harbored ill intentions? There were no buts. One must never doubt the words of his father. Well, all right. Yukihira Soma nodded, placing the tray on the counter before turning towards the kitchen. One more thing. You and a gang should hurry and pack your bags. If you dawdle, you'll be late. Understood, father. Yukihira Soma waved his hand in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, a gang and Jessica each held a bowl of noodles, eagerly slurping them down, broth and all. Even a simple bowl of clear noodle soup, when crafted by Yukihira Soma, was so delectable it could bring one to tears. This feeling is simply marvelous. I feel rejuvenated. The chewy noodles paired with the fragrant scallions transformed what was merely a humble bowl of clear soup into a sumptuous feast in Jessica's eyes, her face radiating pure joy. Inspired by Jessica Jones, gained a small amount of jade. It seemed she had not changed at all. Observing the sudden notification before him, Yukihira Soma, who was pulling noodles at the counter, momentarily paused, a smile gracing his lips. If time permitted later, perhaps he would allow Jessica to sample his latest creation, mango soy sauce fried dried fish. It would be a challenging dish to swallow. Hey, Mr. Lin, your noodles are ready. His father lifted the bowl from the tray and approached Lin Jiao, placing it on the table. Thank you, old sir. Lin Jiao began to express his gratitude, only to notice the white name above the elderly man's head. Father? Isn't that a bit presumptuous? Earlier, he had wandered the streets for some time, pursuing the trail of the undead, and in the process, he had acquired 2 peculiar white, long creatures. It was sheer hunger that had drawn him to this small establishment in search of a bowl of noodles. Don't mention it. One more thing. The proprietor is not in the shop today. Please visit the group novel website to read the latest complete chapters. Hurry up and eat. Once you finish, I will lock the door. The old man cast a glance at the jar of spirits on the table, a black earthenware pot sealed with a yellow talisman. Lin Jiao hesitated before speaking. Old sir, may I use your esteemed establishment? There are soul-snatching creatures present that must be dealt with. Before he could finish, the elder interrupted. Oh dear, I do not wish to hear such things. I already mentioned that the proprietor is not home. I cannot make decisions on their behalf. Lin Jiao could discern that the old man possessed some knowledge of the supernatural, seemingly aware of the creature sealed within the jar. Yet, the undertone of his words suggested a desire to dismiss him. If it were inconvenient, then so be it. Lin Jiao was not one to impose. Since the man was unwilling to offer his space, he would simply enjoy a bowl of noodles and take his leave. Uncle Jiao never forced anyone against their will. Hurry and eat, or the noodles will get cold. The old man cast a glance at the jar of wine on the table, shook his head without uttering another word, and turned back to the counter. Lin Jiao, slurping, picked up a chopstick full of noodles that danced playfully, intermingled with delicate green scallions and a sprinkle of cilantro, inexplicably adding a touch of color to the seemingly bland bowl of clear broth. In the next moment, a glimmer of delight flashed in his eyes. He had never tasted noodles so exquisite. They were chewy and springy, seemingly dancing on his tongue, inducing a feeling of lightness. These noodles were truly exceptional. Unfortunately, Qiusheng and Wenkai were not present to share this culinary delight. He wondered if they could manage the affairs at the ancestral hall in his absence. He hoped nothing would go amiss. As Lin Jiao savored the noodles and sipped the clear broth, he gradually immersed himself in the unparalleled flavor. Ah, how satisfying. Jessica contentedly patted her belly. Indeed, only the delectable offerings from the Yukihira Dining house could rescue her increasingly despondent spirit. Leaning back against her chair, Jessica stretched lazily when suddenly, a figure at the entrance caught her attention. A small girl, resembling a young attendant, stood outside. Clad in a pale yellow kimono embroidered with green butterflies, exuding an adorable charm reminiscent of a character from a storybook. Her waist-length hair was tied with a white satin ribbon, and her small hands were tucked into the wide sleeves of her kimono. Though she appeared quite petite, her expression was earnest. I found it. The girl's gaze, akin to a butterfly, settled on the jar of wine at Lin Jiao's table, her eyes suddenly brightening. By the order of the revered saint, I have come to seek the lost soul-eating insect, and now I have found my target. Chapter 32. Lin Jiao, what a fuss. Jessica observed with great interest as the Shikigami girl approached. This serious-looking little girl was undeniably adorable, her stern demeanor melting hearts. The kimono she wore was quite beautiful. Jessica wondered which family this little doll belonged to and how she had wandered out alone. Following the girl's gaze, Jessica's eyes fell upon the wine jar at Lin Jiao's table. Hey, this little girl isn't tempted by the wine, is she? Jessica chuckled, shaking her head. Perhaps she was simply intrigued by the large jar. To be honest, Jessica was also curious about a Taoist dining with a wine jar, such a rare sight. Rubbing her full belly, she amusedly watched as the girl, step by step, approached Lin Jiao's table, not bothering to offer any warnings. After all, that jar was so large. She couldn't possibly take it away. Lin Jiao, at that moment, was wholly engrossed in the bowl of noodles before him. To be frank, having lived for over half a lifetime, he had never eaten noodles this good. They were even better than the meals at the Grand Duke's residence. It felt as if a divine delicacy had appeared before him, and Lin Jiao was utterly entranced. The girl, with light steps, arrived at Lin Jiao's table, lifting her gaze to the Taoist buried in his bowl of noodles, offering little attention. Moving to one side of the table, the butterfly tiptoed and reached out with her small hand to grasp the wine jar. Initially, when she merely touched the jar, nothing seemed amiss. However, as her hand ascended to lift the red cloth covering the opening, the yellow talisman affixed to the rim suddenly erupted in a burst of light. Ah! After a brief, startled exclamation, the butterfly felt an intense burning sensation in her hand, followed by being violently hurled backward. The chairs and tables were overturned, and it was evident that the butterfly's fall was quite severe. What happened? A-Gang struggled to swallow the noodles in his mouth, nearly choking at the sudden turn of events. Hey, are you alright? Jessica exclaimed in shock, her eyes wide as she watched the butterfly rush to touch the wine jar, only to scream and fall. After a moment of surprise, Jessica rose hastily, eager to check on the butterfly, hoping she had not been injured. Meanwhile, Lin Jiao, lost in the aroma of the food, was abruptly jolted awake, slamming his chopsticks onto the table. He pressed down on the swaying wine jar, stabilizing the activated soul-confining talisman. Turning to see the butterfly who had been flung away, Lin Jiao realized she had triggered the talisman. The little girl, clad in yellow garb with a delicate face, appeared quite charming, yet Lin Jiao was not one to judge by appearances. Little ghost, reveal your true nature. As he spoke, Lin Jiao swiftly withdrew 2 wooden willow leaves from his waist, forming seals with his hands, and applied the small round mirrors embedded in the leaves to his eyes. Instantly, a golden light flashed, and when Lin Jiao opened his eyes again, what lay before him was no dainty girl but a malevolent spirit, suffused with resentment. Clearly an entity of significant power, a vengeful ghost roaming in daylight. Hey, what are you doing? Jessica had just stood up, taking a step toward the butterfly when she noticed the serious-faced Taoist, who had just thrown down his chopsticks and was glaring intensely, ready to erupt. Jessica was immediately displeased. What is the big deal? The girl merely touched that old wine jar. Why the hostility? And who could tell if there was something sinister about that wine jar? It was hardly plausible that a mere touch could provoke such a reaction. Perhaps it was some kind of dangerous object disguised as a wine jar. Having experienced a tumultuous past as a superhero, Jessica was acutely aware that there were always individuals in this world who delighted in carrying bizarre and perilous items. One could not judge a book by its cover. Who knew what intentions the Taoist held? I advise you not to move recklessly. Do not compel me to take action. Jessica eyed Lin Jiao warily. After capturing 2 soul-harvesting spirits, it seems trouble has come knocking. Lin Jiao, unfamiliar with who Jessica was and pressed for time, swiftly conjured a wine jar out of thin air. Recently, having vanquished numerous half-dead zombies, Lin Jiao had amassed a considerable amount of black jade. Given the urgency of the situation, he had exchanged for a wine jar at the exchange store to apprehend the spirit butterfly before him. The soul-stirring presence of malevolent spirits suggests that this place inevitably harbors an extraordinary evil. First, I shall subdue you, and then I will exterminate the demons. With a fierce shout, Lin Jiao forcefully removed the lid from the wine jar, deftly piercing the bottom with his sword, creating a small opening. He then retrieved a small 8-trigram pendant from his waist. Placing the pendant at the base of the jar, Lin Jiao formed a seal with his hand and lifted the jar. The reflective surface of the jar illuminated the area, casting light upon the fallen butterfly. While he forcefully yanked back the 8-trigram pendant, the butterfly, initially incapacitated by the ghost-restraining talisman, found her condition somewhat fortunate, as she was a familiar spirit of the revered Saint Jeking. Although the talisman inflicted a painful burn, the actual harm was minimal. However, as Lin Jiao performed his incantation, the butterfly felt an irresistible, overwhelming pull from the dark void of the jar. With a piercing scream, she attempted to resist, but it was too late. She was drawn entirely into the jar, her form curling up and vanishing within. With a swift motion, Lin Jiao slammed the jar onto the table, disregarding the butterfly's struggles inside, and sealed the jar's opening with a red cloth. Next, a yellow talisman appeared in his hand, which he deftly inscribed in midair before affixing it to the jar. The moment the talisman was placed, the butterfly's struggles ceased, leaving 2 jars standing side by side on the table, and silence enveloped the room. What on earth is happening? Is this some sort of magic trick? Jessica was utterly astonished. She had witnessed transformations in magic shows before, but this was her first experience of a jar containing a person. You sorcerer, what have you done? Where did that young girl go? Filled with rage, Jessica overturned a nearby table and rolled up her sleeves, advancing towards Lin Jiao. Today, if this sorcerer did not provide a reasonable explanation, she would not leave through that door without a fight. Oh no, this is a disaster. As Jessica seemed poised to wreak havoc, a gang was genuinely alarmed. He had no idea how Lin Jiao had suddenly taken away the girl. What was the intention? Whether good or ill, remained unclear. Dad! A gang called out desperately, clutching a bowl of noodles, as he rushed towards the kitchen. He had seen his father deliver the noodles moments ago, and had no idea what he was doing back there. That sorcerer has taken a girl, and Jessica is about to destroy the shop. Lin Jiao, with a furrowed brow, watched the gang run off in a panic, then glanced at Jessica, who was marching toward him with hostility. He took a quiet step back, suddenly feeling a headache coming on. This group seemed to have misconstrued the situation. He had merely captured a small spirit. Was it truly necessary for such an uproar? Chapter 33. Zhaoli, the show is about to begin. Make sure to take your seats. Dear lady, I implore you to remain composed. Lin Jiao gestured with his hand and took a few steps back, wishing to avoid any unnecessary conflict. I shall grant you 3 seconds to explain. Otherwise, I will ensure you take a moment to calm yourself. Jessica's fists crackled ominously as she advanced 2 steps closer to Lin, stamping her foot lightly on the ground, which unexpectedly fractured beneath her. This was her restrained strength. Otherwise, with her superhuman physique, a single stomp would have left the entire city of Hepping in need of renovation. Lin Jiao was taken aback, observing the delicate frame of the young woman before him, devoid of any signs of martial training. Yet, with such a seemingly casual step, she had shattered the floor. What immense strength she possessed. Encountering Jessica Jones for the first time, gained a trace of black jade. The sudden system notification left Lin Jiao momentarily stunned. Could this young woman possess some extraordinary qualities? Why else would there be a distinct alert? In comparison to exterminating zombies in the alley, this, black jade, seemed almost too effortless. Fury from Jessica Jones received a small amount of black jade. Is a mere expression of anger enough to trigger a notification? Lin Jiao pondered thoughtfully as he scrutinized Jessica. Do not act rashly. My father has gone upstairs and will soon return. A gang rushed out from the kitchen, quickly placing himself between Jessica and Lin. while Jessica was entirely oblivious to Eastern mysticism. A gang held some knowledge regarding Taoist practices and spirits. After all, he had heard tales of Buddhist rituals, the night parade of 100 demons, and exorcisms. Having even accompanied his mother to temples during festivals to pay respects. Judging by the Taoist's attire and the yellow talisman on the wine jar, a gang felt this resembled the classic scenes of ghost exorcism. However, he was uncertain about the accuracy of his judgment. He had always lacked confidence in such assessments. For now, he could only stand as a barrier between Jessica and Lin, wishing to prevent any escalation of conflict. At the very least, he should wait for his father to come down and assess the situation before deciding on any course of action. This was turning disastrous. His father would undoubtedly have to clean up the mess upon his return. Heping Chuangjin emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of noodles, his expression reflecting the turmoil of the disarrayed establishment. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from upstairs, punctuated by the faint scream of a girl, followed by an eerie silence. Lin Jiao retrieved his compass, observing the needle's erratic movements as it pointed toward the second floor. The ghost-catching compass had been activated, indicating that another spirit was present, and the elderly gentleman upstairs was in peril. Realizing this, Lin Jiao felt a sense of urgency and prepared to rush upstairs, only to find Jessica blocking his path. "I warn you, do not attempt to flee. Dear lady, please do not hinder me." Lin Jiao, without a moment's hesitation, seized Jessica's arm and deftly pulled her aside, intending to rush up to the second floor. "Oh, you dare to make a move." Jessica was nearly driven to madness. This sorcerer, cloaked in mystery, audaciously struck first. How could she have been so effortlessly thrust aside? This was utterly humiliating. Fueled by indignation, Jessica disregarded the presence of a gang and resolved to retaliate. Grasping a nearby table, ready to deliver a fierce blow to Lin Jiao. Just then, the voice of her father echoed through the air, "Monsters, begone." This timely intervention halted Jessica's fury, drawing the attention of everyone in the establishment. Her father descended from above, brandishing a pufferfish while reciting an incantation, binding a small child with emerald energy. The child, donned in a pale blue kimono adorned with pink blossoms, sported 2 fluffy hair ornaments, resembling a delicate butterfly, yet wearing an expression of utter impassivity. She was Hina, also under the service of the esteemed Lord Kikyo, having come in search of the lost soul worm. Just as Lin Jiao had captured the butterfly in a wine jar, Hina too found herself ensnared by her father's magical force. Struggling valiantly against her restraints, she resembled a small insect trapped in amber, the spell's potency rendering her suspended behind her father, utterly unable to escape. Oh no! Kikyo, who had been following Matt at a leisurely pace, suddenly grew grim. Just moments ago, she had severed her connection with the butterfly, and before she could comprehend the situation, she sensed Hina was similarly ensnared by an unseen force. Kikyo could not afford to linger. If it were merely the soul worm that had gone missing, she would not be overly concerned, as such creatures, lacking substantial intellect, were prone to damage. However, Hina was unlike the butterfly. Having served the esteemed lord for many years, she had developed a profound bond with Kikyo, who would never permit her harm. Sensing Hina's vague location, Kikyo quickened her pace towards the dining house. Unlike her previous leisurely stroll, she now surged through the streets with the swiftness granted by her spiritual energy. Her entire demeanor transformed into one of sharp intensity. "What's wrong?" Matt, having fallen behind Kikyo, hurried to match her stride, confusion evident in his voice. Just a moment ago, Kikyo had been calm, engaging in conversation about the living dead, as they made their way to the dining house previously mentioned. Yet now, her demeanor had shifted dramatically. Matt could sense a profound change in her. A palpable aura of urgency and lethal intent. "My 2 soul worms lost contact, so I dispatched my Shikigami to investigate." Matt discerned the urgency in Kikyo's tone, unmistakably genuine. Shikigami? And then what? Matt was somewhat unclear about what a Shikigami was, but he could roughly understand it as a helper akin to a familiar. The connection between the shrine maiden and her Shikigami should have been exceedingly close. However, just moments ago, the bond with the butterfly was severed, and the bird was ensnared, only able to convey vague messages to me. I could only vaguely pinpoint the bird's location. I did not know who had captured them, but I had to rescue them before any harm befell them. The adversary's target was me. I could handle it alone, so you need not concern yourself. Return home. Kikyo deftly grasped the longbow behind her, channeling her spiritual energy to accelerate once more. She understood she had fallen into a trap. From the loss of the soul-eating insect to the butterfly and bird being captured, the enemy must have intended to lure her in. Yet Kikyo was undeterred. Even if the path ahead led to the depths of hell, she would brave it for the sake of the butterfly and the bird. She had always been such a gentle soul, whether as the living shrine maiden or the ominous being resurrected as a vengeful spirit. She had never changed. "Hey, How could I possibly ignore this? Matt pondered, silently following behind. The fearless souls of Hell's Kitchen would not turn a blind eye to danger. Moreover, after their brief acquaintance, he felt that this shrine maiden was not a villain. Oh, how intriguing this had become. Zhao Li squinted his eyes, casually toying with the double-barreled gun in his hand, a slow smile creeping onto his lips. What is going on? Lu Air, in the passenger seat, asked, perplexed as he puffed on his old pipe. A mix of deathly energy and overwhelming resentment. The show is about to begin. If we arrive late, we'll miss out. Zhao Li turned the corner, pressing the accelerator, eager to join in the fray. Chapter 34. Linjiao, are you fried? Old man, you're a mage? A gang exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face as he pointed at the little bird beside the old man. What's the deal with this girl? Just moments ago, the Taoist had taken in a girl. Could this truly be a ghost? The old man descended the stairs, holding up the dried pufferfish and securing the bound bird to the side. Observing the astonished expressions of a gang and the others, he shook his head and spoke slowly. The old man has never claimed to be anything but a mage. The old man paused for a moment, glancing at the magically restrained bird, which was now immobile. He sighed, his tone laden with complexity. And one more thing, never be deceived by the superficial appearances of things. So, does that mean it really is a ghost? Jessica, taken aback, held onto the table. She was not well versed in Eastern mysticism and lacked a clear understanding of the concept of ghosts. In her mind, it translated roughly to a spirit of malevolence or a demon. Hence, the two charming little ones who appeared one after the other were malevolent spirits, demons? Are you certain you're not joking? Jessica exclaimed, her face a portrait of disbelief. I don't know. A gang stammered, feeling a bit frightened. He was afraid of ghosts. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me a moment of your attention. Lin Jiao stepped forward, for it was now his turn to elucidate the situation. Lest Miss Jessica continued to regard him with a gaze akin to that of a hawker scrutinizing a trinket, which rendered Lin Jiao quite uncomfortable. As the venerable gentleman has articulated, this young child appears to be amiable and innocent, yet in truth, she is a creature ensnared by sinister forces. Their objective, indeed, is to target the two ethereal beings sealed within the wine jar before us. Lin Jiao gestured towards the jar upon the table, his tone grave as he spoke. Though I am a newcomer to this locale, I have discerned, under the cloak of night, the presence of serpentine entities that ensnare souls. Moreover, the shadows that linger in the alleyways harbor a plethora of the living dead, resembling zombies, yet not entirely so. Undoubtedly, this place is on the brink of a great malevolence. If left unchecked, it shall spell calamity for us all. Lin Jiao's demeanor was earnest, and the elder could clearly perceive the urgency in his words. Should true evil emerge, failure to address it preemptively would inevitably lead to disaster. Yet the elder harbored other concerns. He was reluctant to delve into these matters. As for the nature of the malevolent forces, let us set that aside for the moment. What do you propose we do with these two children? Naturally, they should be confined within the wine jar, awaiting the arrival of the greater evil, at which point we shall eradicate them and banish these wicked entities. Lin Jiao's brow furrowed in determination. If there existed a realm of reincarnation, he would not hesitate to send these two little fiends to their final rest. However, in this realm, there are no emissaries of the underworld, nor any lords of the 10 halls of Yama. Rather than allow these spirits to perpetuate their malevolence, it would be far better to fry them. For the enmity between the living and the dead is stark, and desperate measures must sometimes be taken. Alas, the elder was taken aback by Lin Jiao's pronouncement. All things possess their yin and yang. Where there is righteousness, there exists malevolence. Just as humanity embodies both virtue and vice, so too do spirits possess their distinctions of good and evil. How can one simply cast them into the boiling oil for destruction? The elder had not sensed any malice emanating from the flying bird. Thus he harbored doubts regarding Lin Jiao's judgment of these malevolent spirits. Lin Jiao, well versed in the arts of Mao Shan, had extensively studied zombies and specters, yet his knowledge of the esoteric arts beyond Taoism was limited. Conversely, the elder, having devoted years to the study of antiques from various nations, had engaged with the mysteries of the world. Thus, in contrast to Lin Jiao's assertion that the child was a nurtured malevolence, the elder perceived her more as a shikigami, a spirit servant. The attire of the flying bird, adorned in kimono with azure patterns and floral motifs, coupled with her doll-like charm, hinted at her origins. Indeed, from the standpoint of provenance, she could very well be a shikigami. The enmity between the living and the dead is irreconcilable, a stark dichotomy, where loyalty and righteousness cannot coexist. It is said that the paths of humans and spirits diverge. Dear sir, I may be both right and wrong. Lin Jiao's expression was solemn as he returned to his table, striking the wine jar and addressing the elder. You are not entirely mistaken. The elder responded with a hint of reluctance. If there is any truth in this, it is better to acknowledge the inherent dualities of existence, and keep them distinctly apart. They approach. Lin Jiao formed a seal with his fingers, casting a glance at the somber sky, which appeared to be shrouded in oppressive dark clouds. He lowered his gaze to the spinning pointer of the divination board. This was indeed a manifestation of lingering deathly energy and overwhelming resentment. Sighing deeply, he gazed into the distance and perceived the approaching tide of grievances. Yet, he resolved to leave matters to fate. Before departing, he had promised to assist in managing the shop, thus it must remain undisturbed. A gang closed the shop and locked the doors, ensure no malevolent spirits enter. Chapter 35, Master Jiao, preparing for the ritual. Young brother, I humbly request your assistance in procuring some items for my ritual. A great demon is soon to arrive, and I must prepare to invoke spells to exorcise it. Lin Jiao's expression was grave, his brows furrowed, and his demeanor serious. Understood, Khash Ma, who had been listening attentively, began to grasp the situation. Like a gang, he had grown up hearing tales of ghostly processions, and had always held a tentative belief in the existence of spirits. Witnessing Lin Jiao's remarkable skills, coupled with the absence of any dissent from the elder, he thought it likely that a formidable demon was indeed imminent. If that were the case, it was imperative to assist Lin Jiao. After all, they could not allow their eatery to be destroyed. Moreover, the prospect of confronting supernatural entities, something only encountered in stories, excited Khash Ma. Is there anything we need to prepare? After contemplating the situation, he appeared eager to contribute. Gather paper, ink, a knife, and a sword, Lin Jiao instructed. His left hand resting on his right arm as he focused on the timing, his brow knitted in concentration. Master, Khash Ma replied, somewhat taken aback. While paper and ink are manageable, where shall we procure a knife and sword? Would a kitchen knife suffice? Lin Jiao snapped out of his reverie, noticing Khash Ma's hesitation. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly introduced himself. I am Lin Jiao, the ninth son in my family. Hence I am affectionately referred to as Uncle Jiao. Oh, Jessica could not help but raise an eyebrow. Just as she had acknowledged one elder, another had suddenly appeared, making her feel as though she had acquired two relatives in the span of a meal. Khash Ma, however, was less preoccupied with such thoughts. Uncle Jiao, we do not fully comprehend your request. A look of confusion crossed Lin Jiao's face, but he soon realized that Xiaoxing and Wenkai had not accompanied them. The young woman beside him, Jessica, was clearly a foreigner, entirely unversed in Eastern mysticism, while Khash Ma seemed unsure of the specifics of his request. Sighing, Lin Jiao felt a pang of longing for his two disciples. Please remember the domain of the group novel website Conks.com to read the latest and complete chapters. Prepare yellow paper, red pens, black ink, genuine swords, and wooden swords. The yellow paper is available in the store. We just received a batch a few days ago, originally intended for writing menus. Xingping Chuangjin hurried to the kitchen and retrieved a thick stack of printed paper from the storage cabinet. Uncle Jiao, do you think this will work? Lin Jiao stared in silence at the paper, which was merely yellow and even bore the logo of Xingping's dining house. He felt a twinge at the corner of his mouth and an onset of headache. I'll exchange this directly later. Yellow paper, also known as talisman paper, does not have stringent requirements regarding its material. However, it was evident that this particular type was entirely unsuitable. Is there a rooster in the store? Lin Jiao inquired. Yes. We just received a rooster last night. It's still being kept well in the kitchen, Xingping Chuangjin quickly replied. A gang, who was observing the commotion, heard his father's voice calling from the storage room. Quickly help your father. Upon hearing the call, a gang rushed over, only to find his father struggling to move a salt barrel in the storeroom. A gang was somewhat puzzled. Lin Daozhong was preparing to hold the ritual. So why was his father still clearing out clutter? Is this for casting salt to ward off evil? Move these salt barrels to the front hall. Your father is going to prepare some things for you. After saying this, his father disregarded a gang's bewildered expression and went upstairs, waiting for a gang to pull the small cart. He exerted himself to move several large salt barrels from the storeroom to the front hall. Only then did his father descend from upstairs holding a peculiar item resembling dried lizard. A gang, hold this. Without further ado, his father thrust the lizard-like object into a gang's hands. First sprinkle salt, then seal the door. You will recite the incantation with your father later. A gang was momentarily taken aback, then his excitement bubbled over. Father, does this mean I can also become a mage? No more chatter, just follow your father's instructions. After tidying up, you and Chuangjin hasten to school. The matters here do not concern you. Hey, why like this? I also want to exorcise ghosts. Upon hearing such a significant event was unfolding at the store, yet they still had to report to school, a gang felt somewhat discontented. However, before he could finish, his father sharply tapped a gang's head with 2 fingers. Never doubt your father's words. Oh, a gang, feeling aggrieved, rubbed his head and stepped out of the store, beginning to sprinkle salt around the dining house. Meanwhile, Lin Jiao had changed into a yellow Taoist robe, adorned with the 8 trigrams on the back, and held a peachwood sword in his hand. Father, a gang. Gazing at the altar, felt a surge of curiosity and leaned closer to his father, lowering his voice. Are the spirits that lure souls and the wandering zombies that Uncle Jiao spoke of really true? Oh dear, why do you concern yourself with so much, young one? Father is quite vexed. The old man, rubbing his temples in frustration, pushed a gang aside. Quickly, bring salt to your father. At that moment, outside the dining establishment, a makeshift altar was set up with yellow cloth draped over tables and benches. Flickering red candles cast a soft glow, flanking jars containing butterflies and 2 deceased soul worms. Placed solemnly on the altar, Master Jiao, the rooster has arrived. Ping Chuangjin emerged from the shop, gripping the neck of a hefty rooster weighing around 7 or 8 pounds. After swiftly severing its neck, he understood that the rooster, imbued with potent yang energy, would serve remarkably in warding off spirits and could be utilized for crafting talismans to intimidate malevolent forces. Lin Jiao nodded in acknowledgement and remarked to Ping Chuangjin, indeed. This is within my expertise. Jessica, seated at the table, prepared ink, while Ping Chuangjin began the collection of blood. With a small knife, he cut the rooster's neck, and Lin Jiao held a small porcelain bowl to catch the blood. After gathering just enough for the task, he gestured that it sufficed. Master Jiao, is this little amount of blood sufficient? Ping Chuangjin queried, puzzled, as he had anticipated needing a larger quantity. The mountain need not be high. It is the presence of the immortal that grants its spirit. The blood need not be abundant. It is the essence that matters. Lin Jiao seamlessly took the ink from Jessica and blended it with the chicken blood, preparing for the additional ceremonial components. As Ping Chuangjin observed Master Jiao's diligent work, he glanced back at the birds bound in the shop, recalling Master Jiao's earlier words about frying them once the mastermind behind the chaos was dealt with. Having fried numerous spring rolls and dumplings, he hesitated at the thought of harming these 2 innocent creatures. Master Jiao, I feel that these birds, captured so easily by you and father, likely pose no real threat. Perhaps they are merely being manipulated by nefarious individuals. They could be innocent. Would it not be excessive to fry them? Chapter 36. On the matter of appearances, I am a disciple of Mao Shan. And the foremost principle of Mao Shan is the eternal struggle between good and evil. Today, having encountered this malevolent spirit, how could I possibly let it go? Lin Jiao furrowed his brow, recognizing Ping Chuangjin's sentiments. It is not uncommon for compassion to swell in one's heart when faced with beings that blur the lines between human and spirit. Yet, as a practitioner of Mao Shan, he could not simply overlook a malevolent entity. When discussing spirits, one might compare them to evil spirits or demons. Jessica mentally recalibrated her thoughts, likening the birds to such sinister beings. However, those legendary demons were often depicted as grotesque creatures with horns and gaping maws, known for their viciousness. Yet, these 2 youngsters were the stark antithesis of such portrayals. They appeared utterly adorable. These little ones, so strikingly beautiful, hardly seemed capable of causing any harm. After all, malevolent spirits were typically depicted as gruesome, with blood streaming from their orifices in a horrifying manner. She could not help but hesitate, gazing at the struggling little bird tethered not far away, sensing that if this girl were to truly descend into the frying pan, it would be rather pitiable. Although Uncle Jiao incessantly spoke of the first commandment, she was not a Taoist from Mao Shan. Requesting the bird and the butterfly should not pose a problem, should it? The detective agency was desolate, and having those 2 little spirits accompany her would not be a bad thing, after all. With this thought, Jessica spoke up. Uncle Jiao, not everyone needs to adhere to the commandments. I currently live alone. Why not let me have these 2 little ones? As she said this, Jessica waved her hand, seemingly wishing to express herself. Don't be misled by my appearance. I possess some capabilities. I will watch over them daily, and there won't be any disturbances. Lin Jiao did not outright refuse. After contemplating Jessica for a moment, he slowly replied, How is your life these days? Not too well, barely managing to fill my stomach. Jessica replied, her youthful face falling as she silently shook her head, her aura turning bleak. She had endured several unfortunate experiences, and even now, having opened a detective agency, her work primarily consisted of accepting occasional commissions, mostly involving finding mistresses and gathering evidence of infidelity. In truth, she was merely scraping by, surviving but not thriving. All along, she had felt like a calamity. Whatever she undertook seemed to end in chaos. Even something as mundane as dining at a set meal restaurant would inevitably lead to a series of mishaps. She believed she ought to remain despondent within the agency, avoiding the outside world to prevent bringing disaster upon others. The world is vast. Not only was it not difficult to find sustenance, but even securing meals was far from impossible. Lin Jiao saw through Jessica's thoughts at a glance. With his hands clasped behind his back, he shook his head and earnestly advised, If you were to care for these two little spirits, life may become even more arduous. Ghosts are ominous entities, embodying poverty, sorrow, decay, disaster, shame, cruelty, rancor, pain, illness, and death. They are a harbinger of misfortune. How could your life possibly improve if you were to associate with them? Humans and spirits should tread separate paths. Each has its own fate. If they were to share the same road, it would lead to ruin. And if they were to work together, it would be in vain. Forcing a union between the two will yield no good outcome. Yet, even with Lin Jiu's counsel, both Jessica and Xing Ping Chuangjun could not help but feel a twinge of compassion when they beheld the charming little bird. After all, Xing Chuangjun was merely a youth himself. Watching the bird being fried by Lin Jiu would surely leave a shadow on his heart. In the future, he would not only dread the thought of fried tempura or spring rolls, but would likely associate the sight of a frying pan with the little bird. Alas, observing the pained expressions of the two, Lin Jiu let out a subtle sigh. With a flick of his left hand, 2 pomelo leaves materialized. What was he intending to do? Jessica and Soma Shoma regarded Lin Jiu and the leaves in his hand with perplexity. Lin Jiu poured a bowl of clear water, dipped the leaves into it, and then swept them across the eyes of Soma and Jessica. You may witness for yourselves what that little spirit truly resembles. Huh. Both were momentarily stunned, appearing somewhat bewildered. Upon hearing Lin Jiu's words, they instinctively looked towards the bird in the shop. Suddenly, they were taken aback. The seemingly soft and adorable little creature had transformed into a ghastly sight, its form grotesquely distorted and decayed. Wisps of black smoke emanated from it, revealing that it was no innocent child spirit, but rather a fearsome avian demon. The stark contrast between their previous perception and the present reality was overwhelming, leaving them immobilized in disbelief. Admittedly, the true appearance of the bird was rather jarring to the eyes. Seeing the two young individuals finally grasp the true nature of the apparition, Lin Jiu felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, in a world where beauty equates to justice, few are those who can look beyond mere appearances. The great demon approaches. Feeling the oppressive surge of resentment and death drawing near, Lin Jiu's face grew serious. He dipped his brush into a mixture of ink infused with chicken blood, and then, from the exchange shop, he procured a few sheets of yellow paper using a small amount of black jade. With swift strokes, Lin Jiu began to inscribe talismans, heavenly clarity, and earthly spirits. Heed my call. With the first stroke, summon the divine, rally the heavenly soldiers. With the second stroke, repel malevolent spirits. Let no demon dare to confront me. With the final stroke, I command the spirits to conceal themselves. Setting down the brush, Lin Jiu picked up the yellow talisman of absolution, his demeanor grave. In the realm where heaven meets earth, and the laws of 9 chapters are established, I now inscribe, compelling 10,000 demons to hide. Subsequently, Lin Jiu retrieved a diagram adorned with the 5 elements and 8 trigrams from the exchange shop and laid it upon the altar. To capture spirits through talismans, one must synchronize with the 7 doubts of the Qi in order to reach the heavens. Wow, it appeared rather impressive. Although they were unaware of Lin Jiu's exact intentions, merely witnessing his talisman-making and ritualistic practices exuded an aura of power. Soma and Jessica, witnessing a Taoist exorcising spirits for the first time, widened their eyes in sheer curiosity. However, Kikyo abruptly halted her hurried footsteps at the entrance of the street, her expression laden with gravity. She sensed that the spiritual energy fluctuations before her had suddenly thickened. Utilizing her spiritual sight, Kikyo could faintly discern the swirling 8 trigram symbols above the street. It seemed a practitioner had set up a grand formation, already awaiting her arrival. What's the matter? Matt caught up with Kikyo, somewhat bewildered. Just moments ago, there was an urgent need to rescue 2 spirit beings. However, at that instant, Matt's radar senses suddenly issued a warning, as various wavebands that were previously detected became chaotic, and an inexplicable energy surged through the air. It felt as though an invisible dome enveloped the entire street, with a mysterious energy flowing within. How could this be possible? Matt was bewildered. Chapter 37. Kikyo, will you spare me? This formation was initiated by a practitioner. A chilling voice resonated as Kikyo slowly addressed Matt. He seeks me as his target, so it would be unwise for you to venture further. No, Matt resolutely shook his head. I am uncertain of what has transpired, but if there is a misunderstanding, I can offer an explanation. He trusted that this pure maiden of sorcery was not a malevolent individual. Previously, he had mentioned that someone intended to usurp the maiden's spiritual power, leading to the theft of my ashes, which were then used, combined with grave soil, to forge my corporeal form. The reborn soul fused with the cold body, resulting in a cursed and ominous entity. If you still wish to accompany me, then I shall leave the choice to you. A fleeting expression of anguish crossed Kikyo's face before she regained her usual composure. She was determined to rescue the birds and butterflies, Spirit power, activate. Kikyo's figure vanished. A small concealed barrier, centered around herself, a 1-meter radius, became entirely isolated, rendering her precise location undetectable. This would allow her to effectively hide and locate her spirit beings first. In the early morning, a gentle drizzle fell from the sky. The atmosphere, which had gradually brightened, suddenly dimmed the moment Kikyo stepped into the formation. The wind rose, and the yellow talismans on the altar rustled ominously. Linjio, seated with a peachwood sword, abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze alert and vigilant. Cluck, cluck, cluck. A rooster, still alive after being drained of blood by Sakaguchi Chojin, flapped its wings, struggling furiously. The crowing of the rooster startled the spirits. The great demon had arrived. Linjio flipped his hand, revealing a bagua compass. The needles spinning incessantly, unable to lock onto a direction. His brow furrowed slightly, a hint of gravity in his eyes. The opponent had already entered the formation, yet concealed themselves exceedingly well. Even the ghost-catching compass couldn't pinpoint them. Indeed, they were formidable adversaries. After spending black jade in the exchange shop, Linjio acquired a copper coin sword. Though not a true sword, it was crafted from ancient copper coins strung together with red thread, forming the shape of a sword. Composed of 108 coins, this was a superior talisman, capable of dispelling the negative energies of the 2 black and 5 yellow, with formidable powers to exorcise and eliminate malevolent forces. Spiritual blood, illuminate. Linjio bit his fingertip, then brought his 2 fingers together to trace across the copper coin sword. To his surprise, the seemingly ordinary sword emitted waves of golden light. With Linjio's intention, the copper coin sword floated in his palm, swaying gently. Go. In the next moment, Linjio bellowed fiercely, his copper coin sword soaring through the air. Jeking observed the Taoist clad in yellow robes, already positioned at the center of the road, firmly seated in a chair with a wooden sword in hand, awaiting her arrival. Her gaze settled upon the Taoist's head, where the conspicuous black name Linjio stood out. He was a player, and from the same faction as herself, both hailing from the Imperial Foundation. Yet, why would he take action against her? Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. Jeking furrowed her brow, her attention shifting to the 2 jars of wine placed on the altar. One on the left and one on the right. They likely contained the butterfly and the soul-eating insect respectively. The soul-eating insect could be disregarded for the moment. Her priority was to rescue the butterfly. However, she could not sense which jar held the butterfly, as the talisman sealing the jar obstructed her perception. What about the bird? Following the aura, Jeking turned towards a nearby eatery, where a young boy was sprinkling salt in a circle at the entrance, holding what appeared to be a sun-dried lizard. What purpose did this serve? Jeking blinked in confusion, not overly concerned. Her gaze fell upon the interior of the shop, where she spotted a bird ensnared by green energy, alongside an elderly man wielding some form of magical artifact. Their names were white, indicating they were players from another faction. Could it be that Linjio had allied with players from a different faction? Why else would they join forces against her? A sudden heaviness settled in Jeking's heart. Just then, the sound of slicing air echoed as the copper coin sword surged forth, driven by resentment. Jeking waved her shamanic robe sleeves, summoning a barrier of spiritual energy. Boom. The collision unleashed a tremendous explosion, sending waves crashing forth. What was happening? The unexpected blast startled the gang, causing him to jolt and scatter salt everywhere. Instinctively, he turned to look, and his eyes widened in awe. Such a beautiful priestess, he thought, captivated by her ethereal presence. She appeared aloof, sacred, and utterly divine, resembling a celestial being who had inadvertently descended to the mortal realm, untouched by worldly affairs. During school, many girls from his class would take part-time work as shrine maidens. In Japan, this was a common vocation. Could such a fairy truly be the malevolent spirit spoken of by his father and Uncle Gio? She certainly did not seem like one. Hey kid, stop daydreaming. Suddenly, his father's voice broke through, followed by a swift hand strike upon his head. Ouch, that hurt. Agang shrank his neck, clutching his head, feeling utterly wronged. He hurriedly complied with his father's instructions. Yes. Aegon held the lizard jerky in his hand, staring at his father, uncertain of what to do. Demons, quickly depart, he muttered, as the pufferfish jerky in his grasp was enveloped by a green magic. Mimicking the incantation, Aegon chanted, demons, quickly depart. Instantly, a verdant magical barrier enveloped the entire dining establishment of Kingpin. At that moment, Ping Chuangjin and Jessica, who had been standing beside the altar, caught a glimpse of Kikyo's true form. Both were taken aback, their minds echoing a singular thought. How beautiful. This maiden was a shrine maiden. Could it be that Uncle Gio had made a mistake? Kingpin Chuangjin could not help but exclaim. In his impression, shrine maidens and Taoist priests were akin, both dedicated to protecting the world and purifying evil. Such a confrontation should not occur. Moreover, Kikyo bore a black name above her head, indicating that she was a player. Aligned with Uncle Gio. Was it truly appropriate for allies to come to blows? Reveal your true visage to me, Lin Gio declared, disregarding all else. The instant Kikyo's form materialized, he brought his right hand's fingers together and clenched 3 fingers of his left hand into a fist, forming a magical seal. Mystical light guides. Near or far, open my spiritual eye and unveil the truth. A golden light flickered in Lin Gio's eyes, and before him, the girl's figure began to shimmer. Spiritual bones, clay, and a sacred soul, overflowing with spiritual power. What was happening? Lin Gio was taken aback. He had never encountered such an existence. Although she was rife with resentment and deathly energy, a collection of hatred and unwillingness, her essence was imbued with an exceedingly pure and divine force. How could such contradictory forces coexist in harmony? You have already perished. You should not be here. Lin Gio gazed at the shrine maiden with a complex expression. This was a new term he had just learned from Xingping Chuanshan. Regardless of her past, in this form, she had become an ominous entity. If she were not liberated, she would inevitably descend into darkness one day. Could you spare me? Kikyo replied with a serene demeanor, as the soul-eating insects danced around her. I wish to live peacefully in this world. Chapter 38. Kikyo, in confusion. Lin Gio scrutinized the shrine maiden before him and coldly inquired. Then allow me to ask you, are the zombies appearing nearby your doing? Are the souls you collect under the cover of night your pets? Are the mischievous spirits pilfering my altar under your command? Kikyo let her gaze drop slightly, speaking in a calm tone. My body requires the support of souls. The soul-eating insects and shikigami are indeed of my doing. Just as I suspected. Lin Gio's expression darkened. The first commandment of Mao Shan dictates that righteousness and wickedness are in perpetual opposition, and one must fight for life. Those who seize souls and spirits are unforgivable. As the conversation with Kikyo remained unfinished, Lin Gio, seated across from her, produced a command flag from his pocket. He bit his fingertip, allowing his blood to flow, and traced a symbol upon his brow before drawing that essence onto the flagpole. Chanting incantations, he hurled the flag towards Kikyo. What is he attempting? Kikyo blinked in confusion. Though she understood Lin Gio was a practitioner from the East, the techniques he employed for exorcising spirits were entirely distinct from those of a priestess. She found herself bewildered by Lin Gio's actions. Watching the flag soar towards her, she effortlessly grasped it, inspecting it closely but perceiving no profound mystery. Straightening the yellow banner, she casually placed it upon the stone steps beside her. Witnessing this, Lin Gio was taken aback. Here was a malevolent spirit, full of rage, holding a soul-restraining banner. And yet examining it with such scrutiny, was she mocking him? Let's see about this. He was determined to defy fate. Lin Gio retrieved a copper coin from his robe, flicked his wrist, and with a swift motion, the coin clinked and bounced along the street before shimmering with golden light, ultimately landing upon Kikyo's shoulder. Kikyo instinctively reached out to catch the ancient coin resting in her palm, her expression a mix of emotions. What was this Taoist up to? Wasn't he supposed to be confronting her? Why was he inexplicably tossing trinkets instead? Surely these baubles could not harm her. This was absurd. Lin Gio retreated a step, stamping his foot to draw a bagua diagram upon the ground. Producing a yellow talisman, he waved it in the air before directing it towards Kikyo with a pointed finger. Lin Gio watched intently as the talisman adhered to Kikyo, who remained motionless, the paper merely a yellow sheet, of no use to her. Hiss. She wasn't even fazed by the lightning talismans. Observing this, Lin Gio could not help but gasp in disbelief. He exchanged for a bagua mirror, thrusting it into Jessica's hands beside him. What is this for? Jessica, cradling the mirror, appeared utterly bewildered. Having often witnessed the chaos of Hell's Kitchen, she found herself intrigued by this Eastern Taoist spirit-catching antics, albeit for the first time. Yet, after all this time, aside from her father's mutterings urging the monsters to depart and erecting a magical barrier to protect the dining establishment, the spectacle unfolded without much engagement from Kikyo. While Lin Gio flung his talismans with fervor, the priestess remained unscathed. In fact, aside from a few initial words from Kikyo, she had hardly moved against him. Was such a grand display truly reliable? Jessica pondered in exasperation. Take it, aim at her. Lin Gio commanded Jessica. This girl, having once lifted a table in frustration at the shop, clearly possessed extraordinary strength. With both of his disciples absent, he had no choice but to enlist her aid. Go. The diagram of the 8 trigrams on the ground suddenly illuminated, a beam of golden light shooting towards the 8 trigrams mirror, which then refracted onto Kikyo. In an instant, the golden light enveloped Kikyo entirely. Within the grand formation, the radiance was overwhelming. Moments later, as the brilliance dissipated, Kikyo stood unscathed at her original position. Was it futile? The harmony of yin and yang, the unity of the 8 trigrams, seemed ineffective. What on earth was happening? For the first time, Lin Jiao found himself facing such a perplexing situation. All his tactics were rendered impotent before Kikyo. The living could forge a new era, yet for those already departed, time had ceased, an unalterable truth. One must return from whence they came. Lin Jiao gazed intently at the priestess, attempting to persuade her to mend her ways. Return the butterflies and birds to me, and I shall withdraw. I can act as if today's events never transpired. Kikyo cast a cold glance at Lin Jiao, revealing her reluctance to act unless absolutely necessary. After a prolonged silence, an air of stillness enveloped the grand formation. Both were acutely aware that negotiations had collapsed. In that case, I shall take matters into my own hands. Soul invasion. Forming seals with his hands, 2 soul worms materialized within the formation, charging towards Jessica and Yukihira Soma, who were merely spectators. This is bad. Lin Jiao's expression shifted dramatically as he instantly cast a yellow talisman. However, it was too late. The soul worms invaded the bodies of Jessica and Yukihira Soma, seizing control of their souls. The two, now beyond their own volition, approached the altar. One lifting a jar of wine, tearing off the yellow talisman, sealing it, and smashing the jar onto the ground with a resounding crash. Boom. Accompanied by the explosion and a cloud of white smoke, butterflies and 2 soul worms emerged from the haze. Saint. The moment the butterfly beheld Kikyo, her surroundings brightened, and she swiftly dashed to Kikyo's side. Fear not, all is well now. Kikyo recalled the soul worms controlling Jessica and Yukihira Soma, kneeling down to gently stroke the butterfly's head, a hint of a smile gracing her face. Just then, Yukihira Soma, having regained his senses, caught sight of this scene. His gaze momentarily fixed in astonishment. As pristine as a flower blooming on a lofty peak, Kikyo radiated an allure that was both distant and unattainable. Yet in her sudden smile, there was a warmth capable of melting even the iciest of hearts. Inspiration for cooking surged forth. Yukihira Soma could hardly contain his excitement. Were it not for his father's magical barrier placed outside the dining establishment, he would have dashed into the kitchen to experiment with new dishes. However, in his blissful reverie, he remained oblivious to Jessica, who trembled beside him. With her head bowed, a tumult of hatred, anger, fear, and pain swirled within her eyes. Recalling memories she had desperately sought to forget during that brief moment of control. In those darkest and most despairing memories, she detested being controlled above all. The sorceress Jessica's eyes glistened with a crimson hue, the thread of reason that bound her snapped. A surge of power erupted from her, shattering the ground beneath her and leaving a wide array of fissures in its wake. Jessica leapt several meters into the air, lunging fiercely towards the smiling sorceress. From Jessica Jones' wrath, a small amount of black jade was acquired. Suddenly, Kikyo received a notification, momentarily taken aback. Upon raising her gaze, she beheld Jessica. Her expression twisted with fury, descending upon her from the air. Kikyo wore a look of bewilderment. Had she done anything to provoke such anger? Chapter 40. ACHA. I don't care, I want her. Crack. Zhao Li uploaded a screenshot of Kikyo and sent it to the king of the underworld. ACHA. ACHA. What a stunning sorceress. Look at that bewildered little expression. It simply captivates me. ACHA. I adore her. I desire her. ACHA. She must be entranced by my power. Quickly, let us seize the moment and draw her into our realm. Zhao Li. Lady ACHA, please remain calm. She is not aligned with us. ACHA. What does that matter? Alliances are lifeless, but humans are vibrant. Zhao Li. With all her resentment, she is indeed mortal. ACHA. Are you trying to argue? Seeking trouble? I see you're asking for a reprimand. ACHA. I don't care. I want her soul, the pure sorceress. She would surely surpass you as a ferryman. Zhao Li. Goodness, Lady ACHA. Even if you attack my character, I find myself at a loss. Zhao Li. I haven't even dealt with the old hunter yet. This sorceress is evidently more formidable. Zhao Li. By the way, how is that as death faring? ACHA. Do you even need to ask? Once this queen intervenes, success is assured. Unlike you, who only hinders progress. ACHA. Little Li. Our underworld is in dire need of revitalization. You must not falter. I've noticed your recent lack of diligence. What? Zhao Li felt a chill run down his spine, trembling as cold sweat broke forth. Zhao Li. Even if you say that, Lady ACHA. I have yet to receive a single coin in salary. ACHA. Are you refusing to acknowledge my grace? What did you say? Repeat it. Zhao Li. I will ensure the completion of the task. ACHA. I don't care. She appears far more reliable than you, Zhao Li. If you do not bring her to the underworld, I shall end you. Zhao Li. Zhao Li. I have bled for the king of the underworld. I have rendered service to the realm of the dead. Lady ACHA. Abandoning me after crossing the river is truly excessive. King ACHA, call me queen. Zhao Li. Understood. Queen, I assure you I will fulfill the task. ACHA, humph, good to know. ACHA, I shall take my leave. Contact me should anything arise. Lin Jiao observed the sudden intervention of Zhao Li with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Though this individual bore a crimson name above his head and belonged to a different faction, the aura emanating from him suggested a presence akin to that of a ghostly envoy from the underworld. Contemplating this, Lin Jiao's expression turned grave, and he spoke earnestly. Was this esteemed envoy dispatched to subdue the nefarious spirit? This malevolent entity, known for devouring human souls, was intolerable in the eyes of the heavens. Meanwhile, the old Zhao official raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Jiao. How dare you label the witch favored by my master, ACHA, a malevolent spirit? I shall see to it that you are reprimanded. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a message from ACHA interrupted him. ACHA, Zhao official, I also desire this Taoist. Our underworld is in dire need of such diligent and earnest talent. Zhao official, what is this nonsense? ACHA, I care not. I want him. Zhao official was taken aback. Didn't you say we were to retreat? ACHA, is this a surveillance issue? Before he could respond further, the connection on ACHA's end was abruptly severed. After a moment of silence, Zhao official raised his gaze to Lin Jiao, a formulaic smile adorning his face. May I inquire your name, esteemed Taoist? I am Lin Jiao. Your courtesy is appreciated, esteemed envoy. Lin Jiao clasped his fists in salute, as he always treated the underworld officials with great respect. We call him Uncle Jiao. A gang interjected, leaning toward Zhao official. Zhao official remarked, with an elder already in place. Now we have Uncle Jiao. I feel my standing diminishing. Clearing his throat, he continued, Uncle Jiao is sufficient. You may call me Zhao official. Now, regarding this witch. Yet again, Zhao official's words were cut short. What of humans? What of ghosts? Lu Eryi descended from the grand jeep. There are both good and bad among humans, and similarly, spirits are categorized into benevolent and malevolent. At times, the human heart can be more malevolent than that of ghosts. I observe this girl's kind visage. She hardly seems to be a wicked person. Not so. What harm would it do to let me finish my words? This is excessive. Zhao official trembled with anger. However, he found himself unable to provoke either of these two individuals, especially since the King of Hell, ACHA, had specifically requested one of them. I, Zhao official, ferryman of souls, shall endure. Meanwhile, the two bystanders, Xingping Chuangjin and a gang, widened their eyes. Observing the elderly Lu Eryi, clad in a leather robe and carrying a hunting rifle, his hair streaked with gray. Ah, another has arrived, they noted, recognizing that he was not of their faction but rather allied with the Zhao official who had previously threatened them. The three major factions had converged, creating a truly lively scene. To raise spirits and ensnare souls, should they not be judged in the underworld? Lin Jiao gestured towards Kaiki, his expression solemn. Fear not. Kaiki gently patted the heads of her two shikigami, a smile gracing her face. Her sole purpose in this place was to rescue the birds and butterflies. The opinions of others were of no concern to her. In the depths of the ancient forest, what have I not witnessed? Upon observing this scene, Lu Eryi shook his head slightly. He never believed that all spirits were inherently malevolent. Humans and ghosts were not in opposition. Often, humanity could be far more wicked than the specters themselves. As he regarded the stern-faced Lin Jiao, his words burned with intensity, their confrontation palpable. The mystical beings of the forest did not wish to harm anyone. It was the people outside who disturbed their peace, forcing them to exchange life for life. Those seasoned treasure hunters, driven by their selfish desires, would commit any atrocity. Ah, humanity's heart can be far more tainted than that of a ghost. If this elder harbors doubts, why not heed the young lady's explanation? Lu Eryi approached Zhu Gong, took a puff from his old pipe, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. My dear, this elder claims you ensnare souls. Can you clarify this matter? Before Zhu Gong could finish her explanation, the agitated Lin Jiao interrupted. See, I told you she admits it. What more is there to discuss? Why the haste? Lu Eryi retorted, glaring fiercely. What harm is there in allowing the young lady to finish her words? In our realm, humans possess four souls: the wild soul, the harmonious soul, the peculiar soul, and the fortunate soul. Those who are heinously wicked, upon death, are left with only the death soul, Zhu Gong explained succinctly after a moment's contemplation. The harmonious soul represents the protection of the weak, a gentle compassion. Those lacking such a soul are devoid of it. Lu Eryi nodded, observing. See how the human heart can be more corrupt than that of a ghost? The young lady has committed no wrongdoing. How can you unjustly judge her? Fine. I cannot argue with you, Lin Jiao retorted in frustration, his eyes darting towards the elder behind the counter in the dining establishment. Let us seek a fair judgment and see who is in the right. A few minutes later, a solemn silence enveloped the dining house. The elder busied himself at the counter. To his left stood the composed old hunter Lu Er-yi, armed with a rifle, and to his right, Lin Jiao glared fiercely at Zhu Gong, his expression dark as thunder. Is it wrong to vanquish evil that threatens humanity? Lin Jiao initiated the confrontation. Indeed, the elder nodded, continuing his work. Upholding righteousness is commendable. All beings possess a spirit. Even those not human may not be inherently evil. If they have yet to commit slaughter, why must we relentlessly pressure them? True enough, the elder nodded again in agreement. Since neither the words of the young lady nor those of Lu Er-yi are incorrect, we must discern who is truly at fault. Lin Jiao raised an eyebrow, disagreeing. All things in the world boil down to the duality of yin and yang. Once this demon is sealed, its void will be filled by another. The cycle of good and evil, the law of cause and effect. These things cannot be forced. The elder paused, then spoke sagely about the theory of the harmony of yin and yang. A Taoist priest from Maoshan, an old hunter from the forest, and a practitioner of esoteric arts. These three elderly gentlemen, embodying utterly divergent philosophies, gathered together, creating quite the spectacle. Zhao Li leaned against the entrance of the tavern, arms crossed, observing the commotion. I say, Uncle Li, a gang approached. Aren't you going to intervene? Humph. Zhao Li scoffed. I'm not interested in meddling in old men's quarrels. Old man. Uncle Jiao, second master, they all have their points. What is your take? A gang inquired curiously. I'm merely a bystander. If they don't provoke me, it's none of my business. But if they do, just watch out for my gun. Zhao Li retorted, dismissively waving his double-barreled gun with a flourish. What about that, maiden? Aren't you concerned? A gang pointed at Jieking, seated inside the tavern. Oh, concerned? She is my superior now. Zhao Li chuckled, striding over to Jieking with a grin. After all, she was specifically requested by Lady Cha-Cha. If he mishandled this, he would certainly face dire consequences. Beautiful lady, I have a formal job contract from the underworld. Might you be interested? Chapter 41. ACHA. You seem like a sycophant. The underworld position comes with guarantees, room and board, comprehensive insurance, and a particularly stunning female colleague who just joined the underworld, a commanding queen. Interested? Furthermore, joining the underworld means you have backing. My master, ACHA, is an ancient being. Should you encounter any Taoists, fear not. Just a phone call away, and we shall face them together. If trouble arises, our boss will take the brunt of it. We in the underworld fear nothing. Zhao Li exerted all his charm, attempting to persuade Jieking into agreement. The underworld. The final abode of the deceased, Jieking replied with a detached tone. I have ventured to the other shore, and found nothing but mountains of bones and mindless vengeful spirits. Jieking had no desire to inhabit the desolate underworld. Having experienced death, she had come to cherish the essence of life, free from the entanglements of love and hate. She yearned for the freedom to live unencumbered. Zhao Li, being quite perceptive, understood her sentiments immediately and hastened to clarify. The underworld is no longer what it used to be. It has seamlessly integrated with modern society, keeping pace with the times. Not only do we have mobile phones, but we also offer companionship from charming young men. Moreover, the realm of the dead has automated the production of Mengpa soup, albeit the taste leaves much to be desired. Of course, we still have Mengpa. Once I gather enough red jade in a couple of days, I can invite Senshi over as well. Though her soup is notoriously unpalatable, she is Mengpa, after all, quite formidable, wouldn't you agree? As Zhao Li spoke, his gaze became somewhat distant, reminiscing about that simpleton from Mengpo's residence whom he hadn't seen in nearly a millennium. If he could bring Senshi along, it would fulfill a long-held wish of his. Saint Master, birds and butterflies flitted behind Jieking. They belonged to the class of yokai spirits. The aura emanating from Zhao Li exerted considerable pressure upon them. Behold these two adorable creatures. It would indeed be a pity if they were to be taken by a Taoist. Zhao Li, returning to his senses, continued, stating that if you could officially join, once Mengpo's establishment opens, they could serve as brand ambassadors for Mengpa soup, their cherubic faces gracing advertisements, likely garnering quite a following. However, we are not of the same faction. You hail from a different camp, do you not? Kikyo, unfazed, retorted with a calm demeanor. I am aware, naturally, of the Natural Returners and the Emperor Foundation. That fellow, Tao Bai, had previously mentioned this intelligence. Zhao Li smacked his lips nonchalantly and remarked, factions are static, but people are dynamic. Furthermore, our underworld is distinct from those entities. Our ambitions are grand, far beyond what those petty figures could aspire to. The Natural Returners, another organization I have yet to hear of. Matt sat there, outwardly composed, yet his mind was in tumult. Kikyo and Lin Jiao belonged to the Emperor Foundation, while Zhao Li and Lu Er-yi were affiliated with the Natural Returners. It was evident that these vast organizations had splintered into different factions, and the underworld Zhao Li referenced was likely one of the Natural Returners. Additionally, though Kikyo and Lin Jiu hailed from the same organization, they were evidently strangers to one another, and their immediate confrontation indicated a clash of ideologies. How peculiar it is for individuals unfamiliar with each other in an ideological conflict to belong to the same organization. This line of thought was exasperating. The Hell's Kitchen is chaotic enough, it absolutely cannot become any more disordered. It appears that upon my return, a thorough investigation into these two organizations is imperative. Matt, seated nearby, resolved to uncover the truth. Zhao Li, however, regarded Matt as inconsequential, straining his intellect to persuade Kikyo to join his nefarious cause. My employer intends to reshape the cycle of reincarnation. Henceforth, all souls upon this earth will fall under the jurisdiction of the underworld, leaving no room for others. The cycle of reincarnation? In Kikyo's recollection, this cycle referred to the realm of the dead, Yomi. Within Yomi, there exist malevolent spirits. When a person's lifespan concludes, these spirits escort their souls away. To expel these spirits allows for resurrection, much like what she herself could accomplish. Moreover, aside from priestesses, certain formidable demons possess the power to banish malevolent spirits. How then does this intertwine with souls? Regardless of their origins, these individuals all exuded an air of troublemaking intent. As Matt listened to Zhao Li's words, an unsettling premonition arose within him. In essence, the underworld governs matters of the deceased. At this juncture, Zhao Li turned his gaze upon Kikyo, speaking earnestly, thus, "You are included as well." Upon hearing this, Kikyo remained silent, while Matt hastily interjected, "What right do you have to govern the dead? Souls belong to differing beliefs. Even if there were governance, such matters pertain to the divine." Matt's tone was tinged with urgency. He hailed from a devout Catholic family. Indeed, even Daredevil holds a belief in God, rendering him particularly sensitive to matters of the soul. The very mention of the underworld conjures associations of malevolence. Zhao Li wasted no time, deftly drawing his double-barreled gun and pressing it directly against Matt's temple. In an instant, the atmosphere within the diner turned ominous, a chill permeating the air as the wind howled, accompanied by faint, eerie shrieks emanating from the darkness, sending shivers down one's spine. She had already made it onto the underworld's recruitment list. I had sent her photo. My boss has been informed, and if she is not returned, he shall be displeased. Do you dare meddle in affairs of the netherworld? Believe me when I say I would not hesitate to end you with a single shot. Zhao Li spoke coldly, the gun still aimed at Matt, poised to fire at any moment. Are you planning to kill me and seize my soul as well? Matt replied calmly, for those from Hell's Kitchen fear nothing, not even the loss of their soul. Huh. Zhao Li lowered his weapon with a scoff, shaking his head. The wind ceased, and warm sunlight flooded back into the diner. Brotherly, a gang approached timidly, his heart racing. You were terrifying just now. You wouldn't truly kill him, would you? His life is not yet over. What purpose would there be in killing him? Zhao Li holstered his gun nonchalantly, raising an eyebrow as he then sauntered over to Kikyo with a smile. Dear sister, what respectable person ventures out in tight clothing? In the future, avoid such individuals. They may skew your sense of aesthetics. Look at me, Zhao Li said, dramatically flipping his coat and tossing his hair, striking a pose he deemed handsome. This leather coat, this jacket, this dark aesthetic, surely, I am far more dashing. Kikyo blinked, choosing not to respond. She neither accepted nor declined Zhao Li's job offer regarding the underworld. I will consider it, Kikyo stated before pulling Matt away from the diner, worried that a conflict might arise between him and Zhao Li. Zhao Li hurried after them, eager to persuade. Are you leaving already? Let us converse further, or perhaps we could add each other as friends. Oh right, I almost forgot. We cannot add friends across factions now, Zhao Li muttered, then waved his hand, summoning Shao 7. Beautiful, do you have a phone? Join the underworld, and you'll get Shao 7 for free. Let us be friends. Remember me. I shall be here waiting for you. Acha, you resemble that clingy admirer. A private chat suddenly popped up. Zhao Li. Chapter 42, Acha. Major news from the underworld. Zhao Li. Lord Cha, weren't you busy? How do you find time to eavesdrop? Zhao Li. This is rather ungrateful. Everything I do is for whom? Zhao Li. I am not merely a sycophant for the underworld. After all these years, I have sacrificed my dignity. Acha, enough of your ramblings. I am not here to witness your folly. Rather, I come bearing exhilarating news from the underworld. What? Exhilarating news from the underworld? Acha must be deluded. He previously used similar rhetoric to deceive Jekka. Now, in his current state of destitution, what news could possibly arise from the underworld? A sense of foreboding suddenly surged within him, intensifying with each heartbeat. This woman's newfound excitement surely heralds some peculiar development. Zhao Li sought to redirect the conversation. Zhao Li, regarding Jekka, I have spoken with her. She mentioned she will consider it. Zhao Li, I believe it would be best if you came personally for the interview. Relying solely on my persuasion will not showcase our underworld's true capabilities. Acha, then it's too late. You've missed your chance. Zhao Li. He was taken aback. What do you mean it's too late? Just days ago, you were frolicking with Death in Florence, Italy. What? Have you suddenly changed locales? That shouldn't hinder your arrival. Acha, that is precisely the good news I wish to convey. I may not be able to come out for a while. Zhao Li, what? Have you locked yourself away in despair? Acha, I have returned to the underworld. Oh, upon reading this, Zhao Li surmised that Acha must still be groggy, perhaps dreaming of returning. The underworld. The cost of redemption from the exchange shop is astronomical. The number of zeros is beyond what he wishes to count, and he knows he cannot amass such a sum. If they could gather a few hundred or 800 years' worth, perhaps they could scrape together a fraction. Zhao Li, my dear Acha, you must be mistaken. We do not possess an underworld. Acha, the bill. In the next moment, Zhao Li received a flurry of invoices from Acha. The bold black text on the invoices, reading underworld rental contract, was painfully conspicuous. As he beheld the staggering amount owed, Zhao Li felt darkness envelop him. Collapsing to the ground. How many zeros are there? This is utterly outrageous. Brotherly, what has happened? A gang exclaimed in shock at Zhao Li's sudden collapse, rushing to assist him, guiding him to a chair near the door. Just moments ago, everything seemed normal. Now, he lay on the floor. Could it be that even these ghostly officials fall ill? A gang blinked in bewilderment, sensing he had stumbled upon a new revelation. Today was indeed an eye-opening experience. Acha, ha. I recently discovered at the exchange shop that I can actually make installment payments. Zhao Li, starting today, our underworld can officially open its doors. We have a home now. Are you not thrilled? Zhao Li felt as if darkness enveloped him, like a thunderclap in a clear sky, leaving him utterly stunned. Acha, don't worry, I've already done my research. Although the place is small, the underworld currently consists of 3 rooms and a hall. It may be petite, but we can expand later. Acha, it's just enough for me and Death to live together. But if you could persuade Kikyo to join us, I, as the underworld monarch, would be willing to contribute to our realm. Acha, for now, I'm considering sleeping on the sofa, of course. If they don't mind sharing a bed with me, I would be open to that as well. Zhao Li, Acha, no, your majesty. I have one question. How are we supposed to repay the mortgage? His heart trembled, and his hands shook. Please, let it not be as he imagined. Acha, Zhao Li, you must work diligently from now on. Look at how much the monthly mortgage is. If we can't pay it, the system might reclaim the underworld. Acha, for the development of our realm, you need to put in a lot of effort. You must shoulder this responsibility. You're all I have. Even through a private chat channel, Zhao Li could almost visualize Acha's earnest expression. At that moment, he rolled his eyes, feeling as if he might faint right there. Zhao Li, I can't believe this. Zhao Li, I don't even earn enough each month. And now you want me to help you pay the mortgage? This is outright bullying. Acha, all right, pouting face, let me be cute for you. Zhao Li, your cuteness won't help me. Acha, hey, I'm just informing you without seeking your opinion. Don't make me angry. Acha, also besides Kikyo, I want those 3 old men sitting in the shop. I won't accept any less. Acha, anyway, I'm in charge. The underworld has nothing right now. And if you can't bring these people to me, Zhao Li, I'll turn you into soup. Acha, that's settled. I'm hanging up. Huh. As Acha ended the call, Zhao Li was utterly bewildered, turning to glance at the 3 old men in the shop. Old Father, Uncle Gio, and Second Master. Goodness. Their seniority was impressive. So, does that mean he really becomes the grandson? He, Zhao Li, a dignified soul ferryman, had been inexplicably sold off by his own boss. Doesn't he care about his dignity? Fine, since you all have your own arguments, and I can't refute them, you're all right. Lin Jiao felt a bit vexed. For today's matter, he had nearly spent all the black jade he had recently saved up. In the end, there was not a single gain. The thought weighed heavily on his heart, causing him even greater pain, even if that which was innocent. What about the zombies roaming the streets? Each night, I venture out to eradicate these undead, and indeed, it has earned me, black jade. This is undoubtedly a man-made affair. Who is behind the creation of these zombies? Upon hearing this, Zhao Li realized it was his moment to shine, and he swiftly darted forward, raising his hand with excitement. I know about this. Let me tell you, the zombies were conjured by Moria. We belong to the same faction. He possesses a unique ability to trap a person's shadow inside a corpse, thus transforming it into a zombie. Zhao Li shook his head enthusiastically, evidently unburdened by the revelation of Moria's secrets. Standing nearby, a gang was taken aback, scratching his head in bewilderment as he incredulously remarked, Li Gu, aren't you in the same camp? Isn't it a bit inappropriate to say that? What is there to fear? Zhao Li retorted, raising an eyebrow with disdain. I'm not aligned with them. Upholding justice has always been my dream. Chapter 44. Acha. Pa. Scoundrel. All right, You two, make sure you have your bags. If you leave them in the car, I want to be responsible, Zhao Li said, one hand resting on the steering wheel. Glancing at a gang and Kingpin Chuangjin in the back seat. Thanks, Li Gu. Otherwise, if we were late on the first day, people would surely talk. A gang responded as he opened the car door and grabbed his backpack. Hurry up. Zhao Li waved his hand, his gaze fixed on the striking young women outside. Utterly captivated. As soon as the two stepped out of the car, Thompson's voice echoed from a distance. A gang, Chuangjin. Thompson waved, greeting his newly acquainted brothers. And then his eyes gleamed as he dashed towards Zhao Li's black jeep. Oh cool, Thompson exclaimed, excitedly rubbing his hands together. Hey, uncle. Your dark style is absolutely stunning. Zhao Li raised an eyebrow, resting his elbow on the car window. You've got an eye for style, kid. Just don't call me uncle. It makes me feel old. Stick with what a gang and the others call me. Li Gu. Li Gu, can I give your big jeep a try? Thompson eagerly inquired. His gaze fixed on the vehicle, brimming with excitement. Do you have a driver's license to drive? Zhao Li chuckled, shaking his head at Thompson's enthusiasm. Well, my dad got me a license a couple of days ago, but I don't have a car yet. Thompson's eyes sparkled as he admired the jeep. To him, this was the kind of vehicle a man should drive, while sports cars seemed too effeminate. From a distance, Kingpin Chuangjin called out, if we don't head inside soon, we'll be late. Coming. As the appointed time drew near, Thompson reluctantly approached Yukihira Soma and the gang. What do you have in your hand? Thompson inquired. Noticing the bulging bag that Yukihira Soma held, curiosity evident in his tone. I made some delightful pastries, but I made too many. On the first day of school, I thought I would gift them to my classmates, Yukihira Soma replied with a smile. Feeling a twinge of melancholy as he wondered when he might see the shrine maiden again. He wished to share his culinary creation with her. After all, the inspiration for this dessert came from her. A gang, Thompson said enthusiastically, draping his arm around a gang's shoulders and lowering his voice. Is Li Gu coming to pick you up tonight? What do you want? A gang asked, eyeing Thompson warily. He had begun to understand this new friend. While he was indeed warm and friendly, he often harbored troublesome ideas that could be quite vexing. If he does come, could you ask him if I could take his big jeep for a spin? I just want to experience it. And I saw the gun at his waist. It looked incredibly cool. I want to hold it. Stop dreaming. Playing with Li Ji's gun is absolutely out of the question. Li Gu is a ghost officer from the underworld. You really think you can mess with his firearm? Aren't you afraid he might take you away with a single shot? A gang shook his head, exasperated, choosing not to engage further in the conversation. As the three shared laughter and entered the school gates, Zhao Li, with his hands buried in his pockets and a lollipop in his mouth, gazed out the car window, overwhelmed with emotion. Youth is truly wonderful. At that moment, a private chat notification suddenly popped up. Acha. Hey Lily, are you busy? What are you up to? Zhao Li jumped in surprise at Acha's message, rubbing the goosebumps on his arms, feeling utterly unsettled. This woman always seemed to bring trouble whenever she contacted him, and he had developed a psychological aversion to it. Acha. I've returned to the underworld, and the house is quite nice, spacious with great lighting, but it's so empty inside. Acha. There's no furniture at all. I want a big LCD TV, a 3-door refrigerator, and I also want my large bathtub. Thank goodness. After reading Acha's messages, Zhao Li let out a sigh of relief. The tension in his back eased as he slumped back into his chair, responding lazily. Zhao Li. All right, it's just furniture, right? Zhao Li. I'll swing by the furniture factory shortly. Send me the list of what you want, and I'll buy every single item. Acha. Li, don't you think we're missing something particularly important? Zhao Li, what is it? A 10-piece wash set? I can go to the counter and buy you a set. That's simple. Acha, not that. I'm planning to take out a loan to buy a parking space. Zhao Li was left in utter bewilderment. Acha's words essentially imply her desire to expand the realm of the underworld, akin to adding a fresh zero behind a pile of zeros in loans. Goodness. After all this time, are you still seeking loans, floating around aimlessly? This is excessive. Zhao Li, stop messing around. You don't even have a car. Why do you need a parking space? Acha, I've brought Xiaoba along. The underworld is too small, and Xiaoba can't fit in. How pitiable. Xiaoba. That colossal underworld bus, what on earth do you need it for? Are you unaware of its immense size? What kind of family dares to construct such a thing? No amount of Hongyu would suffice for this chaos. Zhao Li was on the verge of losing his composure. Zhao Li, seriously, Lady Acha, what are you thinking? Acha, you're scolding me? You're actually scolding me over a parking space. Zhao Li, is it easy to save up this bit of jade? Acha, humph. Does the king of the underworld lack dignity? After much effort, I managed to persuade his death. Do you expect me to have her walk back to the underworld? Isn't a means of transportation necessary? Acha, you, a mere flower radish. Xiaoba has expressed its longing for you, and you can't even spare a parking space for it. Acha, ba scoundrel. Zhao Li, me a scoundrel? Zhao Li, I have always been clear with money and goods. I will not tolerate slander. ACHA, who is engaging in banter with you? Am I inquiring about your opinion? I am merely informing you formally. ACHA, starting today, the monthly loan repayment will increase, so you must hasten to expand the underworld. I cannot always be the solitary commander. Zhao Li, I. At that moment, Zhao Li felt an urge to curse, but alas. ACHA's keen ears held him back. ACHA, hurry and bring back Zhu Geng and that old man. It will ease your burden later. ACHA, that. If there's anything, I'll be off. Goodbye. The private chat channel was abruptly terminated by ACHA. Perusing the bill, Zhao Li glanced at the monthly repayment of Hongyu for the underworld rental, rolling his eyes in despair, wishing he could simply perish on the spot. No, he must swiftly seek assistance. This burden of repayment cannot rest solely upon his shoulders. If all else fails, he would drag Mulan and Sanchi into this mess. This unfortunate debt must find a successor. After all, he, Zhao Li, would not serve them any longer. Chapter 45. Father, a demon, there's a demon. Upon returning to the dining establishment, Zhao Li entered to find his father wrestling with the television. Alas, his father could not comprehend this device, continuously pressing the remote. His father grew increasingly agitated as he failed to find the news he wished to watch. Father, wait a moment. I'm about to stock up for my boss. Would you like me to bring you a large television? Zhao Li cast a fleeting glance at the wall-mounted television in the shop and gestured before speaking. Money is not an issue. Let's get a larger screen for clearer visibility. For Zhao Li, acquiring wealth in the mortal realm was a straightforward endeavor. However, the current predicament lay in the elusive Hongyu, which had made him question the very essence of his existence, as his mind was consumed with the notion of establishing connections. Do not trouble yourself, my old man. I am merely searching for news about the Black Hand. Are you suggesting they have appeared on television? His father waved a dismissive hand without raising his gaze. He had been preoccupied with urging a gang and Xingping Chuangzhen to attend class in Zhongqing, only now recalling the urgency of the situation. Regarding the circumstances surrounding the natural returners, his father had paid little heed. Matters such as Tao Bai held no relevance to him. What lingered in his mind was Zhao Li's mention of the Black Hand Valon. Valon was not the crux of the matter. The focus was on the demon. Did he accompany Valon? If the Lord of the Underworld had also arrived, it would spell disaster. Indeed, they have made the news. But that was several days ago. What use is it to sift through television programs now? Zhao Li retrieved his mobile device and swiftly searched for reports related to Valon. The headline read, "The Four Seasons Hotel Heist. Uninvited guest at a millionaire's wedding." Beneath the bold title was an image of a man in a sharply tailored dark green suit, holding a black gold cane, standing before a grand floor-to-ceiling window. Illuminated by the spotlight of a helicopter hovering above, an aerial full-body shot. Valon. His father instantly recognized the man in the photograph. He was indeed affiliated with the Black Hand. Yes, that is Valon. Do you know him? Zhao Li stroked his chin, aware that this elderly man was an adept of extra-mundane arts, employing peculiar magic. The fact that Valon could incite such urgency in his father suggested that his origins were anything but ordinary. I have heard whispers about Valon, his father interjected, expressing his reluctance to become acquainted. Zhao Li was about to respond when his father interrupted him. Very well, if you do not wish to acknowledge him, I shall refrain from discussing it. It is hardly of great importance. Zhao Li rolled his eyes. Recently, he found himself persistently confronted, whether by a Cha, his father, or others. It was exceedingly vexing. Even I, Li Bao, have feelings. His father scrutinized the article about Valon, his brow furrowed. Valon was not the focal point. The significance lay elsewhere. Turning to Zhao Li, his father hesitated for a moment before speaking. Certain items on his exchange list were marked as unique, implying that once redeemed by someone, they would vanish from his list. Oh, I failed to notice. Zhao Li exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. He opened his own exchange list and chose the option for the underworld. Current selection is marked as unique and is no longer redeemable. Following this notification, the astronomical amount of the underworld had vanished. Of course, the repayment bill a Cha had sent Zhao Li remained, which greatly troubled him. My employer has conjured a realm of the underworld. Indeed, I have lost something. Yet this revelation came only after my selection. Must one make a choice before receiving such notifications? Zhao Li provided a definitive response to my father, who promptly began to scrutinize the exchange list. The talismans, demonic energy, Panku treasure boxes, and demon sealing instruments remained intact, all safely residing within the exchange list, which alleviated my father's concerns. So nothing is missing? Zhao Li inquired. Noticing my father's mood had lightened. For now, everything is still present, but my father could not locate the Sacred Lord's stone tablet. Demons, being living entities, are akin to the Sacred Lord, who must be invited into this world via a player invitation. My father was uncertain whether the Sacred Lord had arrived alongside Valon. However, if he had redeemed the player invitation and entered the selection list, two scenarios could arise. First, if the Sacred Lord had indeed come, selecting him from the list would yield an invalid prompt. Second, if the Sacred Lord had not appeared, selecting him would summon him forth. The probabilities are evenly split, and both outcomes are dire. My father, not being foolish, certainly would not take that risk. Zhao Li, my father is heading out. Accompany him, he commanded. My father ascended the stairs to retrieve some dried puffer fish, donned an expression of readiness, leaving Zhao Li bewildered. My father intended to visit the Four Seasons Hotel to search for traces of demonic energy. Great, another bout of madness. Just moments ago, Jiu Shu had engaged in a confrontation with Jekko, and now my father was hastily intent on seeking Valon. Could these elderly gentlemen not find a moment's peace? Zhao Li felt helpless, yet he could not oppose his father. He activated the navigation and drove him to the Four Seasons Hotel. At the check-in desk of the Four Seasons Hotel in downtown New York City, the front desk manager greeted them with a cheerful demeanor. May I inquire what troubles you two have encountered? Well, we wish to visit the 52nd floor, but your elevator is inaccessible without a card. Zhao Li succinctly explained the situation, seeking a favor from the hotel staff. Do you have a reservation? The manager inquired, maintaining a polite yet formulaic smile. Oh, my father does not have a reservation, Zhao Li replied impatiently, urging the manager to expedite their ascent, for Valon, the Black Hand, might have ushered in demons. Sir, without a reservation, you are not permitted to go up. The manager's expression soured, perceiving Zhao Li and his father as troublemakers. As for the mention of demons, such absurdity was beyond belief for the front desk manager. Why can't you understand? My father exclaimed, stamping his foot anxiously. There are demons, genuine demons. Please refrain from such antics. If you insist on causing a disturbance, I will have no choice but to contact the police. The manager responded with an unyielding attitude. After a protracted exchange, Zhao Li and his father were ultimately expelled from the premises. Alas, they have truly ejected my father, Zhao Li lamented. Indeed, without a reservation. Entry is denied, came the reply. Zhao Li pursed his lips, feeling indifferent to his lack of contact with Valon. If he couldn't enter, so be it. Then go make an appointment. What are you standing here for? His father urged anxiously, as it had not been long since the robbery at Valon's wedding banquet. If the Holy Master truly arrived, remnants of dark energy would surely linger at the scene. Come on, even if you sold me, I wouldn't know how to handle it. Zhao Li protested, feeling aggrieved. Did his father not realize how much it cost to stay in this place for a night? He was burdened with a mortgage from the underworld and had to set aside money for Ah Cha's furniture. He was in quite a predicament. I'm broke, utterly broke. I can't afford that. Small expenses were trivial, but this substantial amount was genuinely beyond his means. Chapter 46, Daily Life of the Transfer Student. Hashin, you are so handsome. This Sunday, we have made plans to go on a picnic together. Would you like to join me? Get lost. This Sunday, I have already arranged to watch a movie with Hashin. Don't even think about intruding. You're the one who should get lost. Hashin clearly promised to teach me how to make desserts, and he wouldn't go out with you all. A crowd of girls surrounded Hashin Ma, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at the handsome boy before them. He was not only attractive but also kind-hearted, and most importantly, his culinary creations were exquisite. He was the embodiment of every girl's dream prince. Especially after tasting that cherry blossom dessert, the indescribable deliciousness had left them utterly enchanted. Wow, these girls are too enthusiastic. I have no idea how to handle this. Hashin Ma chuckled awkwardly, for he had never encountered such a scene before in the shop. At a nearby table, Mary Jane Watson held two exquisite little desserts in her hands and turned to Harry Osborne, fervently promoting them. Aren't you going to try this dessert? I think it tastes fantastic, even better than what I had at your house before. Really, you should give it a try. Not interested, Harry replied, shaking his head. He glanced disdainfully at the circle of girls surrounding Hashin Ma. As the top rich heir in the school, with excellent grades and striking looks, he was the object of affection for many girls. However, all of that was shattered once Hashin Ma arrived. This guy had stolen everyone's attention, which was simply outrageous. The girls who had previously surrounded him now turned their attention to Hashin Ma. Harry shot a sidelong glance at the dessert in Mary Jane's hand, snorting derisively. It's just a small dessert. I can eat whatever I want at home. My private chef will cater to my every whim. As for that so-called cherry blossom and shrimp, he found the name detestable. He currently despised shrimp and would never consider tasting it. I plan to interview him. His culinary skills are exceptional, which has led to Hashin Ma's skyrocketing popularity on campus. If successful, this would undoubtedly make for a significant news story. Mary Jane appeared to be in high spirits. She is a journalism student, constantly in search of a sensational story that could ignite the campus. Now, an opportunity has presented itself. with the arrival of a mysterious transfer student, a culinary prodigy, and a youthful heartthrob. Mary Jane senses her moment has come and is determined not to let anyone seize it before her. What's so remarkable about that? I stand at the pinnacle of the campus popularity chart. He is far from competition, merely a freshman who cannot shake my throne. With this thought, Harry's mood brightens slightly. Yet, you too are the reigning champion of the campus's most disliked list, aren't you, Master Harry? A single remark from Mary Jane swiftly dampens his spirits once more. How vexing. He despises transfer students and loathes extravagant cuisine. Hey, who would have thought that this kid would be so well-liked? Uncle Yukihira need not worry now. Did you see that? This is my buddy, who on his very first day of transfer has already captured the attention of the girls. Impressive, isn't it? I must tell you, I once indulged in the ultimate cheesy, thick, grilled meat burger at Yukihira's place. The taste was simply divine. Thompson drapes an arm around a gang's shoulders, surrounded by numerous girls, proudly showcasing Yukihira as his claim to fame. Thompson, are you friends with Yukihira? Do you know his phone number? One girl inquires. I heard from Yukihira that his family runs a small eatery. Where is it located? I must visit this Sunday. I'm sure Yukihira and I will have a serendipitous encounter. The girls around Thompson and a gang chatter incessantly, their words circling back to Yukihira's ma. Indeed, ma is universally adored. It is truly remarkable. Having finally escaped the throng, a gang returns to his seat, reflecting on his friend buried beneath a pile of admirers. Hey, a gang, stop staring at him. We can't emulate that. A gang feels a sudden weight on his shoulder and turns to find it is Thompson. So, you spoke with those girls? A gang casually inquires. It was dull. They only asked about Yukihira. Nothing concerning me, Thompson replies, firmly grasping a gang's shoulder. He is a straightforward fellow, convinced that a gang and Yukihira are his friends, thus binding them together as brothers. Nothing will change that. A gang rolls his eyes. He harbors no envy. Merely a fleeting thought about Kyoko and the others, wondering how they are faring now. He has been here for a while, and they must be worried sick. Sigh. When will he ever return? A gang sighs, contemplating the long road home ahead, realizing he has no means of accumulating any white jade. While Esma can rely on his culinary skills, a gang feels he is merely drifting through life. Hey, we can't be so glum on the first day. Let us find some fun. Thompson rolled his eyes, scanning the classroom before abruptly pulling a gang to his feet and dragging him outside. What's going on? A gang blinked in confusion, uncertain of Thompson's intentions. Come on, I'm taking you to have some fun, Thompson said with a mischievous grin, forcibly yanking a gang from his seat and out of the classroom. Khma paused, momentarily taken aback by the prompt before him, which quickly illuminated his mind. Discontent from Harry Osborne, earning a small amount of jade. Curiosity from Mary Jane Watson, earning a small amount of jade. It appeared that these two, much like Jessica, were special individuals capable of swiftly providing jade. Such valuable resources must not be squandered. He glanced thoughtfully at Mary Jane and Harry in the corner of the classroom, contemplating rapidly. Should he bring some fish snacks to school tomorrow? At that moment, in the corridor outside the classroom, before a long row of lockers, a gang trailed behind Thompson, dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before him. Hey, insignificant sickly cat Parker, Thompson sneered as he grasped Peter Parker by the scruff of his neck, lifting him with a menacing expression. With remarkable skill, he tossed Peter into a locker and cheerfully secured the door. See, this is the game I told you about. Aren't you feeling better now? Thompson said, patting a gang's shoulder, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief. Each time he bullied Peter, it left him feeling invigorated. This had become an essential source of comfort for Thompson. This guy thinks having fun means bullying others? What kind of twisted humor is this? How infuriating. A gang thought, wanting to voice his objections, but Thompson, glancing at the time, suddenly dashed away. I almost forgot. Our football team has an event this afternoon. A gang. You entertain yourself for now. I have to go. What am I supposed to do? A gang stood frozen, watching Thompson's figure vanish down the corridor. What a piece of work. You finish your mischief and leave me here. And to top it off, this poor fellow is still locked in the locker. A gang grumbled internally, hesitantly approaching the locker and carefully opening the door. Thank you so much. Otherwise, I would have been stuck in there for ages. Peter expressed his gratitude as he emerged into the light. No problem. Even though I'm not the one who bullied you. I suppose I'm in cahoots with Thompson, right? So why are you thanking me? From Peter Parker's gratitude, earning a small amount of jade weight. I can earn jade like this too? What in the world is happening? A gang thought, feeling a headache coming on as he navigated his first day at this new school. Chapter 47. The beginning of Peter and a gang's friendship. I never anticipated that Thompson would act in such a manner. He claimed he wished to take me out for some joy. Faced with Peter, a gang felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. He had not grasped the situation immediately. Thompson's actions were swift and practiced. In a mere instant, he had seized Peter and the door swung open and shut in one fluid motion. It is unequivocally wrong to bully others, and he should have intervened to stop Thompson. Contemplating this, Agang's feelings of remorse deepened. Thompson, felt quite sorry. He is someone Agang was reluctant to speak ill of, yet articulating the inappropriateness of bullying proved to be quite the challenge, which manifested visibly on his face as a look of conflict. It's all right, it's not your fault. Being friends with the behemoth Thompson must not be easy for you, Peter remarked, while rummaging through his chaotic belongings from the locker. To his surprise, he even offered Agang some comfort. That hulking figure has always been like this. I have grown accustomed to it. However, he is quite good to his friends, certainly not a bad person. Peter patted the new classmate on the shoulder, exuding an air of familiarity. Speaking of which, we have known each other since elementary school. Since then, he has bullied me daily, though he never resorts to physicality, merely locking me up or something of the sort. Overall, Thompson is not a bad individual, just has a few quirks, harmless ones, really. Agang initially presumed that Thompson had randomly chosen someone to torment, but to his astonishment, this was merely a part of his routine. After so many years, what could compel someone to consistently target a single individual? Thompson, you truly possess a peculiar kind of affection. Agang was taken aback. Haha, Peter chuckled. It's evident that Thompson genuinely cares for you. He truly regards you as a friend. Indeed. Agang's lips twitched slightly. He was well aware of this, though the fact that this giant has a propensity for trouble was undeniable. He had previously contemplated testing the waters with the class leader's jeep and handling the class leader's double-barreled shotgun. Fortunate that the class leader had not been angered. You're the new transfer student in our class, right? The one called Agang? Peter scratched his head, recalling for a while, and then his face lit up. I remember now. You're called Zaganji, correct? I recall your companion is Seiko Sajin. Yes, on the very first day of class, such an incident occurred. I sincerely apologize. Agang scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Not at all. I'm Peter Parker. It's a pleasure to meet you. Agang, your companion Seiko is quite popular. Isntihi. When I stepped out just now, I saw him surrounded by a group of girls. He is indeed, Agang corrected. Well, I understand you, Peter remarked with a hint of nostalgia. My good friend Harry is also quite well liked, though I tend to be the kind of person who lacks presence. Haha, I too find myself lacking in presence. Agang nodded, accustomed to being the underachiever. Peter was filled with joy. He felt a striking resemblance between himself and Agang, in both character and various other aspects. This gave him the delightful impression of having gained a new friend. Suddenly, a prompt appeared before him, refreshing not once, but thrice. This unexpected surprise left Agang momentarily dazed. He never anticipated that Peter would be akin to Jessica, previously at the diner. He had been troubled by how to acquire white jade. It was only when Jessica came to eat that he could occasionally obtain a minuscule amount, which was nearly negligible. To his astonishment, on his very first day at school, he had amassed a considerable amount of white jade from Thompson and Peter. Could it be that he had stumbled upon a path to prosperity? Agang felt a flutter of excitement within him. Before he could ponder further, he heard the voice of Yukihira Soma echoing down the corridor. Agang, my goodness. This never happened at the diner. I barely managed to escape. Run? What is happening? Agang questioned. Yukihira rushed out to find him, expressing his delight in meeting him. Let us chat another time. Before Agang could finish his sentence, he was pulled away by Yukihira, fleeing down the hallway. Upon returning to the classroom, Peter appeared to be in high spirits. Where did you just go? Were you bullied by Thompson again? I can help you get revenge. Rolling up his sleeves, he prepared to charge out of the classroom, but Peter quickly stopped him. No need. I'm actually in a good mood. I just made a new friend. I saved you a dessert that Yukihira made since you arrived late and missed it. What do you think? Am I reliable, or what? Mary blinked and placed a portion of dessert into Peter's hands. Thank you. Peter took the dessert, and as he bit into it, his eyes widened in astonishment. The sweetness enveloped him like a flowing river of cherry blossoms. The fragrance of sakura and the bounciness of shrimp, a culinary innovation beyond imagination, sweet yet not cloying, bursting with flavor. This dessert completely shattered Peter's preconceived notions that sakura-flavored items were merely pleasing to the eye, but lacked taste. Whoever said that? This was an unprecedented fusion of sakura and shrimp. It was utterly delicious. He had never tasted anything so exquisite, and he felt tears welling up. Peter, overwhelmed with emotion, turned crimson, on the verge of tears. Geez, look at you. You've clearly never experienced such delights. It may look appealing, but the taste is just average, Harry scoffed, feeling even more disheartened by Peter's over-the-top reaction. You haven't even tasted it. How can you claim it's unappetizing? Recently, your sensitivity to shrimp has intensified. Perhaps you ought to consult a psychologist? Mary Jane shook her head disapprovingly, well aware of the incident that transpired at the Four Seasons Hotel. Ever since that fateful occasion when Harry was publicly served shrimp with shells by the nefarious old man, He has been unable to tolerate large shrimp, to the extent that even the mere scent of shrimp makes him feel nauseous. Peter, overhearing this, felt a pang of guilt. Had he not spoken out at that moment, Harry would not have developed such a psychological aversion. Stop saying nonsense. I'm not ill, nor am I sensitive. I simply detest it, Harry retorted defiantly, unwilling to admit to any ailment. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll head home. What about this dessert? It would be a shame to waste it. Mary Jane placed the exquisite dessert on Harry's desk. Humph, Harry huffed, shoving the delicately packaged treat into his backpack, gritting his teeth. I will not consume this. I'll take it home to show the chef and see if it contains any dubious ingredients, considering everyone claims it's delectable. Peter and Mary exchanged glances, their unspoken understanding evident. Chapter 48. Norman, I have only one request. In the office of the Osborne Group, Norman Osborne spoke urgently into the phone, facing the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, his back to the office door. No, I require the latest report. Do not forget. It was you who pointed out the similarities between the two, thus I demand results, Dr. Connors. Norman's brow furrowed, his tone tinged with impatience. Let us discuss this in person. I'll head over to the lab now. After hanging up, he turned around to discover that his son Harry had entered the office unbeknownst to him and was standing quietly behind him. Harry, when did you arrive? Oh, I just got here. Dad, I have something to share with you that will surely pique your interest. Harry exaggeratedly waved his hands, attempting to emphasize his point to capture his father's attention. There's a new transfer student at school, and their desserts are absolutely delightful. I brought some for you to try. You'll love it. Even Peter was moved to tears. It's incredible, isn't it? Harry pulled out the wrapped dessert from his backpack, eager to present it to Norman, hoping to strengthen their relationship. However, it was evident that Harry's attempt was in vain, as Norman showed no interest in the treat. I don't have time, son, he replied, his expression impassive, striding towards the office door without a moment's hesitation. But Dad. Harry clutched the dessert in his hands, a glimmer of sadness crossing his face. I'm quite busy at the moment. Unless you're here to tell me that your grades have finally improved. Norman frowned, turning to look at Harry, his demeanor as serious as ever. Harry could not recall a time when his father had smiled at him. Harry awkwardly touched his neck, reflecting on his academic performance, which remained mediocre, neither outstanding nor dreadful, leaving little room for improvement. Furthermore, a recent conversation with the chef lingered in his mind. What is the reason behind your lack of appetite? He recalled. With a twinge of guilt, Harry hesitated, then stammered. I merely do not wish to eat shrimp. I mentioned wanting something lighter. Very well, I shall inform the kitchen, came the response. As for the matter of the transfer student, we shall discuss it when I am less occupied. With that, Norman dismissed himself, turning away as the office door slammed shut with a resounding thud under Harry's disheartened gaze. Norman strode towards the corporate building where the driver awaited, adjusting his tie while inquiring of his secretary. Has the psychologist I asked you to find arrived? Yes, he has come twice, and just yesterday afternoon. I received the diagnostic report, the secretary replied, producing a document detailing the psychologist's assessment of Harry. Harry, did you notice anything unusual? Norman nodded and continued. Young Master Harry remains oblivious to our psychological profiling. He believes it to be merely a routine questionnaire. Indeed, how is Harry's condition? Norman inquired, producing a cigar. The secretary, perceptively, assisted in lighting it before responding. The outlook is not particularly optimistic. Since the incident, young Master Harry exhibits signs of severe post-traumatic stress disorder, clinically termed delayed psychological response. The doctor said, just tell me the treatment plan. Norman interjected, his expression darkening. He was not interested in the specifics of Harry's illness. He simply wished to know how to restore his son's well-being. It may require periodic psychological counseling. The exact duration is uncertain, the secretary stammered, wary of provoking Norman's ire. Norman was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding Harry. The boy's current state was a direct result of attending that wretched wedding at the Four Seasons Hotel. He could not recall who had sent the invitation to him. After all, the Osborne Group received countless invitations daily from various sectors. However, this seemingly inconsequential wedding had turned into a sensational heist that shocked New York. Harry had been publicly humiliated by the mob, forced to consume a live blue lobster in front of everyone, shells and all. Since that day, he had been haunted by the trauma, developing a revulsion towards shrimp. The Osborne family had never endured such indignity, and without question, retribution was imperative. I instructed you to gather information on the mob. How is the investigation progressing? Norman asked, his demeanor serious. The secretary hesitated, a troubled expression crossing his face as he cautiously began to explain. Since the last wedding banquet robbery, the underworld has been unusually quiet, and those we dispatched have shown no signs of activity. What about the New York Police Department? Norman furrowed his brow, exhaling a puff of smoke. All pertinent information regarding the gang is in the hands of Chief George, who takes the matter very seriously. The secretary swallowed hard. Norman's presence was formidable, especially when he was angered, instilling a sense of suffocation. Even if we bribed others, we still couldn't access the gang's files. A bunch of useless fools. A cold glint flickered in the corner of Norman's eyes, and after uttering a curse, he fell silent. The secretary, aware of having provoked Norman's ire through ineptitude, trembled as he followed him out of the Osborne Group building. In the car, the driver respectfully inquired about their destination. "Mr. Osborne, where are we headed?" Sitting in the back seat, Norman pondered for a moment before retrieving his phone. "Dr. Connors, handle matters at the lab on your own for now. I have pressing business to attend to. I will join you once I've resolved it." After saying a few brief words, Norman hung up and instructed the driver and secretary, "Drive to the New York Police Department and arrange a meeting with Chief George. Inform him that I wish to speak with him in person." Upon arriving at the precinct, Chief George was already waiting at the entrance. "Mr. Osborne, if you are here regarding your son, I regret to inform you that the investigation into the gang remains ongoing. I will notify you immediately should any information arise." As Norman stepped out of the car, George wasted no time in addressing the issue directly, fully aware of Norman's intent. The gang's enforcer had taken Osborne's eldest son hostage during the wedding and publicly humiliated him, a scandal that had even made it into the tabloids. With Norman Osborne at his doorstep, it was clear that he sought vengeance for his son. To support the efforts of the New York Police Department, name your price for a donation. All I require is a fragment of publicly available information, nothing that would cause you any trouble, Norman stated without unnecessary embellishment, presenting an offer that George would find hard to decline. "Damn wealthy bastards," George muttered under his breath, turning his back and walking away. Shortly thereafter, a young man emerged, carrying a folder which he handed to Norman. The document contained a brief note indicating that the gang had made contact with the Magia, and that the enforcer had struck some sort of deal with a figure known as Hammerhead. Various pieces of evidence suggested that the gang was concocting a grand conspiracy. Norman casually perused the contents before tossing the folder to his secretary. "Contact the imitation master. The target is the gang's enforcer, no matter his price. I have but one demand." The cigar was cast to the ground, sparks flying as Norman stamped on it and turned to leave. Let him die? Chapter 49. Mr. Immortal's Super Team. In a quaint old house in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Craig Hollis entered the living room, carrying a plate of fried eggs and bacon, and called out loudly to the upstairs, "Dinner's ready, hurry down." Placing the plate on the dining table, he immediately noticed Romeo, squatting on the floor, tinkering with some mechanical component. The coffee table before the sofa was strewn with disheveled design sketches. Romeo, a petite figure clad in a white lab coat and sporting oversized glasses, was a young genius scientist known for his inventive spirit. His mind was a fountain of brilliant ideas, constantly flowing and never ceasing. Although the contraptions he created often appeared peculiar, Craig frequently found himself in awe of these inventions. He sometimes wished he could pry open Romeo's mind to understand why he could conceive ideas that eluded him. "I find myself missing Robert," Craig mused. "If Robert were here, these data issues would not be so troublesome." Romeo pouted at the table. Robert was his intelligent robot, a steadfast assistant and dear friend. Although Romeo could recreate him, he preferred the original Robert. A new version would never be the same. Moreover, the cost of replacing Robert was exorbitant, and it was uncertain when he would manage to save enough. "Romeo, come eat. What new gadget are you working on now?" Craig approached, curious about the rectangular box in Romeo's hands. "This is an automatic cleaner I just invented," Romeo replied proudly, hopping onto the coffee table to showcase his latest creation. Despite its small size, it can maneuver into the narrowest crevices, ensuring that every corner of the house is spotless. As Romeo pressed the red button on the left side of the device, a tiny brush emerged from the bottom, and the machine sprang to life on the floor of the living room. "Ah, so it's a robotic vacuum," Craig exclaimed. "But I assume it consumes a significant amount of power." "Who says that?" Romeo retorted, hands on his hips, exuding confidence. "I specifically designed it with an automatic charging feature. So when the battery runs low, it will seek out a socket to recharge, and its battery life is exceptionally robust." Craig pondered for a moment. If this invention consumes no electricity and can keep the house clean, it truly is quite remarkable. So, in that case, it really is impressive, he mused. Romeo lifted his chin, displaying a rather proud demeanor. "Do not forget, I am a genius scientist. How could ordinary people ever conceive my inventions? All right, esteemed scientist. Come and have your meal. If you delay any longer, it will grow cold," Craig said as he gently picked up Romeo and dragged him to the dining room. "Hurry and eat. I have specially prepared your favorite mashed potatoes." Craig placed the breakfast he had prepared before Romeo, and then turned to shout towards the silent second floor. "Lanyu, Kong, bye, hurry down for dinner." Craig felt a touch of exasperation. Each meal required multiple invitations, as these companions were rather difficult to summon. "I'm here," came a familiar voice from not far behind. Following the sound, Craig turned to see Lanyu emerging from the restroom. "Ah, you must be hungry. I stewed the beef overnight, so it should taste quite delightful." When speaking to Lanyu, Craig adopted a tone markedly different from his earlier casualness. Despite Lanyu's generally gentle demeanor, Craig could sense an unmistakable intensity emanating from him. This stark contrast made Craig more cautious in his interactions. Nevertheless, Craig endeavored to maintain a good rapport with Lanyu. After all, they were partners. Once Lanyu took a seat, Craig served him the beloved stewed beef. As Lanyu ate, he occasionally glanced at his phone, scrolling down intermittently. Suddenly, his hand paused mid-scroll as he stumbled upon an intriguing piece of news. An obscure editorial office in New York specialized in reporting peculiar incidents. The report detailed a strange ailment that had emerged in New York City, provisionally named shadowlessness syndrome, affecting a considerable number of people. This symptom was exceedingly rare, with no prior medical documentation. Observers noted that anyone afflicted by this peculiar condition exhibited a sensitivity to light. Goodness. Lanyu couldn't help but think of a certain individual in the faction channel who incessantly spammed messages. However, this situation had no relevance to him, as he was in Wisconsin, quite distant from New York. After a brief wait, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the second floor, and soon the Kong siblings appeared within Craig's line of sight. "Come and eat. The food is about to get cold," Craig called out, eager to invite them. This brother and sister duo had provided him with considerable assistance in the past, although it remains unclear how they discovered the whereabouts of Romeo and Lanyu. Craig is well aware of the exceptional abilities possessed by this brother-sister duo. He graciously expressed his gratitude, then gently lifted his sister by and placed her on a nearby chair. I merely blinked in response, offering no words to Craig. He smiled at her, dismissing the silence. Having privately perused several psychological texts, Craig arrived at the conclusion that Bai might be affected by autism. However, he remained optimistic. He believed that with persistence, he could eventually touch Bai's heart with love. As everyone gathered, Craig settled into his seat, a warm smile illuminating his face as he regarded his companions. "Having spent such an extensive time together, we have formed a solid bond. I hope we can swiftly evolve into a true superhero team." Craig Hollis, self-proclaimed Mr. Immortal, had recently experienced profound sorrow due to his girlfriend's suicide, which led him to the brink of despair on a rooftop, contemplating his departure from this tragic world. However, after several failed attempts at ending his life, he discovered his extraordinary ability to resurrect. Realizing he could wield this power to safeguard the world, much like the superheroes adorned in capes, he was determined to embrace this calling. Alas, his inaugural attempt at heroism ended in failure when a robber shot him in the head, and during his resurrection, the criminal fled. This experience profoundly underscored the significance of teamwork. No superhero could triumph alone. Lanyu was one of the future allies Craig had identified, as was little Romeo. Reflecting on the previous incident when the robber shot him, Craig acknowledged that had it not been for the assistance of the Bai siblings, he shuddered to think of the atrocities those men might have perpetrated upon discovering his resurrection ability. Indeed, this brother-sister duo had saved his life. "Craig, an opportunity to become a superhero is now before you. A great disaster is imminent in New York, and you possess the power to save everyone." Kang suddenly interjected during their meal. From the very first day they met, he had conducted a character analysis of Craig, understanding precisely how to employ the art of language to ensnare this Mr. Immortal. Craig was momentarily taken aback, curiously touching his nose. New York's troubles seem so distant. "And how do you know a great disaster is forthcoming?" "The reason is of little consequence," Kang replied nonchalantly. "It is crucial to recognize that this is an inevitable conflict, a golden opportunity for you to shine on the grand stage of superheroes. Thus, what you need to do now is to swiftly book 2 tickets to New York." Craig's heart stirred with shame. He had long dreamed of becoming a qualified superhero, vanquishing evil and upholding justice. This had recently become his life's ambition. However, as he recalled the dwindling savings in his account, he silently shook his head, a hint of pain etching itself upon his face. "Recently, due to the expenses of our team, my remaining funds are nearly depleted." The thought that mere worldly wealth could obstruct his path to becoming a superhero made Craig pound his chest in frustration. "Do not worry about the financial aspect," Kong interjected with a smile that exuded confidence. "The new gadget developed by Romeo is perfect for sale in New York. I have already consulted several companies that are interested in the automatic cleaner, and the patent could fetch a substantial sum." Kong had previously discussed with Romeo that if the automatic cleaner were to be marketed, it would undoubtedly yield continuous profits, which would also be advantageous for Romeo. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? After all, it is Romeo's invention. Craig hesitated, a shadow of doubt crossing his face. I could not care less about such trivial matters. With my genius, I could create a hot dog robot that could still change the world, Romeo declared, skewering a hot dog with a fork and waving his short arms. Besides, how can you expect me to prepare delicious meals for you without money? Even a genius requires physical sustenance to fuel their intellect. Romeo shook his little head while munching on the hot dog. Well, all right then. After a prolonged internal struggle, Craig nodded in reluctant agreement, but still curiously inquired. By the way, why do we need to book 2 tickets? Are you planning to accompany me? Craig was taken aback. The Kong siblings were quintessential homebodies. It was nearly impossible to get them to step outside. Unless absolutely necessary, Craig felt they would prefer to languish in their home for eternity. I certainly want to be going, Kong replied, shaking his head, his gaze falling upon Lanyu, who was engrossed in the news while devouring beef. A faint smile gracing his lips. You and Lanyu will go together. Chapter 51, Wilson Fisk. In a private gym within Hell's Kitchen, Wilson Fisk was warming up. The dull thuds resonated endlessly as his strength permeated the punching bag, sending shockwaves through it. At that moment, 2 burly bodyguards clad in black suits, exuding muscular prowess, entered, flanking a trembling little chick. After a brief wait, Wilson finally completed his warm-up. He grabbed a towel from a nearby rack, wiping his brow where no perspiration existed. The presence of sweat was inconsequential. What mattered was the sense of ritual. Casually tossing the towel aside, he settled onto the sofa with an imposing demeanor, a cigar perched between his lips. Observing his superior's completion of warm-up exercises, the bodyguard accompanying him stepped forward to deliver a report. This young man was a messenger from the Hammerhead gang. Wilson raised an eyebrow in slight surprise, then chuckled. Ah, so it's a fellow from Hammerhead. How rare for him to seek me out. However, the moment Wilson cast a glance at the messenger, the young man felt a chilling sense of impending doom. He attempted to stand tall, striving to suppress his trembling, hoping to maintain some semblance of dignity for his boss. Yet, Wilson was undeniably intimidating. Wilson noticed the young lackey's near-fainting state and waved dismissively. Don't be nervous. I won't devour you. Just speak your mind. The young messenger's voice quivered slightly as he summoned his courage. The Hammerhead boss sent me to say that. That Valon from the Black Hand is going too far. Valon from the Black Hand? Wilson raised an eyebrow, a look of puzzlement crossing his features. I haven't heard of him. Where did he spring from? In the past month, the robberies plaguing New York City had predominantly been attributed to the Black Hand, who had recently made headlines with the infamous Four Seasons hotel heist. The young man briefly recounted Valon's past misdeeds, hoping to pique Wilson's interest. However, it soon became apparent that he had underestimated the situation. Oh, I thought you had some good news for me. Do I need to concern myself with a mere robber? Wilson paused momentarily, then arched an eyebrow, adding, perhaps I should inquire with Hammerhead if I am also responsible for his grandmother's piggy bank should it go missing? Ha! The 2 bodyguards erupted into laughter at the jest. Faced with the mockery, the messenger's face flushed crimson. He had held back words for quite some time, but his timid nature caused him to swallow them back down. Nevertheless, he managed to stammer, but that Valon has set his sights on Tony Stark. Trembling, he mustered his courage to utter this crucial information. Although terrified of the imposing figure before him, he knew he had to fulfill the Hammerhead boss's directive. Furthermore, he believed that whatever made Hammerhead so apprehensive would equally concern Wilson. That dandy must not be touched. If Valon were to kidnap him, wouldn't Hell's Kitchen undergo a thorough cleansing? Inevitably, Wilson's interests would also be affected. As long as Wilson was willing to take action against Valon, the Hammerhead boss's objectives would be achieved. The young man felt an increasing weight upon his heart, visibly sweating as beads of cold perspiration formed on his forehead. The thought of kidnapping that dandy crossed his mind. Today's youth certainly possess an abundance of audacity. Wilson waved his hand dismissively, his expression indifferent. Boring, let it drag on. After the bodyguards had escorted the individual away, the marksman emerged from the shadows. Should I take a life? Whose life? Wilson tilted his head, inquiringly regarding the marksman. Is it Valon, Hammer, or that dandy? Anyone will do, no matter who it is. If I go, they shall meet their demise. The marksman grinned, a mad and bloodthirsty aura enveloping him. Huh, Wilson scoffed, shaking his head, choosing to remain silent. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the gym, followed by the entrance of a well-proportioned secretary carrying a hefty dossier. The Black Hand and the Magia gang have struck a deal. Hammer, after parting with a significant sum, acquired the treasure of the Golden Rooster brought by Valon. However, after the transaction, a subordinate observed Hammer spitting blood, leading to suspicions that Valon had poisoned his drink during the exchange. Wilson exhaled smoke rings, reclining languidly on the sofa with his legs crossed. Hammer is truly regressing. He even allowed a thief to ensnare him. Yet, I must commend his audacity. He poured himself a glass of red wine, musing. The treasure of the Golden Rooster, what a splendid gem. Before he could finish his thought, Wilson's expression darkened. He fails to inform me of such a treasure. yet seeks my assistance after being ensnared by a thief. Does he not regard me at all? The atmosphere in the gym shifted abruptly, with Wilson's change in demeanor. An overwhelming pressure filled the air, making it hard to breathe. The secretary trembled with fear. Being Wilson's secretary, she possessed a certain degree of competence and understood the terror he instilled. However, youthful fantasies often led her to harbor the fleeting hope that perhaps she was an exception. Yet, that thought quickly dissipated, as her sole wish became to retain this position until retirement. She did not desire to vanish silently like her predecessors. As the secretary's mind wandered, Wilson suddenly spoke. I have heard that the Magia gang has been quite active lately. The secretary's heart raced, and she quickly lowered her head to sift through the documents in her hands. The Magia gang has blockaded several docks, indicating that cargo ships are continually arriving. What these vessels carry remains unknown for the time being. Moreover, the Magia organization has recently exhibited conspicuous ambitions for expansion, prompting numerous factions to express their discontent regarding the Magia's overreach. Wilson's expression darkened further, revealing that Hammerhead was harboring inappropriate intentions. At this thought, a smile unexpectedly crept across Wilson's face. It appeared that Hammerhead had established connections with new allies. Such significant business dealings, without an introduction to me, seemed rather inconsiderate. I shall send Erica on an errand to inquire. Chapter 52. Erica and the Night Demon. Manhattan, Pier 36. This location stands in stark contrast to Pier 26 on the west side of Manhattan, which boasts the Hudson River Park Trust, the Lower Manhattan Development Corporation, and the support of Citibank, which offers assistance due to the visibility of Pier 26 from its offices. Together, they have created a restaurant and cruise company, making it one of the most bustling large piers in Manhattan. In comparison, Pier 36 appears rather meager. Here lies the Magia and their subordinate organizations, which have pooled resources over a span of more than 2 years, resulting in a hub where clandestine transactions abound. The Magia has amassed considerable profits through the diversion of funds, and this location has long been a crucial financial pillar. However, of late, the Magia seems to have gone awry, inexplicably sealing off the entire pier and halting all external transport activities, reserving it solely for their own use. At this moment, the pier is cluttered with enormous shipping containers, densely packed and emanating a faint scent of blood, intermingled with an unmistakable stench of decay. This odor, for an assassin, is all too familiar. It is the result of corpses left to rot and ferment for too long. One can only dread what unspeakable contents lie within those containers. In the shadowy recesses of the container's corners stands a remarkably young woman, her deep blue eyes quietly observing the pier before her. Clad in a tight-fitting red combat suit, her figure is exquisitely accentuated. She is Erica Nassis, a proficient mercenary assassin. Her combat prowess has reached the pinnacle of human capability. She is well-versed in various martial arts and weaponry techniques. Furthermore, through extensive training, she has acquired a modicum of supernatural abilities, including hypnosis, tracking, telepathy, and formidable physical resilience. In the realm of combat, she is indeed a true genius. It seems the boss was not mistaken. The Magia is indeed engaged in a multitude of covert activities. Erica toyed with her favored weapon, a steel ruler, also known as a 10-hand. As a compact dual-wielding combat tool, this steel ruler might be deemed somewhat inadequate compared to other lighter weapons due to its heft. However, for Erica, the added weight enhances both her offensive and defensive capabilities, rendering her prowess even more formidable. Especially in confined spaces and at exceedingly short combat distances, it can unleash an unimaginable and formidable power. However, a chill suddenly flickered in Erica's eyes. Her current predicament was nothing short of dire, as she was being relentlessly pursued by a horde of inescapable troubles. Those pesky members of the Hand seemed to haunt her unceasingly. Yet, she was presently working for Kingpin, a most commendable employer. Kingpin, the sovereign of New York's underworld. If those miscreants sought to bypass Kingpin and target her, they were certainly breaching the established order. A bunch of fools, she muttered in frustration. It was unclear whether her ire was directed at the ninjas hunting her down or at the Hammerhead, who had sent his minions to deliver news, thereby inciting Kingpin's wrath. Or perhaps both. Kingpin had instructed her to inquire with Hammerhead about the recent, incessant activities of the Magia, which had evidently crossed a line. But what was there to inquire about? Erica had already made up her mind. She would simply charge in, starting from the front entrance, and make her way straight to Hammerhead's office, delivering a lesson while simultaneously seizing Kingpin's treasure. A perfect two-bird solution, she mused with delight. Just then, she caught sight of a red figure swiftly navigating between the high-rise buildings towards the docks. That silhouette seemed strikingly familiar, evoking memories of her youthful days in college, a time when she was still quite innocent. Admittedly, a killer like her had no conventional college life, yet she shared a long-standing camaraderie with Daredevil. a bond woven through a complex tapestry of entangled history. It was unexpected to encounter him upon her return to New York. How serendipitous. But what brought him to the docks managed by the Magia? It appeared his meddlesome nature had not changed. With a flicker of intrigue, Erica vanished from her spot. Meanwhile, Matt Murdock, racing towards Pier 36, was engulfed in a tumult of thoughts. Hell's Kitchen was already chaotic enough, and now it was compounded by the emergence of inexplicable individuals and organizations, which was quite vexing. He had never heard of these characters before, yet they suddenly materialized as if conjured from thin air. Moreover, during his previous encounter at the diner, he discerned that these factions seemed to possess an awareness of each other's existence. While they appeared to be at odds, they oddly coalesced, achieving a peculiar equilibrium. Yet, it was precisely this equilibrium that deepened Matt's unease. He feared that should the balance be disrupted, Hell's Kitchen would be met with unprecedented and violent upheaval, akin to that self-proclaimed worker from the underworld, who, at the slightest provocation, would draw a gun and seize souls. In Matt's eyes, such behavior was an utter affront to the soul, utterly unforgivable. Yet, the other patrons in the establishment appeared unfazed, as if they had long grown accustomed to the underworld's manner of conduct, showing no signs of astonishment. The notion that souls were to be managed by the underworld seemed to have become an accepted norm. This perhaps indicated that the underworld had engaged in such actions before. Contemplating this, Matt felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Had it not been for Kikyo pulling him away, he surely would have confronted the individual named Zhaoli. However, Kikyo was not by his side at that moment. She was preoccupied with finding Jessica. According to Kikyo, Jessica had been driven mad after being controlled by her death bug, which had caused her to shatter Lingio's wine jar, a result of some prior psychological trauma. Kikyo possessed the ability to purify the mind and soothe those on the brink of collapse, and since Jessica's plight stemmed from her, Kikyo could not turn a blind eye. To Matt, this seemed akin to a form of unique psychological therapy aimed at healing Jessica's tormented spirit. Nevertheless, Matt chose not to accompany her. Instead, he handed Kikyo a business card for Jessica's pseudonymous detective agency. He intended to take advantage of the night to swiftly uncover the secrets hidden beneath Dock 36. Initially, he had planned to wait a few more days for the Magia gang to deliver their next shipment, thinking that he might catch them red-handed during his investigation then. However, he could not afford to wait any longer. With the clues at his disposal, combined with the conversations he had overheard at the diner, he felt a 70% certainty that the recent turmoil in Hell's Kitchen was linked to the Magia gang. The true answers undoubtedly lay within the suddenly sealed Dock 36 by the Magia gang. Lost in thought, Matt hastened his pace with his grappling hook. Suddenly, his radar sense went off. He sensed a figure rapidly approaching, discernibly a female. As she drew near, he felt the air around him shift. Clang. Matt barely had time to raise his short staff to block the attack. Accompanied by the sharp sound, a slight frown crossed his brow, revealing a hint of surprise. The sensation was so familiar. The assailant's weapon appeared to be a metal ruler, which evoked memories of a past he wished to forget. A veritable nightmare from his time at Columbia University. This momentary lapse in focus was intensified by the opponent's following reaction. Instead of retreating from the impact, she leaped into the air, wielding the ruler with both hands, ready to dive down again, further confirming her true identity in Matt's mind. Erica, when are you coming back? Matt inquired abruptly. Previously, Erica had departed from New York and ventured abroad. He had never received any communication regarding her return. How tedious, to be recognized so swiftly. Erica remarked, performing a mid-air somersault before landing beside Matt, pursing her lips in apparent dissatisfaction at being so easily discerned. I've only just returned a few days ago, and I found myself entangled with a band of ruffians outside, so I suppose I'm back to lay low for a while. Matt furrowed his brow, sensing that the circumstances were far more complex than Erica had portrayed. Are you still working as an assassin? What else am I to do? Erica nonchalantly twirled a metal ruler in her hand. And you, still clad in that red attire, utterly devoid of taste. What brings you here? Matt's expression tightened. There was no time for pleasantries. He merely wished to ascertain Erica's purpose for being there. My new boss indicated that Hammer has overstepped, and I was sent to extend a greeting. At the mention of her boss, Matt's eyes widened momentarily, quickly followed by realization. Only one conclusion could explain who could be Erica's employer and dared to reach out to Hammer. You're working for Kingpin. A surge of emotion flooded through him. You remain as astute as ever, and you guessed correctly. Erica clapped her hands, feigning delight, but Matt's heart plummeted. On one hand, it was disheartening to see Erica once again immerse herself in darkness, and on the other, if Hammer had already drawn Kingpin's attention, it was evident that the Magia was plotting something significant. They were undoubtedly aiming to create a considerable disturbance. Chapter 53. The Soul Therapy of Kikyo and Jessica Hell's Kitchen. The Fake Detective Agency. A sign hung on the door declaring a temporary closure, as Jessica Jones languidly slumped over her desk, intermittently pouring beer into her mouth. Gulp, gulp. This damned, wretched life. Once orderly documents lay strewn about, now scattered haphazardly. The agency was littered with discarded, empty beer cans. Suddenly, the phone on her desk lit up with a message alert. Jessica covered her head and cast a glance, muttering incessantly. A message, a cursed message. Perhaps I've won the lottery, or I've been invited to participate in a late-night talk show. However, it's more likely that God is calling to atone for the exceedingly grievous errors he has made concerning me. At that moment, she found herself utterly disinterested in the drudgery of her work, which predominantly involved tailing mistresses or clandestinely photographing infidelities. Why can't I receive a job that is at least nutritious and meaningful? She lamented. Oh, God, if you truly exist, please let these wretched individuals spontaneously combust. With that thought, Jessica reached for an unopened beer can beside her, pulled the tab, and continued to drink. At that moment, she hazily perceived a long, luminescent worm slithering into the tightly shut office door. What was this peculiar entity? Had she imbibed too much, rendering her vision distorted? Jessica squinted, fixating intently on the worm, engaging in a silent confrontation of gazes. Outside the office, Kikyo, clad in priestess attire, paused and quietly regarded the firmly closed entrance. At last, she had located it. Though she had obtained the address of the fictitious office from Matt, the labyrinthine streets had caused her to lose her way inadvertently. After considerable effort, she had dispatched a soul worm to follow the lingering scent left by Jessica, and finally, she had arrived at this location. The soft knock echoed lightly. Yet within the stillness of the office, it resonated with an unsettling sharpness. Jessica was reluctantly pulled from her deep gaze with the soul worm, shaking her head as she staggered toward the door in a fit of irritation, yanking it open and shouting into the night. Where are your eyes? Can't you see the sign indicating that we are closed for business? Her voice gradually softened, and only then did Jessica discern the identity of the figure standing at the threshold. It was that which who could manipulate others' bodies, a presence Jessica decidedly disliked. What brings you here? She replied bluntly to Kikyo, feeling a twinge of embarrassment over her earlier loss of composure. Moreover, due to her past encounters with the purple beings, she harbored a deep disdain for those who wielded such control. Kikyo's eyes reflected a hint of remorse. I apologize for what transpired earlier. Jessica's hand, poised to close the door, suddenly froze. She had not considered that the priestess might have come expressly to offer her apologies. If she were to shut the door now, would that not be somewhat discourteous? Dazed from her intoxication, Jessica hesitated. In truth, I can empathize with your feelings. I too have a past I wish to forget. Throughout life, who can claim to be free from regrets? Kikyo seemed to be imparting wisdom to Jessica, yet her words also appeared intended for her own reflection. For reasons unknown, as Jessica gazed at Kikyo, she felt an unexpected kinship. It was as though they were kindred spirits. Albeit Kikyo appeared to have gleaned insight from her own painful past, while Jessica remained ensnared in a life overshadowed by the control of the purple beings. Mired in suffering and struggle. Please, come in. Contemplating this, Jessica's demeanor softened slightly as she stepped aside, creating a passage for Kikyo to enter. Gazing intently at the long, writhing creature that affectionately coiled around Kikyo, she couldn't help but raise an inquisitive brow and ask, What is this? These are the Shinigami worms, Kikyo replied succinctly. They are my resurrected servants, capable of gathering souls to replenish my corporeal form. Oh, Jessica, somewhat oblivious, nodded in a way that suggested understanding, though the alcohol had dulled her comprehension of Kikyo's explanation. Nevertheless, the intoxicating effects of the liquor heightened her sensitivity, and Kikyo's soothing, almost enchanting words gradually calmed her tumultuous spirit. Perhaps she truly had overindulged, for now, her eyelids felt heavy, and a profound weariness washed over her. An overwhelming desire to succumb to slumber. I'm so sleepy, Jessica mumbled, dazed as she ambled back to the table, struggling to keep her eyes open. Rest now. When you awaken, all will be well, Kikyo said, raising her hand to gently touch Jessica's forehead with her fingertip. In mere moments, Jessica succumbed to a deep sleep. Yet, her furrowed brow, fearful expression, and the chilling aura emanating from her suggested she was ensnared in a nightmarish reverie. This was Kikyo's hypnotic art, an intricate web of verbal suggestion, leading the subject to acquiesce to her perspective, thereby surrendering consciousness and falling into slumber. Enveloped in darkness, Jessica beheld the version of herself once controlled by the purple man, committing acts that were starkly against her will. No, I don't want to do this, she lamented, clenching her eyes shut in despair. Yet, the memories of her past subjugation surged forth once more, the recollections she had desperately tried to forget parading before her like a relentless carousel. Anger, helplessness, and struggle intertwined within her, nearly drowning her in an ocean of emotion, leaving her gasping for breath. At that moment, a gentle white light suddenly illuminated her surroundings. As the Shinigami worms, as Kikyo had named them, emerged from the shadows, swirling around her in an ethereal dance. With the appearance of the light, Jessica felt the icy grip that had enveloped her body begin to dissolve, her numbed limbs gradually regaining sensation. The darkness began to melt away in the presence of this radiant glow, ushering in a serene calm. Observing Jessica's complexion slowly warming, Kikyo exhaled a sigh of relief. Her heart lightened significantly. Spiritual purification. This was a unique art possessed by Kikyo, a priestess endowed with formidable spiritual power. It could soothe the shattered souls of the despairing, granting them purification and strength. Now, you may rest soundly, she murmured. Suddenly, Kikyo's expression shifted slightly. She turned abruptly, frowning as she gazed into the distance. The Shinigami worms she had dispatched outside were responding to a disturbance. It seemed that something had transpired with Matt. With the aid of the soul insect, she sensed the accumulation of deathly energy and resentment. This was a manifestation of the deceased being toyed with, transformed into entities that ought not to exist. Were those peculiar zombies re-emerging? It seemed that Matt was embroiled in a fierce battle. She decided to investigate. Kikyo glanced at Jessica, who was soundly asleep at the table, then was lifted by the soul insect, departing through the window and heading into the distance. Chapter 54, Spider Monkey Talarala. Hell's Kitchen, Pier 36. Under the dim glow of the moon, two crimson figures weaved through the closely packed containers. Matt and Erica shared a common objective this night, to confront Hammer, the leader of the Magia gang. Locating him would elucidate the situation of the Magia gang. Though some time had passed since their last encounter, the rapport forged years ago ensured that Erica and Matt's collaboration remained seamless. They maneuvered through the gaps in the containers, slipping through shadows, systematically neutralizing the thugs stationed at the dock. Was this truly the extent of the Magia gang's defenses? Erica leaped down from a container and, within mere seconds, incapacitated four burly men engrossed in a card game. She could have dispatched them even more swiftly, employing a steel ruler for a quick kill, thus saving more time. However, given that Matt was right behind her, he would undoubtedly disapprove of her resorting to lethal means. Until they encountered Hammer, Erica preferred to avoid any conflict with Matt. Indeed, the defenses were alarmingly lax. The Magia gang had a considerable number of thugs patrolling the dock's perimeter, exchanging shifts in vigilance, effectively keeping ordinary folks at bay. Yet, this was merely a deterrent against common intruders. For Matt and Erica, such fragmented forces posed no challenge. The ease of their infiltration left Matt feeling somewhat unsettled. If Hammer was secretly orchestrating something, he surely must have taken precautions against certain peculiar entities in Hell's Kitchen. The more smoothly their infiltration progressed, the more anxious Matt became. Erica, he whispered, lowering his voice, be cautious. I sense something amiss here. Is there? Erica, oblivious to any irregularities, was wholly absorbed in the prospect of a fruitful evening, eager to report back to King with substantial findings. To her dismay, aside from these minor thugs, no significant target was in sight. Moreover, with Matt at her side, she was constrained from acting freely, lest she provoke a conflict so soon after their reunion. Ugh, how utterly tedious, Erica scoffed, pouting in disdain. Just as Matt was about to voice his concerns, an unexpected sound interrupted him. The latest chapter of Players in Marvel by the author Fu, she has been exclusively released on the Kun novel website. A heavy thud reverberated as a colossal entity plummeted. What transpired? Matt and Erica became alert simultaneously, hastening towards the source of the sound. What could it be? Erica's pupils dilated in shock as an enormous creature manifested before her. It appeared to be a spider, yet its size was astonishing. Matt was equally taken aback. Within his radar senses, the exaggerated form of the monstrous spider suggested that it bore a head akin to that of a monkey. It feels more like a monkey than a spider. Erica withdrew a metal ruler, understanding the reason for Matt's anxiety. The Magia had indeed summoned a formidable adversary. Regardless of whether it resembled a monkey or a spider, it must not be allowed to escape. Matt's countenance darkened. This beast was clearly not a product of natural origins. Was it, like the previous zombies, a creature assembled through some nefarious means? Yet, could such a size even be classified as a zombie? In comparison, the zombies from the alley paled in insignificance. The Magia had managed to conjure such a monstrosity. Hammerhead had truly lost his mind. A sense of dread washed over Matt. Beside him, Erica's expression mirrored his gravity. Confronted with this unimaginable creature, they both felt an overwhelming pressure. Moria had exchanged the zombie body and shadow of the spider monkey Terralara, allowing it to be reborn in this world, tasked with guarding Dock 36. Its duty was to prevent any unwelcome intrusions while also facilitating exchanges with Francis. Periodically, Francis would transport vast quantities of materials via cargo ships, which, after modification, would become Terralara's new companions. Naturally, Terralara held immense respect for Lord Moria. However, Hammerhead and Francis often claimed to be partners of Lord Moria, which irked Terralara greatly. In Terralara's view, these feeble beings were unworthy of standing alongside Lord Moria. They were merely newly recruited subordinates. Regrettably, Lord Moria had issued strict orders forbidding any aggression towards the weaker denizens of the dock. Terralara had spent nearly half a month in this world, confined to the dock. Devoid of even a toy, boredom was setting in, and even the interest in web weaving had waned. However, with the arrival of two relatively amusing new toys, Terralara felt a surge of excitement. The creature before them let out a boisterous laugh, its enormous eyes fixated on Matt and Erica, its stitched-together arms waving dramatically. "I am Terralara, the legendary spider monkey. What on earth?" Erica stood frozen, clutching an iron ruler, utterly bewildered. Why was this monster speaking? It was one thing to exist, but to possess the ability to articulate was simply unscientific. At that moment, a sense of foreboding washed over her. She had never heard of Captain Talala. Matt's thoughts drifted to the zombie William, who had been purified by Kikyo. The monstrous figure before him instinctively made him forget that these reanimated corpses possessed their own thoughts and intelligence. The situation had become more dire. Matt's heart sank. Mindless beasts were manageable, but when monsters gained wisdom, it heralded disaster. Chapter 55. Erica. Men. Matt Murdoch encountered the spider monkey Talala, acquiring a small amount of red jade. Erica Nachis encountered the spider monkey Talala, acquiring a small amount of red jade. Suddenly, two notifications appeared before Moria, and the massive figure slowly rose, turning to glance at the hammerhead beside him. He. It seems my subordinates at the dock have captured an amusing plaything. Let us go and take a look. A commotion erupted among the surrounding containers, the incessant sounds of crashing echoing starkly in the silence of the dock. Crash. The iron door sealing the containers was smashed open, and bizarrely shaped zombies poured forth. Hey, this must be a joke. Surely, these can't all be. Erica was momentarily stunned. She could never have anticipated that what was supposed to be a simple task tonight would lead to such unforeseen complications. The sheer number. Just a cursory radar scan revealed an astonishing figure. The zombies concealed within the dock's containers were alarmingly numerous. One by one, grotesquely stitched and misshapen zombies emerged. Unlike the ones Matt had previously encountered on the streets, which at least retained some semblance of form, these creatures were colossal and grotesque, with some possessing animal heads affixed to human bodies. It was utterly revolting. Erica couldn't help but exclaim, "What will you do now?" Talala, with its enormous spider body perched atop a container, let out an eerie laugh, mocking the encircled Matt and Erica. "With me in front and fully armed armored warriors behind, you two little bugs cannot escape." Talala cackled. "You repulsive creature, do you really think you can trap us like this?" Erica retorted coldly, her anger surging. She had no desire to leave a poor impression on her employer. While she didn't care about being hunted by that group of fools, having gold in front of her certainly made things considerably easier. Such a shield is indeed hard to come by. Thus, tonight's endeavor must not falter. She must extract the hammerhead. It appears that from the moment we entered the dock, we have been under scrutiny. Matt analyzed the situation with calm precision. Since the emergence of the spider monkey known as Terralara, the previously overlooked details began to manifest. Although he was blind, he had sensed, through the imaging capability of his radar, that within the dock, numerous webs enveloped the densely packed containers. Occasionally, he could hear faint scuttling sounds. It now seemed likely that the source of those sounds was the enormous creature before him, resembling a spider. Do not underestimate the intelligence of the spider mice. Your every move is known to me. Terralara was in no rush to eliminate these two trifles. It had been bored for far too long. Now that its minions had informed it of intruders, it was eager to relish the moment. "Matt, you may not approve of my actions, but if they are zombies..." Erica, who had initially been startled by the appearance of the undead, was gradually regaining her composure. That should pose no problem. She toyed with the iron ruler in her hands, her eyes narrowing. Suddenly, a chilling aura of murderous intent erupted. It was time to unleash a massacre. "Erica, don't be impulsive." Before the words could escape his lips, Erica had already dashed forward, plunging into the horde of zombies, wielding the iron ruler with deadly efficiency. Behind her, the exaggerated laughter of the spider monkey Terralara echoed. "I shall capture you and present you to Lord Moria." Lord Moria? This was the second time Matt had heard this name. The last was from the lips of the zombie William. He pondered the connection between the hammerhead and Moria, contemplating the role of the Magia gang in this affair and what the enigmatic Moria intended. If these zombies were to scatter, Hell's Kitchen, nay, the entirety of Manhattan, would be at risk. Just as Matt's thoughts spiraled into chaos, Terralara launched an assault. Spiderweb. A white web shot forth from Terralara's mandibles like a cannonball. Matt's radar sensed the imminent danger, prompting him to instinctively leap aside. The viscous web narrowly missed him, hurtling towards several zombies behind him, ensnaring the unfortunate creatures together. Despite their frantic struggles, they were utterly unable to break free. This viscosity is astonishing, Matt thought, momentarily taken aback. He swiftly drew the dual batons from his waist, activating the grappling cable, swinging toward Taralara, and then struck down fiercely upon the monkey's head. With a pained expression, I feel as though my head might burst. Talala, amidst loud cries, continuously swatted with her enormous hands while launching sticky webs in an attempt to ensnare the small insect that scurried about her. Meanwhile, Matt, leveraging his agility, deftly dodged her attacks, but alas, his offensive capabilities proved insufficient. He was unable to inflict any meaningful damage upon the colossal spider monkey, Talala. As time wore on, the battle reached a stalemate. While Matt and Talala remained entangled, on the other side, Erica teetered on the brink of fury. Ever since they had charged through the zombie encirclement, her iron ruler had not ceased its relentless assault. The zombies fell swiftly, yet their resurgence was even more rapid. Why can't I kill them? Erica shouted in utter frustration. She thrust her iron ruler with such force that it nearly obliterated the cat-eared zombie before her. Yet it still moved. This defied all logic. The unyielding motion of her weapon left a trail of shattered remains in its wake. What manner of creature is this? Erica shuddered at the sight of the carnage she had wrought, still twitching in response. At that moment, Matt, who was precariously playing hide and seek with Talala, heard Erica's anguished cry. Furrowing his brow, he wore a grave expression. When Kaiki had dealt with that zombie named William, it had been a swift kill. Wasn't it a single arrow that had vanquished it? The remnants strewn across the alley had been effortlessly dispatched by the Taoist named Lingio. Could it be that certain specific conditions must be met to eradicate these zombies? This was dire. Had I known it would come to this, I should have insisted Kaiki accompany us. Matt, unable to linger in his struggle with Talala, swung himself over to Erica's side using his grappling hook. These corpses are animated because they inhabit souls that do not belong to them, he explained, kicking aside a half-zombie that had crawled towards him. Inhabit souls? Is this some new technology? Erica exclaimed, still swinging her iron ruler. How is she unaware of such rapid advancements in technology, even to the point of soul possession? I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, a priestess informed me. Matt replied hastily. A priestess? Erica arched an eyebrow, her ruler puncturing the bulging eye of a rabid zombie with an odd tone. Since when do you know a priestess? I've only just met her not long ago. Matt managed to retort amidst the chaos. Oh, it seems I have chosen a rather inopportune moment to return to New York. I appear to have interrupted you, Erica remarked with an air of indifference. Matt momentarily paused in his actions, then, with a tone of resignation, replied, Could you please focus on the matter at hand? Without a specific strategy, we cannot vanquish these zombies. Huh, men. Erica's strikes became more forceful. Even a female assassin has her own temperament. You might as well give up. There's no escape. Tarala, the spider monkey, ceased her assault, laughing heartily at Erica and Matt, who were back-to-back, defending against the encirclement of zombies. At that moment, the night sky was pierced by the roar of a helicopter, accompanied by a sharp crack from above. A massive spotlight shone down, illuminating the entire dock as if it were day. Ha! Look who we have here, the fearless of Hell's Kitchen. Now, reduced to mere insects with nowhere to flee. This scene is truly a rarity. The figure from the helicopter drew the attention of Matt and Erica. Hammerhead, the leader of the Maggia, the very target of Matt and Erica this evening, has made his appearance. Chapter 56. Hammerhead feels empowered. With a thunderous roar, the helicopter descended before Matt and Erica. Hammerhead swaggered out, flanked by his loyal henchmen, Flint and Marco. Hee, the infamous fearless one. Today you have finally fallen into my grasp. Hammerhead squinted, staring at Daredevil, laughing maniacally. Look at this legion of zombies. Dealing with you will be a cinch, won't it? He arrogantly raised his chin, attempting to adopt a condescending demeanor to look down upon Daredevil. However, given his stature, he could only rely on the advantage of distance to maintain a semblance of equality. Nevertheless, these were trifles. Hammerhead was immensely pleased at this moment. For him, Daredevil had become a fish in a barrel, utterly trapped. Over the years, Daredevil had significantly disrupted his business, costing him considerable profits and ruining numerous deals. He was as bothersome as a fly. But today, all of that would come to an end. He, the future arbiter of order in Hell's Kitchen, the great new Dark Emperor, Hammerhead, would put an end to this fearless man right here. Undoubtedly, with the support of the Zombie Legion, he felt invincible. In response to Hammerhead's taunts, Matt did not exhibit the anger that his adversary sought to provoke. Instead, he remained remarkably composed, analyzing the current situation. Just moments ago, when Hammerhead boasted about the Zombie Legion, both the spider monkey Tarala and the surrounding zombies seemed to regard him with disdain. For these zombies, although they refrained from speaking due to the atmosphere. They had utterly disregarded the presence of Hammerhead. In Matt's radar-like perception, the subtle emotional fluctuations of the zombies were impossible to conceal. It must be said, this was rather intriguing. Furthermore, what heightened Matt's alertness was the realization that now that Hammerhead had made an appearance, the enigmatic Lord Moria, mentioned by these zombies, must also be lurking nearby. Damn it, I can't take this anymore, Erica exclaimed, tossing her hair back, her deep blue eyes glaring fiercely at Hammerhead. Initially, she had come to ask a question on behalf of Kingpin, intending to teach the recently unruly Hammerhead a lesson for causing such a chaotic uproar. These wretched zombies were exceptionally troublesome. Even when smashed to pieces, they wriggled on the ground like repulsive insects. Why was it that tonight everything seemed to be going awry? Were they deliberately opposing her? The foul stench clinging to her from the previous intense skirmish only deepened Erica's irritation. All she wished for was to swiftly eliminate Hammerhead and return to bathe, washing away the rancid odor down the drain. Oh, it seemed Hammerhead had only just noticed Erica's presence, having been preoccupied with visions of Daredevil and oblivious to the woman beside him. Who is this? Dressed in red as well? Is it a trend among vigilantes to don matching outfits? He scoffed, fanning the air dismissively. I am a killer, a deadly assassin. Do you understand? Erica enunciated, fixing her gaze on Hammerhead. Huh, how peculiar. When did the infamous Fearless One start associating with killers? Hammerhead remarked, glancing at Matt with a hint of confusion. Erica Nachis, a newly recruited assassin under Kingpin, Flint interjected, producing an investigative report. As Hammerhead's confidant, he deemed it necessary to monitor the movements of various competitors closely. Erica's affiliation with Kingpin was common knowledge to those who cared to inquire, especially since Daredevil preferred to conceal his identity while Erica, needing to earn a living through assassination, had no such habit and operated openly. Oh, so she's one of Kingpin's people. Hammerhead realized, nodding in understanding. No wonder, even facing imminent death, she remained so audacious. Truly, dogs mirror their masters. You. Erica's expression darkened, her fury poised to erupt at any moment. Hammerhead, Kingpin is not one to be trifled with. If he discovers what you've done, you're as good as dead. Should Kingpin learn that the Magia is mobilizing a zombie army at Dock 36, he would surely go mad. The actions of Hammerhead have entirely shattered the unspoken rules of Hell's Kitchen. While everyone else shares the spoils, he has unleashed a legion of zombies, intending to smash the very platter itself. If Kingpin does indeed obliterate the Magia, then Hammerhead's reign as a Dark Emperor will come to an end. Oh dear, I am quite frightened, he mockingly responded to Erica's inquiries, rubbing his arms and feigning a shivering demeanor, followed by a cold chuckle. Isn't it you that Kingpin sent to bite at my heels? I have long been aware of his disdain. Hell's Kitchen has languished in silence for far too many years. It is high time chaos ensues. This time, I shall ensure that Kingpin opens his eyes to witness who truly reigns in this domain. This also elucidates the genuine rationale behind Hammerhead's alliance with Mariah. To put it bluntly, since boarding this pirate vessel, he has no intention of stepping back. Is he to wait passively for Kingpin to come and settle scores? They are all bloodied by blades, and at this juncture, it is either Kingpin's demise or Hammerhead's ascendance. This moment has irrevocably torn the facade apart. At this moment, Matt felt a sinking sensation in his heart. The audacity of Hammerhead to utter such arrogant words indicated he was well prepared or perhaps possessed ample confidence, believing that Kingpin would not be a match for him and his backers. No, he could not afford any further delay. Regardless of Hammerhead's plans, he and Erica needed to break free at once. Erica, Matt suddenly called out. Upon hearing her name, they instinctively charged towards Hammerhead, one to the left and the other to the right. Clang. In the next instant, the resonating sound of metal striking metal reverberated. Erica staggered back in disbelief, her iron ruler trembling in her grip, leaving her with a tingling sensation in her hands. She felt utterly dazed. Hammerhead had astonishingly withstood the assault of her iron ruler with his head, as if the sharp tip had merely collided with a block of iron. What on earth is this? Are there no normal people in this place? How can this fellow's head be so impenetrable? Is this truly a human skull? Erica was on the verge of a breakdown, just as she began to doubt her own fortune and whether it was an ill-fated day to venture out. Matt understood the reason. He knew that Hammerhead, after sustaining an injury during a previous skirmish, had an iron skull implanted within his cranium, granting him a unique constitution that rendered him impervious to bullets. Hammerhead's formidable head possessed extraordinary defensive capabilities. Even when faced with a speeding automobile, he would emerge unscathed. Matt hurled the short staff in his hand, striking Flint beside Hammerhead and sending him flying, then swiftly closed the distance to Hammerhead. He sought to leverage the hammer as a point of breakthrough. Once he had seized it, both he and Erica could make their escape with ease. However, before Matt could take action, a colossal shadow emerged from the darkness. A chilling, Eerie laughter echoed from behind. The sound emanated from the air itself. Erica's pupils constricted as she instinctively turned her head, only to behold a man, if he could even be termed as such, striding forward with an imposing height, nearly 3 stories tall. His visage resembled that of a demon, adorned with 2 horns protruding from his temples, and his ears and teeth were sharply pointed. He donned a shirt with a bat-like collar and garments steeped in Gothic artistry. Furthermore, Erica noticed that this grotesque figure bore cross-hatched stitches resembling sutures from his head down to his neck. She recalled that the recently dismembered zombie also bore conspicuous stitching marks. Could it be that this creature was a zombie as well? From Erica's astonishment at the sight, she gained a modest ruby. Lord Moria. Lord Moria has arrived. The surrounding zombies began to cheer, welcoming their master's presence. Erica, we must flee. Matt had already sensed the perilous turn of events. Moria's true nature exceeded his wildest imaginations. Was this truly a man? This was a devil incarnate. Yet, at this moment, escape was evidently futile. Matt and Erica could only watch in horror as Moria grasped their shadows, tearing them from the ground as effortlessly as if he were ripping fabric. Simultaneously, a massive pair of shears appeared in Moria's hand. With a crisp snap, Matt and Erica's gazes dulled, their pupils vacant, as they collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Hey, hee, I shall claim your shadows. With Moria's sinister laughter, 2 indistinct shadows writhed and struggled within his colossal hand. Chapter 57. The terrifying trio emerges. The spider monkey Taralara personally took to the fray, ensnaring the unconscious Matt and Erica in webs, subsequently hoisting the 2 captives upon his back. Typically, such tasks would be executed by the spider mice, with Taralara, as one of the general zombies, refraining from direct involvement. However, the circumstances had shifted. Now in this new world, Taralara yearned to impress Lord Moria. Lord Moria, the intruders are utterly feeble before you. Your greatness is unparalleled. Taralara timely offered his meticulously crafted flattery, striving to assert his presence. He. These minor characters are indeed insignificant, hardly worth the effort. Moria chuckled ominously while casting his gaze towards the hammer. Ever since he had laid eyes on these 2 little pests, the hammer had exhibited an unusual excitement. Was there something extraordinary about these intruders? This is no minor character. He is indeed the renowned and intrepid Hammerhead. At this moment, he is wholly enveloped in his own mental theater, having captured the daredevil, the very individual who has caused considerable distress throughout Hell's Kitchen. Even Kingpin could not achieve such a feat. His plan is to strip the mask from Daredevil's face, expose his identity, and confine him within the secretive dark chambers of the Magia, forcing him to endure eternal torment in darkness. As Hammerhead contemplates this, a radiant smile spreads across his face. Collaborating with Morbius has proven to be an astoundingly astute decision. With Daredevil fallen to the hands of the Zombie Legion, Kingpin is surely next. He. The name Intrepid One is indeed splendid, but lamentably weak. Hammerhead's elation is matched by Morbius, who finds joy in the supposed formidable adversary of Hell's Kitchen being so easily dispatched. It seems that this world is indeed frail. His Zombie Legion will undoubtedly reign unimpeded. This time, he shall ascend as the sovereign of the new world. Just as Hammerhead and Morbius bask in their self-satisfaction, believing the world is within their grasp, an unexpected turn of events unfolds. From the far end of the docks, a thunderous roar erupts, drawing their attention. Before Morbius can react, a pristine feathered arrow, imbued with spiritual energy, hurtles towards them with great velocity. The target, Teratala, the spider monkey, bound with Matt and Electra. The arrow, suffused with spiritual essence, pierces through Teratala's head, traverses its enormous spider body, and exits through its rear, igniting a massive explosion upon striking a distant shipping container. Boom. The container is sent soaring into the sky, transforming the once orderly dock into a chaotic scene. Teratala collapses, a horrific wound gaping through its bulk. Teratala, Captain. The spider rats cry out anxiously, encircling their fallen leader. Teratala's eyes become vacant, its mouth agape as a dark shadow struggles to escape from within, only to be seized by Morbius. Who dares? Hammerhead exclaims, startled by the sudden turn of events. The monstrous Teratala, which had toyed with Daredevil, has been dispatched in an instant. Who could have done this? A companion of Daredevil? Such a figure has not been mentioned before. Show yourself. No more hiding. Just as he believed he had dealt with Daredevil and that brighter days lay ahead, another adversary emerges. Is this never-ending? Are there countless vigilantes in the world, half of whom reside in Hell's Kitchen? The tumult of his emotions spirals, plunging Hammerhead into a rage. Upon sensing Matt's peril, Jike swiftly makes her way to the docks. However, she arrived just a moment too late. In midair, she caught sight of Matt ensnared in a web from a distance. Alongside him was a woman she did not recognize. She also took note of a towering player, as imposing as a 3-story building, whom she had never seen before. Mariah, a red-named member of the Natural Returners faction. Jeking furrowed her brow, a trace of gravity crossing her gaze. She could not stand idly by while the zombies took Matt and the woman away. Thus, she knocked an arrow and unleashed a powerful shot that obliterated the spider monkey. Terrala. Space transfer. Several soul worms entwined around her, and Jeking's form gradually faded, transporting her directly above the dock. In the next moment, with a graceful lift of her hand, 2 soul worms descended, enveloping Matt and Erica, returning them to her side, one on each side. This was when Hammerhead caught a glimpse of Jeking's visage. His eyes widened in astonishment. Her pitch-black eyes, delicate oval face, and lustrous black hair, gently bound with a pure white headband, framed exquisite and refined features. Each aspect was perfectly proportioned. The ancient longbow in her hand added an air of mystique. In that instant, Hammerhead felt a flutter of infatuation. It could only be love at first sight. However, this feeling dissipated like smoke upon seeing the Night Demon Knight, whom Jeking had rescued. One could say this emotion came swiftly and departed just as quickly. He is mine. Return the Night Demon Knight to me. Hammerhead seethed with fury. Yet, Jeking paid no heed to his wrathful outburst. She exchanged a glance with Mariah before departing with Matt and Erica. Mariah, why did you not stop her? She is but one person. We possess a legion of zombies. We could easily capture her. Hammerhead seethed, watching helplessly as Jeking made her exit, his teeth clenched in frustration. He could not accept that the Night Demon Knight had slipped through his fingers. However, he was met with Mariah's eerie laughter. Indeed, only players can contend with players. The humans of this world are utterly weak. Even the fearless in Hell's Kitchen are no match for this reality. He had considered this previously. Jeking's sudden appearance only confirmed Mariah's suspicions. Nevertheless, this was of no consequence. He too required assistance. My dear subordinates, how I miss you. Mariah, in high spirits, opened the exchange shop and selected a player invitation, pressing confirm. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The first to appear was the brilliant surgeon, Hogabak, the mastermind behind zombie creation, possessing miraculous medical skills. Hello. Next to appear are the commanders of the animal zombies and the terrifying zombies, the ghost princess Perona. Roar. Finally, there is the low growl that can only be emitted by beasts, the zombie soldiers, and the zombie general commander, Absalom. Thus, aboard the terrifying ghost ship, all 3 of Moria's bizarre minions are present. Have you all arrived? Hee hee hee. Allow me to reign as the ruler of the world. Moria gazed upon his 3 peculiar subordinates, their arrival igniting an overwhelming confidence within him. Very well, Master Moria. Before Moria's colossal figure, the 3 peculiar beings descended upon this new world, as the mists of the terrifying ghost ship enveloped New York. Chapter 58. Old Man, huh? Shadows. After Kikyo left Dock 36, she stood at the crossroads, hesitating for a moment before heading straight toward the diner. She had just witnessed the commotion at the dock, where the number of zombies was considerable. Once the zombies were unleashed, the entire city would succumb to a frenzy of the undead, something Kikyo could not tolerate. She felt it necessary to inform the other players. At that moment, Zhao Li leaned against the doorframe, yawning in boredom. The night was indulgent and joyous. Under normal circumstances, he would be charming a beautiful lady. However, the situation had changed. Old Man, Uncle Gio, and Second Master. He could not afford to miss any of these 3 old men. He needed to keep a watchful eye on them. The King of Hell, ACHA, had specifically summoned this old man's group, and he could not afford to leave their side, always seeking opportunities to whisk them away. Otherwise, who would bear the burden of the underworld's debts? Those numerous zeros would be enough to crush anyone. As Zhao Li was lost in thought, a familiar figure appeared at the street corner, brightening his eyes. Oh, look who has arrived. Is that not the beautiful Kikyo? Why has she suddenly returned? Could it be that she has changed her mind and decided to join the underworld? My lady, with benefits and guaranteed placement, your choice cannot be wrong. Zhao Li dramatically shrugged off his coat, making a striking entrance. Moreover, there are guaranteed placements. Kikyo cast a cold glance at Zhao Li, uttering nothing, before stepping over the threshold into the diner. Inside the diner, Lin Jiao and Second Master were drinking. A gang and Sakaki Sh Ma were nearby, listening intently as the 2 recounted tales from the past. The amusing stories from Old Lin's forest and the tales of the strange spirits at the funeral home shared by Second Master and Uncle Gio truly opened the eyes of the 2 younger listeners. Old Man sat at the counter, absorbed in some task. The moment Kikyo entered the diner, she immediately drew everyone's attention. Lin Jiao's expression darkened, clearly recalling the previous demon-slaying events. He was both preaching and practicing rituals, attempting to exorcise evil spirits, having exchanged everything from the store to read the latest chapters on conchs. Ultimately, it was all in vain. This situation would be quite embarrassing to disclose. And Linjio, being a person who values his image, remained silent and turned away, not wishing to elaborate further. The priestess has arrived. Meanwhile, Yukihira Soma's eyes brightened, and he swiftly darted into the kitchen. He had long wished for the priestess to sample his newly created desserts, and now he finally had the chance. He hurriedly set to work, eager for Ms. Kaiki to savor his creation. Zhao Li noticed a man and a woman, entangled by the death worm, being brought in behind Kaiki. Upon recognizing the man, he couldn't help but chuckle. Well, who do we have here? Wasn't he just strutting around proudly before? What's this? Returning in such a state? All that talk about being the night demon, and now he looks quite pathetic. After murmuring a few remarks, Zhao Li turned his attention to the similarly unconscious Erica, catching a whiff of a foul odor. Oh my, where did this stunning beauty come from? The stench is overwhelming. What on earth happened to these two? As these words escaped his lips, the attention of others in the shop shifted to Matt and Erica. Suddenly, old man's eyes widened, and he slapped his forehead, a look of urgency crossing his face. They have no shadows. The old man recalled Valon and the shadow-devouring mask. Could this be Valon's doing? No time to waste. I must prepare. Zhao Li, come with me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Li's expression faltered. Wait. We just visited the Four Seasons Hotel this morning, and they said no entry without a reservation. What are you thinking? Old man was stomping in frustration. It's not about demons or masks. What does that have to do with it? Zhao Li was bewildered. His overly normal demeanor often set him apart from these older gentlemen. The arduous task assigned to him by ACHA was indeed a challenge. It was Moria who stole their shadows. I arrived too late. Just then, Kaiki, who had been silent since entering, suddenly spoke up. Oh, the old man fell silent. If it wasn't Valon's doing, then it's not a problem. He returned to his seat at the counter and called out. Aegon, the old man is hungry. I want mung bean soup and one more thing. I would like some hot tea. While Aegon hurriedly prepared the tea for the old man, Matt and Erica, placed on the table by Kaiki, were gradually regaining consciousness. Where are we? As Matt opened his eyes, he was immediately greeted by the glaring light of the ceiling lamp. Groggily, he rose from the table, and with a sweep of his radar-like senses, he noticed the presence of the bellflower beside him. Bellflower, did you save us? Thank you. Without your intervention, we would surely have been captured by the hammerhead. Nearby, Erica, who had just awakened, was still a bit dazed. As she shook her head to regain clarity, she caught sight of Matt conversing with the enchanting witch. She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, feeling a sense of discontent. Look at that. It seems I woke up at the wrong moment. Is today truly an ill-fated day for me? Why can't I encounter a single stroke of good fortune? It's as if the entire world conspires against me, rendering my presence superfluous. Erica pouted, feeling a bit frustrated. Meanwhile, Matt was too preoccupied to pay heed to Erica. His memories from before his unconsciousness began to resurface. His expression darkened as he gritted his teeth and said, Hammerhead must have gone insane. The 36th pier is teeming with zombies. If they are unleashed, it won't just be Hell's Kitchen that suffers. The entirety of New York could be at risk. The more he spoke, the heavier his heart felt. This time, it seemed that Hammerhead was truly poised to create a significant catastrophe, one that might spiral out of control. Where's my shadow? Hearing Erica's exclamation jolted Matt from the zombie crisis to the pressing matter of shadows. That peculiar being named Moria actually possessed the ability to sever other shadows. This was utterly unscientific. This was dire. Matt recalled the moment when Jimmy was reduced to a pile of ash under the sunlight. And his face grew grim as he slowly remarked, without our shadows, if we expose ourselves to sunlight, we will perish. So it was Moria after all. Zhao Li, who was squatting nearby, stroked his chin nonchalantly. He shrugged, seemingly indifferent, thinking that such matters were likely of no concern to ACHA. Since it had nothing to do with the underworld, he would refrain from meddling in futile endeavors. However, he mused, if Moria were to go too far, well, that was a matter for another time. Chapter 59, Awakening. The Demon Oz. Francis' secret in the underground base, before the enormous ice storage, he and the Sand Angel, Angel Dust, had already been waiting. A familiar cackling echoed in the air. Moria held a struggling black shadow in his grasp, which was the shadow of Wade that he had previously captured. With this shadow, I am one step closer to dominating the world. Hogaback, the number 900, which I painstakingly created, is about to be reborn. Once I insert this shadow, it will transform into the most formidable zombie in history, surely becoming our powerful asset in battle. Hogaback was exhilarated. The thought of his prized creation nearing fruition filled him with a profound sense of pride. The day I ascend to the throne as the sovereign of the world's graveyards draws ever closer. Absalom envisions his dream, picturing himself standing atop a gravestone, flanked by a legion of resurrected zombies, his smile growing increasingly exaggerated. The prospect of transforming all that is delightful in this world into obedient servants of my dream kingdom is tantalizingly within reach. Perona's smile radiates even more brilliantly at the mere thought of such a scene. Indeed, anyone stripped of their shadow will become utterly subservient, with such formidable subordinates. No force in this fragile world can impede my ascent. Moria's pupils reflect the struggling shadow of Wade, as he bursts into maniacal laughter. Let us awaken it together now. Francie is already prepared. Francie smiled subtly, then approached the central control system, deftly tapping a few keys on the keyboard. The massive freezer's hatch began to rise slowly, unleashing a chilling gust. As soon as Hogaback stepped into the freezer, his footsteps abruptly halted. He surveyed the surrounding corpses, frozen solid, and a glimmer of excitement ignited in his eyes. These bodies are remarkably well preserved, and it is evident that their owners possessed considerable power in life, with some even reaching the strength of zombie generals. These are my prized possessions. Francie smiled, feeling a kinship with Hogaback, as if encountering a kindred spirit, and cordially introduced. This segment comprises modified beings, all enhanced by my hand. What do you think? I believe you could contemplate integrating their bodies or certain parts with animal tissues for further enhancement. Hogaback stood in the freezer's corridor, meticulously observing the spectacle before him. The only drawback is that the stitched areas are prone to tearing or detaching under strain. That is of no concern. I believe modern technology can rectify those issues. However, the two engaged in a fervent discussion on how to create even stronger zombies when Moria's booming laughter interrupted them. Select 2 specimens at random. And let's not waste the shadow of that so-called fearless individual. Yes, Lord Moria. Hogaback nodded in agreement. As the master of the underground base, Francie led the group towards the colossal freezing chamber housing subject 900. It has been a while, 900. In the next moment, the lights blazed to life. A towering giant, standing at an impressive height of 67 meters with a pointed crown, appeared before them. Its massive form and peculiar appearance left even Francie, despite having encountered subject 900 before, utterly awestruck, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Hogaback's heart raced with exhilaration. If indeed one could resurrect this formidable giant before me, not merely Hell's Kitchen, but all of New York would pale in comparison. Nay, the entire world would lack any match for such power. Gold is of no consequence. He is on the verge of becoming the new sovereign of the Dark Empire. Unlike the previous debacle where the fiend Oz was revived through the shadow of the Straw Hat Luffy, this time, Moria will not allow the fiend Oz to be exposed before the Legion of Zombies makes its formal debut. He is determined to devise a foolproof plan, ensuring that the previous failure is never repeated. If he can endure this initial period, he will gain complete control over the fiend Oz, transforming it into his most loyal subordinate. Is Oz's sustenance prepared? If he goes hungry, there shall be consequences. Moria glanced at Francis, who opened the adjacent freezer, revealing a mountainous pile of meat, sufficient for the fiend Oz upon his awakening. Are the twin blades you prepared ready? Moria turned his attention to Hammerhead. This time, the fiend Oz would not be empty-handed. Its weaponry was crafted under Hammerhead's skilled hands. At the mention of this, Hammerhead could hardly suppress his anguish, struggling to breathe at the thought of the cost. A staggering 30 meters of dual blades, entirely forged from a special alloy. The price could only be described as astronomical, utterly exorbitant. The moment of resurrection has arrived. The one and only, renowned as the berserker of the abyss, Oz. Moria stepped forward, placing the thrashing shadow of Wade before him. Behave, for I am your new master. As the words left his lips, the shadow abruptly fell silent, its struggles ceasing. Now, I bestow upon you the voice of a zombie, and you shall forget all past relationships to serve as my warrior. The shadow nodded. The pact was established. Come, awaken from your slumber. The shadow was placed upon the fiend Oz, gradually being absorbed into its form. High-frequency vibrations resonated through the air. The ice encasing Oz began to crack. The sound of a heartbeat echoed within the chamber. A crimson light flickered in its eyes as the fiend Oz opened its left eye. Meet. With a thunderous roar, the fiend Oz arose once more. No, he is now Deadpool Oz, the colossal fiend that once shook the world 5 centuries ago, now intertwined with the shadow of a mad mercenary. An unparalleled combination. This will be Moria's most audacious creation. Chapter 60. Wade. Woe is me, my beloved. There are no navies in this world, with Oz at our side. No one can thwart our army of the undead. Absalom remarked with great satisfaction. No. To everyone's surprise, Moria shook his head. The navy was also present, with Tina and Magellan in this world. This information was acquired from Toe's revelations. Hogback dramatically covered his face and screamed. Is it the warden of the infamous Impel Down, located in the Comm Belt? Cold sweat appeared on Perona and Absalom's faces. Such legendary figures are not easily dealt with. At this moment, The trio of oddities felt a twinge of panic. While they might confront Tina, charging headlong at someone like Magellan seemed overly audacious. Lord Moria, is your grand plan to rule the world truly feasible? Ha ha ha, it's merely Magellan. You all are far too anxious. A peculiar laughter echoed as Moria exuded confidence. Do not fret, I have long prepared a countermeasure. With that, he activated the camp chat and entered a private conversation. Moria, ha ha ha. Moria, are you interested in making a deal? Acha, humph, my price is quite steep. What will you offer in return? Moria, how about a substantial amount of red jade? At the Xavier Genius School, an unexpected visitor arrived. Hey, Ripley, have you seen Alien 3? Outside. That familiar fool, as always, donned dual blades and a red mask, speaking nonsensical phrases. Damn it, Deadpool. What brings you here? Bullet's eyebrows arched, contemplating whether it was still possible to shut the door. She had no desire to engage with him. The last time on the inner-city highway, she had been thoroughly duped by Wade, and had it not been for Tina's timely arrival, Bullet felt she would have been beaten to a pulp by that toe. I am here on serious business. Where's that big hunk of metal? Go fetch him. Wade, with his alluring figure, successfully squeezed through the narrow opening of the door. He barged past Bullet and made himself comfortable on the grand sofa in the living room. Hey, what exactly are you here for? Bullet questioned, her gaze somewhat hostile. Anything that brought Wade to her doorstep was undoubtedly serious. She had an inkling that she was about to be embroiled in a troublesome situation. Oh, as if Deadpool often stirs up trouble and leaves you to clean up the mess, Wade retorted, pouting slightly in discontent. All right, judging by your expression, you clearly think so. Wade propped his feet up on the glass coffee table, adopting an air of superiority. Remember that scoundrel you let slip away? Are you referring to that Francis from the inner-city highway incident? Bullet paused briefly before responding. Indeed, it was he. After Francis fled, he brought a troublesome, onion-headed individual to confront me, and both Vanessa and I have suffered as a result. I have now lost the companion of my life. Wait. Removing the hood from his head, leaned against the sofa, his gaze fixed intently on the Bullet, speaking with utmost seriousness. This trouble was brought upon me by you. So you must assist me. Ah, your lifelong companion. The Bullet paused, taken aback by Wade's earnest expression, and fell silent. Vanessa is Wade's girlfriend. So it seems that Francis truly is a scoundrel. Wait here, I shall summon him. The Bullet, for the first time, poured Wade a glass of water before heading upstairs to find Steelman. Wade, are you all right? Steelman hurriedly descended from the upper floor, concern evident in his demeanor as the Bullet briefly explained Wade's situation, which troubled him. Well, of course, I'm splendid. Wade scoffed, turning his face away and shouting at Steelman. But I have an even better proposal that you cannot refuse under any circumstances. All right, whatever the proposal may be, I shall accept it. Steelman approached Wade, speaking earnestly, stating that in this context, there was no need for such a demeanor. He believed Wade could express himself calmly. Considering that a certain individual had just endured a significant blow, Steelman felt compelled to approach Wade with patience, imparting words of wisdom. Perhaps you should temper your emotions. The situation may not be as dire as you perceive. Not as dire. Wade rose from the sofa, leaning towards Steelman, his expression fierce as if seeking a confrontation. In truth, Steelman was prepared to endure a couple of punches from Wade, allowing him an outlet for his pent-up emotions. However, to his utter astonishment, Wade abruptly broke down. Weeping and clutching Steelman, tears and snot flowing freely. One could describe it as a veritable torrent of tears, encapsulating his intense emotional state. That was my true love, who has always been by my side. Though we lacked communication, I knew we were inseparable, akin to coffee and energy bars. Neither could exist without the other. But. Wade's emotions surged, and he struggled to catch his breath, nearly choking on his own tears. Steelman quickly patted his back to help him regain composure. As Wade continued to sob, we were meant to be together always, yet that very night, right before my eyes, that onion-headed fiend forcibly tore us apart and took him away, leaving me powerless. Wade, lift your spirits. This is not the time for self-pity. Steelman firmly grasped Wade's shoulders, his tone heavy with gravity. We are friends, and friends must support one another in times of difficulty. You still have me and the Bullet. We shall seek revenge together. Are there not others to join us? Wade's sobs ceased abruptly, and he looked at Steelman with a puzzled expression. Where is that bald professor of yours? And what about the others from the X-Men? Wade inquired incredulously. Well, the professor has been absent lately, Steele explained. They are embarking on a lengthy journey, and it remains uncertain when they will return. Don't tell me that in such a vast house, it's just the two of you employed here, Wade exclaimed, disbelievingly gazing at Steele, as he was hoping to rally a larger crowd. If it were merely Steele and Bullet, he might as well venture alone, sparing himself the ridicule from Francis and his horde of zombies. Actually, there are also Tina and Magellan. They have been residing here recently, Steele replied honestly. Following the last battle on the interstate, Tina and Magellan had made a brief detour, but eventually returned to Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. Well, what use is that? I'm not familiar with them, Wade retorted, his mood souring as theatrics took over, and tears welled up anew. I still remember the last time. That stunning beauty didn't even know who I was. Would she help me? You fought side by side as comrades. They would undoubtedly assist you in times of trouble. Steele asserted confidently. Rather than dwell on this, why don't you elaborate on how you were ambushed and how Vanessa was captured? Huh. Wade halted his tears, wearing a puzzled expression. When did I ever say Vanessa was in trouble? Didn't you mention she was your one true love? Steele queried, momentarily perplexed. I was referring to my shadow, Wade insisted, pointing earnestly at the ground beneath him. That onion-headed fiend stole my shadow. Steele felt exasperated. He had been so moved just moments ago. And for what? Chapter 61. Hello there. First, let us ascertain who our enemy is. What is the name of this onion-headed adversary you speak of? Bullet tapped the table. All right, letting Francis escape is indeed their fault, but Wade's ridiculous antics are quite enough. Regardless of who the enemy might be, it was imperative to identify them swiftly and obliterate them, allowing Wade to depart without delay. Wade fell silent, his brow furrowed. His expression contorted as if he were grappling with constipation. He recalled Francis mentioning something about Moshe, or was it Motorola? No, the gigantic onion-headed figure was far too distinctive. He simply couldn't recall. Hey, you haven't forgotten, have you? Bullet asked, alarmed at Wade's apparent lapse. What was going on in Wade's mind? Forgetting the name of an enemy? Who said that? Wade retorted, his neck straining, veins protruding on his forehead. The memories from that night regarding Vanessa, Francis, and the events had resurfaced. All right, I forgot, Wade admitted, shrugging his shoulders in exasperation. For heaven's sake. The head was truly infuriated by Wade's antics. Mingling with such a fool made her feel as though she too might descend into folly. It is not my fault. If you encountered a moving weeble, you would feel the same way. Wade pouted, a hint of grievance evident on his face. Typically, his memory served him well. Barring any blows to the head, this time was purely accidental. Tina was well aware of his identity, adorned in a fuchsia professional ensemble complemented by a justice cape and deep purple gloves. She descended the stairs with a cigarette delicately clasped between her fingers. She recalled Wade's somewhat dim-witted demeanor. However, if it pertained to Moria, Tina would not stand idly by, provided that your shadow truly had been usurped by a bulbous onion head. Hey there, beautiful, long time no see. Do you remember me? Wade exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he dashed forward, only to be completely disregarded by Tina, who had little patience for loquacious men. Moonlight Moria, once one of the 7 warlords of the sea, possessed the power of the shadow fruit, granting him the extraordinary ability to seize and manipulate the shadows of others. Furrowing her brow, Tina began to elucidate Moria's details to Steel Giant and Head. Steel Giant caught a particular fragment of information. Was it an organization called Conks? Com that provided the latest chapters of a web novel, or some sort of codename? Tina deemed this irrelevant, at least in this world. The 7 warlords of the sea no longer existed. With a graceful inhalation, she released a plume of smoke, forming elegant rings. In those tumultuous seas, the 7 warlords indeed echoed throughout the world. They were the 7 infamous pirates acknowledged by the world government, wielding catastrophic destructive power and combat capabilities rivaling nations. Yet in this new world, everything began anew. Was your shadow indeed taken? Tina inquired of Wade. Well, I remember that night it was raining. And then Francis shone a massive spotlight on me. That onion head used scissors to cut away my shadow. Wade exclaimed, striking his palm in delight as the memory flooded back. Cut away? You mean like paper cutting? Head pondered, struggling to grasp the imagery. Could a person's shadow truly be severed? What sort of cursed ability was this? More accurately, it was akin to cutting fabric. I heard the sound of my shadow tearing. It must have hurt terribly. Wade lamented, tears welling in his eyes. Once again on the verge of a breakdown. Ah, my life, stop. Steel Giant interjected, pinching Wade's mouth shut, then smiling at Tina. That's just Wade for you. He'll get used to it. Please, continue, Tina. Moria possessed an enormous pair of scissors, enabling him to sever the shadows of others and implant them into corpses, thus creating zombies imbued with the abilities of their original selves, all of whom were granted a form of immortality, unless purified by the power of the sea. In the latter part of the sentence, Tina remained silent, for in this world, there exists no sea stone beneath the waves. A sense of foreboding gripped her. If Moria's army of zombies was nearing completion, it would spell significant trouble. Previously, on the inner-city highway, Tina had discovered a zombie's head, but at that time, she had only recently arrived in this world and was uncertain if it was indeed Moria's doing. Now, Wade's appearance had confirmed this suspicion. And with Moria and Tao Bai Bai in the same camp, it was likely that she and Director Magellan had been exposed. Tina would never underestimate the cunning of a formidable pirate. To eliminate any potential obstacles, Moria would undoubtedly come after them. Indeed, Wade exclaimed, pushing aside a heavy iron block with disdain, in agreement with Tina. I have witnessed the zombie army. I saw them severed yet still moving. It was utterly revolting. Really, what can you possibly remember? Such a critical matter, and you mention it now? Bullet shot Wade a glare. Perhaps it was simply their inherent clash. Whenever they shared the same roof, she couldn't help but feel compelled to berate him. Who says I remember nothing? My shadow was stolen. Such a significant event, of course. I recall. Wade defended himself, but all he garnered was Bullet rolling her eyes in exasperation. Various small news segments in New York were reporting on a condition termed shadow loss. Was this Moria's doing? Steel Titan, preoccupied with the escalating tension between Wade and Bullet, furrowed his brow, casting a worried glance at Tina. He knew little of her origins, only that she hailed from the Imperial Foundation. However, over their time together, Steel Titan had developed a profound trust in Tina. If her assertions were accurate, combined with the whispers circulating in New York, the zombie army under Moria's control was likely quite formidable. It is indeed probable, Tina replied gravely. Should the zombie army rise in chaos, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment, the television emitted an inexplicable crackling sound, flickering to life. On the screen, a child lounged on a sofa, lazily swirling a glass of wine, grinning and nodding at the audience beyond the screen. Hello there. I have found you. In the next instant, the image vanished, leaving everyone in the room in stunned silence. What was that? Wade was the first to break the quiet, incredulous as he pointed at the television, his tone brimming with excitement. Is this a new magic act? Or perhaps a new member of the Warriors? What kind of ability is this, a television projection? It's simply amazing. Shut up. Steel Titan could no longer tolerate Wade's incessant chatter and grasped his neck, exasperated. What time is it? This fool is still rambling. This is not one of ours. The enemy has come knocking. Isn't she my little surprise? Wade asked Steel, perplexed. Of course not. She does not belong to us, Steel replied, staring at Wade with frustration. At times, he wished he could pry open Wade's mind to fathom the thought process that could lead to such a foolish question. A classic three-part laugh of the War Queen echoed outside the Zayville Academy. Amidst the biting cold, the Queen of War, the Ice Sorceress, made her entrance. Chapter 62, Death Magellan. Outside the Academy, imposing ice columns rose ominously into the air. Atop one of these icy spires stood Death, adorned in a striking blend of black and white military attire, her magnificent blue hair billowing in the wind. Even in stillness, her presence exuded an overwhelming pressure. Who was that woman? Wade exclaimed, leaning out of the window and pointing at Death. Who are you asking about? Isn't she the trouble you've stirred up? Blaster was nearly beside himself with anger. Trouble had already arrived, and now was not the time for frivolity. Death. Tina's pupils constricted as she noticed the red name above Death's head. Another player from the Natural Returners. She was affiliated with Moria and Tau Bai Bai. Tina had anticipated that Moria would send someone to cause trouble, but she hadn't expected them to arrive so swiftly. How did they find this place? Was it that woman who appeared on the television earlier? If so, the Natural Returners must have quite a few players. Death. I haven't heard of her before. Is she one of the 7 warlords? Wade scratched his head in confusion and tilted his neck to ask Tina, who chose to ignore him. It's the 7 warlords of the sea, not some onions. Blaster retorted irritably. It amounts to the same. After all, an enemy has come knocking. Wade, recognizing Tina's serious expression, understood that the woman outside was allied with the one who had stolen his shadow. Let me take her down, Wade declared, drawing his twin blades and preparing to leap out the window. The hunt was on. Atop the ice column, a glint of fervor flashed in Death's deep ice-blue eyes. Heavens fall ice. With a graceful snap of her fingers, an exaggerated ice meteor, formed from the purest of crystals, materialized out of thin air and hurtled toward the Genius Academy below. Coughing, Wade peered out the window at the vast expanse of blue obscuring the sky, then glanced at the knives in his hands. This scale is utterly absurd. Wade silently retreated back indoors. Quickly, it's time to showcase your prowess, War Police. They've come right to our doorstep. I absolutely cannot tolerate this. In the midst of chaos, Wade concealed himself behind Steel Titan, brandishing a small flag he had inexplicably produced, rallying the spirits of those around him. Steel Titan, visibly exasperated, found his complexion a shade darker, though it was already quite grim. This fool. What manner of antics was he indulging in at such a critical moment? Suddenly, accompanied by the shattering of glass, a deep violet dragon materialized. 3 venomous dragons roaring as they ascended into the sky, colliding with the falling ice meteors. The dragons, woven from toxic liquid, entwined around the descending ice, tearing and tugging at it. The venom corroded the icy crystals, transforming the once azure meteors into a hue of purple. Eventually, the colossal ice meteors succumbed to the onslaught of the three dragons, disintegrating mid-air into minute ice shards that cascaded gracefully downwards. In the estate, a snow of toxic ice crystals began to fall, the purple venom swirling amidst the azure ice, creating a breathtaking yet suffocating spectacle. Ah, the toilet warrior. Wade blinked in interest as Magellan emerged from the restroom. A true giant, standing nearly 5 meters tall. Adorned with decorative horns and bat-like wings on his back, he could easily pass as a demon in a theatrical production. However, Wade's skeptical gaze scrutinized Magellan's ample posterior before he conspiratorially leaned towards Steel Titan, lowering his voice to a whisper. With a backside like that, and spending so much time in the restroom, you must be running low on toilet paper. I know a supplier if you need silence. Steel Titan, at the end of his tether, clamped a hand over Wade's mouth, his voice breaking in frustration. What on earth are you doing? Focus. Wade, his mouth restrained, managed a reluctant nod, his eyes betraying a hint of grievance. I was merely thinking that a supplier of affordable, quality toilet paper could be beneficial. It's quite important. You know, sitting for too long can lead to numbness, and excessive use of rough paper can be quite painful. He huffed in exasperation at the absurdity of the moment. With the enemy at their doorstep, it signified that Moria was poised to make his move. He wished to avoid any disruption. Magellan, however, remained unfazed by Wade's antics, directing his attention towards the adversary, a woman endowed with the ability to conjure ice. Much like the powers of Akiji, though it remained uncertain if she could achieve full transformation. I shall engage her in battle. You must thwart Moria. Despite his prolonged stay in the restroom, Magellan had been apprised of the situation through a private communication channel. He had no intention of venturing to New York. The capabilities of the poison fruit were overwhelmingly potent, and should he enter the fray, he could easily turn the entire city into a wasteland, without the need for a horde of zombies. His abilities are utterly ineffective within the city. However, the formidable Esteth is a different matter altogether. A powerful wielder of ice abilities, it is crucial to restrain her and prevent her from aiding Moria. Hey, big guy. Do not underestimate me, the great Deadpool. Wade once again broke free from Steel Giant's grasp, drawing his dual blades from his back. He leaped through the window into the courtyard, pointing at Esteth perched upon the distant ice pillar. Huh, the little lady, the great Deadpool has arrived. Ha, weakling. Esteth merely cast a glance at Wade, her finger curling as the ground erupted with sharp ice spikes. Thud. Ah, I'm done for. The ice spike pierced Wade's abdomen in an instant, hanging him aloft like a rag doll. Oh ho ho ho. Esteth laughed maniacally. The one who just toyed with me. Come forth and engage in battle. You may leave. This rat is mine to deal with. Magellan's face darkened like that of a demon. With a mere gesture, Esteth could claim Wade's life. Such wanton slaughtering scoundrels are as detestable as those vile pirates. They deserve death. A rat? This is the first time I've been called such. Esteth harbors no mercy for her adversaries, since that feeble fellow dared to boast. Death is his only fate. She surveyed the towering figure of Magellan, nearly 5 meters tall, a player of the Imperial Foundation with a foreboding name. He had just destroyed her ice meteor. He was a worthy target for the hunt. Indeed, he piques my interest. Esteth stomped her foot, the essence of a demon surging within her. Ice assault. A colossal ice projectile, as wide as a truck, with a sharply pointed tip, hurtled at Magellan with incredible speed. Poison. Magellan was enveloped in a deep purple venom, transforming into a veritable poison man. The venom coalesced into the form of a massive dragon, charging towards the oncoming ice projectile. Bang! The venomous dragon, with its serrated maw glistening with poison, bit down, shattering the entire ice column before continuing its relentless advance towards Esteth. It appears the situation has grown intriguing. Esteth leaped gracefully, evading the dragon's bite while floating in midair. Although she could not fly freely, by manipulating the ice around her, she could float along with it. This is an essential skill for a grand performance. Freeze before me. The ice pillar upon which she stood instantly spread forth, encasing the poisoned dragon in solid ice, transforming it into a purple ice sculpture, suspended in midair. Roar. This is a silent roar, with the first poison dragon's faint. 2 more poison dragons surged towards Esteth from the side. The venomous dragons rushed forth, intent on swallowing their adversary whole, drowning them in a tide of poison. Scum like you deserve to be impaled and left to die. Esteth adjusted her officer's cap, and with a wave of her hand, ice crystals gathered behind her, forming a dense array of ice spikes, the quantity of which far surpassed what she had previously displayed. The white piercing, like a torrent. The ice spikes surged towards the venomous dragon, which, composed entirely of toxic liquid, began to roar violently. Yet, in Esteth's eyes, there were not 2 dead dragons. but rather the man who was drawing closer. Toxic passage. Magellan moved swiftly through the noxious environment, and as the dragon roared, he found himself standing before his death. The devilish man locked eyes with the ice witch. His death revealed her fervent smile. Sinner, perish in the agonizing poison. Magellan had witnessed such a smile before. One that was born from an unyielding desire for war and a delight in slaughter. It was a deranged expression only seen in the depths of Impel Down's 6th level. Within the infinite hell, such a player, if left unchecked, posed a grave danger. A thought flashed through Magellan's mind. Toxic pufferfish. Magellan's cheeks puffed out as he expelled a viscous sphere of deadly poison. Pierced by it, Ice Spear. Death raised her hand to conjure layers of ice walls. While Ice Spear shot forth, the clash of poison and ice continued as their attacks collided. Toxic mist. Magellan took a deep breath, releasing a fog-like toxin. A gas expelled from his body, which, upon contact, would gradually dull one's senses. Oh ho 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 ho. Facing the corrosive poison, Death had no intention of retreating. She desired to engage in close combat. This is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. To survive, one must be formidable. The strong fear nothing and do not retreat. The weak perish, while the strong endure. This is Death's philosophy of survival. Azure ice spread across her body, temporarily shielding her from the poison's decay. With a flourish of her hand, an ice military knife materialized. She slashed towards Magellan, unleashing several arcs of icy blades. Magellan spewed forth a copious amount of venom, undeterred by Death's oncoming ice blades. In this battle of ice and poison, it remained uncertain who would fall first, the Ice Witch or the Director of Hell. Come now, let us engage in combat. Death cried out amidst the toxic mist. The outcome no longer mattered. All that was important was the thrill of the fight. I am dying. Wade hung from the ice spikes, flailing his limbs and screaming in a spirited manner. Shut up. Steel Strength approached and yanked Wade down from the spikes, unwilling to waste words with him. He simply hoisted him up and departed. Were it not for pressing matters at hand, he would gladly leave that loquacious fellow hanging on the icicle for an entire day, simply to enjoy some peace and quiet. I won't leave. Wade let out a shriek akin to a pig being slaughtered. The esteemed Deadpool insisted on remaining to assist. A nearby bullet couldn't help but chuckle at this proclamation. What? Do you intend to drag your intestines along to help? Oh my, could you refrain from speaking so disgustingly? Wade grimaced, simultaneously clutching his abdominal wound to prevent his innards from spilling out. If you wish to see the players among Marvel, do remember the domain of Kun Xiaosha. Net to catch the latest chapters. These minor injuries are nothing Wade isn't accustomed to. He would be fine soon enough, so there was no need for concern. Tina had no time to pay Wade any mind. There were numerous individuals with peculiar abilities at sea, and encountering a mad immortal was hardly extraordinary in this world. Tina was engaged in a private chat with Magellan. Tina, Director, do you truly not require our assistance? Magellan, hurry up and leave. I'm about to unleash my ultimate move. Tina, understood. Tina was not one to dally, since Director Magellan had entrusted this matter to him. She would take charge of Moria's side. How do we find Moria? Tina turned to Steelman. Follow me. We'll take the warplane to New York. It's the fastest option. Cool. The super warplane of the war police? I've wanted to ride in one for ages. Wade grinned, seemingly devoid of any sense of urgency. Or perhaps believing that the arrival of the esteemed Deadpool would always resolve the troubles, though one could only speculate how large those troubles might grow before resolution. Steelman hoisted Wade into the warplane, piloted by Bullet, as it ascended. Wade pressed his palm against his abdomen. Leaning against the window to observe the ongoing confrontation between his death and Magellan below, raising an eyebrow as he remarked, "Are you quite sure you don't need our help?" Tina said it's unnecessary. Tina replied, taking a drag of her cigarette. Just take care of yourself. The warplane continued to ascend, and after a brief silence, the battlefield below erupted once more. Death revealed her chilling smile. If the other Imperial arms wielders were merely powerful, Death embodied the utmost strength. For while Imperial arms represented personal valor, Death could target entire nations and worlds. General of Ice. From crystallized ice emerged the Ice Knights, not merely one, but a legion of thousands forming an imposing military formation. Each Ice Knight alone could trample numerous ordinary soldiers, and at this moment, their astonishing scale was undeniable. She was but one, yet she commanded an entire army. All forces, advance and crush him. Queer Wade whistled and turned to Tina. Are you certain your chief can handle this stunning beauty? Should I jump down and attempt an assassination? This situation seems precarious. Wade mumbled, his thumb raised as he squinted from high above, aiming at his death, poised to leap from the aircraft for a daring aerial drop. Despite her formidable strength, numbers would be of no consequence against Director Magellan. Tina leaned back in her seat, inhaling her cigarette slowly. With that troublesome ally out of the way, Magellan can finally unleash his full potential. The deep purple toxin on his skin transformed into a crimson venom. Unlike the previously diluted purple toxin, this was a lethal substance that would infect anything it touched, capable of relentless spread, an insidious poison that would erode all life. The Titan of Toxins, Judgment of Hell. The army formed by the Ice Knights surged forward, while the Crimson Skeletal Giant rose ominously. The clash of ice and poison commenced anew. Chapter 63. Tony Stark Wade and his companions were en route to New York, while simultaneously at the Stark Industries headquarters. Virginia Pepper Potts scrutinized a mountain of meticulously organized documents on her desk. Clad in a black business suit, Pepper flipped through the papers, trailing closely behind Tony Stark, who had just emerged from his laboratory retreat. From her perspective, this playboy's mind had long since drifted elsewhere, seemingly oblivious to his previous commitments. Pepper felt it necessary to remind Tony of some pressing matters. "Tony, there are two things I believe you need to be apprised of." "Go ahead," he replied. Standing before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, swirling his glass of red wine, contemplating the beauty of the night. "Ugh, I wonder how Happy's contacts are faring. Last month, due to an overly packed schedule, he had missed the opportunity to be featured as the cover boy for April. It was indeed a significant loss. Having always been a man who despised missing out, he had carved out time today to invite both the April and May cover girls to share an enchanting evening together. The thought of such a raucous night thrilled him. Observing Tony's demeanor, Pepper rubbed her temples in exasperation, emphasizing her reminder. "Firstly, you've been nominated for the Pinnacle Award, and you're expected to attend the ceremony at Caesar's Palace tomorrow night. Obadiah will certainly be there. Just let him collect the trophy." Tony downed his wine nonchalantly, dismissing her words. "The Pinnacle Award? How does that compare to the allure of beautiful women? Besides, with all the accolades I receive each year, who has time to attend every single one? The magazine cover girls require a rotating schedule, let alone these so-called awards. Sigh, what is it like to be a genius? Who can truly comprehend such an experience? For others, accolades that might take a lifetime to attain seem effortlessly within reach for him. So much so that he must dedicate an entire storage room to accommodate these trophies. Yet, who truly understands his worries and pain?" Tony shook his head, savoring the lingering taste of red wine, his mind awash with reflections. One cannot always rely on the notion that being the recipient of the Pinnacle Award will generate widespread attention. If you refrain from attending, the critiques aimed at Stark Industries will only intensify, further tarnishing your personal image. At this juncture, Pepper could not help but frown. The public perception of Tony Stark is rather unfavorable, exhibiting a stark divide. Many regard him as a modern-day Da Vinci, while others deem him a harbinger of death. Nevertheless, Tony seemed indifferent. He has always adhered to a life philosophy imparted by his father, Howard Stark. Only by wielding a more formidable stick than others can one secure peace. "They envy me. Such is the fate of a genius, is it not?" Tony waved his hand dismissively, asserting with conviction, "All right, enough with the rambling. I will attend the awards ceremony. You should know me by now. It is precisely because I know you that I am aware." Pepper retorted with a cold smirk. She was certain that Tony had no intention of attending the Pinnacle Award ceremony. Rather, he likely planned to seek out some magazine model or cover girl for a night of revelry. She understood the temperament of this playboy all too well. Tony's expression stiffened momentarily before he shrugged helplessly, spreading his hands in feigned innocence. "Your words truly wound me." "Enough of your theatrics," Pepper replied dismissively, flipping through documents before continuing. "And do not forget that Colonel Rhodes has invited you to the military district in Afghanistan." "Rhodes?" Tony blinked in surprise, furrowing his brow. He racked his brain for a considerable time before recalling that Rhodes had indeed mentioned something along those lines. "You've forgotten." Pepper's eyes narrowed as she scrutinized him, and after a brief moment, she stated emphatically, "No, I have not." Tony reacted vehemently. "I am a genius. When have you ever seen a genius forget things?" "You are a living example," Pepper retorted with a slight smile. Tony fell silent. Well, he had indeed forgotten this matter. A crucial research project in the lab had kept him preoccupied, leading him to selectively forget many trivialities. However, this was of little consequence. Jarvis would surely remind him. And, of course, there was Pepper, his attentive assistant. "Colonel Rhodes wishes for you to depart for Afghanistan immediately after the award ceremony." Pepper furrowed her brow, recalling a particular piece of news, and expressed her concern, stating, "No, why?" Tony exerted all his strength to resist. "There are plans in place. Can I have a little personal freedom? Beautiful women, fine spirits, and the vibrant nightlife. It would be a splendid party." Tony mentally rehearsed the night of the grand award ceremony, envisioning it as a night of utter madness. Yet now, Pepper was informing him that he was to set off that very night to the cursed Afghan desert military zone. "Who is unwell? Why was I not informed? Rhodes did not notify me in advance. You sealed off the lab, and roads couldn't reach you. In fact, I just pulled you out of there." Pepper regarded Tony with an impassive expression. Clearly, Tony had not received the message, and this predicament could not be attributed to anyone's fault. Moreover, take a glance at that desk behind you, piled high with documents. Those orders are my responsibility. Tony, I believe you have ample freedom already. Pepper, you must understand that Stark Industries stands firm not solely on those orders, but rather on this, Tony declared, gesturing towards his head. It relies on my brilliant mind. You know, I am engaged in a special research project, and I prefer to work undisturbed. Indeed, hence my words are not meant as complaints against you, but merely to inform you of the upcoming itinerary, which you previously agreed to. You cannot back out now, Tony. Faced with Pepper's businesslike demeanor, Tony grew increasingly impatient. He approached the liquor cabinet, retrieved a bottle of champagne, uncorked it, and poured himself a glass. This wine is quite good. Why not indulge? Tony attempted to divert the conversation. This is the office, as you know. I do not consume alcohol here. Pepper snapped her folder shut and tossed it onto the desk, fully aware that Tony was growing weary of her words. You know what I mean. Stop fixating on work matters. You could use this time to be concerned about me. As Tony asserted what he considered reasonable, Pepper was almost amused to the point of laughter. She raised an eyebrow and looked earnestly at Tony. All right, there is indeed a matter concerning you, and it is not work-related. Oh, upon hearing this, Tony swirled his champagne, suddenly intrigued. Earlier, the New York Police Department dispatched a message stating that an organization known as the Hand has set its sights on you, led by a figure named Valon, who has threatened to kidnap you. What? Kidnap me? Tony paused for a moment, staring incredulously at Pepper. Upon realizing she was not jesting, the debonair playboy broke into a mischievous grin. How utterly cool. The daily life of a playboy tends to be monotonous and dreary, but this was a delightful diversion. Chapter 64, Tony and Mouse Model 1. Here are the relevant documents delivered this morning by Chief George of the New York Police Department. As Pepper spoke, she placed the folder in front of Tony and deftly manipulated the computer, bringing up 2 video files. There were also 2 videos in the email. One captured the scene of Valon's wedding heist at the Four Seasons Hotel, and the other recorded the jewelry store robbery from surveillance footage. Oh, Tony said with keen interest as he perused the documents, flipping through a couple of pages. Joe, Lesu, Fan Valon. Just 4 individuals in this criminal organization. With only 4 members, I fail to see any significant danger. He shook his head dismissively, then clicked on the video on the computer. After watching for a while, he magnified a particular frame. Look at this. Tony pointed at Fan, adorned with a gold chain, raising an eyebrow as he scoffed. A lever-action rifle? That's an antique from the last century. I doubt even my grandfather has used one. Did they rob an antique store before hitting the jewelry shop? Tony grimaced and casually tossed the document onto the table, having expected a potential terrorist threat, only to find a mere quartet of robbers. What a waste of sentiment. Tony, you cannot be so indifferent. The organization has orchestrated numerous major crimes over the past month. The New York Police Department's attempts to surround them have proven ineffective, making them quite formidable. They have now set their sights on you. It's not just about the money. Your safety is at stake. Pepper implored earnestly. Tony felt as if he were listening to 1,000 ducks quacking. While he appreciated Pepper's concern for him, he thought it unnecessary to be so verbose over such trivial matters. Enough, Tony interjected, raising his hand to halt her impending words. The time for the super party is nearly upon us. I should be greeted by a cover girl clad in a bikini. That's the proper way to commence the evening. As for everything else, please extend my gratitude to Chief George and charge the expenses to the Stark Foundation. Let us donate a gym to the New York Police Department. They should exercise more and drink less coffee. It's quite unacceptable that they can't apprehend a few robbers. Tony chuckled knowingly. The playboy certainly had a way with words, and one could only imagine how exasperated old George would be to hear such remarks. Although the New York Police Department's performance in the videos was indeed abysmal, allowing Valon and his crew to escape despite being surrounded, such sentiments should not be expressed so bluntly. Tony, I believe you occasionally need to temper your remarks. Pepper gently patted Tony's arm, feeling somewhat disheartened. She understood that once Tony set his mind on something, no one could sway him. However, when it came to matters of personal safety, how could he be so nonchalant? Hey, relax, Pepper. There are countless eyes on me, Tony Stark. If I were to stay locked indoors at the slightest hint of danger, would I even be able to live my life? Tony rolled his eyes, perceiving Pepper's concerns as exaggerated. These petty thieves thought they could kidnap him? That was simply absurd. He had reviewed the video footage. The criminal organization consisted of 4 individuals, with the only truly dangerous one being a large man named Larsu. As for the other 3, whether it was Happy or himself on the scene, they posed no threat whatsoever. After all, he, Tony Stark, was no novice in combat. With Happy and me together, could we not handle a few small-time crooks? Tony declared, playfully throwing a few punches in a mock Wing Chun stance. He then turned to Pepper, convinced of his own charm, and confidently remarked, "Perhaps you should contact the media in advance. Once I capture the kidnappers, I'll be making headlines again. Do as you wish. I have already contacted Silver Ferret International Security." Pepper replied, feeling exasperated. Though she was angry at Tony's recklessness, she had long since accepted that this was simply who Tony Stark was. For the time being, Silver Ferret Security will be responsible for your safety. What is that? I've never heard of it. Tony raised an eyebrow. Silver Ferret International Security. I reached out to Silver Sablanova. She hails from Silcaria and is proficient in various combat techniques and weaponry. Where is that? Tony widened his eyes, having never encountered such a name before. Silcaria, somewhere in Europe. Pepper explained earnestly. Oh, whatever makes you happy. Tony shrugged dismissively, not wishing to linger on the subject. His gaze wandered around the office until it landed on a small mouse ornament. This little mouse is quite nice. When did you develop a taste for such trinkets? I'll get you a better one for your birthday. Tony picked up the mouse from the desk, casually addressing Pepper. In fact, my birthday is the day after tomorrow. Pepper smiled slightly. Tony blinked, a hint of guilt flickering across his face. Yes, I certainly know that. It is indeed the day after tomorrow. I will make sure to prepare a gift for you. Very charming indeed. He quickly redirected the topic. This is an experimental product delivered by a Mr. Craig Hollis. It is a home automatic cleaning device, temporarily named Mouse Shape 1. The technology investment department has rated it quite positively, and they sent me a sample. Pepper cast a glance at Tony, offering only a brief explanation. Oh, let me take a look. Tony expertly disassembled the Mouse Model 1, nodding in appreciation as he observed its intricate details. The tail served as an automatic charging interface, while the eyes housed a compact scanning device, complemented by a structured light obstacle avoidance system. The design of the mouse's legs featured roller mechanisms that boasted excellent adhesion and the ability to scale walls. Utilizing a certain adhesive coating material, Tony laid the disassembled mouse components on the table and picked up a document detailing the specifications of Mouse Model 1. Engrossed in its contents, the straightforward intelligence system allowed for customizable cleaning routes after terrain scanning and supported basic voice control. What a brilliant concept. Admiration gleamed in Tony's eyes. Although the technological sophistication of Mouse Model 1 seemed trivial to him, such ingenuity was not easily conceived by everyone, especially with the addition of the climbing system and dialogue capabilities. This transformed Mouse Model 1 into a lively creation, suggesting that its maker possessed a remarkable sense of whimsy. Quite intriguing, a domestic automated cleaning device, an impressive notion indeed. The investment department, and this individual caught Tony slightly off guard, prompting Pepper to hastily interject. Mr. Craig Hollis. Yes. That's him. Discuss a price with him. We at Stark are interested in investing in this little mouse, and let's ensure he is satisfied with the price. Tony snapped his fingers, a man of spontaneous ideas, his spirits high, and thus the investment in Mouse Model 1 was settled. As for the remaining investment details, he felt assured that Pepper would manage them adeptly. Happy has been waiting for me for quite a while. I must take my leave. The night is long, and we cannot afford to waste it. Who would have a splendid date with a playboy? Chapter 65 Pepper. Rest assured, this is now secure. In Milwaukee, Wisconsin, within an old house, Romeo was assembling a mechanical creation, a supersized mouse. The invention, Mouse Model 1, received Tony Stark's admiration, earning a modest amount of red jade. Meanwhile, a gleam of red light flickered in the enormous eyes of the mouse, indicating that a certain program was being activated. Who am I? I am the genius inventor, the legendary mad scientist. Romeo adjusted his thick glasses perched on his nose, grinning maniacally. Once my mouse empire is complete, I shall rule the world. Craig Hollis had bestowed upon himself an appealing moniker, Mr. Immortal. He was a man prone to fervor, easily swayed by grandiose ideas. After a few empty promises, he resolved to save New York, purchasing a plane ticket with the last of his savings. This decision only exacerbated the financial strain on his already struggling family. Of course, had Lanyu not accompanied him, Craig would have felt trepidation. After all, it was a significant mission to save New York, and going it alone was not advisable. With Lanyu by his side, Craig believed that he was destined to achieve fame through this endeavor. After leaving a portion of his living expenses for his siblings and Romeo, and nurturing a dream of becoming a uniformed hero, Craig arrived in New York with merely 2 days' worth of meal money. Originally, Craig's script unfolded thus. A nefarious supervillain had seized control over New York, plunging its citizens into a dire and tragic plight. At that moment, a true hero would emerge, Mr. Immortal and his assistant, bursting onto the scene to combat evil and champion justice. Amidst flowers and applause, New York would be saved, and Mr. Immortal would rise as the new nemesis of crime. At least until the plane landed, this was the narrative playing in Craig's mind, to the extent that he had even begun to craft his signature. However, upon disembarking, Craig was met with disillusionment. New York was remarkably tranquil, so tranquil that he could scarcely afford a cup of coffee, resorting instead to quenching his thirst with cold water from the restroom. This was utterly intolerable. He felt deceived. Craig saw no signs of impending chaos in New York, which left him profoundly disheartened. It was not merely the thwarting of his superhero aspirations. He had grossly underestimated the city's cost of living. The 2 days' worth of meal money he had set aside would likely not stretch beyond 3 meals. Yet, having arrived, turning back was not a realistic option. With a heavy heart, Craig spent 2 coins to board a bus to Stark Industries alongside Blue U. Thankfully, Blue U had previously arranged the appointment. Otherwise, they would have been unable to even enter Stark Industries' doors at that moment. Presently, Mr. Immortal was sipping juice, awaiting the final judgment from the technical investment department in the reception lounge. In one of the conference rooms at Stark Industries, Craig temporarily set aside his dream of Mr. Immortal saving New York, now grappling with anxiety as he clutched his juice, nestled on the sofa in the lounge. As a seasoned fast food cashier, negotiating a partnership with Stark Industries was unprecedented for him. Craig could not claim to be merely nervous. He felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. The pressure weighed heavily on him. Whether Romeo's Mouse Model 1 would secure investment from Stark Industries directly affected their future sustenance. A successful investment would mean feasting on lavish meals, while failure would leave Craig contemplating the journey back to Wisconsin. Why was there still no news? Craig was beginning to lose patience. Though the staff responsible for reception assured him that the matter had been reported to the technical investment department and that all that remained was to await the outcome patiently. He and Blue U had already been waiting in the room for over 3 hours. He had drained a jug of juice, made 2 trips to the restroom, and polished off the snack platter. The fate of this investment, life or death, was agonizingly uncertain. Craig felt like a fish on a chopping block, awaiting the final verdict. In stark contrast to Craig's restlessness, Lan Yu appeared entirely at ease. Leaning back on the sofa, he held a glass of juice, occasionally sipping it, while idly flipping through Rolling Stone magazine, exuding an air of contentment. Sighing, Pepper shook her head at the scattered mouse parts strewn across the table. Tony never seemed to grow up. At times, he could be as capricious as a child. She recalled that Mr. Hollis was still awaiting news in the reception area. Since Tony had already expressed his intent to invest, there was no need for feedback from the technology investment department. They merely needed to discuss a quotation. With this in mind, Pepper picked up the landline to call the investment department. Such trivial matters did not require her personal attention. Her priority was Tony's safety. While Tony could be carefree, she could not afford to be. The mere thought of him being kidnapped sent a wave of anxiety through her. Indeed, as Tony had mentioned, it was merely 4 robbers, not a cause for alarm. Yet, perhaps due to her recent exhaustion from work, especially after arranging Tony's itinerary to include a trip to Afghanistan, she felt an unsettling premonition that something might go awry. I must contact Silver, or I won't be at ease. Rubbing her temples, she reminded herself that it was better to be overly cautious than to face unforeseen circumstances. She simply did not want any misfortune to befall Tony. Silver International Security, led by Silver Sablanova, was a mercenary organization known for its frequent activities in New York over the years, boasting a commendable reputation in the industry. Entrusting Tony's protection to them should pose no issues. With this thought, Pepper dialed Silver's private number, recalling that they had indeed met previously. Silver, when can your team be in place? Good. Compensation is not a concern. We can discuss it in person. After ending the call, Pepper felt a sense of relief wash over her. By tomorrow morning at the latest, or perhaps even tonight, Silver's security personnel would be on site, ensuring that Tony could attend the Pinnacle Awards ceremony without concern. Following the ceremony, he would be escorted to the military district in Afghanistan, where soldiers would provide close protection, minimizing any potential issues. Should I inform Mr. Obadiah about Tony's situation? Pepper gazed at the office phone, lost in thought. After much hesitation, she ultimately dialed Mr. Obadiah's private number. Obadiah Stain, one of the shareholders of Stark Industries, was a close friend of Tony's father, Howard Stark, and had always shown great concern for Tony, often referring to each other as uncle and nephew. Tony held a healthy respect for this uncle. Perhaps she should ask Mr. Obadiah to speak to Tony. After several rings, no one answered, so Pepper tried again, but Obadiah's phone remained unreachable. Well, it was of little consequence, as everything regarding Tony had been arranged. Pepper set down the phone, contemplating the likelihood that Mr. Obadiah was preoccupied with some pressing engagement this evening. Perhaps he was indulging in libations with esteemed guests. Chapter 66. True and the Man Like a Tiger. Obadiah Stain, one of the venerable figures at Stark Industries, held exceedingly high expectations of himself. As the adage goes, amateurs observe the spectacle while connoisseurs discern the intricacies. When many think of Stark Industries, the first name that springs to mind is Tony Stark. Yet, Those well-versed in the industry understand that it is Mr. Obadiah who serves as the chief executive officer of Stark Industries. Tony, aside from his hedonistic escapades, often secludes himself in the laboratory, rendering him invisible. Were Stark Industries reliant solely on this playboy, it would have long since faltered. Thus, Mr. Obadiah is the cornerstone of Stark Industries. Regardless of the opinions of others, Obadiah firmly believes this to be true. Logically, the chairmanship of Stark Industries should rightfully belong to him. After all, Tony is but a child with little understanding of the enterprise. Over the years, Obadiah had deemed himself a diligent and self-sacrificing worker, yet he had only attained the status of shareholder, which bred dissatisfaction within him. He lamented that he and Howard Stark were old friends. Had Howard entrusted the company to him upon his departure, it would have been a fortuitous arrangement. After all, he was Tony's mentor. Were Stark Industries under his stewardship, he would not let Tony starve. What a travesty, he mused, how poorly the Starks had treated him. Tony, you mustn't hold this against me. Just as Obadiah concluded his conversation with his assistant, the assassin Tababai, stationed in Afghanistan, awaited the arrival of Tony. Initially, Obadiah had reservations about Tababai, who boasted of being the world's greatest assassin, an appellation he found excessively grandiose. Obadiah preferred a more pragmatic approach. However, after witnessing Tababai's extraordinary skill in the art of killing with his tongue, Obadiah admitted he was astonished. He had never encountered such audacity in his years. This assassin was precisely to his taste, prompting Obadiah to raise the bounty to $300 million. With the special request that Tababai employ this technique for Tony's final farewell. If circumstances allowed, he hoped to have it recorded for his later enjoyment. Knock knock. As Obadiah envisioned his future, a rapping sound interrupted him, drawing his attention to the window of his car. Hello, Mr. Obadiah. The young man at the window had been observing him for some time. I must have recognized you correctly. He was clad in a white suit with a low neckline, devoid of a tie, complemented by a pink shirt and a gold necklace, his hand resting casually on the car door, a smile gracing his face, exuding an air of politeness. Typically, anyone attempting to approach his vehicle would be swiftly ejected by his bodyguards, yet tonight was a different matter. Obadiah was invited to a private dinner, and due to certain vested interests, he refrained from bringing an excessive entourage, traveling instead with only a single driver. Yes, it's me. Is there something you need? He mused, feeling fortunate to be the young man he was. Were it not for the peculiar circumstances of the evening, he would not have had the opportunity to converse with me. Obadiah speculated that perhaps he was encountering an enthusiastic admirer of a celebrity. He was unperturbed about his safety. After all, dealing with this young man was hardly a challenge. Mr. Obadiah, I truly require your assistance. The young man was about to articulate when suddenly, Obadiah's phone vibrated. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was the office of Pepper Potts. What a curious time for her to call. Was that playboy in trouble again? The New York precinct had indeed reached out, mentioning that an organization known as The Hand was targeting Tony, but Obadiah paid it no heed. If Tony were so easily abducted, why would he need to orchestrate a complex operation to Afghanistan? For mere robbers hardly qualified as a threat, and worrying about them seemed rather excessive. As Obadiah contemplated this, he decided to answer the call and inquire about the matter. However, just then bang. A heavy blow struck his head, and he felt darkness engulf him, collapsing to the ground. How disappointing. I wanted to chat a bit longer, Offing remarked, clapping his hands before seizing Obadiah by the collar and dragging him from the car. Mr. Obadiah, what the hell have you done? The driver, belatedly realizing the anomaly, rushed out of the vehicle towards Offing. Rezu, I'm leaving. You handle this guy. True, munching on nutty cookies and sipping his favorite grape soda, felt a profound sense of melancholy. Where on earth have you gone, Dad? Since his father's disappearance, Aaron, Xiaoyu, and Sheriff Blake from District 13 had all suspected that a demon was at play, scouring the world for any trace of his father. Meanwhile, he remained behind to guard his father's antique shop, just in case his father returned unexpectedly. At that moment, a blinding flash of light suddenly enveloped him. In the next instant, he found himself in an unfamiliar location, and before him stood Varong. True snapped back to reality, a surge of furious indignation igniting within him. This had to be the work of that rascal. Varong, you, he started, but before he could finish, Varong pulled out a peculiar little vial from his pocket and sprayed its contents directly into True's face. True felt darkness close in and fainted. The amnesia potion from the Lord is truly effective, Varong chuckled, tossing the small vial in his hand, a triumphant smile crossing his face. What future could you possibly have following that old man? Come back and be my loyal assistant, True. Alas, what was True about to say before he fell unconscious? Never mind, it is of little consequence. In the dimly lit room, Varong, wielding his obsidian staff, prodded True's substantial belly and observed the crimson name hovering above his head. Indeed, although True had learned misdeeds from that decrepit old man, As long as Varon extended an invitation, they would once again be allies. Coupled with the effects of the amnesia potion, he mused, "Rest well. Upon awakening, you shall be my prized subordinate once more." With True's predicament resolved, Varon opened the exchange shop once again, selecting the player invitation. "Please confirm the inviter." A radiant white light enveloped the space, revealing a familiar silhouette. Fiery crimson hair, reminiscent of a starfish, adorned a man with matching red eyebrows and beard, his black eyes gleaming with a fierce and menacing gaze. A man akin to a tiger. This visage now appeared remarkably endearing. As Varon reflected on this, Zhou burst through the door, his expression brimming with excitement. "Boss, Afin and Leisu have returned." "Oh." Varon turned, a smile gracing his face. It seemed the god of wealth had arrived. He must be treated with utmost hospitality. Chapter 67. Obadiah, what does it matter to me? In a shadowy warehouse, a bald man was bound by iron chains, suspended like a lifeless pig. Obadiah awakened, feeling utterly dreadful. Had he not been attending a private soiree? How had he ended up here, hung up like this? A throbbing headache assailed him, as he instinctively struggled. The chains rattled, causing him to sway uncontrollably in midair. In a haze, Obadiah recalled that someone had knocked on his car window while he was in the vehicle. A young man had uttered something to him, and then Pepper had called. His memory faded at that point. He had lost consciousness as darkness enveloped him. Was this the result of Pepper's doing? What a coincidence that she called just as he was attacked. This was enough to set Obadiah's mind racing. Could it be that his plans in Afghanistan had been exposed, and before the White House made a move, Tony sought to strike first? Surely not. "Tony, I am your mentor. You ought to call me uncle. You cannot treat me this way." Obadiah muttered, straining to twist his body in a futile attempt to free himself. No matter what, he could not perish at the hands of the Stark family. That would be utterly tragic. Creak, accompanied by an excruciatingly grating sound. The warehouse door was pushed open from the outside. A small light flickered outside as two figures, one tall and one lean, stepped into the room. The man in front, clad in a white suit with a low-cut jacket and devoid of a tie, adorned with a pink shirt and a gold necklace. It's him. This was the very individual who had knocked on his car window. The memories surged vividly in Obadiah's mind as he realized the truth. It was this scoundrel who had ambushed him while he was parked on the roadside with his driver. Yes, surely his driver would come to his rescue. Obadiah held fast to the belief that his driver, an exceptional individual, would not falter. A former ace officer, he had been by Obadiah's side for many years, and a mere handful of men could not approach him without consequence. It had merely been a moment of carelessness that led to his abduction, but now, he would summon reinforcements, and when the time came, he would exact a retribution that would restore his honor. As Obadiah pondered this, Offing had already approached him, accompanied by the towering figure of Leisu. "What should we do with him?" Leisu grumbled, dragging a man along as if he were a lifeless dog. "He is of no importance. Just find a corner for him," Offing replied dismissively. Obadiah's heart sank as he recognized the battered figure. It was undoubtedly his driver. The sight was utterly ghastly. Could he be dead? A chill coursed through Obadiah's entire being. So you have awakened," Offing remarked, a grin spreading across his face as he grasped the iron chain tethering Obadiah. "No need for me to call you again. Do you know who I am? Do you understand my status? Are you aware that your actions constitute a crime? You shall face severe consequences," Obadiah demanded, his voice laced with fury. He was not one to be easily intimidated. After all, he was a pillar of Stark Industries. He had confidence that once he revealed his true identity, these two ruffians would certainly plead for mercy, perhaps even calling him father in their desperation. However, to Obadiah's utter astonishment, an unexpected scene unfolded. Offing patted Obadiah's abdomen and cheerfully replied, "Of course, I know who you are, Mr. Obadiah Stane, a shareholder of Stark Industries, the mentor to Tony Stark. You are well acquainted with him, and that is precisely why we invited you here as our guest." "What?" Obadiah was momentarily taken aback. "Is this how your family hosts guests? And when did I ever have a good relationship with Tony? I would gladly strangle that scoundrel." His frustration boiled over as he realized they had no grasp of the actual situation. "Do you not possess any professional ethics? You ruffians." Obadiah trembled with rage. "What are you blathering about?" Leisu interjected, delivering a punch to Obadiah's midsection, akin to striking a punching bag. Ugh! Reizu's punch landed with considerable force, causing Obadiah, whose slightly corpulent physique was now in distress, to experience severe abdominal cramps, nearly expelling the banquet's fare. How infuriating! He had been struck by a wretch that seemed to have emerged from nowhere. This was an utter humiliation. He vowed to exact revenge. In the midst of his agony, Obadiah still managed to harbor resentment. A sudden notification flashed before him. "You have struck Obadiah, earning a small amount of red jade." Obadiah's hatred for you has increased. Earning a slight amount of red jade. This unexpected occurrence truly caught Reizu off guard. Earning red jade with a mere punch was far more reliable than robbery. He relished the idea. Reizu, hold on. The boss is coming, Afin said with a grin, observing Obadiah, who was hanging upside down. His face flushed from the rush of blood, feeling quite pleased. Let me ask you, do you know who we are? No, I do not, Obadiah replied haltingly, attempting to avoid physical punishment. That's all right, I'll enlighten you, Afin declared, dragging a television from the corner of the room. This evening, a grand wedding banquet was hijacked at the Four Seasons Hotel in downtown New York City. The mastermind behind this incident is none other than the leader of the Hand organization, Valon. It is reported that the Hand organization has committed numerous kidnapping and jewelry heists in New York City. The news footage played on the screen, and as Afin pressed the remote to pause, the image froze on a man clad in a dark green suit. Do you see this? This is our boss. Afin stated to Obadiah. Now you know who we are, right? You are the four little thieves who intended to kidnap Tony? Obadiah blurted out, perhaps too excitedly. Who are you calling little thieves? Reizu seized the opportunity and landed another punch, causing Obadiah to convulse. Regarding the Hand organization's intentions to kidnap Tony, Obadiah had indeed received prior news. However, he thought it was a trivial matter. If they succeeded, he would celebrate with champagne. Thus, he had not given it much thought. Who would have imagined that this group, unable to locate Tony, would set their sights on him instead? How infuriating. Why not learn from him? The extensive planning in Afghanistan had required significant resources, hiring assassins, and contacting local forces, all aimed at eliminating Tony. Yet look at this so-called Hand organization. How could they so easily shift their target due to a minor setback? Moreover, what business did they have with abducting Stark? Chapter 68. Afin, bah, what bad luck. Hey, do you understand your situation now? Afin crouched down, grasping Obadiah's scruffy beard, compelling him to meet his gaze. Huh. Obadiah let out a disdainful scoff. I do not know from where you draw your courage, but allow me to enlighten you. Stark Industries has the military's backing, should you dare to harm me. There will be no escape for you. I now present you with an opportunity. Do not seek your own demise. Do you comprehend the situation? It is unclear who among us is truly oblivious. You still harbor thoughts of abducting Tony Stark? This group has lost their minds over money. Soon enough, they may find themselves with their lives at stake, but no means to enjoy it. Suspended upside down, he felt like a plump pig awaiting slaughter. Initially believing he was ensnared by a terrorist organization, to his dismay, he discovered it was merely four delusional fools. TSK. I have observed that individuals of your wealth often possess an inflated sense of self-importance. Afin stood up, straightening his collar, pausing briefly before continuing. Since you remain inebriated by your delusions, allow me to assist you, lest our leader arrives and you babble, reflecting poorly on my efforts. What do you intend to do? Obadiah asked nervously, uncertain of what these lunatics might inflict upon him. Fear not. Look at me, such a refined gentleman. How could I resort to violence? Afin replied with a smirk. Reizu, give him a splash of water to rouse him. Of course. Reizu rummaged through a corner, producing a wash basin with a clatter, which he promptly placed beneath Obadiah's head. He then retrieved a box of leftover canned beer from the warehouse. With a swift motion, Reizu pulled the tab on a can. Glug, glug, glug. The golden liquid bubbled and filled the basin beneath Obadiah's head. Do not say we do not know how to entertain our guests. Consider this a drink on us. Reizu grinned maliciously, gripping the chain that suspended Obadiah. What do you intend to do? Please, do not act recklessly. As Reizu manipulated the chain, Obadiah spun like a top, suspended upside down. Panic began to seep into him. An ominous premonition gripped his mind. With a sudden release of the chain, Obadiah plunged head first into the basin, the liquid immediately engulfing him. His head struck the bottom. But pain was the least of his concerns. The subpar beer surged into his eyes, nose, and ears. He vowed he had never tasted anything so vile. The sour, dizzying sensation, coupled with a fierce struggle for breath, bore the grim specter of death looming ever closer. He would perish here, at the hands of these two madmen. As this thought flashed through his mind, he thrashed violently, akin to a witch condemned in the Middle Ages. Ha! In a dimly lit warehouse. Afin observed Obadiah as he struggled with the frothy beer, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes. Hey, mate, where did you get this concoction? It's quite effective, he exclaimed. Oh, Reizu sheepishly scratched his head. I brought it back after washing my feet last night. The scent was overwhelming. Quickly now, pull him up. We can't let the god of wealth drown. Afin's expression shifted to one of alarm as he rushed to tug at the iron chains. Goodness, just a bit of drink is one thing, but Reizu's added enhancements could ruin everything. If anything happens to him, our boss will surely flay the both of us alive, he thought anxiously. Coughing violently, Obadiah revived, his beard dripping with alcohol, his white shirt soaked through with struggle, leaving him in a pitiable state, far removed from his former lofty position as the CEO of Stark Industries. Look at how merrily you're drinking. A Finn crouched beside him, turning Obadiah's bald head towards him. They locked eyes, and A Finn, with a grin, asked, "Now do you know who we are?" "Yes, yes." Obadiah weakly nodded amid his intense coughing. "You're from the Hand organization. And who is our boss?" "Valon." "Precisely." A Finn lightly patted Obadiah's cheek, thoroughly pleased. "Look at you, drenched in alcohol. Quick, wipe yourself off." He seized a rag used by Rezu for foot cleaning and carelessly wiped it across Obadiah's bald head. "Oh dear. What a stench. You truly have it rough," A Finn remarked, scrunching his face in distaste as he tossed the rag aside. "Our boss will arrive shortly, so remember your answers. Behave yourself, and don't embarrass me." No sooner had he spoken than the warehouse doors swung open once more. Valon, clad in a sharply tailored dark green suit and wielding a black gold cane, entered with an air of elegance. Resembling a celebrated star rather than a robber pursued by the New York Police Department, Joe followed closely behind Valon, closing the door. The once brightly illuminated warehouse was swallowed by darkness again, save for the small light A Finn held. "Mr. Obadiah, it is an honor to finally meet you. Albeit under these circumstances," Valon intoned smoothly. "Cough, cough. I am honored as well," Obadiah replied, nodding amidst his coughing fit. A wise man knows when to yield. He now understood the peril he faced. This band of lunatics held no regard for Stark Industries or the military. They were unhinged, pursuing their own ends without a thought for the consequences. Obadiah acknowledged his fear. He could not perish here. Otherwise, even if Tony avenged him afterward, what would it matter? He must survive. He aspired to be the chairman of Stark Industries. He would remember this grudge tonight, as long as he could escape alive. Damn the organization. I will surely bring you to ruin. Obadiah's mind was a tumult of thoughts, while Valon and his crew suddenly received a notification. Obadiah harbors resentment towards the organization. Gaining a small amount of crimson jade. Bang. Do you dare to defy me? So soon. Sue landed a punch on Obadiah. I am not defying you. Before he could finish, a large foot met him head on. You think you can deceive me? Lesu shouted angrily. Heh, don't be so crude. After Lesu had his fill, Valon, realizing the situation, waved his hand in a display of concern. Mr. Obadiah, do you know why I summoned you? Yes, I know, Obadiah replied, struggling with discomfort. Then tell me, what do you know? Valon squatted down, facing Obadiah. Aren't you just after money? I have money. I can give it to you. Although the money in Obadiah's possession was not as much as Tony's, he was nonetheless one of the veterans of Stark Industries, and his pockets were not empty. You insult me. I show you respect, and you dare to insult me. Valon's expression darkened as he slowly stood up, his black gold cane tapping against the ground. I do enjoy money, that is true, but what I desire more now is fame. Compared to you, this shareholder, that playboy is what I want. Indeed. At that moment, A Finn chimed in from the side. You are nothing. Who even knows who you are? I have been sitting in the CAF across from Stark Industries for almost a week. I have yet to see a trace of your playboy. I waited all this time, only to catch you, an old henchman. How unfortunate. Chapter 69 Valon. I have encountered many like you. Obadiah stuttered slightly, partly from pain and largely from anger. In his life, he despised being Tony's background character the most. Why should that playboy remain indifferent while all the admiration is directed toward him? What has he, Obadiah, received after years of hard work? Just this opportunity to endure a brutal beating. Tony Stark, all the suffering I endure tonight is because of you. Remember that. What do you mean? Lesu, go after him. Lesu and A Finn surrounded Obadiah, delivering another round of kicks. In the beginning, the anguished screams of Obadiah could still be heard, but soon they faded into a series of unconscious, pitiful groans. At last, Valon, in a rare display of mercy, commanded an end to the torment. One might assume that Mr. Obadiah recognized his transgressions. I understand now, Obadiah weakly articulated, his heart brimming with resentment. Yet, the person he loathed most at that moment was not Valon, but rather Tony Stark. This brutal beating was initially meant for Tony, and it was this flamboyant playboy who had ensnared him in such a predicament. Curse be you, Tony Stark. I shall not let you escape my wrath. Recently, Tony had been sequestered in his laboratory, and I had not encountered him. I am aware of your intentions. You desire for me to lure him out, so that you may abduct Tony, Valon remarked, a slight nod indicating his understanding. It appeared this individual was quite astute. Indeed, it seemed that as long as discussions were conducted with civility, no deal was unattainable. I can, Obadiah began. But the severity of the beating led to a fit of coughing that interrupted him. Valon, after a moment of silence, shook his head in exasperation. You wish to convey that you would never betray Tony, am I correct? I am already aware of your answer. I have encountered many like you. The last was an archaeologist who had a niece, sharing a bond as profound. Valon's expression darkened as he recalled the vast empire of his organization. Yet the mere thought of that detestable individual ignited a fierce loathing within him. His chest heaved with anger. He was typically composed, but any association with that family could swiftly dismantle his demeanor. I detest individuals like you. He spat. No, I shall not waste my anger on you. Come. Accompany me to the car. Lesu, Efin, I grant you 5 minutes to persuade him. With that, Valon turned sharply, his black gold cane in hand. I can help. Obadiah interjected, sensing the dire situation. However, before he could finish, the rag that had just wiped his head found its way into his mouth. MMM. Now, Obadiah was rendered utterly voiceless. Efin flexed his limbs, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Lesu strike. Mary Alice Walker, often referred to as Typhoid Mary, was quite renowned in the assassin's realm. Recently, she had taken on a lucrative job, as a man with a substantial sum of money had contacted her, expressing his intent to kidnap the illustrious Tony Stark. How shall one articulate this? Mary had always considered herself quite mad, and many referred to her as Crazy Mary. However, she now encountered someone even more deranged, Valon. The man who claimed to be the leader of the underworld organization and the mastermind behind a series of outrageous kidnappings plaguing New York City. This time, his sights were set on a playboy closely tied to the military, and he even planned to orchestrate a monumental live broadcast. Oh heavens, this man was undoubtedly insane. Even she understood the tempest that would ensue if his plan came to fruition. Yet, a glimmer of excitement danced in Mary's eyes. Such a man intrigued her. She was mad, and she was drawn to madness. Beep. The laptop beside her illuminated, signaling a video call from Valon. The band of villains had launched a sudden assault on the Horn Herald, seizing control of the entire building. They were undoubtedly concocting some nefarious scheme. The newspaper's owner, Jonah Jameson, was a man of considerable grit. Even in the face of death, he would never bow to such malevolent forces. You despicable scum. I will not let you get away with this. I will expose you. Jonah, clad in a white shirt, yellow vest, and green tie, shouted vehemently. His face flushed with indignation. Silence, barked a mercenary, clad in a black mask, pressing the barrel of his gun against Jonah's temple as a threat. Go ahead. Pull the trigger. You masked trash. Jonah defiantly raised his head, glaring fiercely at the masked assailant, his teeth clenched in fury, as if he yearned to tear a piece of flesh from the villain standing before him. Your insolence. Jonah's tone evidently provoked the thug further, who was ready to pull the trigger on this unyielding old man. Ignore him. We have a job to do, one of the others interjected. Fortunately, Mary spoke up just in time to save Jonah's life. Whatever you do, do not let money get in the way. She cast a detached glance at Jonah before turning to Valon in the video. I must admit, your proposal excites me. But are you certain you want to choose this man? Bear in mind, no one can silence Jonah Jameson's incessant chatter, even if you are the most ruthless villain in New York City. At that moment, Valon, seated in the back of a car, observed Jonah Jameson shouting on the screen with apparent satisfaction. He seemed spirited, which pleased Valon immensely. He relished this kind of indomitable character. Once I invite Tony Stark, he will be the one to host the live broadcast. It will undoubtedly be entertaining. A hint of a smile played on Valon's lips as he pondered this. By the way, please ensure that Mr. Jameson is well taken care of. Remember, do not harm his face. I do not wish for the host to overshadow the broadcast. Certainly, here is the refined and improved version of your text. Mary flashed a subtle smile at Valon before ending the video. A notification suddenly appeared before him. Mary Alice Walker's fondness for you has increased, earning you a small amount of red jade. Huh. There seems to be something peculiar about this woman. Why does her affection always rise after every interaction? This is rather too casual. Valon was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat perplexed. However, it was not the time for such musings. All right, let us prepare to depart. Closing his mind to distractions, Valon glanced at the rearview mirror. Lesu and Efin were approaching from either side, escorting Obadiah towards the vehicle. We should go and meet that dandy. Chapter 70. Tony, don't panic. I'll take care of it. On the eastern side of Manhattan, within a luxurious villa, a grand party was in full swing. The music pulsated vibrantly. Lights danced in hues, and alluring women swayed passionately on the dance floor. Tony Stark reveled in the attentive service of a lovely companion. Dressed in a black, low-cut mini dress, the woman coiled around Tony like a sinuous siren, her delicate hand gliding from his chest to his waist, her eyes sparkling with allure. Hey, beautiful. Shall we head upstairs? Tony was eager to seize the night, aware that he had a myriad of responsibilities awaiting him the following evening. Although he might not attend, who could predict the circumstances then? Therefore, he was determined to make the most of tonight. The dandy hurried towards the staircase, anticipating the evening's main event. However, just then, an annoying interruption occurred. Damn it, who is trying to reach me at this hour? Tony grumbled, albeit reluctantly retrieving his phone. The caller was a familiar voice. Obadiah? TSK. It was likely another company matter. How tiresome. Tony raised an eyebrow in disdain. Yet, out of respect for Obadiah, he felt obliged to answer, despite his reluctance. Obadiah? The tone of Obadiah's voice sounded off, somewhat faint. Though he had gained considerable weight in recent years and seldom exercised, it was still early in the night. Surely he wasn't already inebriated. Tony, listen to me. I'm at Rockhaby Street in Queens, and I need to discuss something with you. Obadiah's words were fragmented on the other end of the line. Now? Are you certain? Tony glanced at the time, his expression turning quizzical. Yes, right now. I'll be waiting for you. Please hurry. Without waiting for Tony's response, Obadiah abruptly ended the call, beeping on his phone. Tony felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He was familiar with Queens, but where exactly was Rockhaby Street? Moreover, what could possibly compel Obadiah to summon him to Queens at such an hour? Vis, assist me in locating Obadiah's mobile signal. What is this Rockaway Street? Is it some underground gathering or a private club? Tony inquired, a hint of agitation in his voice, sensing that something might have gone awry with Obadiah. Sir, in fact, Rockaway Street is merely an ordinary neighborhood, characterized by aged low-rise buildings. There are no major commercial districts nearby. It is predominantly a senior community, Jarvis replied. I understand now. That implies Obadiah is indeed in trouble. To my knowledge, he has shown no inclination towards establishing a senior community. What on earth could he be doing in such a secluded place at this hour? This cannot stand. I must investigate the matter, Tony declared resolutely. Contact Happy and have him drive me there. Sir, I recommend notifying the New York Police Department or informing Miss Pepper to handle any emergencies, Jarvis suggested wisely. Knowing the circumstances were far from ordinary, should the logical action not be to alert the authorities? However, such was not the path of the illustrious Tony Stark. He preferred to forge his own way. No, let us not rush. I believe I have discerned who is responsible for this mischief, Tony mused. Recalling the dossier Pepper had shown him regarding the criminal syndicate just before he departed Stark Tower. Those petty criminals, unable to locate him, might have turned their sights on Obadiah. With only 4 of them, he and Happy would be more than capable of handling the situation. At that moment, Tony felt an inexplicable surge of confidence. His life as a playboy had persisted for quite some time, and now it was time to transition into the role of a superhero. Jarvis, swiftly contact Happy and prepare a press statement. I have envisioned the headline for the New York Times. The infamous syndicate that rendered the NYPD helpless, captured overnight. Tony Stark, the savior of New York. That headline is indeed quite remarkable. Sir, Jarvis acknowledged, pausing briefly before adhering to Tony's instructions and reaching out to Happy. Hey, darling, I apologize, but I have other engagements and must step out for a moment, Tony said, dismissing the call and pushing aside the hand that sought to detain him. Wait for me here. I shall return shortly. He called back, his voice fading as he exited the room into the deep, enveloping night. On the desolate streets, Happy drove swiftly through the Roosevelt Highway on the eastern side of Manhattan. With a turn, they entered Queens and headed towards Rockaway Street. As they ventured deeper, the number of vehicles dwindled until it was just the 2 of them on the road. Tony, I have a bad feeling about this. We should turn back. Happy's plump face glistened with sweat. His apprehension was not for himself, but rather a fear for Tony's safety. Pepper had informed him about a kidnapping gang targeting Tony, a notion he had initially dismissed. After all, there were many petty thieves around. How could Tony possibly be taken so easily? Yet, venturing into such a secluded area at this late hour felt ominous. Don't be nervous, Happy. Obadiah is waiting for me up ahead, Tony replied, seemingly unfazed, even somewhat eager. As a carefree playboy, he had little understanding of what it truly meant to be a superhero. His mind was consumed with the thought of making headlines. Relax, Happy. With your size and my skills, when this hits the news, I'll make sure you're in the spotlight too. With that, Tony animatedly gestured, chuckling. I just hope Pepper doesn't kill me. Unable to argue against Tony's enthusiasm, Happy could only drive forward with a look of despair. After a few minutes of winding turns, they finally arrived at their destination. It was a narrow alley, barely wide enough for a single car, flanked by old, low-rise residential buildings. One streetlight flickered ominously, casting eerie shadows. Tony, I'm serious. Something feels off. Why would Mr. Obadiah arrange a meeting in a place like this? Happy gazed intently into the dark alley, as if he could perceive lurking monsters, waiting with gaping jaws for him and Tony to step into their trap. If they proceeded now, they would surely be swallowed whole. Tony's expression also turned grim. While he sought excitement, there was a limit even for a playboy. Let us turn back and contact the New York Police Department. Happy was certain something had gone awry with Obadiah, but that was not a reason for Tony to gamble with his safety. The prudent choice was to ensure Tony's safe return first, and then seek help for Mr. Obadiah. Jarvis had previously suggested this course of action, which Tony had rejected, and now Happy brought it up again, though Tony was not entirely in agreement. Jarvis, please contact the New York Police Department. We won't inform Pepper just yet. I'll surprise her when I return. Understood, sir. Jarvis's voice resonated within the car. Just as Happy began to relax, Tony declared, All right, we've got backup on the way, Happy. Let us go. Having come this far, there was no turning back. If this information were to leak, he had already approached the alleyway only to flee in disarray. How could he, Tony Stark, continue to navigate his circles thereafter? Moreover, the crux of the matter is that the target has always been him. Obadiah is merely collateral damage. Should he choose to depart now, the authorities would be awaiting him in New York rather than Obadiah, who is likely to face dire consequences. Tony is not the type to abandon Obadiah in pursuit of his own safety. Tony, have you truly considered this? Happy had not thought deeply about the implications. His sole concern was Tony's safety, with everything else inconsequential. Hey, buddy, don't be such a coward. I've reviewed the profiles of those thugs. There are only 4 of them. And 2 of them combined weigh less than you do. Together, we possess ample combat prowess. Though Tony expressed confidence, his inner thoughts lingered on the notion that as long as he was present, there remained the possibility for negotiation. He could stall until the New York precinct arrived. He could not fathom that upon his appearance, they would act without discourse. Protocol dictated that negotiations must precede action. Fine, you're the boss. I'll follow your lead. Happy's attempts to dissuade were in vain, and resigned, he drove into the alleyway. The beams of the headlights revealed a dark vehicle across from them. Tony paid little heed to its make. His garage-house cars valued in the millions, and this modest model was beneath his notice. It was evident that this vehicle did not belong to Obadiah, who preferred luxury sedans. Indeed, in the driver's seat, illuminated by the headlights, Tony discerned a man clad in a black suit and yellow glasses. Joe. With his remarkable memory, Tony swiftly identified the man's true identity. As expected, he was affiliated with the syndicate. Happy, there are only 4 members of the syndicate. I will handle that scoundrel, Valon. While I trust you can manage the remaining 3 petty criminals alone. In truth, if it were merely that, it posed no challenge. Joe's physique presented no threat. He appeared frail, lacking any muscle. Happy contemplated this and agreed, nodding in acknowledgement. Although currently serving as Tony's driver, he once held a formidable reputation as a renowned boxer. Against someone as feeble as Joe, he could easily take on 3 adversaries without breaking a sweat. All right, let us commence. Hey, I'm coming. Obadiah, where are you? Tony flung open the car door, exuding confidence as he strode purposefully towards the opposing party. A group of inconsequential thugs would not outmaneuver him. Did they truly believe they could abduct Tony Stark and succeed? Chapter 71. Tony, the heat of Obadiah. I can feel it. Boss, they have arrived. Joe tapped the steering wheel, observing the imposing figure of Tony approaching, and found it somewhat amusing. One must admit, this fellow exudes an impressive presence. Truly resembling the description provided by Obadiah, he has arrived alone, though accompanied by a hefty companion, both evidently here to offer their greetings. It appears you share a profound bond with Tony, remarked Valon, rubbing his cane while glancing at Obadiah in the back seat. You are aware of the trouble you're in, fully cognizant of the misalignment of circumstances, yet you still present yourself at our doorstep. Ugh, I have no such feelings for him. Now that Tony has arrived, can you release me? Quickly loosen my bindings. I feel I might suffocate. Obadiah glared, thrashing his body in a frenzy, attempting to voice his thoughts, but was silenced by Rezu's ragged cloth pressed against his mouth, rendering him speechless. Bang. Behave yourself. Rezu was not inclined to indulge him, landing a punch squarely on Obadiah's belly. Striking that pudgy abdomen was rather gratifying. Each blow not only delivered physical satisfaction, but also garnered rewards from the system, with every punch contributing to his earnings. Rezu reveled in this exhilarating sensation. All right, it seems Mr. Obadiah is growing impatient. Rezu, please introduce him to Tony Stark, Valon instructed, dismissing Obadiah's expression with a wave of his hand. Hey boss, leave it to me, Rezu exclaimed, eagerly grasping the chains binding Obadiah, holding his bald head in place, and flinging the car door open to toss him out. Obadiah? Tony halted, his eyes wide with disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Like a tightly bound pig, there was Obadiah. Toppling from the vehicle with a thud, Tony winced at the sight. It was indeed the first time he had witnessed Obadiah in such a disheveled state, covered in grime. His familiar bald head coated in dirt, clearly having been trampled upon. This was utterly excessive. Ugh. Obadiah raised his head, whimpering toward Tony. When had he ever found himself in such a humiliating predicament, especially with Tony bearing witness to this disgrace? This was the one thing Obadiah could not tolerate. His resentment boiled. He loathed Tony with a passion. If it weren't for that insufferable rich kid, How could he have been reduced to such a state? Everything was Tony's fault. The Stark family owed Obadiah yet another debt. He vowed to exact revenge for tonight's events, whether it be against the underworld organization or Tony Stark himself. Obadiah, do not fret. I am on my way to rescue you. Upon encountering Obadiah, bruised and battered, lying on the ground, bound by iron chains and unable to utter a word due to a gag, Tony was nonetheless captivated by the fervent gaze directed towards him. Even his eyes glistened with a hint of crimson. In that moment, Tony felt the fiery spirit of Obadiah. Enduring brutal beatings and being forced into this predicament, he must surely be suffering deeply. Despite having been pummeled into a state of disarray, with his bald head swollen, he still remembered to express concern for Tony's safety. Obadiah, you are truly a remarkable mentor and uncle. At this moment, Tony was overwhelmed with emotion, feeling a warmth in his eye sockets that threatened to erupt into tears. In the past, he had been rather reckless, indulging in a life of extravagance while neglecting company affairs, with only Pepper and Obadiah supporting him through the board meetings. Reflecting on this now, he realized Obadiah's hair had turned white. He was a partner who had ventured into business alongside Tony's father. After years of relentless toil, focused solely on work, unable to even take proper rest, Obadiah now suffered because of Tony's entanglement with the criminal organization. Tony silently resolved that upon returning, he would ensure Obadiah's retirement, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful life henceforth. He would provide for him and never again allow him to worry. This was Tony Stark's way of repaying his uncle's unwavering support. The bond between uncle and nephew is indeed profound. Just then, a towering figure descended from the vehicle, interrupting Tony's reverie. Standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, with a grayish-green complexion. The bandage on his nose was the most striking feature. Dressed in a long-sleeved white shirt, draped in a black coat, and adorned with a light red tie. It was Rasul. Tony recognized him from the files. He was a principal enforcer of the criminal organization. Behave yourself, Rasul declared, stepping down forcefully upon the struggling Obadiah, pressing his bald head to the ground. You scoundrel. Tony had never felt such fury before. Calm down, Mr. Stark, chimed in Valon. Stepping out of the vehicle with a smile, we are merely discussing a potential collaboration with Mr. Obadiah. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Valon, the leader of this organization. Valon, I shall remember you. You should consider it an honor to be noted by Tony Stark. You'll have quite the tale to tell in prison, Tony replied, loosening his tie and unbuttoning his suit jacket, preparing for confrontation. Pepper's intel had proven accurate. Valon matched the profile in the dossier, and one-on-one, Tony would not falter. You seem eager for a duel? Valon remarked, momentarily taken aback by Tony's stance, then chuckled. He had nearly forgotten the last time he engaged in a brawl, perhaps with some archaeologist. The modern playboy seems to have become quite reckless, contemplating a scuffle with kidnappers. What? Are you intimidated? Did you not intend to abduct me? Here I stand. Tony provocatively approached Valon, deliberately stalling for time. He was confident that if Valon agreed to a one-on-one confrontation, he could wait for the New York police to arrive, thus rescuing Obadiah. Your thoughts appear rather naive. Why would I engage you in battle? I am awaiting offing. What about you? Valon taunted with a mocking smile. Suddenly, a screeching sound pierced the air as a modified Ford barreled out from the alley where Tony had just come. Behind the wheel was none other than Offing. Tony, something feels off. Happy's chubby face contorted in worry. 2 cars had them cornered in the narrow alley. Escape was not an option. Stay calm, Happy. I've reviewed the intel. There are 4 of them in total, and with everyone present, the plan remains unchanged. You handle the others. I will deal with Valon. Tony's gaze was fixed on Valon, his first real confrontation igniting a flicker of anxiety within him. However, with Obadiah watching nearby, he felt encouraged. He could not afford to lose. Tony bolstered his resolve, but Happy's expression was rapidly deteriorating. Tony, I think you need to reconsider. Are you certain there are only 4? Of course, I would not misremember the information Pepper provided, he replied confidently. Yet before he could finish, a massive shadow eclipsed Tony and Happy. It was as if a mountain of flesh had appeared behind them, and under the glare of the headlights, the figure resembled a monstrous apparition. Tony turned to behold a figure comparably larger than 5 of himself. True, clad in black overalls, sporting a topknot, and towering at least 2 meters tall. He bore an uncanny resemblance to a sumo wrestler. This development exceeded Tony's expectations. Was this behemoth also part of the organization? The information from Pepper had omitted this detail. Tony's expression faltered. What do we do, Tony? Happy felt a chill run down his spine. Wasn't it said that none of the opponents matched his size? What was this? Could 2 of him even measure up to this colossus? Stay composed, Happy. Perhaps he is merely a decorative cushion. Tony forced himself to remain calm and decided to strike first. With a deep breath, Tony adopted a serious demeanor and unleashed a flurry of punches aimed at True's abdomen. Under ideal circumstances, he would have preferred to attack the enemy's face, but his height rendered that impossible. Poor Tony had never anticipated that one day he would be overshadowed by another's stature. Something feels amiss. True, just awakening and still groggy. Sensed he had forgotten something of great importance. As he observed the diminutive figure throwing punches before him, this scene felt eerily familiar. Had he encountered such a situation before? A figure clad in a blue knitted sweater seemed to have landed a punch on his abdomen. True, somewhat perplexed, struggled to recall the events, his mind clouded. Moreover, he felt an unsettling guilt, questioning his own morality. He ought not to be a villain, yet this sensation gnawed at him. Just then, Valon interjected, "My good companion. Deal with him." "Oh." True hazily nodded, bracing his stomach. In an instant, Tony's face collided with True's abdomen, propelling him away with remarkable force. Tony, happy, witnessing Tony's fall, rushed over to assist him up and swiftly turned towards their vehicle. "We must retreat, Tony. Once the NYPD arrives, we shall rescue Mr. Obadiah. For now, our priority is to escape with you." The concern for obstructing their pursuers was of little consequence to Happy. He was resolute that once they reached the car, they would accelerate and break free, convinced that no one could halt their escape. However, just as they were nearing the vehicle, an unforeseen event transpired. Boom. A formidable figure descended from the sky, landing atop the car with tremendous force, crushing it entirely. The horrifying spectacle left both Tony and Happy in a state of shock. Could a mere human accomplish such an act? I am Black Tiger Fu. Prepare to meet your demise. One tiger slays two sheep. Chapter 72. Lesu. I tell you. The bond between uncle and nephew is strong, and I strike. On the route to Times Square, two Ford vehicles sped through the night. Valon connected a video call with Mary Alice Walker. "Boss, the NYPD has mobilized, deploying in 3 lines into Manhattan, encircling Queens. Your actions must accelerate, otherwise you may find yourself cornered by the NYPD forces." In the video, Mary furrowed her brow, while technicians behind her rapidly typed away at their keyboards. They had long been intercepting the NYPD's internal communications, and now the operational route map of the 3 squads had been transmitted to Valon. They were behind schedule. Valon smiled slightly, gazing at the swiftly retreating nightscape outside, then glanced at Tony sitting across from him, his right eye bruised, his demeanor calm. "The Playboy personally packaged the shipment, and I've successfully received it. It will soon be at my residence. Are you prepared on your end? We shall host a grand celebration shortly." "Boss, I am indeed prepared," Mary exclaimed through the video, her excitement palpable as she viewed the tightly bound Playboy. The thrill of the moment was intoxicating. The infamous Tony Stark had genuinely fallen into their clutches. "Rest assured, I have the champagne ready, eagerly awaiting your arrival." At this, a glimmer of fervor flashed in Mary's eyes, her exhilaration overwhelming her usually restrained demeanor. Mary has truly grown increasingly fond of that madman, Valon. 2 lunatics make for a perfect match. After hanging up the phone, Valon raised an eyebrow, a flicker of perplexity dancing in his eyes. It appears that a single phone call can indeed elevate one's affection. This woman, she is utterly inscrutable. Could she be what one might call a ruby ATM? Nevertheless, it mattered little. Valon glanced at Tony and smiled, for this fellow was about to become his very own ruby printing press. Through Valon's call, Tony finally grasped the situation. He had previously miscalculated, along with the New York Police Department, as he, Happy, and Pepper had all been mistaken. The notion that the mafia consisted of merely a handful of individuals? Such a naive belief. They were, in fact, nothing more than small-time thieves. This organization was meticulous and strategic, boasting a dedicated logistics team and personnel assigned to monitor the actions of the New York Police Department. The entire scheme to abduct him had been orchestrated with remarkable precision, even considering Obadiah's behavioral patterns. Clearly, this was a vast criminal syndicate. Impulsive. To charge in recklessly and offer oneself as a sacrifice was indeed a grave oversight on his part. Tony was earnestly reflecting on his actions. After becoming a hostage, his mindset shifted rapidly, and he was already analyzing his mistakes. Perhaps this was what set a genius apart from the rest. Unfortunately, even for a genius, finding a way to extricate oneself from Valon's clutches would not be a simple task. "Tony, may I call you that? I trust you won't mind," Valon said suddenly, breaking the silence with a smile. "Sure, whatever," Tony replied, tilting his head slightly. Having taken a blow to the face earlier, he felt less imposing facing Valon. So he conceded, "You've won this round." To have bested Tony Stark, one ought to feel a sense of pride. "Tony Stark is not easily intimidated, I see," Valon remarked, nodding in satisfaction. The tales he had heard about Stark Industries were indeed true. Provoking them was akin to stirring a hornet's nest. Valon had seen Tony's name flash across the news multiple times since his appearance, but clearly, that was insufficient. Valon desired more. "How curious. I had assumed you hailed from the countryside," Tony quipped, raising an eyebrow. Having heard of Stark Industries' reputation, it was audacious to attempt to kidnap him. Such a person could either be a fool or a madman. Tony had previously considered Valon the former, but it was evident now that he belonged to the latter category. He was indeed insane. I admit, I underestimated you before, Tony conceded. However, I must inform you that your current predicament is dire. The New York Police Department has received word, and soon the military will follow. You have nowhere left to flee. Unless you release me, I shall provide you with a letter of understanding, which could potentially reduce your prison sentence by several years. Tony, with a grave expression, fixed his gaze on Valon, attempting to persuade him. If you wish to read Chapter 72 of Players in the Marvel Universe written by Fu Shi, please remember the domain of Kunk's Novel Network, Kunks.com for the latest complete chapters. Tony was acutely aware that it was merely the New York Police Department that had mobilized thus far. However, as time lapsed and messages reached Pepper and Rhodey, Valon would soon find himself not merely contending with the police, but facing the military. Valon's fate now seemed to be capture, yet by then, death would be his only escape. Your standing with Tony Stark has increased. You have gained a small amount of red jade. Tony Stark has issued a warning to you. You have gained a small amount of red jade. Tony Stark S. As Valon observed the system notifications flashing before him, the smile on his face faded further. All this effort had been for such trivial rewards. Wealth and fame were both his desires. Everything was progressing favorably for him. How he relished this world. Consequently, your concerns are unwarranted. They hold no significance. Valon waved his hand dismissively and then retrieved a can of chilled beer from the vehicle's refrigerator. Care to join me for a drink? Tony grimaced in disdain. I never indulge in such inferior, cheap beer. Kid, it seems you are ungrateful for the hospitality offered. Upon hearing this, Reizu's expression darkened. He seized Tony by the chin, forcing him to lift his head, and then took the beer, pouring it into Tony's mouth. Our boss insists you drink. You must comply. Swallow it down. Ugh, cough, cough. Tony struggled fiercely, but bound as he was no match for Reizu. The bitter, harsh, inferior beer flooded into his stomach, leaving him wide-eyed in discomfort. This overwhelming sense of humiliation mirrored the feelings he had experienced with Obadiah. Once an entire bottle of beer had been consumed, Valon snapped back to the moment, clapping his hands together. Reizu, do not be so rough with Tony. Valon picked up his black gold cane, lifting Tony's chin with its tip, a broad smile adorning his face. After all, we are friends now, and I have always cherished friendships with the affluent. Cough, cough. Tony coughed violently, glaring wrathfully at Valon and Reizu. Ugh, ugh. Meanwhile, Obadiah, still having his mouth obstructed, suddenly found a surge of vigor. He mumbled excitedly, saying how splendid this felt. Tony Stark, you little rascal, now you can truly comprehend my feelings, can't you? I was once subjected to such humiliation by them. Damn the organization. Damn you, Tony Stark. Retribution awaits you all. Although Obadiah cannot speak, his heart burns with fervor. Ahem, Obadiah, I am fine. He must be worried about me. Witnessing Obadiah in such a fervent state only deepens Tony's distress. Your hatred towards Tony Stark has earned you a small amount of red jade. Obadiah Stain's hatred towards you has earned you a small amount of red jade. A prompt simultaneously appeared before Reizu and Valon. Oh, the bond between uncle and nephew, is it? Reizu grinned widely. Bang. In the next moment, he delivered a punch to Obadiah's abdomen. Oh, such deep affection, you say? I shall make you feel it. I shall make your heart ache. Reizu seized Obadiah and landed 2 harsh blows on his bald head. Clap, clap. The crisp sound of striking echoed incessantly within the confines of the small vehicle. In another silver-gray Ford, Offing was driving. Happy curled his neck, huddled in his seat, questioning the very essence of life. What kind of monsters are these? That man named Afyu, with a mighty crash, flattened the car. That rotund fellow named True, with a swift motion, overturned it. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Sitting beside Happy, True furrowed his brow, equally perplexed about life. Wait a moment. It seems he has forgotten something extraordinarily significant. And am I a villain? As True pondered, an uneasy feeling nagged at him. Hey, True turned to Happy, his plump face inching closer to Happy's round visage. After a moment of scrutiny, he finally inquired, am I a bad guy? Happy's expression was one of utter confusion. You beat me up, you captured Tony, and now you ask me if you're a bad guy? Do modern villains lack self-awareness? Chapter 73. Mary, alive Tony, how exhilarating. In the back seat, True and Happy exchanged bewildered glances while Offing, driving, witnessed this spectacle. He understood what transpired. True was once again questioning his own villainy. Ultimately, it is all the fault of that antique shop owner. Previously, True had performed admirably within the organization, but ever since he fell under that old man's influence, he has grown increasingly soft, which is not a positive development. True. Take a look at this. Fortunately, they had prepared in advance. Offing, while driving, tossed a pre-prepared dossier into True's lap. This is what the boss asked me to prepare, knowing you might be a bit muddled upon your arrival. The bag contains various documents from your past, along with treasured memories of our previous endeavors together. Take a look for yourself, and you will understand. Ah, is that so? True, somewhat perplexed, tore open the file bag. The first image that caught his eye was a photograph of himself with Valon. Valon was still clad in his dark green suit, leaning on a cane, while Truel stood behind him, joyfully holding an ice cream cone, their expressions harmoniously encapsulated in the frame. Look, it's a photo of you and the boss. You're his most prized subordinate, which is why he holds you in such high regard, Finn remarked suddenly. Ah, indeed, that is me, Truel replied. The photo did indeed feature him and Valon, yet a sense of dissonance lingered in his mind. Truel scratched his head in confusion. As he flipped through the pages, he encountered reports of various robberies committed by the underworld organization, accompanied by both black and white photographs and newspaper articles, all of which unmistakably featured him. Among them was even a photo of him wearing prison garb, holding the identification tag of inmate number 1549. I was even part of that. Truel's gaze grew distant as he absorbed the information. Memories surfaced suggesting he had indeed been a member of the underworld, having committed numerous significant crimes. Of course, look at that chubby fellow next to you. You frightened him to the point of quaking like a quail. Finn paused, glancing at Happy in the back seat. Be more confident. Truel, you are the finest villain, unmatched in your prowess, he encouraged. Humph, how dull, Afyu interjected from the passenger seat, dismissing Finn's attempts to flatter Truel. His thoughts were singular. He craved an opponent, someone with whom he could engage in a fight. So, this is indeed true. Truel observed the file in his hands, then glanced at Finn, who was driving, before turning to look at Happy, whose face was a mixture of shock and anger. Given the current circumstances, he seemed to embody the essence of a villain. Truel's expression hardened, the previous air of innocence fading away. The ace enforcer of the underworld had officially returned. In the heart of Times Square, within the offices of the Hornet Daily newspaper, Mary Alice Walker raised an eyebrow and inquired, Hey, my little rascals. How is the preparation coming along? Is the live broadcast signal ready? Inside the office, a few beleaguered employees of the Hornet Daily were diligently toiling away at their computer desks, while armed thugs menaced them with their weapons, ready to blow their heads off at the slightest provocation. We're almost ready, they stammered, fearful of inciting the wrath of the woman before them. The colleagues who had previously resisted and had been dragged away, never to return, served as a grim warning to them. That is good. But do not let any mistakes occur. Mary languidly reclined on the sofa, a throng of desperate rogues behind her, all of whom had sold their souls for money. Observing the quaking employees of the Horn Daily, a smile crept across her face. She had completely seized control of the situation. Boss, the big sister is back, remarked one of the underlings responsible for monitoring the newspaper building. Oh, our gift has arrived. Quickly, everyone, let us mobilize, Mary exclaimed, springing up with an exhilaration that starkly contrasted her previous lethargy. She was primed to welcome Varong. Mary, splendid job. Varong was the first to stride in. Behind him, Trull appeared, effortlessly lifting Tony and Obadiah like a pair of helpless chicks. It must be said, the sight was rather undignified. The two prominent figures of Stark Industries bore expressions of utter dismay. Wow, are you Tony Stark? Mary enthused, leaning in close to Tony, their noses nearly touching. I'm your biggest fan, did you know? This is the first time I've met a living idol. I'm so thrilled, so happy. Tony, bound and immobile, felt the embarrassment of being hoisted by a hulking brute compounded by the proximity of a deranged woman. Truth be told, Mary was quite beautiful, especially with her fiery orange locks that imparted an air of regality. Yet, the pallor on the right side of her face was unsettlingly unnerving. Madam, might you step back a bit? I am not one to indulge so easily, Tony retorted, straining his neck. This was his last stand. Your words are rather harsh. Boss, are you planning to take him to the rooftop? Mary suddenly recalled, addressing Varong. Is there a problem? Varong furrowed his brow, having orchestrated a flawless stage play and wishing to avoid any imperfections. Of course not. The winch and iron chains are all prepared. However, the thought of such a lovely face being marred fills me with sorrow. Mary feigned a melancholic expression, reaching out to caress Tony's face before a sinister grin crept onto her lips. How about before that? You let me take care of his face. I promise to keep it safe. Her words sent chills down Tony's spine. This woman was truly mad, utterly terrifying. The mention of winches, iron chains, and the rooftop filled him with an ominous dread. Don't be foolish. Tony is the main attraction tonight. If you desire, Mr. Obadiah could be a substitute for you. Varong chuckled, shaking his head as he tapped Obadiah, who lay feigning death beside them. Obadiah trembled all over, nearly fainting. Do not be so ruthless. If he cries out in pain, will he still fall into the hands of that madwoman? How infuriating. Is there truly no escape left? Humph. I have no desire for such a thing. It is far too hefty and unappealing for my taste. Mary wrinkled her nose in disdain. She preferred the version of Tony that would look splendid in her home. Hey, what exactly are you planning to do? Tony, preoccupied with his struggles, shouted towards Varong. Do not fret, you will soon find out. The sensation of this outcry is quite remarkable. Maintain it. Tony's spirited state pleased Varong even further. True, take them upstairs. Chapter 74 Varong. Tony, choose one. Jonah Jameson, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle, found himself engulfed in utter shock. Earlier that evening, a group of thugs stormed the newspaper office, menacingly subjugating everyone present. Jonah was initially oblivious to their intentions, but he soon discovered the truth. They had kidnapped Tony Stark, the renowned playboy, genius inventor, billionaire, and arms dealer with the Department of Defense. This sounded like a bizarre dream, yet this gang had actually accomplished it. Good heavens. Not only had they abducted Tony, but they had also beaten him severely. Jonah felt parched. The playboy was in a dire state, being manhandled like a mere chick. His hair was disheveled, his face bruised, and his clothes stained with alcohol. Clearly, he had been thoroughly roughed up. The absurdity of the kidnapping was compounded by the cruel treatment of the hostage. The underworld was leaving no room for retreat. Jonah sensed that tonight he would witness a homicide, and it would not be the playboy who perished, but rather the audacious Varong. Daring to harm Tony Stark would not go unpunished by the military. The underworld was doomed. Apart from Tony, Jonah was also well acquainted with Mr. Obadiah. He had previously interviewed Obadiah and even dined with him, considering him a familiar friend. Alas, now Obadiah was bound like a pig, a rag stuffed in his mouth, and his condition could only be described as battered. He appeared almost grotesquely bloated from the beatings, truly a tragic sight. Having worked in journalism for many years, reporting on countless deranged criminals, Jonah believed he would never again be shocked. Yet now, he found himself utterly flabbergasted, pondering the existence of such reckless madness in the world. Jonah Jameson's shock at the underworld organization grants him a small amount of red gems. This notification appeared simultaneously before all members of the underworld organization. Lacey's eyes brightened. This marked the third red gem ATM. Keep pushing. The explosion of red gems is imminent. Upon contemplating this, Lacey, fists clenched, intended to deliver a few strikes to Jonah as a test. Lacey, cease your nonsense. Varong interjected, halting Lacey's reckless actions. The live broadcast was about to commence. The host must not encounter any mishaps at this juncture. He was already poised to ascend to the rooftop when a notification flashed, prompting Varong to recall Jonah. He paused in his steps, approached Jonah, and scrutinized him before arching an eyebrow. You are the illustrious Jonah Jameson, are you not? It seems Mary has entertained you quite well prior to this. Varong chuckled softly, given Jonah's incessant chatter. It was astonishing that he remained silent after Varong had pressed Tony into the room. Clearly, Mary had followed his instructions meticulously and dealt with this individual adequately. Varong, I am familiar with you. I reported on the Four Seasons hotel case as well, Jonah remarked, fixing his gaze on Varong, the impeccably dressed man with silver hair. It was difficult to fathom that beneath such a gentlemanly facade lay a capacity for such madness. Oh, what an extreme honor, Varong replied with a smirk, nonchalantly dismissing the gravity of Jonah's words. I do not feel honored in the least. A lunatic such as yourself is destined for an unfortunate end, Jonah retorted, his mustache twitching as he glared at Varong. Your fate is of no concern to me, but should you fail to cooperate shortly, your downfall will arrive swiftly, Jonah warned. Do not fret. I shall not make things difficult for you, as I have heard of your esteemed reputation. Not even the most notorious criminals in New York can silence you, Varong assured him. So, say whatever you wish when the time comes, and do not hold back. Are you certain? Jonah questioned, perplexed by Varong's intentions. Indeed, Varong replied, pleased with Jonah's reaction. You see, those who work in journalism must embody a spirit of self-sacrifice. I appreciate this trait immensely. Cause a stir. The larger the commotion, the better the news. What I desire is the headline, and nothing can impede me. Jonah regarded Varong, momentarily at a loss for words. Varong had completely overturned his previous perceptions of criminals. Jonah's thoughts were of no concern to Varong, who turned to Mary and inquired, is everything ready for the news broadcast? Has Jonah been prepped? Absolutely. Mary responded confidently. Behind her stood two associates, one brandishing a firearm, menacingly fixated on Jonah, while the other was busy arranging the live broadcast setup, which was nearly complete, awaiting only Jonah's presence. The connections have been established. I enlisted professionals to ensure we won't be intercepted by the New York Police Department, Mary declared, brimming with assurance, having undertaken considerable preparations. Her intentions were rather straightforward. She was a madwoman who reveled in the chaos of madness, and her mind was consumed with the notion of luring Valon to her bed. Additionally, She sought to profit from this endeavor, for Valon offered a handsome sum, making the risk worth her while. Such was her indifference. However, Valon merely waved his hand dismissively. Unconcerned, he declared that if the live stream were to be interrupted, Tony would meet his demise. The method of extortion was alarmingly simple, and Valon executed it with practiced ease. Cough, cough. At Valon's words, Jonah nearly choked in disbelief. Someone dared to threaten Tony Stark? Was there anything more insane in this world? Most importantly, this man was utterly serious. He truly intended to follow through. Over the years, Jonah had encountered a myriad of criminals and could clearly discern the gravity in Valon's words. He was not jesting. If the stream were cut, Valon would indeed commit murder. On the rooftop, True had completed the necessary preparations. Tony and Obadiah stood trembling at the edge, secured by chains connected to the winch on the rooftop. The steel cable was long enough that if fully extended, they would undoubtedly plummet to the ground below. Do not be anxious. We are all individuals of stature, accustomed to facing tumultuous challenges. This is merely a game, over in the blink of an eye. Am I not correct, Tony? Valon approached Tony, casually searching his person until he retrieved Tony's phone from his right pocket. Ah, quite a sophisticated device, far superior to my own worn-out model. Valon perused the phone briefly before presenting it to Tony. Go on, make a call. Tony scoffed derisively, ignoring Valon. In his estimation, the New York police would arrive imminently, and the military forces from Rhodey's End would soon follow. At that point, Valon would have nowhere to escape. Tony, it seems you have yet to comprehend the situation, Valon remarked, stepping in front of Obadiah. What do you intend to do? If you have the courage, direct your ire at me, leave Obadiah be. Tony shouted fervently, having anticipated Valon's malicious intent. Do not rush, Tony. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Valon gently pushed Obadiah, who was gagged and experiencing the thrill of a rapid descent, his face drained of color and his eyes rolling back in terror. I'm doomed. This was the lone thought echoing in his vacant mind. You lunatic. Tony's face turned pale as he gazed at Valon in disbelief. He understood that Obadiah would be fine. The winch on the rooftop secured the locking mechanism, and the extended cable had its limitations. Unless Valon opens the winch's slot, Obadiah will only descend a meter or two before coming to a halt. Yet here we are at the headquarters of the Horn Daily. Suspended high above in a building of over 20 stories, merely contemplating such a scenario sends shivers down the spine. Thank you for the compliment, Valon responded, unfazed by Tony's tone. With a smile, he extended his phone towards Tony and gently inquired, if today were the last day of your life, whom would you choose to call? Select one. Chapter 75, Pepper, Tony's Little Surprise. Stark Industries. Pepper Potts, having completed her final document, planned to drive home. She felt a bit fatigued this evening. Tony's capriciousness had given her a headache. She longed for a warm bath to unwind and a good night's sleep. By tomorrow, with the security personnel from the Weasel in place, she would meet with Silver Sablinova, the head of the Weasel, to meticulously arrange Tony's subsequent security plan and clarify the hiring fees. Tony, there shouldn't be any issues on that front, she assured herself, striving to relax. She was aware that Tony was hosting another extravagant party tonight, inviting a cover girl along. The thought of how diligently she worked while he indulged in revelry was somewhat infuriating. Yet, that was Tony Stark. She had grown accustomed to it. Upon returning home, Pepper indulged in a refreshing bath. As she emerged wrapped in a towel, preparing to apply a hydrating mask, her phone on the bedside table suddenly vibrated. Strange. Who could be calling her at such a late hour? She wasn't Tony, who relished conducting business at night. Shaking her head, she picked up the phone. It's Tony. A smile graced Pepper's face upon seeing the caller ID. Shouldn't this guy be busy with someone else right now? Why was he calling her? Was he aware that his attitude earlier was less than pleasant and sought to appease her? Or perhaps he had prepared a gift for the day after tomorrow and intended to surprise her. Perhaps she had indulged a bit too much with the bath oils. As her mind began to race with anticipation, suppressing her excitement, Pepper answered the call. Tony, it's quite late, she began, only to be taken aback. The figure on the video screen was not Tony, but a man clad in a green suit with silver hair. Who is this? Where has Tony gone? That playboy wouldn't be spending the night with another man, would he? Pepper felt bewildered, her thoughts momentarily stalled by the unexpected turn of events. You are, she stammered, before quickly recalling the wanted poster from the New York Police Department. The man before her was Valon, a member of the criminal organization. Pepper gasped in surprise. Huh. In the video, Valon chuckled, clapping his hands with evident delight. You know me, don't you? I never expected my reputation to be so vast. It is indeed an honor. With a relaxed demeanor, Valon continued speaking before shifting the camera to reveal Tony, whose right eye was bruised and swollen. Miss Pepper, I apologize for the disturbance. Come, take a look. What? Pepper froze for a moment, but upon seeing Tony's current state, her complexion drained of color. Tony was disheveled and clearly had suffered mistreatment. However, what truly mattered was that he was bound and coerced by Valon, standing precariously at the edge of the rooftop, with the imminent risk of falling. Tony, as she faced him through the screen, Pepper bit her lip, her heart racing. She struggled to calm herself. Panic could jeopardize Tony's safety. She needed to remain composed, as she was the only one who could save him. What could the kidnappers possibly want? Money, of course. And Stark Industries was not lacking in that regard. With this thought, Pepper regained her composure. Mr. Valon, if you ensure Tony's safety, we can discuss any terms you may have. With a serious expression, she attempted to transition into negotiation mode to secure a safer environment for Tony. However, Valon was unhurried. Waving his hand with a smile. Miss Pepper, there's no need to rush. We will address the terms shortly. After all, I have yet to introduce another guest. Valon stepped to the right of Trevor, standing at the edge of the rooftop, raising his arm as the camera focused on Obadiah Stane, hanging in midair. This is Mr. Stane. At this revelation, Pepper's expression truly shifted. She had attempted to contact Obadiah previously, but her calls had gone unanswered. It seemed he had already fallen into Varlin's clutches. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that Obadiah had been pushed, and she found it hard to believe he would willingly leap. Now, with Obadiah dangling below, what if Tony were to be pushed off as well? The mere thought of such a scenario left her breathless. I'm sorry, Pepper. If he had known it would come to this, he would have preferred to stay home rather than attend any festive gathering. At that moment, he felt a pang of regret. In truth, Obadiah's precarious situation placed immense pressure on Tony. Valron is a madman, and reasoning with a madman is the most arduous task. Therefore, Tony constantly feels as though he might meet his demise at any moment. Alas, Tony, do not be so despondent. Upon hearing this, Valron immediately brightened up. With an amiable demeanor, he thrust his phone in front of Tony. Quick, regale this lovely Pepper lady with tales of your valiant exploits. Speak of your daring adventures in the den of thieves, of how you battled me, and how you managed to deliver countless heads from afar. As Tony observed Pepper's astonished expression on the video, a look of innocence mixed with helplessness crossed his face. Well, let us leave it at that. Tony shrugged, aware that his previous actions had been rather foolish, as he had willingly walked into danger. However, being captured now rendered any further discussion futile. Pepper, incensed to the point of a potential heart attack, exclaimed, "What do you mean, let us leave it at that? Tony, can't you be more sensible?" Though she was furious, her priority now was to negotiate with Valron. Tony's predicament could be addressed once he was rescued. What conditions must be met for you to release Tony? Pepper inquired earnestly, directing her attention toward Valron. Given that this was a kidnapping, it was undoubtedly motivated by financial gain. After saying this, Valron turned to Tony with a smile. Tony, my good friend, how much do you think your life is worth? Be sure to think carefully before you answer. If it's too cheap, it would be quite unbecoming of your stature. Tony, now with a serious demeanor, fixed a steely gaze on Valron, his demeanor more earnest than ever. My life is priceless. However, if you insist on assigning a value, he turned his attention to the video where Pepper appeared, his expression grave. Retrieve all the gold bricks from the Stark Foundation's underground vault. Following this, Tony pivoted to glare at Valron, a sardonic smile creeping onto his lips. Take as much as you desire. If you have the audacity, then take it all. At that moment, Tony's obstinacy flared up. Ah, a fiery spirit. Valron praised. Raising his thumb, he relished the company of such affluent individuals. This is the headquarters of the Horn Herald. Have the gold bricks delivered downstairs. I want it all. Valron and Tony locked eyes, the outcome of the night uncertain, yet both were resolute in their standoff, prepared to see it through to the bitter end. Chapter 76. Pepper, I'm in a terrible situation. Whoa. Obadiah had finally emerged from his initial stupor. Hanging in midair, he regained his composure. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, he twisted his rotund body, attempting to struggle. However, it was not so much a struggle as it was a cautious effort to avoid making too much noise, fearing that excessive movement might cause him to fall. He merely produced some sounds to attract Valron's attention, hoping that he would be rescued. Being over 20 stories high was utterly terrifying, for the first time in his life. Obadiah was acutely aware of his fear of heights. Mr. Obadiah, do not tremble so. This is a steel cable. You cannot fall. Valon turned to glance at Obadiah, who was stiff-necked like Tony. Look at your little courage. If it weren't for your status as a mere shareholder, you'd be just like Tony, unflappable in the face of danger. After saying this, Valon even gave Tony a thumbs up. Humph. Tony snorted coldly, well aware that Valon was mocking him. Yet he shrugged it off. After all, who would meet their demise tonight remained uncertain. Ugh, woe is me. Upon hearing Valon's words, Obadiah struggled even more violently. What did Valon mean by merely being a shareholder? He was a pillar of Stark Industries. The very notion of being compared to Tony irked him to no end. The last thing he wanted was to be a mere backdrop to the Stark family. Yet, Valon had crossed the line several times, pushing Obadiah to the brink of madness. "You ignorant little thief." He repeated his vow. If he survived this night, the underworld would pay dearly. "Obadiah's anger towards you has intensified, granting him a small amount of red jade. Obadiah has become a sworn enemy of the underworld, granting him a medium amount of red jade." Valon raised an eyebrow, intrigued as it was his first encounter with the medium red jade notification. "Ha ha." Valon laughed heartily. This fellow named Obadiah wasn't quite as pathetic as he had initially seemed. Indeed, kidnapping Tony seemed to be the right move, and further rewards awaited. However, Valon's expression tightened as he noticed the glaring red words indicating a sworn enmity. Such a title was not easily attained, at the very least. Tony had not received such a notification. It was evident that the petty Obadiah was a source of amusement. As for Obadiah's future retaliation, Valon felt no concern. He would loosen the cable soon, and Mr. Obadiah would have the privilege of living to address other matters. "You scoundrel." Tony glared at Valon with a grim expression. This man was erratic, frowning one moment and laughing the next, resembling a lunatic. The unpredictability of madness was vexing to someone like Tony, who considered himself a genius. He simply could not keep pace with Valon's convoluted thought process. "No worries. I'm reminded of something joyful." Valon smiled at Tony, unwilling to waste time on Obadiah. Turning his attention to Pepper on the video feed, he said, "I trust you've heard that your young master has set his own price? Just move the gold bricks over, and I shall release him. That's the deal." With that, Valon ended the call. Meanwhile, Pepper had no time to gather herself and immediately contacted Officer George Daisy at the New York Police Department. On the east side of Manhattan, on the Cross City Highway, George sat in his patrol car, directing a large team as they swiftly encircled Queens. At this moment, he was filled with excitement, for he had obtained the precise whereabouts of the Valon gang. The New York Police Department had encircled them from 3 directions. This time, Valon would not escape. Valon, your time has come to an end." George's expression was fervent. He had awaited this day for a long time. Rising early and toiling late, he had gathered various clues, determined to eradicate the criminal organization once and for all. The underworld was not like other robbers. Their actions were exceedingly heinous. George pondered how today, as youth, could think differently. Since the incident at the Four Seasons Hotel, some media outlets reported on Valon's gang. Dressed in tailored suits with silver hair, Valon had even garnered fans online. Could one believe it? So, being handsome grants won the license to rob and forsake decency? The mere thought of this had left George sleepless for several days. However, those nightmares were now behind him. Not long ago, he received a call from Stark Industries, informing him that members of the criminal organization were in Queens, plotting against Tony Stark. Although George was puzzled as to why the playboy would venture into Queens at such a late hour, it did not hinder his resolve to apprehend the criminals. With the New York Police Department's forces deployed in 3 directions, there was no way Valon's gang could escape. Just as George felt assured of their success, his phone suddenly illuminated. Upon checking, he saw it was a message from Stark Industries, from Pepper Potts. Was she concerned about Tony's safety? No need for worry. They had already surrounded Queens, and the criminal organization was no longer a significant threat. A slight smile crept across George's face as he answered the call. "Miss Potts, there's no need for concern. We have entered Queens and are en route to Rockavy Street. The entire New York Police Department is mobilized. Valon's gang is trapped. What on earth is happening? What are you all doing in Queens?" Valon was clearly at Times Square, engaging in bungee jumping with Tony and Obadiah. To be frank, at that moment, Pepper's composure was beginning to fray. However, her years of professional experience allowed Ms. Potts to maintain her poise. Valon was not in Queens. He was at Times Square, in the offices of the Hornblower Daily. He had kidnapped Tony and Mr. Obadiah. Mr. Obadiah was currently suspended in midair, in a perilous situation. What? Director George was taken aback. They had surrounded Queens, only to discover that Valon had already slipped out of the encirclement. The embarrassment was swift. He had been outwitted by a criminal, leaving old George feeling quite humiliated. "Rest assured, we are heading to Times Square immediately. The rescue operation will commence at once. And there is no doubt that no harm will befall him." Pepper fell silent. "Then I entrust this to you," she replied, unsure of what else to say to George. After uttering those words, she hung up the phone. "To be honest, the fact that you are unaware of Valon's whereabouts is rather distressing." After ending the call, Pepper sat on the bed, feeling dizzy. The thought of Tony standing on the rooftop, at any moment facing the possibility of being coerced by that madman Valon to leap, brought her to the brink of tears. Yet, she could not afford to weep. The New York Police Department was unreliable, and she had to devise a plan to rescue Tony herself. The Silver Sable security relied solely on Silver. After stabilizing her emotions, Pepper dialed the number for Silver, the director of Silver Sable Security. Pepper, do not worry. I am fully prepared on my end, Silver cheerfully responded upon receiving her call. Initially believing that Pepper was concerned about inadequate personnel. Isn't the situation on your side not urgent? We will have everyone assembled by tomorrow morning. Pepper felt utterly exhausted. Indeed, that was the original plan. However, how could she have anticipated that Tony, with his cunning nature, would voluntarily deliver himself to Valon? There has been a slight complication. I just received a kidnapping call, and Tony has already been abducted. The location is Times Square at the Daily Bugle building. You must hurry and rescue Tony. Silver fell silent, bemused by the absurdity of the wealthy. Making a call in the evening was one thing. Being captured so swiftly was another. This playboy certainly had a swift pace. I will lead the team out immediately. We will ensure his safe return. Without a moment's pause, Silver ended the call and began rallying the team, realizing that waiting for tomorrow was not an option. Just as she accepted the mission, the employer had been taken hostage. If word got out, would Silver Sable Security still be able to operate? This matter concerned both wealth and honor, and bold action was imperative. Furthermore, she was determined to believe that no one in New York could withstand her fierce task force. And as for the gold, preparations must be made. It was unwise to rely solely on Silver Sable. If a peaceful resolution were possible, it would be preferable, though Pepper understood that such an outcome was unlikely. Nevertheless, the gold bars needed to be transported in advance to prevent Valon from finding an opportunity to threaten Tony. As long as Tony remained unharmed, the loss of some gold was inconsequential. She needed to arrange several transport vehicles to deliver the gold bars. With her mind a whirlwind of thoughts, Pepper hastily organized various matters while quickly tidying herself up, preparing to head to the Stark Foundation's underground vault. Suddenly, Pepper was taken aback. She had forgotten someone. Rhodey. The military personnel seemed far more reliable than the New York Police Department at this critical moment. Tony had been kidnapped, and the perpetrators were at Times Square, specifically the headquarters of the Daily Bugle. Realizing this, Pepper dialed Rhodey's number. Chapter 77, The Strategic Meeting of S.H.I.E.L.D. The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, commonly known as S.H.I.E.L.D., convened in the briefing room of the Air and Space Aircraft Carrier. Coulson stood before the curved conference table, surrounded by various blue projections. First, let us examine a segment of weather news. Coulson zoomed in on one of the projections, which then displayed a news clip. In the early morning, the observatory reported an unusual phenomenon of lightning near Manhattan, attributed by experts to the influence of a cold air pressure system. Moreover, this cold front would continue to advance, heralding clouds and impending rain. The date indicated was merely a typical New York weather forecast. So what does this imply? That it's getting cold, and we should layer up? Natasha Romanoff, the renowned legendary spy, occupied one of the seats at the curved table. She had abandoned her original investigative mission to be summoned back urgently. She had expected a significant crisis, only to find it was merely due to an outdated weather forecast. If that were the case, a phone call would have sufficed. She anticipated more pressing matters. Nothing is more critical than this. Someone has summoned lightning from the heavens. Coulson spoke with utmost seriousness, pressing a button in his hand. The blue projection shifted, revealing a video segment. Initially, a recording from a high vantage point showed a dimly lit street under a light drizzle, devoid of pedestrians. When a blinding flash appeared in the sky, followed by a bolt of lightning striking down, the scene transitioned to a wide-angle view of the street, where figures resembling an Eastern Taoist and a Japanese shaman emerged. What is this? The latest trailer for an Eastern exorcism film? Clint Barton queried, tapping the table in confusion. Regrettably, this is no film trailer. This footage was retrieved by the tech department from the dark web 6 minutes after the lightning incident in Hell's Kitchen. The original video was too blurry, and this was the restored, clearer version, Coulson clarified succinctly. So, you're suggesting that a Taoist summoned the lightning and then engaged in combat with a shaman? Shouldn't they be on the same side? Barton, though not well versed in Eastern mystical culture, understood the fundamental concepts as a skilled agent. Taoists and shamans both symbolize exorcists, akin to exorcists, priests, and clergymen. Thus, exorcists and priests are brawling? What a modern magical tale. Barton pressed his temples, suddenly feeling perplexed by the world around him. The specific reason for this confusion remained unknown. Coulson shook his head. The investigation had been too brief, and obtaining video footage had proven challenging. Further intelligence would require their subsequent efforts to unearth. Is it possible that some form of technology could be at play? Natasha interjected. While the video depicted the Taoist summoning lightning with a long blade, which was reasonable from an Eastern mystical perspective, Natasha, as a staunch advocate of scientific reasoning, dismissed the notion of deceptive mysticism. She had even delved into Norse mythology. Surely, the thunder god, Thor, was not a genuine entity. Members of the technical department echoed this sentiment. suggesting that the long blade wielded by the Taoist might be a specialized lightning device. Coulson shrugged, having considered the possibility of advanced technology himself, though it seemed their director held a different belief. Given the current circumstances, it was prudent to begin the investigation from a mystical standpoint. Nick Fury, listening intently, wore a grim expression and offered no further explanation, merely establishing the tempo with a single remark. Well then, are there no concrete leads? Natasha inquired. Perusing the two analysis reports she held, both derived from the recent video. While they contained some useful information, it was not particularly substantial. The definitive news was that the young sorceress first came to their attention due to him, the fearless individual from Hell's Kitchen, Daredevil, Coulson declared, as a blue projection illuminated the image of Daredevil before them. Wait. Natasha paused, slightly taken aback. Is this connected to Matt? She was aware of Daredevil's true identity, having crossed paths with him during various missions. If one were to be candid, they could be considered friends. Natasha has summoned you back to seek out an old acquaintance. Daredevil likely possesses a wealth of knowledge regarding the issues arising in Hell's Kitchen, Nick Fury remarked, directing his gaze toward Natasha. Before they unraveled the origins of the Taoist and the sorceress, he preferred to avoid overly aggressive tactics. Tasking Natasha to approach Daredevil could yield valuable intelligence. Understood. Natasha replied succinctly, nodding in acknowledgement. And what about me? Barton inquired, pointing to himself. Both he and Natasha had been recalled simultaneously. If Natasha was heading to Hell's Kitchen, it stood to reason that he too would have a mission. Agent Barton, I require your assistance for a brief excursion. I intend to make contact with this individual, Coulson said with a wry smile. At the conclusion of the video, a black Jeep had dramatically intruded upon the scene. This was no mere coincidence. Surveillance footage from the area indicated that the vehicle's destination was unmistakably the neighborhood where the conflict had erupted. Tracing the license plate revealed that the owner of the vehicle was named Zhao Li, Coulson announced, as a blue projection flickered to display detailed information about a man, Zhao Li. Age, 30. Date of birth, August 21, 1978. Leo, blood type unspecified, height 1.78 meters, weight 65 kilograms. All documentation is in order, and his personal information is thoroughly complete. Notably, his assets are quite substantial. A hint of hesitation flickered across Coulson's face. Is there a problem? Barton inquired at that moment. Is the origin of his assets questionable? No, quite the opposite. The origins of his assets are exceedingly ordinary, perhaps even excessively so, Coulson replied, his tone growing more serious. A month ago, Mr. Tom, a shareholder of a dairy factory, passed away due to gastrointestinal illness during surgery. He left behind a bequeathal agreement, naming Zhao Li as the beneficiary. 2 weeks prior, Mr. Aldridge, a director of an entertainment company, also passed away. His wife had died 3 years earlier, and he had no children. He similarly left a will bequeathing his estate to Zhao Li. 4 days ago, there were suspicions that he may have employed some nefarious means to eliminate these individuals and seize their assets. Natasha interjected, rapping her fingers on the table. Currently, these deaths appear to be either accidental or due to illness, with corresponding records from both the hospital and the police. There is no indication of unnatural causes. Coulson refrained from elaborating further, but the situation felt decidedly amiss. Would it be perilous to approach this matter so recklessly? Barton posed the question to Nick Fury. That is precisely why we sought your return. You and Coulson will operate in tandem to make tentative contact. Nick Fury acknowledged the inherent risks. Yet, the most comprehensive information available at present pertains solely to Zhao Li. As a potential point of breakthrough, it was worth the risk. For now, this is the situation. Nick Fury began to summarize. Coulson and Barton will team up, while Natasha will operate independently, aiming to ascertain their motives, origins, and risk assessment in the shortest possible time. Just as Nick Fury was concluding his remarks, an urgent call came through. He pressed his hand to his earpiece, and his demeanor froze in place. Coulson and the others were uncertain of what had transpired, but they could plainly see that Nick Fury's already dark expression had morphed into one of utter gloom. Moments later, Nick Fury ended the call, paused in silence, and then declared, the previous operation is postponed. A more pressing matter has arisen. Tony Stark has been kidnapped. Chapter 78, tonight. A frenzy in the news. Times Square, the Horn Herald building. Boss, everything is ready. We can commence at any moment. Mary observed Jonah Jameson, who had once again faced consequences for his noncompliance, her face alight with excitement. Having worked as a mercenary for several years, she had witnessed her fair share of thrilling scenarios. Tonight is destined to be extraordinary. Mary, with her career at stake, vows that this evening will be the most exhilarating of all. Valor, that dashing man, is wonderfully mad, and she finds herself captivated. On the rooftop at this very moment, Mary's fondness for you increases, earning her a modest amount of red jade. Valor disregards the prompt before him, gazing at Tony Stark with a smile, speaking into the phone. Excellent, let us commence. As midnight approaches, the peak evening hours have passed. The citizens of New York City are now comfortably settled in front of their televisions, engaging in conversation, perusing newspapers, or relishing delectable dinners. Times Square, known as the crossroads of the world, is bustling with a continuous flow of tourists, creating a vibrant scene. Suddenly, the screens, whether televisions or large displays scattered throughout the city, shift to reveal a middle-aged man with a receding hairline appearing before the audience. It is the news from the Daily Bugle. Few have seen Jonah Jameson on television. However, this evening presents a rather different scenario. He appears to have been quite severely beaten. His left eye is swollen, and his pristine suit bears several scuff marks, rendering his appearance quite unseemly. This is the Daily Bugle. I am editor Jonah Jameson, and we are broadcasting an urgent news alert. We have been taken hostage. Jonah's frantic voice resonates through the television sets and over the electronic billboards, echoing across the skyline of New York City. The perpetrator is the nefarious leader of the criminal organization, Valor. He has committed unprecedented atrocities. Tony Stark, that infamous playboy, has been abducted by this madman. He is a scoundrel, a disgrace, a villain unworthy of existence. The Daily Bugle has indeed been seized. The playboy of Stark Industries has been kidnapped. Jonah's opening declaration leaves everyone astounded. Speak properly. An outsider interjects, prompting a disturbance that topples Jonah's chair. Naturally, the audience cannot discern the identity of the assailant. Yet the ferocity of the tone suggests a ruthless criminal. Concern washes over the viewers for Jonah's well-being. If this little old man is speaking recklessly, his battered visage indicates that his fate is unlikely to be favorable. Yet Jonah is not the sort to be intimidated. He wholly disregards the threats posed by the menacing criminal. With neck strained and fists pounding the table, his face flushed, he passionately proclaims, "You need not threaten me. I shall never succumb to evil." Dear viewers, this is the Daily Bugle. I am not alone in this battle. Our brave reporters have ascended to the rooftop. We will provide you with the most immediate and truthful coverage of this heinous incident. Trust us, I am the embodiment of justice and shall never succumb to the forces of evil. The live news broadcast from the Horn Herald, once aired, stirred ripples across the tranquil surface of the lake. Major news outlets, akin to sharks sensing blood in the water, flocked eagerly to seize the opportunity. This is the New York Daily News with an urgent bulletin. Moments ago, the Horn Herald reported astonishing news. A group of deranged individuals has audaciously kidnapped Tony Stark, the illustrious playboy. This is a Fox News correspondent reporting that Tony Stark has fallen into the clutches of a nefarious organization. Live from the crime scene is Mr. Jonah Jameson. Let us commend his fearless spirit. At this very moment, news stations, including independent journalists, are mobilizing, racing towards the Horn Herald's headquarters with unparalleled urgency. They charge into the fray, seeking to obtain first-hand accounts. Tony Stark has been abducted. This revelation has left all journalists overwhelmed with emotion. Tonight, the media revels in jubilation. This is the monumental story they have long awaited. How infuriating that it is not they who have been seized by the organization. What extraordinary luck has befallen old Jonah. A wave of envy sweeps through the ranks of reporters, fixated on one singular thought, to rush to the scene of the kidnapping and seize the moment to skyrocket their ratings. Charge forth. Securing the headline is imperative. Mary S.'s professional team is furiously typing away, broadcasting the live signal at lightning speed. Online, the Horn Herald's broadcast has surged to the top of the rankings. In the chat room, a myriad of enthusiastic viewers join the conversation. Valon looks so dashing. I've been following him since the Four Seasons incident. That silver suit is absolutely stunning. It feels like we're in a drama. How could the NYPD possibly apprehend Lord Valon? The most elegant rogue in history, I adore you. I'm heading to the scene to cheer for Valon. Anyone care to join? A little secret. I have a support light board for Valon at home. A throng of infatuated individuals supporting a kidnapper. How utterly revolting. What is the NYPD doing? Are they merely biding their time? Such lunatics should have faced justice long ago. Serves Tony Stark right for being so arrogant. I've heard he has bedded every cover girl from Vanity Fair. Who knows if it's true? Let him revel in his downfall. This is poetic justice. Such drivel. The chat scrolls at an astonishing pace. Seated before their computers, keyboard warriors joyfully type away, filling the live stream with an exuberant atmosphere. At this moment, just a street away from the headquarters of the Horn Herald, George Daisy anxiously awaited the arrival of helicopter support. In this critical situation, he caught sight of the electronic billboard in Times Square, broadcasting live news from the Horn Herald. The news of Tony Stark's kidnapping was profoundly alarming. Should it be broadcasted, the reputation of the New York Police Department would plummet to new lows. George nearly shouted at his subordinates in frustration. What on earth is happening? What the hell does Valon intend to do? Quickly, Find a way to cut the live signal, he urged. Just then, the face of Jonah suddenly magnified on the screen, his visage nearly pressed against the display, his face flushed as he bellowed with all his might. If any members of the NYPD are watching this live feed, remember, do not cut the broadcast. Valon will execute Tony Stark. He is a madman. Remember my words. You fools of the NYPD. Valon is insane. He is capable of such atrocities. Do not terminate the broadcast. If it stops, Tony Stark will die. Damn it. What the hell, Jonah Jameson? Who are you calling a fool? Valon is scum. You are no better. The anger surged within George, and he struggled to contain it. Boss, are we still live? One of his subordinates approached him. Live my foot. Hurry and find out why the helicopter hasn't arrived yet. I am going up there myself to capture that bastard Valon. Chapter 79. I refuse to be interviewed. I'm sorry, I cannot take any interviews at the moment. George declared sternly, yet the reporters disregarded his refusal. The flashes of cameras illuminated George's face, pushing him closer to the brink of despair. I am a reporter from Time magazine. What are your thoughts on the kidnapping of Tony Stark? I am from the New York Times. Is this horrifying kidnapping incident related to the long-standing inaction of the NYPD? Each reporter vied for attention, eager to thrust their microphones into George's face. They appeared as if gold were raining from the heavens, their eyes glimmering like wolves spotting their prey. George's complexion turned a shade of iron. What is wrong with this swarm of reporters? They arrived faster than the NYPD could respond. This is outrageous. And where is my helicopter? I am Christine Everhart from Vanity Fair. May I pose a few questions to you? A statuesque blonde beauty forcefully navigated through the crowd, her eyes ablaze with fervor as she confronted George Stacy, who was encircled by a throng of journalists. Like a predator sensing its prey, she advanced with tenacity, cutting through the cluster of reporters to stand before George. Sources have revealed that the criminal organization, known as the Hand, has been wreaking havoc in New York City, responsible for incidents such as the Four Seasons hotel wedding heist and various jewel thefts. As Christine began her inquiry, the remainder of her question was swiftly taken over by her fellow journalists. Might we inquire why the New York Police Department has remained inactive during this period? Can we infer that it is precisely the department's willful blindness that has given rise to such brazen criminals? The journalists eagerly gazed at George, sensing that once this report is released, it would undoubtedly ignite a global sensation. The prospect of becoming renowned media figures was tantalizingly close, and the excitement was palpable. They extolled the Hand and lauded Tony Stark. Their moment of fame was imminent. Rumor has it that the New York Police Department received intelligence last week regarding an impending kidnapping of Mr. Tony Stark by the Hand. Is there any truth to this allegation? After such extensive preparation, the police's failure to take effective action in light of the criminal's audacious declarations has led to dire consequences for victims such as Mr. Tony Stark and Mr. Obadiah Stane, who was left dangling from a rooftop. What remarks does Chief George have regarding this situation? The reporter's inquiries grew increasingly pointed, darkening George's expression. If this unruly band continued their tirade, the stain of this debacle could tarnish his lifetime of hard work, all due to that scoundrel, Valon, who allowed these journalists in. Where are the personnel? Get them out of here. How can you be so incompetent as to handle such a trivial matter? Chief George berated his subordinates. These journalists thrived on chaos, and if they were to broadcast these scenes, the reputation of the New York Police Department would plummet to unfathomable depths. This was utterly intolerable. Meanwhile, Christine paid no heed to George's outburst. She animatedly gestured to her photographer. Hurry, hurry, it's upstairs. Zoom in quickly. The cameraman, attuned to her urgency, adjusted the focus, directing the lens toward Obadiah, who dangled precariously from the 22nd floor. Mr. Obadiah Stane, a shareholder and the chief executive officer of Stark Industries, is also one of the founding figures of the company. Presently, he finds himself suspended perilously from the 22nd floor with no protective measures beneath him, rendering the situation exceedingly dangerous. It is evident that the sole safety apparatus he possesses is the steel cable affixed to the rooftop. Should it snap, the consequences would be dire. Faced with such ruthless assailants and the grave repercussions at hand, can the New York Police Department deliver a satisfactory resolution? Tony Stark, the renowned playboy and billionaire with a fortune in the hundreds of billions, backed by the military might of the Department of Defense, has encountered such misfortune. What then awaits the common citizen? How shall the lives of New Yorkers be safeguarded? If this inaction persists, it compels us to question earnestly where our taxpayer dollars are being allocated. What role does George Stacy play? Has he engaged in any embezzlement? Should further investigations be undertaken? Does he still possess the capability to remain in his position as chief of the New York Police Department? Where lies the bright future for the citizens of New York? Is our outlook indeed bleak? This is Christine Everhart from Vanity Fair, committed to bringing you ongoing coverage. George's fury contorted his features. These reporters, with their self-righteous demeanor, were infuriating. He awaited the arrival of a helicopter to negotiate with Valon, having no time for their nonsense. The reputation of New York was at risk of being tarnished by these insufferable journalists. He shouted incessantly into the communicator. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have been able to cut the live feed before the situation escalated, but now Valon was threatening to execute his demands. That madman was capable of anything. Outside the Stark Foundation, a throng of reporters had gathered. Ms. Potts, clad in a suit with an identification badge affixed to her left breast, approached Pepper Potts. "It's me." Pepper, preoccupied with concerns for Tony's safety, was hardly inclined to engage with the pervasive reporters. However, aware of the potential damage that could be wrought by their sensationalism, she forced a smile despite her anxiety. "May I have a few words?" Coulson inquired politely. "No. I am not here to hold a press conference, and I am about to leave," Pepper replied in a formal manner, having no intention of granting any interviews. After casually dismissing him, she attempted to usher Coulson away. "I am not a reporter. My name is Phil Coulson, from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. I am here on behalf of Tony Stark." With a resigned smile, Coulson presented the meticulously prepared business card to Miss Potts. "Oh, this sounds quite chaotic," Pepper remarked, momentarily taken aback as she reached for the card. "The author, Fu Shi, reminds you that Players Amidst Marvel is updated with the latest chapters on Kung Ses. Come, indeed. We are striving to simplify it." Coulson chuckled, aware that the name was rather unwieldy. "We have already informed the Department of Defense about this matter." Pepper gazed at Coulson, unfamiliar with this unwieldy logistical bureau. The scene was already chaotic enough. She had no desire to add to the complications. Shaking her head, she was about to decline Coulson's offer when he interrupted her. "We belong to a different system that specializes in these affairs. Trust me, I am a professional." "If that is the case, very well," Pepper conceded after a moment of silence, nodding her agreement. The priority now was to rescue Tony. She was unwilling to engage in any disputes. She did not wish to squander time here, and if Coulson insisted on accompanying her, she would not object. Personnel were arranged to transport the gold bars from the underground vault, while Pepper boarded the helicopter with Coulson en route to the Daily Bugle building. She needed to assess Tony's situation. On the helicopter, Rhodey's call came through. "The special forces have entered and will soon reach the site. Due to the uncertainty surrounding the organization behind this, I have requested heavy weaponry support from higher-ups. However, military mobilization requires time, and we also need to evacuate the crowds. There are far too many people gathered in Times Square, which hinders our assault." "An assault? Is that truly advisable? What if Tony gets hurt during the attack?" Pepper expressed her concern upon hearing this. "The focus must be on establishing safety measures first and retrieving Tony. I have arranged for transport vehicles to carry the gold bars, and I hope the military can prioritize setting up rescue facilities. We cannot allow any harm to come to Tony. Oh, and Mr. Obadiah as well. I understand. Do not worry. I will ensure everything is in order." Rhodey concluded before hanging up. The organization clearly recognized that the Department of Defense stood behind Tony Stark. Yet they still proceeded to kidnap him. What an absurd situation, and remarkably, they had succeeded. Now, they were brazenly broadcasting the event live. The military was in a frenzy. Had it not been for the fact that this was Times Square, teeming with people, and that the victim was Tony Stark, they might have even considered deploying fighter jets for an airstrike. These scoundrels must not be allowed to escape. The criminal organization must not be allowed to remain. And Tony cannot be harmed, all while striving to restore the image of the Department of Defense. The pressure from above is immense, and Rod's expression has darkened further. Chapter 80. Wilson, I share no affiliation with Evil Times Square, the Horn newspaper building. Several helicopters hovered above the rooftop, maintaining a careful distance from it. These were dispatched by affluent television stations, eager to cover the news of Tony Stark's abduction. Spotlights illuminated the rooftop, making it as bright as day. As the focal point of the evening, Valon leaned on his black gold cane, facing a visibly pale Tony. Tony, who had graced the headlines numerous times, had encountered scandals and genius features, yet this particular headline stirred a genuine impulse within him to leap from the building. However, jumping was out of the question. After all, 20 stories was rather high. Tony endeavored to maintain a stern expression, striving to uphold his dignified image. In contrast, Valon wore a broad smile, as notifications of continuous revenue streamed across his system prompt. Not far behind him, the reporters and photographers from the Horn newspaper trembled with anxiety. Unlike their counterparts outside, who reveled in the chaos, these individuals were directly held hostage. It would be intriguing to see how those who cheered for the freedom of the press would react when confronted with a gun to their heads. Under the glaring spotlight, Valon resembled a star on the red carpet, greeting the reporters in the helicopters and waving to the television audience through the lens. Suddenly, outside the rooftop, the thunderous roar of a helicopter echoed as one approached the building, with George holding a megaphone at the cabin door. Valon of the criminal organization, you are now surrounded. Release the hostages immediately. Surrender. George, acutely aware of the reporters aiming their cameras at him, recognized that his moment had arrived. Setting aside all else, he knew it was essential to maintain the dignity of the New York Police Department. Gritting his teeth, he raised the megaphone. Mr. Stark, do not be alarmed. The New York Police Department has arrived. We have surrounded the Horn Building. The members of the criminal organization cannot escape. Simultaneously, we have established contact with the military. So please do not worry. We will bring the criminals to justice. At that moment, in Hell's Kitchen, the infamous Kingpin reclined on his sofa, comfortably watching the live broadcast on television, swirling a glass of red wine and savoring occasional sips. Director George's furious voice resonated incessantly from the television. Valon, wielding a black cane, held it with an elegant posture, his hands gracefully clasped atop the cane, akin to a refined young gentleman. Behind him, a burly figure sat cross-legged on the ground, exuding a fierce demeanor. To Valon's left stood Tony Stark, pale-faced at the edge of the rooftop, while to his right dangled Obadiah Stane, suspended at the height of the 22nd floor. Wilson raised an eyebrow, feeling a mix of admiration and surprise. The audacity of today's youth was truly remarkable. They had indeed accomplished something formidable. The hefty man behind Valon was impressive, robust in stature. In comparison to Valon, Wilson found himself more appreciative of this burly figure. As a man of considerable muscle himself, he felt a natural affinity for True, especially given that True was also a rogue. He yearned to have such talent under his command, declaring, "I have a fondness for such robust individuals." The youth nowadays seem as slender as monkeys, which is rather uninteresting. Upon hearing these words, the expression of the man known as Bullseye darkened instantly. He cast a murderous glance at the hefty figure on the television. He, Bullseye, was the most trusted aide and chief assassin of Kingpin. Neither Erica nor anyone else could hope to divert Kingpin's attention. Such a thing was utterly intolerable. This shadowy organization is far too arrogant. Shall I eliminate them? Bullseye stepped forward, his every word dripping with bloodlust, as if he were capable of nothing but murder. Yet, it appeared that the truth was indeed as such. A psychopathic killer had little else to occupy his time beyond aiding Kingpin in his nefarious deeds. Ah, but we are upstanding citizens. What concern is this to me? Wilson shrugged nonchalantly, spreading his hands without a care in the world. Who was he? The Dark Emperor of the underworld? No, he was a prominent businessman in New York. A pragmatist, a renowned philanthropist, Mr. Wilson Fisk, who, in a few years, would be vying for the mayoral election of New York City. However, with a kidnapping incident occurring, it would be remiss of him not to involve himself in such a significant matter. With this thought, a slight smile graced Wilson's face as he instructed his respectful secretary, who had just entered. Valon is exceedingly arrogant. Hurry, contact the New York Police Department and inform them that I wish to make a donation of funds and supplies. We must ensure Mr. Stark's rescue and that such criminals do not evade justice. I cannot coexist with wrongdoers. At this moment, within the Maggia, Hammerhead also caught sight of the news, and his expression darkened considerably. When enemies meet, their eyes blaze with enmity. Even through the television screen, the animosity was palpable. The mere sight of Valon reminded him of the last time he was tricked into drinking poison. Though he had survived, he had spent over a week recuperating in bed. He could not bear to let this grievance go unavenged, a weight pressing heavily upon his heart. However, with a furrowed brow and a glimmer of concern in his eyes, Hammerhead was taken aback by the unexpected capture of the notorious playboy. The entire city of New York was now in disarray due to his actions. The military had arrived, leaving Hammerhead pondering his next move. He intended to orchestrate a sudden assault, envisioning a scenario where, by the time the military responded, the city would be entirely under his control. Unless the military completely abandoned this place, the deployment of large-scale weaponry within New York City would be unfeasible. Ha ha ha, cackled Mariah with a wide grin. With his distraction, the landing of the zombie army would be significantly simplified. We are on the verge of seizing New York. Do not concern yourselves with these minor disturbances. Ha ha ha. In Queens, the golden-haired Maypac lounged on her sofa, indulging in a fat-reducing salad while engrossed in the family drama Desperate Housewives, the season's most popular soap opera. Naturally, she was captivated, following each episode religiously every night. Oh, how pitiful. They are divorced, yet that wretched husband still clings to her. Being a housewife is truly no easy feat. Suddenly, the television emitted a piercing crackle, followed by a snowy scream. What is happening? This television is barely a few years old. How can it be broken already? The quality of today's appliances is truly subpar. Maypac grumbled, chewing on her tasteless salad, contemplating whether to call an electrician for repairs. Just then, the screen flickered back to life. This is the New York Daily News. We interrupt this program for an urgent announcement. Tony Stark, the arrogant playboy, has been kidnapped. We can see that the crowd has begun to disperse at the scene. But Times Square is overflowing with people, making the dispersal efforts less than effective. Many are rushing toward the Horn Herald. Police Chief George is attempting to negotiate with Valon for the release of the hostages. Mr. Stark's personal assistant, Miss Pepper Potts, has also arrived on the scene, bringing the ransom demanded by the kidnappers. All the gold from the Stark Foundation's underground vault. Will such compliance satisfy the greedy captors? Will Valon adhere to his word and release the hostages? All remains uncertain for now. Let us turn to our experts for insight. The television screen transitioned to a bearded man, his mouth agape, spitting fervently. Personally, I do not believe it will happen. Individuals as deranged as these scoundrels are not to be trusted. Maypac observed the agitated expert pounding the table, his face flushed with fervor, and quietly rose from her seat. Meanwhile, Peter Parker and his classmates were organizing an outdoor barbecue party that evening. New York City has descended into chaos. It is no longer a time for festivities. She needs to make a call to inquire about Peter's return, lest he revel in ignorance of the unfolding events. Chapter 81. Harry, there must be something amiss. In Brooklyn, at Prospect Park, Peter Parker savors the barbecue in his hands, a specialty from the Hepping family. Exquisite. He has never tasted such delectable barbecue in his life. The succulent juices flow, igniting an insatiable appetite within him. The harmonious blend of flavors compels him to indulge fervently. The meat's tenderness and silkiness, along with its robust flavor, create an unforgettable experience, a true embodiment of culinary excellence. This is no ordinary barbecue. It showcases the sheer power of beef, delicious beyond words. Peter chews heartily, tears streaming down his face. Beside Peter, Mary Jane also partakes in this delightful dish. Unlike Peter, who has embarrassed himself with tears of joy, she maintains her composure. Though the experience is overwhelmingly delightful, the barbecue melts in her mouth, involuntary sounds of pleasure escaping her lips as her legs tremble with delight. She feels as though she is immersed in a sea of savory juices, rising and falling with the waves. The primal cries and quivers emanating from her very bones resonate deeply, intertwining with her taste buds in a captivating dance. With a slight blush on her cheeks, Mary Jane exhales a warm breath, her eyes sparkling as she gazes at the barbecue before her. Although she has previously tasted the desserts crafted by Hepping, she wonders what culinary marvels he cannot create. Barbecue, stir-fried dishes, desserts, beverages. His talent seems boundless. It is no wonder that shortly after transferring, Hepping claimed the title of the most popular student on campus. The allure of such mouth-watering delicacies is simply overwhelming. Suddenly, a flash of the knife catches everyone's attention. They perceive fleeting shadows darting before them. In an instant, the entire beef tenderloin has been sliced into thin pieces, landing gracefully on the plate, resembling a crystalline work of art. Simultaneously, the crackling of charcoal fills the air as the iron plate is heated to a fiery red. The high-temperature wafts an aromatic smoke that slightly distorts the vision. Perfectly cooked. With a deft motion, Hepping creates an explosion of flavor. The moment the meat touches the scorching iron plate, the fats erupt, and with a cascade of high-quality liquor poured over, flames burst into life, accompanied by a sizzling sound. As if a crimson dragon rises amidst the fervor, the fervent flames soaring over 2 meters high. Next comes the spices. As the flames sear, an intensely robust and commanding aroma envelopes the scene, a palpable tension in the air. The tantalizing aroma of barbecued meat wafts through the park, a delightful blend of freshness, fragrance, and spiciness that leaves one salivating, igniting a fervent restlessness from the depths of one's soul. What is happening? The girls can hardly contain their excitement, exclaiming in delight as they behold a mesmerizing spectacle of flames. Surrounding Yukihira Soma, serpents of fire dance wildly, and the sight of the young chef, deeply focused in his culinary endeavor, is undeniably handsome. Ah, Yukihira, you are so charming. Will you be my boyfriend? The girl's shrieks seem to pierce the very heavens. Amidst the chaos, Yukihira, adorned with a white headband, presents the barbecued meat upon the table, his handsome smile captivating all. The famished girls, unable to resist, swarm towards him. The delectable aroma fills the air, causing Peter and Mary Jane, who initially felt satiated, to find their appetites rekindled. Mary Jane leaps into the crowd, returning triumphantly with 3 portions of barbecued meat for the table, enough for her, Peter, and Harry. The fierce competition among the girls surrounding Yukihira is intense. Mary Jane's successful retrieval of 3 portions is commendable. Hurry, eat while it's hot, Peter urges, stuffing his mouth with the grilled delicacies. Although everyone is in high spirits and the barbecue is undeniably delicious, Harry remains aloof, wearing a stern expression. Lately, he has been acting strangely, his mood darkening whenever Yukihira is around. Peter is perplexed. Ignore him, Mary Jane replies, raising an eyebrow and casting a knowing glance at Harry. The spotlight of the evening has been stolen from the young master, naturally leaving him in a foul mood. Am I sulking? Harry retorts, pouting with displeasure. I never eat this kind of food. It looks utterly unappetizing. It looks quite delicious to me. Why not give it a try? Mary Jane insists, pushing the plate of barbecued meat towards him, her gaze unwavering. Harry contemplates refusing, but given her insistence, it would seem rather impolite not to at least sample it. Moreover, the aroma is indeed enticing. It's probably just some artificial flavoring. How mundane. He scoffs, dubious about the potential of the barbecue. As the heir of the Osborne family, he has tasted countless delicacies. Only those Na'vi girls could be so easily swayed. With a dismissive pout, he spears a piece of meat with a fork and pops it into his mouth. In an instant, his pupils dilate in astonishment. His mind goes blank. What divine flavor is this? It is overwhelmingly delicious. How is it? Isn't it delightful? Peter watches eagerly as Harry gulps down another portion, feeling a slight heaviness in his stomach, yet yearning for more. There must be something amiss. This is too good to be true. Harry stares incredulously at the empty plate before him, astonished that he devoured it all in mere moments. Incredible, absolutely incredible. What has that transfer student added? This is simply unscientific. Stubborn as a dead duck, Mary Jane pouted and ignored Harry. With her camera in hand, she snapped pictures of the venerable Nakiri Senzaman, who was skillfully preparing sashimi, and of Yukihira Soma. The girl's fighting spirit was too fierce, making it difficult for her to join the circle around Soma. So she decided to start with these two. The old man, Nakiri, wiped his sashimi knife, and with a flicker of the blade, delicate slices of fish, as thin as the wings of a cicada, gracefully fell onto the plate, layered like a peony just on the verge of blooming, noble and elegant. I wager a bottle of beer that this old man has a story to tell. Mary Jane whispered to Peter and Harry. I feel the same way. Is that Soma's grandfather? He looks quite intimidating. Peter nodded, surprised that even chefs these days could appear so fearsome. The old man was muscular, his physique exaggerated, with scars on his arms that gave him the appearance of a retired boss re-entering the workforce. I don't know, but I would love to conduct a series of interviews with the Yukihira family. They all seem to have fascinating stories. Clutching her camera, Mary Jane began to indulge in her imagination. Handsome youth, mature uncle, and fierce old man. A set meal in a kitchen. Could this be the legendary Yakuza culinary team? Hey, insignificant sickly cat Parker. As the three were engaged in conversation, Thompson's voice suddenly erupted. With a resounding thud, he slammed the sashimi platter onto the table. Thompson? Peter was taken aback. What was this hulking figure doing here? Surely he wasn't about to repeat his old antics again, given that there were no lockers here. He couldn't possibly be planning to stuff himself into the oven. Peter felt a wave of panic wash over him. Thompson enthusiastically patted Peter on the shoulder, shaking him 3 times in place. Parker, don't just stand there, eat heartily. This is the old man's signature sashimi platter. You must not leave any leftovers. Newbie, thank you. Sanjeong. Hello everyone. This is 24 Pure Newbie Fushing. I'm truly delighted to be with Sanjeong. First and foremost, I must thank Sister Juzi. Every time I feel uncertain about the data, I bother her, and she patiently reassures me, saying, don't panic, it's all right. Since I started publishing, she has repeatedly advised me to stockpile manuscripts, at least to update with 4,000 words. I always promised to do so, yet somehow, I failed to evolve into a consistent updater. But despite my struggles, Juzi never gave up on me, consistently recommending my work, showing me immense kindness. As an aspiring author, I am still learning the ropes. I am unfamiliar with many rules, such as the need for regular updates, at least 2 chapters in the morning and afternoon. Well, I haven't managed to do that. Let us give a round of applause. Due to my lack of updates, I haven't earned a single benefit vote. The number of votes I have now is entirely thanks to everyone's support, 1 vote at a time. To those who have generously offered their support, casting votes of recommendation, I am truly moved by the overwhelming response of over 2,000 votes in a single week, something I had never imagined. It fills my heart with gratitude. Thus, I often feel a pang of guilt when I release a new chapter. After the story is published, I am determined to provide at least 2 updates, as it is crucial to meet the expectations of my dear friends. The first to engage with me was the ever-enthusiastic A. Fu Jun, who diligently filled my chapter comments with thoughts on San Hua Mi Li. Then there was Jiu Wan, who ventured out to promote my work, and the first reader to comment was Jian, who generously rewarded me with 5,000. I must also thank my monthly ticket benefactor, Tang Bohu, who brings fragrance to my writing, and my inaugural group administrator, Xie Shui. Additionally, I extend my gratitude to the likes of Shen Yanmeng Huai, 1029, Yijan Feng Yubu Lu Run, Luo Bo Shanda Wang, Yongheng Wanhuan Dong, Wu Mingxian Yu 666, and Laura Akru. Among numerous others whose names I hold dear, there are simply too many to mention. Each time I update and do not see your familiar faces, my heart races with anxiety. Of course, I must also acknowledge those unsung heroes who secretly bestow rewards upon me, only to vanish shortly thereafter, as well as those who urged me to increase my updates, yet I inadvertently let slip away. I may be rambling a bit, but I am genuinely elated. I sincerely thank each and every one of you and hope for your continued support in the future. My deepest bow to you all. As I ponder how many will remain on this journey with me, I am grateful for the records of support in my backend up to this day. Thank you to 0330 for the generous donation of 200 points, to 0402 A Fu Jun for 100 points, to 0404 Li Di Huang for 300 points, to 0407 Miao Miao Xing Shui Bai for 500 points, to 0408 Qian Miao for 100 points, to 0409 The Beleaguered Reader for 100 points, to 0409 Miao Miao Xing Shui Bai for another 100 points, to 0409 A Fu Jun for 100 points, to 0410 Qian Miao for 100 points, to 0411 Qian Miao for 100 points, to 0412 A Fu Jun for 100 points, to 0413 Shu Yu 202006 1016 5107666 for 100 points, to 0414 Zhongshan Luo Mu for 100 points, to 0415 Qian Miao for 200 points, to 0417 Qian Miao for 300 points, to 0419 A Yaoya for 100 points, to 0420 Shu Yu 1701 1900301002 23 for 100 points, to 0424 Miao Miao Xing Shui Bai for 100 points, to 0425 Feng Wu Hen Han Hua for 100 points, to 0426 Miao Miao Xing Shui Bai for 100 points, to 0426 Hao Xiang's with Xianyu for 200 points, and to 0426 Gio won 20,000 for 100 points. Gratitude is extended to the supporters on April 26th, to 0426 and Book Friend 201 905 1220 for their generous contributions of 1,500 points, to 0426, to the Sprite of Meow Star for 100 points on April 27th, to Qian Miao for 200 points on April 28th, to the Sprite of Meow Star for another 100 points on April 30th, to Magic Rick for 100 points, to I Won't Do It Anymore for 100 points on May 1st, to Yao Yao 2233 for 100 points, to Evil Beastly Sean for 100 points on May 2nd, to Me Lu Bei Wong for 100 points, to the Sprite of Meow Star for 100 points on May 4th, to Not Eating Makes Me Feel Weird for 100 points on May 5th, to Book Friend 2020070082055329111 for 100 points on May 6th, to Be Your Eternal Shoulder for 100 points on May 7th, to Mei Tian Li Ah for 100 points, to Falling Leaves Dancing with Fragrance for 100 points on May 9th, to Confused While Reading Novels for 100 points on May 10th, to Reader 138 43126 89040416768 for 500 points, to From the Sky for 520 points on May 11th, to Book Friend 2017102 71120565542 for 100 points, to Book Friend 2017102 71120565542 for 520 points on May 12th, to King of Radish Mountain for 100 points, to True Chin Tian for 100 points, to Starry Sky Rhythm for 100 points on May 13th, to Evil Moon Young Master for 500 points on May 14th, to One Slash of Wind and Moon Leaves No One for 100 points, to Qian Miao for 100 points, to One Chapter of the Little Prince for 100 points, to Chunjiang 01 for 100 points on May 15th, to Robber for 100 points, to Robber Again for 100 points, to Evil Moon Young Master for 100 points, to Falling Leaves Dancing with Fragrance for 100 points, to Book Friend 20200724141555500 for 500 points on May 16th, to the Sprite of Meow Star for 100 points, to Evil Moon Young Master for 130 points on May 17th, to One Slash of Wind and Moon Leaves No One for 100 points, to 10 Years of Dreaming for 500 points, to Kong Xiaohai for 5,000 points, to Wen Xing Zhangcheng for 100 points. Thank you to 0517 for the generous contributions. 1,500 points from the 10 Mile Copper Sparrow Tower, 200 points from Qian Miao, 100 points from 236 420 3053. 100 points from the mischievous young Master Xieyu, 500 points from 10-Year Dream Huan, 500 points from the Dragon of the Candle in the Great Luo Heaven, and 100 points from Ho Yi. Grateful to 0518, Zheng Xiao Jun for 100 points, and the feeling of not having eaten for 100 points. Appreciation to 0518. Meow Meow Star S Sprite for 100 points, and to book friend 20180627112533223 for 500 points. Thank you to book friend 2020121323329427738 for 100 points. Acknowledgement to 0519 Young Master Xiaoyu for 170 points, and to 0520 Meow Meow Star S Sprite for another 100 points. Grateful for 100 points from Zhuang Zhou Dreaming of Butterflies, and 100 points from book friend 1611192249173884. Thank you to 0520 One Chapter Little Prince for 100 points, to Iran Ruyu for 100 points, and 100 points from 1384312689040416768. Appreciation to Young Master Xiaoyu for 100 points once more. Thank you to 0521 Meow Meow Star S Sprite for 100 points, and to book friend 20210512142402144 for 100 points. Grateful to 0522 10-Year Dream Huan for 500 points, 1500 points from the Night S Footsteps, 500 points from February S Clear Wine, and 100 points from Young Master Xiaoyu. Thank you to 0523 Young Master Xiaoyu for 100 points, and to Meow Meow Star S Sprite for 100 points. Appreciation for 120 points from Young Master Xiaoyu, and 100 points from 20180331001344746. Chapter 82 Father, Valon. The fervor of the girls in Zhongqing towards you grants a modest amount of white jade. Mary Jane Watson's curiosity about you yields a small amount of white jade. Peter Parker's admiration for the barbecue brings in a slight amount of white jade. Thompson's rising affection for you earns a modest amount of white jade. Harry Osborne's reaction. Has the automatic jade dispenser been activated? As the system notifications continuously flashed before him, the smile on Yukihira Soma's face deepened. The action of barbecuing paused momentarily as he glanced towards the circle of girls, observing a gang, Peter, and others seated together. One by one, they all exhibit such extravagance. It appears that the feast brings them immense joy. Parker, why do you seem so dazed? To have the fortune of tasting the sashimi prepared by our esteemed elder is a blessing you must have earned in your previous life. Peter found himself pinned to the table by Thompson, facing a spread of roasted meat and the elder Nigeri's exquisite sashimi. The meat sizzled over the flames, releasing a bold aroma that commanded attention like the might of a dragon. The delicately sliced freshwater fish sashimi, beautifully arranged, promised an unparalleled gustatory experience. However, Peter had hardly ceased his chatter from the very beginning, and now he was beginning to feel somewhat full, or rather, utterly stuffed. Even with the tantalizing scent wafting around him, it was impossible to consume it all. Well, I'll just, Peter awkwardly addressed Thompson. Oh, not giving me any face, are you? Thompson and Peter exchanged glances, their foreheads nearly touching, both wearing expressions that hinted at playful intimidation. Thompson had come with good intentions today and had no desire to bully anyone. Yet, Peter Parker seemed intent on inviting trouble. To refuse such delectable cuisine was clearly a provocation. Thompson felt it necessary to teach Peter a lesson. Otherwise, this lad would surely become insufferable. Instinctively, Thompson began searching for a storage room, contemplating whether to stow Peter away. Perhaps the grill would suffice? Hey you. Harry's temper flared as he rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Thompson. Sensing the impending conflict, a gang quickly intervened, pulling Thompson away. Thompson, don't go overboard. Come with me. We need to help at Yukihira. Take your time eating, everyone. Yukihira prepared a great deal, a gang said, somewhat bashfully scratching his head, recognizing that Thompson was not inherently a bad person. It was merely his usual demeanor that tended to be overly domineering. Of course, most of the time, he directed his attention solely at Peter, much like how young boys might tease young girls. Thompson, how childish can you be? Humph, what right does that Bigfoot have to act as though he is the host? What connection does the elder's sashimi have with him? Harry's face darkened with anger. Had it not been for Peter and Mary Jane restraining him, he would have erupted. To bully Peter in his presence was a clear affront to him. How could he tolerate such behavior? A true man would not let such an affront go unchallenged. Harry, don't be so harsh, Peter interjected, ever the peacemaker. Thompson means well. He just wants us to enjoy the feast. I heard from a gang that the ingredients for this party were all provided by his family. They brought in imported Matsuba crabs, Sri Lankan giant crabs, blood eels, and quite a few other delightful offerings. What is the big deal? Harry curled his lips in disdain, dismissing the remarks. Had he not tasted such delicacies before? His home was replete with them. Just observe Thompson's demeanor. Peter, come home with me later. I shall have the chef prepare a sumptuous seafood feast for you. Harry, it's not my intention to undermine you, remarked Mary Jane, who was watching the unfolding scene with a smile. but the fare your chef prepares does not quite match this flavor. Her words nearly left Harry, the young master, at a loss for words. Does my chef lack dignity? What do you mean it's not the same flavor? You didn't say that when you visited my home before. Enough, you need not remain perpetually irate. Kingpin is amiable, skilled in the culinary arts, handsome, and well-liked. Surely that is to be expected? It's merely that he has overshadowed you. Be magnanimous, dear Harry, who is prone to temper. Harry clutched his chest, infuriated. He could not refute her statement. Damn it, he and Kingpin are utterly incompatible. Observing Harry's darkened expression, Mary Jane stuck out her tongue, seemingly having provoked him further. By the way, there are indeed many members of Kingpin's family. She shifted her gaze to 3 elderly gentlemen seated nearby, seemingly forming a gathering of aged companions. Beside this group sat Zhao Li, clad in a black leather jacket, indulging in skewers while engrossed in his phone. Hey, look at that uncle over there. Dressed entirely in leather. How cool, exclaimed Mary Jane, her eyes sparkling. Just look at his dark ensemble and the gun at his waist. He resembles a cowboy, simply magnificent. Indeed, I noticed him earlier. Harry's enthusiasm surged at the mention of Zhao Li. Where did he acquire that phone? It's transparent and even has a projection feature. How stylish. I shall inquire, I want one too. As Harry spoke, he absent-mindedly devoured 2 platters of skewers. Delicious. It looks so expensive, I certainly cannot afford it. Peter, however, did not dwell on such thoughts, recognizing that a phone with that sci-fi allure was beyond his reach. Just then, he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Glancing at the caller ID, he was taken aback. It was Aunt May, likely anxious due to his tardiness. Aunt May, I'm on my way home now. I brought you some skewers and… you aren't rushing me, are you? Be careful, something serious has happened in New York. What serious matter? After Aunt May ended the call, Peter felt as though he had lost his very soul. Had he truly heard what he thought? Mr. Tony Stark had been kidnapped. Could such a thing truly occur? Peter, what's wrong? Harry waved his hand in front of Peter's face, seeking to draw him back to the present. Why does this fellow seem utterly stunned upon answering the phone? Just a moment ago, he appeared quite cheerful. Is it because Aunt May scolded him for returning home too late? That seems unlikely. Aunt May is not that sort of person. Something has happened. Peter stammered. What has occurred? Harry shrugged dismissively. Peter is always making a fuss. What could possibly be so alarming? Mr. Tony Stark has been kidnapped. Uffed. As soon as Peter uttered those words, the soda Harry had just taken a sip of erupted from his mouth. Coughing, he exclaimed, You mean that playboy from Stark Industries? Harry's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Peter. Is there truly some illicit additive in this barbecue? Otherwise, how could Peter make such an outrageous claim? Tony Stark being kidnapped? Surely, any rational person would dismiss such rumors. How could this possibly be true? Harry held a rather unfavorable opinion of the playboy, largely due to his father's disdain for him. Although their families operate in different sectors, one in biotechnology and the other in technology, they are both top-tier conglomerates, and their paths inevitably cross. The Osborns are a proud lineage. Norman has always looked down upon Tony, which has consequently shaped Harry's own perceptions. However, no matter how much he might disdain Tony, Harry is acutely aware of the significance Tony Stark embodies. Such a person could hardly be abducted. I assure you, it's true. Aunt May told me that the news is currently broadcasting live, all about Mr. Stark's kidnapping, Peter insisted fervently. Mary Jane, having caught wind of the word news, immediately perked up at the notion of a major event unfolding. She dashed to the vacant space where the television lay abandoned and turned it on. The television was connected to a large screen, typically utilized for showcasing popular films during parties to enhance the atmosphere. However, tonight was different. Everyone was preoccupied with watching the culinary show featuring Kingpin, leaving little time for movies. In fact, several girls had complained that the loudness of the screen disrupted their enjoyment of the show, resulting in the television remaining off. Now, as Mary Jane switched on the television, the enormous screen flickered back to life. This is Times Square, at the headquarters of the Daily Bugle. I am currently in a helicopter bringing you live coverage, the reporter announced. We can see Chief George, with a firm demeanor, demanding that Valon immediately release the hostages. Will the Valon organization comply? Let us wait and see. The screen displayed Valon, clad in a dark green suit and wielding a black gold cane, standing beneath the glaring spotlights. Before him was the bound Tony Stark, and looming behind him were massive sumo wrestlers. The sound of a teacup being overturned echoed through the air. The elderly gentleman, who had been sipping tea and enjoying a mung bean sandwich, suddenly sprang to his feet. Oh dear, Valon. And true. Chapter 83, Mary Jane, big news, I'm here. The notorious kidnapper, Valon, has brought forth the most significant criminal news of the century. This is a dismal beginning. He is nothing but scum, a villain. The New York Police Department must stand firm. Their resolve cannot waver. Only in this manner can the citizens of New York find solace and restore the city's tarnished image. On television, the host of the New York Daily News pounded the table with fervor. He was shouting, almost in a frenzy. He longed for the military to intervene swiftly, forcing the NYPD to mount an aggressive assault. Only through conflict could greater news emerge. He even dared to entertain the thought that in the crossfire, Tony Stark might meet an unfortunate fate, or perhaps set a small goal of eliminating Obadiah first. Wow, that would provide a year's worth of headlines, igniting discussions worldwide. At the barbecue party, Peter Parker snapped back to reality, drenched in cold sweat as he watched the frenzied host on the big screen. This is going to be a serious problem. Peter was deeply troubled. The Chong family had only just arrived in New York and might not be fully aware of the unfolding chaos. But he knew that Mr. Stark had been kidnapped, and this would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout New York. It was no longer the time to continue the barbecue festivities. Just as Aunt May had feared, if something went awry, it would spell disaster. Without time to converse further with Harry or Mary Jane, Peter hurriedly dashed toward A-Gang. He wasn't particularly familiar with Chong Shoma at school. A circle of girls always surrounded him, making it difficult for Peter to approach. However, he was well acquainted with A-Gang, and it was best to discuss the cessation of the party directly with him. Zhao Li, caught off guard, was abruptly seized by the elder and dragged outside. What on earth is happening? Zhao Li exclaimed, bewildered. He had been enjoying skewers and scrolling through his phone, occasionally glancing at the faction channel. Just as he was about to boast on the channel, he found himself yanked by the collar and pulled along. Valon, his elder, was heading to confront Valon. The elder's voice trembled with urgency. Whatever sensational news Valon had concocted, as long as no demon appeared, the elder could easily choose to ignore it. But he was concerned about True. True had summoned Valon, and this was indeed a calamity of monumental proportions. If they were late, his beloved apprentice would be lost. Valon? How could Valon be of such importance to the elder? Zhao Li sighed, feeling helpless as the old man rushed forward without clarifying his words. Just moments ago, he had dismissed Valon as unimportant, and now he was consumed with anxiety. Just focus on driving. I'll figure out a way. The elder, preoccupied with thoughts of retrieving True, scarcely had time to explain to Zhao Li. Moreover, he had to ensure that the demon was not involved. He needed to seal the magical artifact. What could he possibly do? If Valon wanted to stir trouble, let him. It was none of his concern. Zhao Li felt utterly bewildered. He was well aware that Valon was causing a commotion with a kidnapping case, but it had no relevance to him. The faction channels were flooded with messages, and while others remained silent, Valon was reveling in the attention. Zhao Li couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy as he watched Valon flaunt his achievements. The abundance of red jade was truly admirable. If only he could amass such wealth, he would certainly. Oh, but then he would owe a considerable debt to the underworld. Perhaps it was best to let that thought go. Earning red jade was indeed exhausting. So he might as well take a break. We should go too. Zhao Li turned to find Uncle Gio and the old man accompanying him. Uncertain of why the elder was suddenly in such a rush, they decided to lend a hand, as they had little else to occupy their time. Zhao Li was forcibly ushered into the large jeep. The three elderly men settled in the back, while Zhao Li sat in the driver's seat, wearing an expression of utter disinterest. He truly did not wish to become entangled in Valon's petty affairs. What was it with this kidnapping and the sensational news? It was all nonsense. With this time, he could be chatting with beautiful women about life, which was far more enjoyable. Meanwhile, the commotion surrounding Zhao Li captured the attention of Mary Jane, who had been closely observing the elderly trio. She leaned conspiratorially towards Harry and whispered, "Hey, Harry, I think I've stumbled upon a significant secret. Stop eating and listen to me." Harry was currently engrossed in a buffet, attempting to clear the half-eaten sashimi and grilled meat left behind by Peter, who had rushed off. It was shameful to waste food. Thus, he begrudgingly tended to the remnants. Though the sashimi prepared by the elder was simply exquisite, the texture of the raw fish was nothing short of perfect. Each bite felt as if he were consuming an entire fish, utterly delightful. "What is going on?" Harry asked, mouth full of grilled meat, looking quizzically at Mary Jane. He was perplexed by her sudden excitement. "Based on my previous analysis, that dashing uncle in leather is certainly not ordinary. Just look at his firearm," Mary Jane remarked thoughtfully. "Moreover, I overheard them talking. Apparently, that old man knows Valon." "Well, good for him, I don't," Harry retorted, now sensitive to the mention of Valon's name, not wishing to utter it at all. That day at the Four Seasons Hotel, that wretched dark green scoundrel forced him to consume an entire lobster, shell and all. From that moment forth, Harry developed an aversion to shrimp, an abhorrence for the color dark green, and a distaste for anything associated with the vile Wallon. Just the thought of it ignited his ire, as Harry forcefully stuffed a generous piece of roasted meat into his mouth. The power of beef surged within him. With that morsel, he felt an exhilarating rush, his muscles brimming with explosive strength, even harboring a primal urge to unleash it. The faint tinge of sorrow that had lingered in his heart moments ago vanished entirely. He now stood invigorated, as if possessed by the spirit of a bull. He felt an undeniable conviction. Should Walong dare to stand before him at that moment, Harry would undoubtedly confront him with unwavering confidence, making him aware of the formidable prowess of Master Harry. Do you comprehend what I am articulating? The Luck family's elders are shockingly acquainted with the kidnappers of Tony Stark. Mary Jane clapped her hands in excitement, nearly overwhelmed with exhilaration. There was absolutely no doubt. The Luck family harbored intriguing tales. I have stumbled upon a monumental scoop. Mary Jane seized her camera, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Huh. Harry observed the inexplicable fervor radiating from Mary Jane, a sense of foreboding tightening in his chest, even causing his vision to momentarily dim. Such fervent enthusiasm from Mary Jane was a rare sight. Harry had a disquieting premonition. This woman was on the verge of madness. Did you not grasp the significance? Mary Jane raised an eyebrow. As long as I can capture a major story, I can submit it to the Hornet Daily. At that point, I shall ascend to the ranks of legitimate journalism. This will mark the inception of my career. Chapter 84. Harry, I accompanied Mary Jane into perilous folly. Hurry. The elder trio has mobilized. We must follow suit. Seeing the three elderly gentlemen boarding their vehicle, Mary Jane grew anxious, tugging at Harry's arm, insisting they rush forward. What are you doing? They are driving. Do you intend to run after them? Harry struggled vehemently, internally resisting Mary Jane's invitation. How reckless could one be? Charging headlong into danger? Hadn't the news reported that an assault on the Hornet Daily was imminent, with bullets flying? What if disaster struck? Disdainful of you. Mary Jane halted abruptly, pouting. You are the heir of the Osborne family, yet travel without a dedicated vehicle. You truly lack refinement. Who says I don't have one? Harry retorted, his eyes wide with indignation. Ever since the ordeal at the Four Seasons, he had taken to carrying cash and checks at all times, ensuring he had a car service for his travels. The Osbornes were a proud lineage, and he would not permit a repetition of the humiliation he endured at Walong's hands. Is it merely about money? As if anyone were without it. What of Peter? Harry made one final attempt to resist. Mary Jane glanced towards Peter Parker, who was engaged in conversation with Agon, and waved dismissively. There's no time. Moreover, given Peter's diminutive stature, he might indeed be swift. Did you not notice that the old fellows were nearly out of sight? Hurry, keep up. Harry resigned himself to the situation, delicately grasping a slice of sashimi, casting a lamentable glance towards Peter in the distance. May I return alive this evening? With urgency, Mary Jane enthusiastically tugged Harry, who was still clutching the sashimi, away. In the open parking lot of the park. Am I driving? Harry turned to glance at Mary Jane, contemplating the possibility of taking a longer route. He truly wished to avoid involvement in such matters. Kidnapping Tony Stark, was that an endeavor for a rational individual? Not to mention the audacity of threatening to make a ransom demand. That vulture was simply deranged. He had no desire to associate with lunatics. You can't even race. How will you keep up with them? Mary Jane scoffed, her expression one of disdain. This pampered young man couldn't even speed. It was utterly embarrassing. How had he managed to navigate the world of playboys? Time was of the essence. I shall take the wheel. Harry fell silent, his heart racing to his throat. May I boldly inquire, do you possess a driver's license? I just passed my test last week. I've been waiting for this day. Let's go. With a confident smile, Mary Jane pressed the accelerator, and the sports car roared to life, departing with Harry's terrified screams trailing behind. Times Square, the hamburger joint. Craig was merrily queuing to order, having finally witnessed the vibrant nightlife of New York City. Before his arrival, he had researched thoroughly and learned that this hamburger establishment was particularly renowned, often drawing long queues. However, even with this mental preparation, he was taken aback by the sheer length of the line before him. It was his first encounter with a queue that spanned half a street. The people in this grand city are indeed different. Initially, he thought he would be waiting for an extended period, yet suddenly, for some unknown reason, a throng of people began to rush out. The once lengthy line dwindled in an instant, and even the crowded seating inside the hamburger joint became significantly less populated. What splendid fortune. Craig waited against the tide of people, advancing to the counter. Since arriving in New York, he felt as though luck was on his side. I would like one of each burger from your establishment. Craig waved his hand grandly, exuding confidence. Despite the few coins jingling in his pocket, he felt buoyed by his newfound assurance. The investment in Rat Model 1 had been secured, and Stark Industries generously provided him with a client cooperation card, which granted him certain privileges and an allowance for spending. This hamburger joint was, in fact, a subsidiary of Stark Industries. Perfect. Moments later, Craig, cradling a heap of hamburgers, finally located the early arriving Lanyu, who had secured a window seat on the second floor of the burger joint. This vantage point allowed them to relish the mesmerizing nightscape of Times Square. Craig shoved the hamburgers onto the table and plopped down opposite Lanyu. In addition to the burgers, the table was adorned with a veritable mountain of delicacies, including lobster rolls, bagels, croissant donuts, and an array of other culinary delights. Splendid. Craig beamed at the bounty he had amassed. New York's gastronomic treasures, the city's specialties. Craig, was savoring them. He picked up a hamburger, peeled away the outer layer of greaseproof paper, intending to marvel at the visage of this pricey delicacy worth dozens of dollars. What on earth is this? He gazed at the burger in his hand, his spirits plummeting. Topped with caramel, bread, and several slices of cheese, this concoction seemed unlikely to be palatable. Let me see the carrot caramel pork burger, Lanyu remarked, intrigued as he took a glance at the order, his expression one of astonishment. This was the first time he had heard of such a flavor. You must try it. Is it delicious? Craig lifted the carrot burger, inspected it, and then opened his mouth wide to take a bite. The taste was a perplexing blend of sweetness and saltiness, the strong flavor of carrot mingling with the pork to create an odd sensation. Perhaps some might appreciate such a flavor, but Craig was resolutely opposed. Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, he laboriously finished the entire burger, then washed it down with a large cup of chocolate milkshake. What sort of culinary darkness is this? How could such a dish gain popularity? Are New Yorkers' palates truly so unique? Craig fell into contemplation. From your expression, I can deduce the answer, Lanyu quipped, rolling his eyes. He had anticipated that this dish would not be enjoyable. I ask you, do you not perceive something amiss? Is there? Craig looked up, bewildered, his expression one of confusion. What is amiss? Suddenly, the burger establishment appeared to have emptied, with patrons flocking outside, leaving only him to dine within. Lanyu began to feel a headache coming on. Since departing Stark Industries, Craig had been incessantly eating. Had he not had his fill? What, after all, was his purpose in New York? Did he genuinely believe he was on vacation? Oh, Craig replied dismissively, nodding. Perhaps it's simply late, and they are returning home? After all, at this hour, many should be preparing to rest. Craig pondered seriously. In his rural upbringing, it was indeed the time to turn off the lights. Back then, once night fell, entertainment was scarce, and he often spent evenings with his girlfriend. But that thought was better left unmentioned, as it stirred up sorrowful memories. Tears welled in Craig's eyes as he hastily gulped down 2 large sips of cola, striving to calm his turbulent emotions. Chapter 85. Craig, the Salvation of New York. At this very moment, Lanyu, exasperated, raised a finger to indicate a direction. Following her gesture, Craig's gaze fell upon a colossal screen atop the building across from the burger joint, where a voluptuous blonde host was delivering a live broadcast. Ms. Potts, Tony Stark's personal assistant, had already arrived at Times Square. Reports indicated that the Stark Foundation's underground vault had been breached, with all stored gold now being transported away. Would Valon release Tony Stark after Ms. Potts handed over the ransom? To discuss this matter, we have invited New York City's most esteemed case analyst. Craig slowly bit into his double cheeseburger, chewing thoughtfully. Isn't Times Square just around the corner? The Horn Daily isn't too far from the burger shop either. Craig blinked as he observed the images on the screen. Indeed, at the height of 22 stories, a figure dangled precariously, a balding, rotund man. Excellent. He did not recognize him. His gaze shifted upward. It was Tony Stark. He had seen him at Stark Industries before. Suddenly, Craig's cola-drinking motion halted. Wait, the one bound and standing at the edge of the rooftop was Tony Stark? In an instant, Craig felt a wave of dread wash over him. Stark Industries had recently invested in the Mouse Type 1 project. This was a veritable gold mine. Every delectable item before him had been paid for by Tony. If something were to happen to Tony Stark, wouldn't the investment plan for Mouse Type 1 be doomed as well? This simply could not be allowed. Craig's mind swiftly connected a series of equations, saving the investment, saving Mr. Stark, saving the panicked and chaotic New York. Yes, that was it. In this very moment, he realized it was the perfect opportunity presented to him. The time had finally come to embody a true superhero. In a daze, Craig envisioned the news headlines soon to dominate every media outlet. In this perilous moment, who would rescue Stark Industries? Who would save Tony Stark? It would be none other than the great and immortal hero. Surrounded by the spotlight, Tony Stark would clasp his hand in fervent gratitude, while Ms. Potts assisted in the celebratory ribbon cutting. Behind them would unfurl a massive banner spanning the entire block. The immortal hero, the superhero of New York. And then, he would grace the cover of Vanity Fair, become the headline of the New York Daily News, and soon, numerous news outlets would sing his praises. Mr. Stark declares the immortal hero as his closest friend. Stark Industries announces an everlasting partnership with the immortal hero. In a gesture of gratitude, Tony Stark bestowed shares of Stark Industries upon the immortal man. Indeed, it is as such. Craig, seizing this opportunity, could hardly contain his excitement. Hey, where are you off to? Blue Yu, perplexed by Craig's sudden exuberance, inquired. What has gotten into him? Why the sudden fervor? Brother, I'm going to change clothes. Keep an eye on the burger for me. I'll bring you a share once the news breaks. The name Immortal Man and his assistant is quite melodious. Craig tossed the burger into Blue Yu's arms and, clutching his heroic costume, dashed into the restroom. Undoubtedly, the moment to rescue New York had arrived. The Immortal Man was about to make his entrance. As Craig hurried away, Blue Yu leaned back in his seat, observing the bustling throngs in Times Square. He chuckled softly and activated his earpiece. Hey, have you seen the situation here? In Wisconsin, within an old house, White, with an energy bar between his lips, deftly manipulated the game controls with his feet. Meanwhile, Kong observed the computer screen displaying Tony Stark and Valon, a faint smile gracing his lips. I can see everything clearly. I've arrived in New York. The remote-controlled drone developed by Romeo took nearly 35 hours to travel from Milwaukee to New York. The Honeybee drone, resembling a bee, was equipped with a solar conversion system, a panoramic camera, and real-time image transmission capabilities. Crafted from a special alloy, acquired at considerable expense by Romeo, it boasts remarkable durability against conventional artillery. Its primary advantage lies in its high concealment, though it suffers from a slower speed for long-distance flights. However, Kong had cleverly accounted for the time difference, ensuring the Honeybee arrived in New York just in time. These diminutive devices, dubbed B-1 by Romeo, would relay captured footage directly to the terminal backend, ultimately collating it across 6 computer screens before them. In this manner, Kong and White could remain comfortably ensconced at home while monitoring the unfolding events in New York. Hey, are you listening? Meanwhile, Blue Yu's voice, tinged with exasperation, echoed through the earpiece. That guy Craig is eagerly changing clothes, ready to burst out. What are you thinking? You need not worry about him. Let Craig do as he pleases. His moment will come, Kong replied, glancing at the faction channel. It resembled a strategic card game. Valon had played a card that could unsettle the situation. Does that require my intervention? Blue Yu raised an eyebrow, uncertain of Kong's intentions, yet it was evident that Valon was reveling in the spotlight. A mere kidnapper. What is there to boast about? To be frank, he does not perceive the minor disturbances before him as warranting his intervention. Should he deploy the divine coin now, don the mask of the mad god, and unleash his full might, it would take him but 3 seconds to render Times Square utterly serene. Alas, as one of the few players nearing the billion mark within the game, once he activates the character mode of Blue Jade, he truly has no rivals. Thus, it is said that the adept often walks a solitary path. Such is his loneliness. There is no need yet. The moment has not arrived. So you may remain comfortably seated. Kong smiled faintly, casting his gaze upon a split-screen image on the computer. The petite B-1 was perched atop a black Jeep, its concealed camera capturing the scene with clarity. Through the car window, a forlorn-looking middle-aged man occupied the driver's seat, while 3 older gentlemen sat in the back. Rest assured, someone will take care of Valon. The myriad of unseen variables, rules, premises, stakes, psychological states, values, timing, and physical conditions dictate that the outcome of the game is determined even before it begins. There is no such thing as chance involved. As long as the game is not fundamentally unwinnable, defeat is simply not an option. In light of this, I shall heed your counsel. By the way, another matter has been settled. The investment in mouse type #1 has been finalized. Blue Yu looked up at the news broadcast, where the splendid Obadiah Stane was gracefully twisting in the air, and offered a reminder. I am aware that Romeo is currently exhilarated, crafting his grand rodent scheme, Kong remarked. As laughter echoed from outside the room, Romeo's jubilant voice rang out. Oh, foolish humans, prepare to face the wrath of the Rat King. Chapter 86. Obadiah, I will not yield. In Times Square, beneath the Horn Herald building, Colonel Rhodes, adorned in deep blue military garb, was conducting personnel deployment under the glare of searchlights, his face glistening slightly in the light. The military special task force had supplanted the Stark Foundation's workers responsible for transporting the gold bars. Everyone was urged to hasten their efforts, placing the gold bars while simultaneously accelerating the setup of security measures. Valon is a madman. We cannot expect him to release the hostages. We must prepare for the worst. The data team has calculated Tony's potential landing point. Our priority is to ensure Tony's safety. Rhodes seethed with anger. He felt on the verge of madness. This situation was forced upon them by the higher-ups, by Tony himself, and by Valon. Kidnapping Tony Stark while projecting an air of readiness to execute the hostages is beyond comprehension. If Valon possessed even a modicum of self-awareness, he would recognize which matters are permissible and which are strictly off-limits. This reckless individual is utterly deranged. The military cannot allow such a creature to live. He is doomed. Have the sniper positions been secured? Rhodes pressed his earpiece, listening to the response. The sniper is already in place. On the rooftop of the newspaper building, helicopters circled above, bathing the night in light. Valon, the ransom you demanded has been delivered. As per our agreement, you must release the hostage. Georges Daisy, wielding a megaphone, engaged in fervent negotiations with Valron. His demeanor was intensely agitated, his face flushed and voice booming with fervor, yet Valron appeared utterly indifferent, as if he had not heard a word. This predicament was truly humiliating for old George. Damn it, if the military intervenes, it may be too late. George was increasingly anxious. The military had already commenced preparations for a rescue operation, and time was running out for the New York Police Department. Valron, having orchestrated Tony's abduction, had enlisted a band of mercenaries willing to sell their lives for money. These lunatics had taken over the headquarters of the Horn Daily. Although George shouted vehemently, he understood that, given the capabilities of the NYPD, a direct assault to rescue the hostage was unrealistic. However, the military's prowess was not to be underestimated. A special operations team could indeed handle a group of mercenaries with relative ease. The military's sole concern was the safety of Tony. And a reckless assault could very well result in collateral damage to this flamboyant heir, an outcome the military could not accept. Seizing the opportunity provided by the transport of gold bricks, the military began to establish safety measures beneath Tony. Once these precautions were in place, the military would likely launch a decisive strike, aiming to neutralize the main perpetrator before rescuing the hostage. As for Obadiah's fate, that was of no concern to the military. Clearly, in the eyes of the military, only Tony, the brilliant inventor and master weapons manufacturer, mattered. However, Obadiah's survival was of paramount importance to the NYPD. The monumental live broadcast tonight had already thrust the NYPD into the spotlight, facing severe criticism from various media outlets. Should Obadiah perish here, it would spell disaster for the NYPD. This incident would become an indelible stain on Georges Daisy's career, a reality he could not bear to accept. Yet, at this juncture, it was unrealistic for him to descend and negotiate with the military. The higher-ups would not entertain his presence. A headache loomed over him. Beads of sweat adorned old George's forehead, yet he found himself with no viable solutions. How had the crowd dispersal in Times Square progressed? His aide appeared troubled. The outcome was less than satisfactory, and just 2 streets away, a sizable contingent of Tony's supporters and Valron's followers was converging. Upon their encounter, conflict was highly probable. The crowd in Times Square was already substantial, with not only media reporters armed with cameras, but also a throng of onlookers. The addition of these 2 fervent fans from the rooftop would undoubtedly create chaos. Ugh, old George felt his headache intensifying. Hey boss, I have good news, the gold bricks have arrived. As Valron answered the call, Mary's excited voice filled the line. However, there is some unfortunate news. The individuals transporting the gold bricks do not appear to be employees of Stark Industries, but rather resemble a military combat unit. Mary pursed her lips, knowing well that these affluent individuals would not obediently comply with ransom demands. In the past, she had dealt with disobedient individuals in a rather final manner. Yet she found herself pondering the fate of this particular playboy. Oh, Valon raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Tony. Did you hear that? The military has come to your rescue. How delightful. Tony remained silent, his face a mask of cold indifference. Deep down, he understood that it must be Rhodey who had arrived. Valon, no matter how deranged, should now grasp the reality of his predicament. He had nowhere left to flee. Unless he released Tony, there would be but one path before him, a fatal one. As they engaged in the process of transporting the gold bricks, they began to set up rescue equipment downstairs. Mary glanced at the mercenaries beside her, who were inspecting their gear and loading their weapons. Everyone was acutely aware that once the military established their rescue apparatus, an all-out assault would commence without hesitation. A fierce battle was inevitable, and the bloodthirsty individuals were on the brink of ecstasy. The gold bricks from Stark Industries lay just below, ripe for the taking. If they succeeded in this endeavor, they could secure their fortunes for the rest of their lives. These reckless outlaws had come for the money, and under such temptation, it was worth risking their lives. Yet, a tone of schadenfreude tinged Mary's demeanor. They had only arranged defenses beneath Tony, indicating that Obadiah was of no significant concern to them. Time was of the essence. Every additional second Tony remained in Valon's grasp increased the risk manifold. The military could not afford to wait for both rescue setups to be completed. They had to secure one location as swiftly as possible and then mount a forceful rescue of Tony. Obadiah and his crew were no longer a priority. In this critical moment of life and death, only one of the 2 could survive. What a grand spectacle this was. Mary was nearly beside herself with glee, relishing such dramatic scenes. With the phone on speaker, Valon made no effort to shield Tony from the conversation, leaving Tony to hear every word Mary uttered. His expression darkened instantaneously. He understood Rhodey, or rather, he understood the nefarious elements within the Department of Defense. This was something they were entirely capable of executing. "Oh, my dear friend, it seems your social standing is rather dismal," Valon jeered, leaning out to shout towards Obadiah, who was suspended on the 22nd floor. Obadiah, pale-faced, though unable to hear the specifics of the conversation, could nonetheless deduce that the circumstances were decidedly unfavorable for him. The military personnel are indifferent to him. As long as they can successfully rescue Tony, abandoning him in critical moments is entirely acceptable. In fact, if the military were to act forcefully, his demise would be a certain outcome. Why should this be the case? I have dedicated myself tirelessly to Stark Industries, laboring to the point of graying hair, only to end up as a mere pawn for that insufferable Tony Stark. He refuses to perish here. He seeks vengeance. Vengeance against the Dark Organization. Vengeance against Tony Stark. He cannot resign himself to this fate. Obadiah, with reddened eyes, dangled in the air, struggling desperately. Yet at this moment, all attention is focused on Tony. Perhaps only old George truly cares about Obadiah. Chapter 87. The Dark Hand, Valon. "Mr. Valon," Pepper exclaimed, grasping the megaphone held by Agent Coulson, nervously calling out to the rooftop. "We have placed the agreed ransom at the base of the building as per your request. Please release the hostage immediately." However, deep down, she understood that given Valon's current precarious situation, it was utterly impossible for him to relinquish Tony. Tony is his safeguard, and he would never abandon him unless absolutely necessary. It is important to note that the military, the New York Police Department, and this agent beside her have refrained from issuing a direct assault order due to the fear of provoking Valon into taking Tony down with him. But now, the military has begun preparing safety measures downstairs. Once they are fully established, Tony's safety will be assured. At that point, it will be Valon's true demise. In the back streets of Times Square, on Farrell Street, Silver, clad in silver combat attire, led the members of the Wild Brigade, ready to launch an assault through the back entrance. Beside her was Ernst Sabri Nova, her father, who was in charge of the operational command. "Have we breached their surveillance system?" Ernst inquired, intently observing the screen before him. "No, there are skilled hackers on the other side manipulating the data. Our infiltration is exceedingly challenging, and we must be cautious not to reveal our presence," replied Paladin, who was responsible for reconnaissance. "Do we know the identities of those on the other side?" More importantly, Silver was concerned about the mercenaries within the building. "We have discovered their identity. It is Typhoid Mary." Paladin's expression darkened. Typhoid Mary, also known as Bloody Mary, is infamous in the mercenary world for her madness, afflicted with dissociative identity disorder. And she excels in dual-wielding combat. It is said that she possesses the ability to manipulate flames, drawing people or objects close to her for fiery incineration. Then, she would burn her enemies alive. Being targeted by such a lunatic is undoubtedly a monumental predicament. "Damn, this madwoman again." Silver began to feel agitated. It has happened several times now. Every encounter with her brings nothing but misfortune. "Hello, Pepper?" At that moment, the phone vibrated unexpectedly, and Silver answered the call. "We have now arrived on the street behind the Horn Daily, awaiting the military to complete the installation of security equipment before we force our way into the building through the back entrance. The front door has been barricaded by the lunatics hired by Valon, requiring military intervention for a breach. Of course, the client is paramount. He is my employer now. Rest assured, Pepper, I will ensure Tony's safety." After hanging up, Silver fixed his gaze on the Horn Daily building in the distance, remaining poised and patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Meanwhile, seated beside Boz, Coulson furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the dossier concerning Valon. This individual had previously evaded their attention. With Tony Stark being the focal point of concern, the intelligence division of SHIELD would have undoubtedly reported the kidnapping declaration issued by the criminal organization immediately upon receiving the information. However, that report had seemingly vanished without a trace. After all, the notion of a robber attempting to abduct Tony Stark was utterly absurd. No seasoned agent would take such a threat seriously, including Coulson himself. It was simply not worth their concern. To his astonishment, the playboy had completely defied expectations. In the dead of night, Tony had ventured out himself to confront the situation. Who would dare believe such a thing? Coulson felt a sense of despair creeping in. As he revisited the files on the criminal organization, he discovered that Valon was indeed peculiar. The timeline of Valon's emergence and criminal activities coincided precisely with that of a massive shooting incident on the interstate. Not to mention the recent appearance of the sorceress. The connections to the Emperor Foundation and the Natural Returners, both of which had surfaced over a month ago, paralleled Valon's criminal enterprise. Such coincidences compelled Coulson to ponder further. "Agent Barton, what is your status?" Coulson inquired through his earpiece. "I have reached the high point. Ready to take the shot," came the response. "Natasha? Safe infiltration underway, approaching the second floor." Excellent. Everything is proceeding smoothly. Coulson glanced at Obadiah Stane. Suspended at the height of the 22nd floor. Should anything happen to the CEO of Stark Industries, it would undoubtedly create considerable complications. Saving Obadiah would be ideal. However, in comparison to Tony, it was evident that the latter held greater importance. After all, their primary objective was to ensure Tony's survival at all costs. Damn, if they could make it through this alive. No, as long as he drew breath, he would not spare that wretched individual. He would seek vengeance against everyone involved, be it Rhodes, Tony, or the criminal organization. None would escape retribution. All are on his list of vengeance. He intends to expose the military sponsorship and kickback list to Congress. If he faces misfortune, then no one shall escape unscathed. Obadiah swore vehemently in his heart. At this moment, on the rooftop, Valon re-established the call. Hey boss, guess who I've found? That White Fox's associate. Mary exclaimed, her tone tinged with excitement. Silver Weasel security is frequently employed by the wealthy to ensure their safety. Yet these affluent individuals are often targets of the cunning Mary, leading to frequent clashes between them. She and Silver had a long-standing rivalry, each having tasted victory and defeat, ensuring that every encounter left the other discontented for days. It was evident that this time, Silver was after Tony Stark, and Mary would not easily allow Silver to rescue him. And who might that be? Valon inquired, raising an eyebrow. Silver Weasel security. Likely here for the debonair gentleman tied up on the rooftop. Oh, so they're here as bodyguards for the wealthy, Valon realized. Huh. Upon hearing this, Tony felt his confidence swell. With the military in front and Silver Weasel behind, Valon? What is he even? It's quite shameful that he has never heard of Silver Weasel security. Tony scoffed, visibly disdainful. Silver Sablanova, hailing from Silcaria, proficient in various combat techniques and weaponry. What? Valon looked utterly perplexed. Where's that place? I've never heard of it. Do you wish to see the chapter featuring the infamous Valon? Remember to visit the website for the latest complete chapters, the text suggested. Silcaria, a place in Europe. Huh, you don't even know that? Tony mocked, forgetting that he had exhibited the same bewildered reaction when Pepper mentioned it earlier that evening. Oh, that is of no consequence. Valon, rather than being angered, looked at Tony with a grin. Your little assistant seems quite concerned for you. Honestly, what is your relationship? She appears to care for you deeply. Valon scrutinized Tony with an air of disdain. However, I've heard you're quite the playboy, truly a cad. Tony replied. He merely possesses an abundance of charm. He is simply welcoming to all. How does that make him a cad? Huh. With military backing, Tony felt empowered, casting a cold smile towards Valon. As for the gold bricks downstairs, take as many as you can. I will not obstruct you, but I believe your chances have evaporated. As you can see, the military, Silver Weasel, and the NYPD have already arrived on the scene. You are completely surrounded, with no means of escape. Awaiting the military's equipment installation to be completed, he felt assured that everything was securely in place. However, the same could not be said for Obadiah. Fear not, Obadiah, for I am here to rescue you. Should you be willing to release both me and Obadiah, I can sign a letter of understanding and even assist you in finding a lawyer to secure the maximum possible reduction of your sentence. Upon your release, you may also choose to join the security department at Stark Industries. Tony was brimming with confidence, believing his words to be both reasonable and compelling. Furthermore, the olive branch he extended was not one that Valon could readily dismiss. After all, what was it but a negotiation with a madman? He, Tony Stark, was unafraid. Oh, Valon remarked with a seemingly amused smile, observing Tony's sudden bravado, shaking his head in disbelief. You appear to be quite certain of your victory. Do you truly believe you have me cornered? And who informed you that I would wait for the military's arrangements to be completed before making my move? As Valon spoke, he cheerfully unlatched a clasp nearby. Click. The sound, though faint, caused everyone to instinctively gasp, holding their breath. Goodness, has this man truly lost his mind? George and Daisy, eyes wide with shock, shouted from the rooftop towards Valon. Valon, what are you doing? Stay calm. You must remain composed. Do not do anything you will regret. If anything were to happen to Tony, the New York precinct would be utterly doomed. Pepper and Coulson wore expressions of disbelief. The clasp had been undone, and the only safety mechanism on Tony was rendered ineffective. Should he lose his footing, the consequences would be dire. Natasha, Coulson urgently called out. What floor are you on? Just reached the 3rd floor. I've dealt with a minor inconvenience. Behind Natasha, 2 fully armed mercenaries lay unconscious on the ground. This is troublesome. Coulson's mind was blank, consumed solely by those 3 words. Downstairs, Rhodes, who had been observing the scene above through binoculars, noticed Valon's movements and felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. How is the safety mechanism coming along? Rhodes shouted, filled with urgency. It's not ready. Our team has just finished moving the gold bars, and the safety mechanism is less than 1/3 complete. Speed up. Forget the gold bars. Bring the safety mechanisms over here. Rhodes gritted his teeth. This madman. Could it be that you intend to? What are you planning? Tony's face turned pale as he feigned calmness and questioned. Do you even realize what you are doing? Of course, Valon replied with a sly grin. I'll grant you one last chance to gaze upon your beloved, and then bid her farewell. Before his words could fully resonate, Valon delivered a swift kick to Tony's abdomen. Tony plummeted from the rooftop, the chains of the winch clattering ominously. This time, he was devoid of Obadiah's fortune. The prospect of reading the 87th chapter of Players in Marvel, penned by Fu, she was enticing, but alas, he could not dwell on such distractions now. The chain was lengthy, sufficient for him to descend from over 20 stories. A kick to his abdomen elicited no pain. Instead, the sudden sensation of weightlessness rendered him utterly numb. He had underestimated this madman. A fall from such a height would surely be fatal. Tony pursed his lips, resolute in his determination. He could not falter, not now, especially with the live broadcast capturing every moment for the world to witness. He, Tony Stark, must uphold the dignity of the Stark family until the very last scene. However, he felt a pang of regret for Pepper. As he glanced sideways in midair, he caught sight of Pepper aboard the helicopter. No, Tony, she gasped, momentarily stunned before succumbing to tears. This composed businesswoman could no longer maintain her facade. Her tears cascaded uncontrollably, and she felt her heart soar from the rooftop alongside Tony, only to plummet and shatter into oblivion. Coulson was left speechless, astonished by the decisive actions of the madman. Tony had been his last bargaining chip. This reckless act would incite chaos among the military, and Pepper would be distraught. Even their director would demand retribution from the villain. Was this truly a choice that a kidnapper would make? Such madness could not be allowed to persist. He kicked him off. Tony Stark was thrown from the rooftop. Jonah James gaped in shock, instinctively exclaiming this revelation. His voice resonated through the screens, as viewers witnessing the live news were simultaneously confronted with this harrowing scene. Whether journalists clamoring for sensational news, spectators caught up in the drama, or military forces preparing for a rescue operation, all were rendered speechless. Despite their individual pursuits, each harbored a shared conviction. Tony would undoubtedly be rescued, and death awaited the madman. Yet, this unforeseen turn of events left them all in a state of mental disarray. How dared he? How dared he truly cast Tony Stark into the abyss? Surrounded by countless witnesses, he had the audacity to jeopardize such a crucial hostage. This was no human, but a monster. Fushi reminds you that Players in Marvel updates first on Chuanxiao Network. Remember to visit com for the latest chapters. Madness personified. The notifications began flooding the screen at an unprecedented refresh rate. With the obsidian cane in his grasp, Varong stood illuminated under the helicopter's searchlight, akin to the star performer at the center of a grand stage, rendering all supporting characters mute. This was his most resplendent personal showcase. Ha 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 ha. In that fleeting moment, the world seemed to fall into a profound silence, as if all the previously raucous voices had been choked into submission. Only Varong laughed unabashedly. His laughter was both audacious and unrestrained. Perhaps many had forgotten who he was, what the Black Hand organization represented. A petty thief? No. The establishment of District 13 was not due to some nonsensical demon, but because of him, because of his dark influence. Once, global crime was orchestrated by the Black Hand organization, which ruled the entire underworld. He, Varong, the leader of the Black Hand, was the true sovereign of darkness. Yet, those bygone days hold little significance now. After tonight, everyone will remember him once more, the most terrifying criminal of this century, Varong of the Black Hand. Chapter 89. Zhao Li, how should I address you? Boom. A colossal explosion reverberated, sending tremors throughout the entire building. Jonah Jameson instinctively grasped the table, his face flushed as he shouted towards the camera. The entire structure was quaking. It was the sound of demolition. The military had launched a full-scale rescue assault. Victory was within reach. That scoundrel Varong, that degenerate, could not survive much longer. In the next moment, the camera shifted, and Varong's composed figure dominated the entire screen. A plume of purple smoke ascended, followed by a massive explosion. Boom. Yes, it was Barton's explosive arrow. Even if intercepted, the bomb attached would still yield a devastating blast. We witnessed a cataclysmic explosion on the rooftop, an execution operation by the military. Jonah was so exhilarated that he nearly pressed his face against the camera. Varong, that bastard who regarded human life as mere fodder, was surely doomed this time. It was then that Jonah's pupils suddenly constricted. Wait, what was happening? 3 figures appeared before Varong, shielding him from the military snipers. This was impossible. Jonah's screams erupted from the vehicle's radio, while Zhao Li, at the wheel, furrowed his brow, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. Varong was playing a grand game. Zhao Li thought to himself, he had indeed underestimated this kidnapper. Initially, Zhao Li believed Varong's audacity stemmed from reliance on his backer, someone referred to as the Holy Lord, whom he was not well acquainted with. After all, this Holy Lord had only uttered a few words during the initial camp discussions and had since disappeared, much like a turtle retreating into its shell. Yet, it was said that this individual was quite formidable. However, it seemed no one had ever witnessed him in action. It is unclear where this rumor originated. Perhaps from those 3 sycophants under Warlong's command? It appears that Warlong's minions are indeed capable, stirring up such a significant commotion. One wonders if Warlong, now overwhelmed, is on the verge of madness. Zhao Li was contemplating the latest chapters on a certain novel website when he suddenly received a private message prompt. Acha, look at them, and then look at yourself. Are you not ashamed? Zhao Li fell silent, choosing to ignore it and continued driving. Striving for success seemed futile. After all, that string of zeros was beyond his reach, yet he could certainly afford to lie low. Embracing the essence of a laid-back existence, he resigned himself to fate. What manner of creature has orange skin? The car radio blared as Jonah raged furiously. In the passenger seat. His father was momentarily taken aback. Orange skin, wine-red hair. That sounds oddly familiar. After pondering for a moment, his father suddenly smacked his forehead in realization. Soon, his expression darkened. Yes, the Black Chi Killer. Zhao Li, accelerate, quicken your pace. His father, in a state of panic, felt beads of sweat forming on his brow. How could the Black Chi Killer appear here? Is it the Blade Dragon? Could that dark sorcerer have also arrived in this realm? Oh dear. The world is on the brink of chaos. Gripping the pufferfish tightly, his father felt an impending headache. If the Blade Dragon were to team up with Warlong, it would spell trouble. His father was on a mission to bring true home, not to engage in a battle of sorcery with the Dark Wizard. Moreover, to seal the Black Chi Killer, Wei Zhang's vessel was indispensable. His father opened the system store and glanced at the price. A series of numbers was displayed behind the vessel. Alas, it was exorbitantly expensive. Along, where are you? Father needs assistance. Meanwhile, in the back seat of the large jeep, Lin Jiao held a compass, his expression grave, his brows tightly knitted. He sensed a malevolent aura emanating from a nearby skyscraper. Such pure malevolence could not have been produced by mere spirits. It resembled the most sinister and purest form of energy in existence. He had just overheard his father's exclamations about someone harnessing such wicked power to become the Black Chi Killer. This malevolence, linked to Warlong, was indeed formidable. No wonder his father was so anxious. Someone like Warlong could not be allowed to remain at large. Upholding justice and vanquishing evil is the duty of us cultivators, and we must not be negligent. Beside him, the second master cradled a hunting rifle, leaning back against the plush leather seat. His eyes half closed in a state of languid repose, indifferent to the unfolding events. If that Varong truly committed heinous acts, there would undoubtedly be someone to end his life with a single shot. Just as in the dense woods, every place adheres to its own natural order. One simply needs to let things transpire as they will. Simultaneously, due to the live broadcast, the internet erupted into a frenzy. What transpired? I suspected we were merely witnessing a science fiction film. Indeed, this was a spectacle reminiscent of a sci-fi narrative, with the playboy indulging in his own amusement while others took it seriously. How fortunate are the wealthy, like Stark, who can engage in a kidnapping script for their entertainment. I refuse to believe this is anything but staged. If they possess the capability, let them eliminate Tony Stark. Those 3. Surely they are extraterrestrial beings. With their elf-like pointed ears and the arcane patterns adorning their bodies, glowing faintly in blue, it was utterly mesmerizing. Sister, I noticed it too. And those abdominal muscles, oh, I feel compelled to lick my screen. They are astoundingly handsome. The aliens have finally invaded Earth. What joy! I have long been disenchanted with this wretched world. If they wish to perish, let them do so swiftly. Do not drag us down with them. How repulsive. Compared to the unreliable nature of alien explanations, I find it far more plausible that they are genetically modified beings. This is clearly a matter of human experimentation. Brothers, a blatant disregard for human rights and ethics. Such individuals deserve to be executed as an act of atonement. What nonsense are you spouting? Varong could never commit such acts. We, his devoted fans, believe in him. Indeed, without full knowledge, one should refrain from judgment. What do you truly know? This is merely your baseless speculation. Do you have any solid evidence? If not, kindly refrain from speaking. Leave Varong out of this. For heaven's sake, I believe this group is beyond redemption. Online, everyone held their own opinions, resulting in utter chaos. At this moment in Times Square, the crowd surged. Some media reporters, delayed and unable to breach the inner circle, hurriedly made their way towards the Horn Daily. The author, Fu Shi, reminds you to check Players in the Marvel Universe for the latest chapters on the group novel network. Remember to visit conks.com for complete and updated chapters. Meanwhile, The vast fanbases of both Tony and Valon crowded Times Square, entirely ignoring the officers wielding megaphones, urging the masses to disperse. This bunch of inept fools only exerts themselves at times like this. They are utterly useless otherwise. Why pay them any mind? At this moment, the officers were also in a state of distress. Their voices were hoarse from shouting, yet their efforts seemed futile. The New York Police Department had deployed all available personnel, but the enormity of Times Square rendered their manpower insufficient to manage the situation effectively. The military, however, possessed the capability to do so. However, all of them were preoccupied with rescuing Tony Stark, leaving no time to attend to trivial matters. In the eyes of the military brass, a mere kidnapper hardly warranted a scene lockdown. At most, they would simply disperse the crowd, hardly an arduous task. What? The New York Police Department can't even manage crowd control? How utterly inept. Charge forth. I knew Valon would be fine. Tony, do not fear. We are here to save you. Stand aside, you morally corrupt kidnapper supporter. I see you are the true materialist, shouting so fervently. Do you believe Tony Stark will reward you after this ordeal? We must reach the scene. We cannot allow those media vultures to silence us. We must see with our own eyes and hear with our own ears. Charge. The throng surged from Times Square toward the Daily Bugle. Screech. Zhao Li slammed on the brakes, bringing the large SUV to a halt. Why are we stopping? Hurry up. His father urged, agitatedly stamping his feet. What are you waiting for? It's no use. There are too many people. The car can't move, Zhao Li replied, exasperated. They were quite close now. The Daily Bugle lay just ahead. No, gentlemen, let us disembark and proceed on foot. Why didn't you say so earlier? Upon hearing that the vehicle could not advance, his father wasted no time, flinging open the door and rushing out, with Lin Jiao closely following. The second elder, holding a shotgun, appeared to saunter along behind them, yet his pace was surprisingly brisk. Zhao Li sighed, nonchalantly exiting the vehicle. He locked the doors, tugging the handle twice to ensure they were secure. With so many people around, what if two car thieves emerged? He had painstakingly saved to exchange for this beloved SUV. It must not be lost. Just then, Zhao Li looked up and spotted the most striking figure amidst the throngs. At that moment, this dapper individual was valiantly battling through the crowd, clad in what appeared to be an exceedingly cheap blue spandex suit. Adorned with a rectangular white patch on his chest and red gloves, he presented a rather peculiar aesthetic. Zhao Li felt momentarily blinded in a sea of normalcy. This individual's outlandish attire was undeniably unique, to say the least. Craig was currently endeavoring to navigate the crowd, aiming to reach the base of the Daily Bugle. Little did he expect that the first step in saving the world would involve traversing through such a crowd. This was undoubtedly a miscalculation. Had I known, I would have requested Romeo's assistance to invent some flying contraption before stepping out. At that moment, Craig's gaze fell upon a striking figure standing beside a black jeep amidst the crowd. Behold, clad in a black jacket and trench coat, with a pistol holstered at his waist. How dashing. Yet, none could rival my own charm. Craig mused confidently, resolved to make the acquaintance of this apparent hero. Move along. What are you doing standing here? You're in the way. A voice of impatience emanated from behind. Suddenly, Craig felt a force propel him forward. In the blink of an eye, he was sent sprawling to the ground, landing in a rather undignified manner. Wait, this isn't right. This is not how the script unfolds. He hastily rose, dusting off his chest, only to meet the gaze of Zhao Li, their eyes locking in an awkward silence. How should I address you? Zhao Li hesitated, seeking to dispel the uncomfortable atmosphere. He couldn't shake the feeling that this individual before him was somewhat peculiar. The immortal one, Craig proclaimed, crossing his arms in a pose he had meticulously practiced. The savior of New York, that would be me. Hello, goodbye? Zhao Li nodded curtly and turned to leave. Help. My mother always warned me against associating with fools, lest I catch their affliction. In the distance, 3 elderly gentlemen hurried away, and Zhao was momentarily delayed here, risking their disappearance into the throng. Hey, wait for me, Zhao Li called out, eager to pursue them. But before he could take a single step, bang, a sudden, muffled crash echoed from behind. No way. He swiftly turned to see a sports car colliding with the rear of the Jeep. Goodness, my Jeep. Who was driving that car? Inside the sports car, the airbag had deployed, trapping Mary Jane in her seat as she struggled to escape. The rear door swung open, and Harry stumbled out, immediately succumbing to a fit of vomiting. The delightful meal from earlier that evening re-emerged in its entirety, leaving not a trace behind. Harry had never experienced motion sickness before, until today when he encountered the thrill of the ride. I made it here alive. Tears of gratitude welled in Harry's eyes. Thank you, God. Thank you to Mary Jane's ancestors for this moment. Harry, in that instant, felt an unprecedented sense of reverence. Chapter 90. Barton. Feeling good, like I just woke up. At the Horn Herald building, aboard a helicopter from the New York Police Department, Georges Daisy rubbed his eyes vigorously, mouth agape, incredulous at the spectacle before him. He suspected he was dreaming. Although the New York Police Department may not rival the military in terms of equipment or personnel training, its snipers have been meticulously trained and have never missed their mark, having taken down numerous criminals. Why, then, is today an exception? Ugh, old George spat vehemently. The fact that Valon was still alive had nothing to do with the sniper's prowess. Who was that man with the yellow glasses? Was that weapon truly a nunchaku? Could it block bullets? Surely, that was mere folly. Yet, such an unfathomable occurrence unfolded right before his eyes. Old George felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Perhaps it was time for him to retire? He suddenly sensed that the world he inhabited seemed awry, veering into the realm of science fiction. Pepper shared similar sentiments. The news that Tony was alive eased her worries somewhat, but witnessing the bizarre failure of the mission to eliminate Valon left her questioning her very perspective on life. She even wondered if she had yet to awaken from a dream. In truth, Tony had not been kidnapped. He was likely enjoying a romantic escapade with a cover girl, while she was simply exhausted from work, plagued by nightmares. How else could one explain the surreal scene before her? A blade slicing through bullets. What was that orange creature wielding a spinning blade? And it was emitting smoke. This was utterly unscientific. What sort of monsters had Tony entangled himself with? Pepper felt utterly shattered, unable to summon tears. In contrast, Coulson remained remarkably composed. He observed that orange behemoth wielding a flaming hammer, effortlessly blocking Barton's explosive arrow, emerging unscathed from the ensuing explosion. Coulson knew that this situation was beyond his control. It was time for Director Fury to step in. On the S-H-I-E-L-D helicarrier, Director, I believe we have a grave situation. Coulson's communication came through. I see it, Nick Fury replied, his expression dark as he watched the live feed. The situation had far surpassed his expectations. With the appearance of Valon's three superpowered subordinates, the incident had escalated from a mere kidnapping to a case of superhuman crime. He should have anticipated this. Valon's emergence was too timely, occurring just a month after the Cross-City shooting incident. That was when two organizations surfaced, the Imperium Foundation and the Naturists. After extensive investigation, they had only managed to gather vague clues. Furrowing his brow, Nick Fury scrolled through the screen, revealing intelligence on the two enigmatic organizations. This information was derived from scant, ambiguous records found within ancient texts of various eras, meticulously compiled by the intelligence team. The Imperial Foundation, the Colossal Beasts, the Natural Returners, the Wild Faction, all of these terms left Nick Fury increasingly perturbed. He was confronted with a plethora of ambiguous phrases, rendering the veracity of the information indiscernible, and the intelligence gleaned was practically non-existent. As he swiped across the screen, a wealth of more detailed content materialized before him. Next, he encountered the Hell's Kitchen lightning event. A visage appeared on the screen, a highlighted individual marked as significant, a sorceress and a Taoist priest. Among this narrative, the most lucid lead was Zhao Li. Thus, after a series of investigations, their focus converged on the most comprehensive and suspicious figure, Zhao Li, prompting the recall of agents Natasha and Barton to collaborate with Coulson for a limited engagement. At that moment, however, a brazen criminal named Valon, whom they had all overlooked, erupted onto the scene. Nick Fury narrowed his eyes, instantly activating the S-H-I-E-L-D internal data network, which boasted the most sophisticated crime information globally. He refused to believe that someone like Valon, capable of controlling individuals with supernatural abilities, could exist without any pertinent records. With this thought in mind, he leveraged his authority as director to conduct a thorough search within the internal database, initiating an iris scan. Identity verification was confirmed, and the search commenced. A moment later, Fury's frustration boiled over as he gazed at the barren data network, slamming his fist onto the table. He found nothing. The database offered no information regarding the hand organization. It was as if Valon had materialized from thin air. Fury's face darkened as he contemplated subsequent strategies. Tony was currently downstairs, indicating that Valon had never intended for the hostage to survive. The so-called threat of terminating the live broadcast would no longer hold any sway. Technical Department. Implement signal suppression to ensure the incident remains confined to New York City, preventing any further amplification of its impact. The general populace is unaware of the existence of individuals with supernatural abilities. If we can manage to contain this situation before it escalates beyond recovery, we may still suppress it. Once the Technical Department initiates public sentiment manipulation and signal blocking, Valon's live broadcast will be completely severed. At that point, our actions can proceed without excessive caution. Barton, how is the situation on your end? From a high vantage point opposite the Hornblower Daily building, a sniper's nest was positioned. What transpired? I just unleashed an arrow, and a hulking figure smashed it mid-flight. After the micro-explosive detonated, that brute emerged unscathed. The renowned agent Hawkeye, Clint Barton, found himself questioning his life choices at that moment. He, a seasoned agent, had traversed perilous terrains, facing countless danger zones, and infiltrating criminal lairs was a mere routine. The surreal scene unfolding tonight was a sight he had never witnessed before. It was simply too exaggerated. He hadn't misfired. It was a high-concentration explosive arrow that detonated right next to his face. Yet, astonishingly, he emerged unscathed. What exactly was this formidable orange behemoth? Did it possess an immunity to explosives? Even if he were a super soldier, such invulnerability seemed excessive. "Baron, how are things on your end?" came the voice of Nick Fury through the communication link. "I'm doing quite well, albeit feeling a bit groggy," Baron promptly replied. His lighthearted banter was a testament to his stable condition. In stark contrast, Nick Fury's demeanor was grave as he spoke. "Agent Baron, rendezvous with Natasha immediately. I fear she may not manage alone. Our priority is to ensure the safety of Tony Stark. If possible, capture Valon alive. If the situation becomes dire, eliminate him. If he gains control, he must be eradicated. A madman with superpowered subordinates is an exceedingly dangerous threat." Chapter 91. Hydra finally moves. Just as Nick Fury accessed the SHIELD database using his director's privileges, Alexander Pierce, a minister of the World Security Council and a close confidant of Fury, was also alerted. His authority was substantial. Whenever Fury took action, Pierce was promptly informed. On the surface, he appeared to support SHIELD, but in truth, Mr. Pierce was the leader of Hydra. The notorious Hydra held far more weight than SHIELD. Naturally, he was aware of the sensational live broadcast concerning Valon, which had stirred considerable commotion. However, it bore little relevance to him. Countless events transpired daily in this world, and the abduction of a playboy hardly seemed significant. Indeed, this playboy was also renowned as a legendary weapons manufacturer. Yet, in the grand scheme of Hydra's ambitions, it appeared trivial. Besides, hadn't Nick Fury dispatched agents? Was it conceivable that this playboy could perish? With the head of SHIELD monitoring the situation, what need was there for him, the deputy, to be overly concerned? Thus, Alexander Pierce dismissed the abduction of Tony as inconsequential. However, he was utterly unprepared for the sudden turn of events into superpowered crime. The instant he glimpsed the three orange figures on the large screen, a spark of urgency ignited within him. This could not be delayed. He immediately contacted Brock Rumlow, the leader of SHIELD's Rapid Response Special Forces, a seasoned Hydra operative embedded within SHIELD. Rumlow had once been a world-class mercenary, known as Crossbones. "Rumlow, assemble your team and head to the scene at once. The target is Valon and his super soldiers. Without revealing one's identity, it is permissible to induce, capture, or even eliminate. There is but one stipulation. Valon must not fall into Nick Fury's hands." On the rooftop, Gon, One, and Shui are exerting themselves vigorously. In the foreground, Gon wields a 3-section staff that can transform into a 6-foot rod, with a hint of blue mist rising from its surface. To the right, One brandishes a shuriken resembling a spinning windmill, enveloped in swirling smoke. To the left, Shui grips a massive warhammer, flames blazing fiercely upon it. The trio stands in a protective stance, steadfastly guarding the composed Valon. In a corner, the photographer and a bystander huddle in terror. Yet their professionalism compels them to direct the lens toward the distant Black Hand organization. Thanks to their diligence, the red jade before Ras and his companions is rapidly flooding the screen. "Afen, boss, our timing couldn't be more perfect." Afen, pleased with the frenzied notifications, expresses his satisfaction. The red jade amassed in this brief period far surpasses what they previously labored to acquire through robbery. Afen beams. He hasn't felt this dashing in a long while. The archaeologist he once was had become tiresome, but now, in this realm, all those he despised are absent. The Black Hand organization can finally unleash their full potential, and he relishes it. "Valon, well done." Valon smiles faintly, looking down from above at the military below, his gaze drifting to the helicopter across the rooftop where George stands, holding a loudspeaker in bewilderment. Valon scoffs dismissively. This fellow's decisiveness pales in comparison to that bald man from District 13. "Joe, we have astonished everyone. Raise-V. We've just earned a significant amount of red jade, far quicker than taking down Obadiah. Afen, the black energy, the sensation of fully harnessing this power is exhilarating. The absence of Dao Long in this world means the powerful black energy sorcerer is no longer present, leaving the black energy without a master. Consequently, they can finally break free from that wretched old man and claim this power for themselves, becoming unrestrained black energy assassins that require the renewal of red jade. The exchange of black energy is charged by the second, rendering it quite costly. Were it not for the sensational news they generated alongside their leader, they might not have been able to afford it. However, for now, it seems trivial. With the sensation of impact, a single phrase encapsulates it all. It's simply splendid. There is no need for excessive concern. Such is the beauty of wealth. Wallen, let us not squander time. Walron, from now on, you are responsible for dealing with those little pests that have infiltrated the building. Joe, no problem, boss. Lesu, leave it to me. Fen, hee, time to get to work. As the three responded, a purple mist began to emanate from them. Once the purple haze dissipated on the rooftop, the dark figure of the assassin vanished as well. At that moment, on the rooftop, Walron stood gracefully, hands resting on his black gold staff, gazing at the stunned and bewildered onlookers with a subtle smile, conveying unspoken confidence. Beside him, True was leisurely operating the winch, raising Tony to a height of 7 stories, with the ascent continuing. Walron. George in the helicopter was filled with both astonishment and anger, at a loss for what to do. He had just precisely caught the mocking glance Walron directed his way. Damn, he is mocking me. That bastard is laughing at me. After a lifetime of pursuing criminals, to now be belittled by one. George felt as though he might go mad with rage. Yet, this fury did snap him out of his earlier shock, leading him to recognize the identities of the 3 orange figures, Joe, Lesu, Fen, Walron's subordinates, whom he could identify even in ashes. After all, over the past month, he had interacted with Walron numerous times, becoming quite familiar with both him and his 3 accomplices. In fact, he carried their dossiers with him every moment, even during meals, bathroom breaks, and while sleeping at night, toiling over the Black Hand organization in hopes of apprehending Walron soon. His daughter Gwen was utterly exasperated, thinking her father had become obsessed. However, none of that mattered now. George was perplexed by one thing. What kind of extraordinary black technology had they mastered? Was it radiation-induced mutation? Or perhaps genetic modification experiments? This was all too outrageous. Was he merely pursuing a kidnapper? Did it really need to turn so surreal? At that moment, in a fit of desperation, Director George suddenly realized the truth. The reason he had repeatedly failed to capture Walron was that they were not contending with ordinary criminals. Could the New York Police Department, even at the cost of their lives, truly contend with these madmen who could deflect bullets? The inability to capture Walron was not the fault of the New York Police Department. The media were talking nonsense. He, Old George, was the most wronged of them all. Chapter 92, Colonel Rod and General Ross. The Horn Daily, downstairs. Observing the gradually dissipating purple mist on the rooftop, Rod found himself struggling to accept the reality. Suddenly, Valon's 3 subordinates emerged, devastatingly shattering the sniper's bullet, only to vanish in a plume of purple smoke, as if they were phantoms. Deflecting bullets and maneuvering with ease amidst the fog. Could this be the feat of an ordinary human? What exactly is the nature of this underworld organization? Such dark technology, one that even the military lacks. How does Valon command such subordinates? This is utterly absurd. As he was lost in thought, the emergency contact phone he carried began to ring unexpectedly. This was a number known only to military insiders. Who could be calling at such a moment? With a sense of confusion, Rod received the call. However, upon recognizing the familiar voice, his expression shifted dramatically. It was General Ross. At that moment, at the Air Force Base, General Ross was intently watching the grand live broadcast orchestrated by Valon. Initially, he approached it with a sense of detached curiosity, considering it merely an ordinary kidnapping case, albeit with a uniquely significant victim, Tony Stark. A prodigious weapons inventor, Stark had developed smart weaponry, anti-tank missiles, advanced robotics, and satellite targeting systems. His emergence had revitalized the arms industry, contributing to stability from certain perspectives and ensuring national security and interests on a global scale. Such an entity was of utmost importance to the military. Despite everyone knowing Stark's close ties to the military, Valon audaciously kidnapped him, inciting immense fury among the military hierarchy. And thus General Ross was well aware of the situation. Yet, this matter felt distant to him. In comparison to cutting-edge military technology, Ross was far more invested in his super soldier program. He had long aspired to recreate a super soldier akin to Steve Rogers, but progress had stagnated. After years of setbacks, the higher-ups began to lose faith in this initiative, shifting their focus to the Gamma Bomb project. The mere thought of this infuriated General Ross. A project of such significance had been placed under the oversight of a civilian named Bruce Banner. To add insult to injury, this quiet, frail, and utterly detestable individual had entangled himself with his precious daughter. Ross found this utterly unacceptable. He had always envisioned Betty marrying an officer rather than some unknown civilian who had seemingly emerged from nowhere. Although his super soldier program encountered temporary setbacks, he would not relent. One day, he would undoubtedly create another Steve. Once his super soldier initiative reached fruition, the Gamma Bomb project would undoubtedly be shelved. And at that moment, Bruce Banner would return from whence he came. Just thinking about it infuriated Ross, causing him to take a deep breath and refocus his thoughts. At that moment, a scene on the live broadcast made his pupils widen in astonishment. Ross stood up in excitement, hardly believing his eyes. He had witnessed a human body splitting bullets in half. Bullets capable of penetrating armored vehicles were shattered in an instant. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking. With orange skin and muscles as solid as rock, adorned with blue patterns, and wielding a colossal weapon imbued with an aura of mystery. All of this appeared extraordinarily beautiful in Ross's eyes. This was the super soldier he had always yearned for. Indeed, this was precisely what he desired. Ross exclaimed in exhilaration. This organization was formidable. They undoubtedly possessed secrets that could enable the human body to transcend its limits. If he could capture Valon and pry the truth from his lips, he would uncover the genuine secret to creating super soldiers. These 3 super soldiers were crucial. Capturing them would provide the laboratory with invaluable data. His years of research on the super soldier program was finally on the verge of a groundbreaking advancement. Thank the heavens. Ross's eyes welled up with tears of joy. In that moment, he glimpsed the dawn of hope. In the next instant, General Ross seized the phone. He needed to contact Rhodes immediately. Valon must not die. He had to be captured alive. With Valon in his grasp, he could control the organization and acquire the super soldier he longed for. In Times Square, beneath the Horns Daily building, Colonel Rhodes's expression could not simply be described as grim after he hung up the phone. Just moments ago, he received a call from General Ross, who insisted that he capture Valon and his crew alive, waiting for his associates to arrive for the retrieval. What the hell? Was he dreaming? Rhodes felt a surge of frustration, wanting to curse aloud. If he couldn't even kill Valon, how could he possibly capture him alive? Why not let Valon capture me instead? Suddenly, the urgent communication device rang again. After answering the call, Rhodes's already dark demeanor deepened. The situation was escalating. The military forces behind Obadiah had also mobilized. His earlier order to take out Valon swiftly was intended to resolve this mess before the various military factions could react. As long as Tony is rescued, everything can be negotiated. The fate of Obadiah is of little consequence. Ultimately, the Department of Defense is solely concerned with Tony. When the time comes, they can easily attribute Obadiah's demise to the New York Police Department, claiming their involvement as a justification. However, now, due to Varlon's unexpected maneuver, the assassination attempt has inexplicably failed, resulting in a complete collapse on their end. This is no longer a mere kidnapping case. The Department of Defense is exerting pressure from all angles, and even the forces supporting Obadiah have stepped in to protect him. Colonel Rhodes, the main entrance is completely blocked. We cannot gain entry. What are you babbling about? If we can't get in, then blow it open. Rhodes felt a throbbing headache. Why must every issue come to him? He is required to oversee the security arrangements. And now, they're asking him about demolishing the front door of the Daily Bugle? If they can't even manage an explosion, how on earth did they qualify for the special forces? It can't be done. There are explosives inside. Rhodes looked up in disbelief. At that moment, Tony had slowly ascended to the 9th floor, and he received some promising news. The data team calculated that should they detonate the front door, a chain reaction could potentially obliterate the entire Daily Bugle. Tony, what on earth have you done? Why does Varlon wish for your demise so vehemently? And if it's kidnapping, what else with the explosives? Did Varlon come to abduct you, or to perish together in an explosion? I am truly losing my mind.